Chapter 191. A wonderful challenge. It makes the audience feel excited and addicted. Good. Well done. The boss is very good at using fighters, and the tactical arrangement is also reasonable. The first one, Qin Guohan, used his thick skin and iron ball defense to delay time. Although he was defeated, he tried out most of the boss's moves, allowing the two bosses behind to prepare. The second one, Nikaido Benimaru, continued to maneuver with flexible leg and body skills, and even used an extreme Big Thunder Fist to deal high damage, thus laying the foundation and possibility for victory. Finally, Kusanagi Kyo made a full-state finale, counterattack strongly, and won in one fell swoop. From being abused, to counterattack, and finally turning defeat into victory, the whole process is progressive, not only full of fighting appreciation, but also strategic. I didn't expect that a fighting secret realm with a simple mechanism could be done so well. It's great. Everyone agreed. This battle is not only exciting but also classic, although it is not a traditional arena battle in the final arena. It highlights the characteristics of this secret realm very well. It is estimated that the popularity and heat of the secret realm will increase a lot after this battle. Not only is the wonderful battle performance attractive, but the output of spoils is even more surprising. A third-level rare spirit, a second-level skill stone, and a third-level rare skill stone. All of them are extremely valuable. The adventurer who obtained the spirit of ancient god snake is Black Kite. It is worth mentioning that it is not a named soul. This makes some adventurers feel puzzled, but there is nothing strange about it. The snake is the incarnation of a small part of the planet's will. He is neither a human nor a complete ancient god, so he is just an unnamed soul. But because of its divinity, so it is a third-level rare treasure like the Sakura Dragon. Comparing the two rare spirits, the level of the snake is inferior to the Sakura Dragon, so its overall strength will be weaker than the Sakura Dragon, but because the ancient god snake is a humanoid spirit, this kind of spirit has additional added value for adventurers. Although the power of the snake is weaker, the added characteristics and skill effects are very powerful. Therefore, the comprehensive value of this spirit is not much inferior to the Sakura Dragon, and is not inferior to the third-level 5-star unnamed rare spirit Ashina Sword Saint, which is definitely a coveted top-quality spirit, handsome and strong. Has powerful skills. Has various characteristics. It is the dream love spirit that adventurers dream of. This battle also revealed two signature skills of the snake. Among them, Black Particles is a second-level skill. Although the level and power are weaker, it does not mean that the value is low. Sometimes, the value of low-level skills is higher, and the logic is not difficult to understand. Those powerful, advanced, and rare skills are indeed powerful, but the learning threshold is also high, and the audience is naturally small, making it difficult to promote and popularize. On the contrary, some skills seem to be of low level. However, due to the low learning threshold and wide applicability, they can create greater value. Black Particles are a typical example. Easy to use, handsome, and the learning threshold is moderate. This skill is a relatively rare dark attribute secret technique. Not only is the energy attribute rare, the activation speed is fast, the range is quite long, but also the cooling time is short, the power is strong, and the attack is relatively hidden. Simple and crude but practical, not to mention the second-level monks or adventurers who lack skills. Even the 4th and 5th levels can still be used as the main output skills. As for Sunshine, as the super killer of the snake, it is a very powerful third-level rare skill with a very wide output range, extremely amazing power. Oppression and scenes are also very explosive, and the shortcomings are also obvious. First of all, the regular secret store cannot unlock rare treasures. Although this skill stone is unlocked by the first explosion, it cannot be purchased in bulk through the secret store, so it is unlikely to be popularized in a short time. Secondly, the learning threshold is too high. Sunshine is a rare secret skill with dual attributes of light and spirit. Its learning difficulty and learning cost are the highest among all skills of the same level. Despite this skill stone has a very high value, especially for the indigenous monks who have not become adventurers. They cannot use spirits, but can use skill stones. If you can find a suitable buyer. Presumably, the price will not even be inferior to the snake spirit. After all, the effect of Sunshine is too strong, and the secret mechanism and principle are also very special, which has extremely high research value. Even the top masters above level 6 will be interested in such unique secrets. It is not to be underestimated that masters of this level can take out something casually. In addition, Sunshine is also necessary for Miracle City to popularize. Because this super large-scale group attack secret will not only have a great effect on the battlefield, but also can restrain the dark species, and also have a miraculous effect on undead and demon enemies. The ability to restrain the dark species alone is a rare skill for any dungeon lord, so this challenge is very rewarding. The 3 major trophies have their own advantages and disadvantages. The comprehensive value that can be generated is enough to make an adventurer turn over a new leaf and become wealthy and free, and it can also improve the foundation of Miracle City. I underestimated Old Chi again. Who would have thought that he would put so many good things in a secondary secret realm? I decided to devote some of my energy to the King of Fighters tournament from today. Is there anyone who wants to join me in the tournament? I want to use Iori Yagami. Hee, I like my Shiranui. At this moment, hundreds of adventurers are sharpening their knives. They are ready to buy characters, practice and run in the adventurer battle mode first, and then find reliable partners to form a participating team to impact the King of Fighters tournament. Everyone hopes to be the next lucky person. If you can get a big snake spirit or a rare secret skill, you will get rich. Whether you keep it for your own use or sell it, you can turn over a new leaf and completely change your fate, of course. It is definitely not that easy. Rare quality items are not easy to get. The first thing you need to face is the difficulty of the King of Fighters tournament itself. Black Kite, South Mountain Guest, Crazy Eyes War Maniac, 2 senior second level players, and 1 third level player, they all trained for 2 or 3 days, and played for a full 6 days. They failed and tried again several times before they succeeded. It is very difficult for ordinary adventurers to get through the ring. Even if they get through the ring and defeat the snake, the drop rate will not be as high as this time. The main reason why Black Kite and others can produce so many high-value loot at one time is the superposition of first pass and first kill, both of which can greatly increase the drop rate. Other adventurers who pass the level will inevitably have a lot of difficulties without this buff blessing. But no matter what, you must have a dream. As long as there is a probability, it is worth pursuing. What's more, the drop rate of Miracle City has always been very conscientious. Black Kite, South Mountain Guest, Crazy Eyes War Maniac are enjoying star-like treatment at this moment. After this battle, they have become famous in Miracle City and among the adventurer community. Next, you can start the 98 King of Fighters challenge, or continue to form a team, or even find another teammate. Start the second round of the 97 King of Fighters competition. However, it is worth mentioning that according to the rules of the final arena, adventurers who start multiple rounds to participate in the King of Fighters competition cannot use characters that have already cleared the competition, that is to say, start the King of Fighters 97 competition again. Black Kite cannot use Kusanagi Kyo, Nanshank cannot use Nikaido Benimaru, and Crazy Eyes War Maniac cannot use Chinguahan. Chi-Ji will increase this restriction for a reason. First of all, it is to deliberately increase the difficulty and improve the playability of the King of Fighters competition. Since adventurers can already clear the game, it means that they have a high degree of role-playing, understanding, and running in. Replacing new characters requires re-understanding, familiarity, and running in, which can increase the challenge and promote the sales of characters in the character pool. Of course. In addition, there are 2 more important reasons. First, increase the diversity of Secret Realm spirit output, and explode more fighter skills and fighter spirits. Second, encourage adventurers to forge ahead. If they really like the current character, they can use it to challenge the next King of Fighters competition, thereby unlocking more content and more boss for the Secret Realm. The end of the arena has a fast pace. Each battle is very short. Washan Guhong has watched it for less than 20 minutes, so he didn't waste much time. The Great Snake Spirit is a rare and excellent spirit, which is several times stronger than the 3rd level 5-star spirit I have. If I have the opportunity to get such a rare spirit, it will definitely greatly improve my strength and upper limit. Wanshan Guhong was envious of the Great Snake Spirit. He was even more impressed by the quality of the Secret Realm of the final arena. He did not challenge the Secret Realm next but continued to stroll in the hall. The contents of each Secret Realm continued to appear in front of him. The Free City, which was a secondary Secret Realm like the final arena, was undoubtedly the most special of all the Secret Realms in Miracle City. It's actually a Secret Realm without extraordinary? Although there is no extraordinary, it is infinitely close to the real world, especially in the free mode. There is no main line at all, and the linear flow of time never resets. Adventurers can travel, race, watch movies, play games, make friends, pick up girls, and develop their careers in the Secret Realm. There is no tense plot. There is no fierce battle. There is nothing to do. It is a blessing for casual adventurers. Such adventurers also grow very fast in the Free City. The delicacy and authenticity of the world are already amazing and miraculous. What shocked Wanshan Guhong so much, and even shocked him, was the exaggerated population size of the Free City, and the never-ending time. The cities in the Biochemical and Black Light series are not small. An adventurer from Chishan City sighed, but the accessible population is far from reaching such an exaggerated scale of several million, and the world is already in a state of collapse. There are many details that do not need to be shown, and the timeline is often only 1 or 2 days, and the longest black light will be reset in 3 weeks. Another nodded, yes, no matter how many times we challenge, the time and space range we can explore is limited. What we adventurers experience is a story, and although the secret world is very real, it is just a stage built for this story. Once the story ends, it will not continue to develop. Free City is different. No turning back every minute and every second. I really don't understand how the Lord did it. Millions of characters are created to be interconnected, develop freely, and live in real life, without any loopholes. Wanshan Guhong saw further. He said, "It's not that simple, you still don't see it superficially." Chishan de Nuanan, why do you say that? Wanshan Guhong, the timeline of this world can continue to operate, and cities with millions of people can operate without obstacles. This means that there is definitely more than Los Santos in this world, but what we can access now is just the tip of the iceberg of the entire world. Everyone was stunned. It soon became clear. Chishan de Nuanan said, indeed, if there is no synchronous evolution and interaction with the outside world, Los Santos is just an isolated island and cannot be established at all, let alone long-term stable operation. The adventurers realized that there is a vast world outside the scope of their explorable space. These cities and worlds may not have been made yet, but they can operate in a digitized state. When Los Santos took a plane to leave Los Santos, they will become a kind of digital information state. Only when they return to Los Santos will they be reconcrete. Only in this way can the transportation of various materials and the occurrence of international news continue. This is a creation at the spatial level, and above the temporal level, this world has a very detailed past and complex history, and only in this way can culture be formed. Therefore, no matter how you look at it, this is the real creation of the world. The Free City has no extraordinary power, but in Wanshan Guhong's opinion, the existence of this secret world itself has surpassed all the great secret masterpieces in history except Miracle City. Everyone held a pilgrimage mentality, and learned about the third main secret of Miracle City. It is the Star Sea secret that cannot be entered in Dark City. When seeing the adventurer become an iron pilot, travel through time, and control the battle scene of Mecca, there is nothing to say, because thousands of words, all are so pale and powerless. Why not kneel down to Lord Chi Ji first, before coming to miracle territory? Wanshan Guhong thought. Lord Chi Ji can get such high praise from Meng Yingxue, and he is likely to be a genius lord who is rare in the world. And when this 4th level adventurer master came to miracle territory and experienced the secret realm in Dark City for a day and a half, his thoughts had changed, and he felt that genius lord was not enough to describe Chi Ji. This guy is simply a demon monster that goes against common sense. Now, the idea changed again. Only one thought remained. He is God. Wanshan Guhong made up his mind at this moment. I must join Miracle City and become an adventurer of Miracle City. I can't wait a moment. The sooner the better. Although he had a strong desire to join Miracle City immediately, he had to be troubled by a problem, and this problem was to obtain the 4th level spirit. Renew the contract. The spirit must be replaced. The spirits of the 1st to 3rd levels are easy to deal with. The 4th level life soul is not so easy to deal with. Miracle City has not produced a 4th level spirit so far, and this quality of spirit is extremely rare even in very senior 4th level territories. It is good to produce 3 or 4 a year. Meng Yingxue did make a suggestion. Uncle Guhong, if you are eager to obtain the 4th level spirit, you can pay attention to a secret realm, and you should be able to gain something from it. What secret realm? The Sui and Tang chapters of the 10 kingdoms in the foreign land. The 10 kingdom secret realm is the main secret realm of the Dark City. Although Wanshan Guhong has not started exploring it, he has seen it on the login interface, so he is naturally not unfamiliar with it. Is there a 4th level spirit in this secret realm? Absolutely. Meng Yingxue is very sure. Although the Sui and Tang chapters are in the same world as Ashina, Ashina is just a small country in the deep mountains of Japan, while the Sui dynasty is the Middle Earth Shinjo with outstanding people and beautiful scenery. She continued to explain, isn't Ashina Ishin strong enough? He is invincible in Ashina, suppressing the world, and can intimidate the inner court for more than 20 years, but if he is placed in the land of Shinjo, he is just a first-class master, not the top level. Wanshan Guhong was very surprised. There are so many masters in Xinzhou? Yes, just the masters who have appeared so far, such as Cheng Yaojin, Qin Qiong, Zhang Lai, Chen Fu, etc. Their strength will not be better than that of Eshina Ishin. Ming Yisan is far inferior, and the first three are still very young, and they may have the opportunity to reach a higher level in the future. Meng Yinxue continued to introduce. In addition, the currently known Yuan Tuo, Gong Tai, and the magic beast Tao Tai are all at the 4th level, and the specific star level is not yet clear. It's hard to say about the first two. I think Tao Tai's spirit has a chance. This is not only a 4th level spirit, but also of extraordinary quality. If Uncle Gu Hong can fuse a Tao Tai spirit, it will definitely be 10 times stronger than the one you have now. No one in the entire Qingshan city will be your opponent. There are 5 4th level masters in Qingshan city. Huashan Guhong is the youngest, and has the weakest foundation. If he can greatly increase his strength and become the top master, it will not only bring huge benefits to himself, but also gain many benefits for their family. Eat this big pie, Huashan Guhong asked, who has made the most progress in Sui and Tang Dynasty exploration. There are at least 300 people in Miracle City playing Sui and Tang Dynasty, but the one with the highest level and the deepest exploration progress is undoubtedly Bianhua. Go and see. He is now eager to obtain the 4th level spirit. Since Meng Yinxue has said that there is a greater chance in Sui and Tang Dynasty, he naturally has to understand the secret realm well, and go back to enter it to obtain the spirit. The two found the secret realm crystal of Bianhua. Why are there so many people? It's not surprising. Higanbana is not simple. She is very popular here. She is the first genius adventurer in Blackstone Town. She will most likely become the first adventurer in Blackstone Town in the future. She has achieved a lot in Miracle City. Meng Yinxue has said, it is said that she has unlocked more than 10 skill stones and 7 or 8 pieces of 2nd and 3rd level equipment. She is also the first to pass the achievement of Ashina Country. She is currently the only adventurer who has mastered the power of the Sakura Dragon. Huashan Guhong was secretly shocked when he heard this. Meng Yinxue is already the top genius in Qishan City. Higanbana is about the same age as Meng Yinxue, but she can reach the 3rd level at a young age in Blackstone Town, where resources are more scarce. Her qualifications are probably slightly higher than Meng Yinxue. More importantly, she currently has a huge first mover advantage. According to the incentive policy of Miracle City, the first explosion to unlock skill stones, equipment, or other props and items can not only get a contribution point reward, but also get related badges, and have priority purchases at regular quotas in the future. The first explosion unlocks so many skills, equipment, and items. In the future, you can make a lot of money just by operating and trading these Miracle City skills, equipment, and materials. Therefore, he will become the object of countless external forces vying for cooperation. This is an adventurer worthy of high attention. Future achievements are limitless. The two squeezed into the crowd, and the huge secret crystal was showing the scene at the moment. Huh? Meng Yinxue hadn't been to Miracle City for 2 or 3 days. The progress of the other Shore Flower in this way, and Tang chapters was greatly promoted. At this moment, it was taking Yu Xiaoxue and Tuobayue to appear on a large ship, and this large ship was sailing in the vast blue ocean. Shouldn't we use the Shenong Ding to refine medicine at this time to heal the master uncle first, and then save the master? Why did they take a ship to go overseas? Meng Yinxue was confused about the current plot. What's more, Huashan Guhong, who first met the world of Sui and Tang dynasties, Meng Yinxue then briefly explained to Huashan Guhong the origin of Qin Jingzhou's identity, the process of his master Qin Fu's self-sacrifice to seal Tao Tai, as well as the early plot settings such as Yuan Taisher and the 10 artifacts, so that he could understand the basic background and settings of this story. At this moment, in the secret realm, the red spider Lily admired the vast sea scenery. She suddenly felt that the Prince of Chun was full of inspiration and poetry, so she wrote a poem. Qin Jingzhou didn't like fighting and killing, but preferred to write poems. He had written many poems along the way. Every time Yer disdained the flowery poems, but the kind-hearted Xiaoxue didn't understand but often supported him. Although it was a daily interaction, it made the adventurers watching with relish. What kind of emperor do you want to be? How nice it would be to travel around with your friends and write poems. This is the life that Ah Cho wants. Even if he becomes the emperor, he won't be happy. Xiaoxue is really kind and cute. Although Ah Chao's poems are mostly bad, she is the only one who is willing to listen carefully and feel Ah Chao's thoughts and emotions. Ha ha ha, Yer is seasick. The girl from the grassland is really not suitable for going out to sea. I am really looking forward to it. The story of the Sui and Tang dynasties spans too much. It really travels all over the world. This time, I will go out to sea to visit the immortals. I wonder if I can find the legendary immortals. Did you notice that the direction of this voyage is the East China Sea? Is it possible to go directly to Japan? This idea is interesting. Meng Yinshua's face was full of question marks. Going out to sea to visit the immortals? Looking for immortals? What's going on? Before asking someone clearly. Something even more shocking happened. In the vast blue and calm sea, a huge fish suddenly emerged. Its body was as big as a small island, jumping out of the water, creating a huge wave of 100 meters. The huge figure even blocked out the sun and the sky. Everyone and even the red spider lily in the secret realm had no time to react. The giant fish suddenly opened its abyss-like mouth, just like swallowing a small fish, and instantly swallowed the nearly 100-meter-long ship into its belly. Fuck. What happened? I'm not seeing things. How can there be such a big fish? It was dark for a few seconds. The crystal screen appeared again. Red Spider Lily, Xiaoxue, and Yu appeared in a cave at this moment. This is obviously the belly of the giant fish. The fish is so big that it has formed a small world inside its body, with a very complete ecosystem, and a large area of coral reefs, like a maze. After figuring out the current situation, Bianhua immediately took Xiaoxue and Yu to explore. In the process, she killed several powerful second-level 3 and 4-star demons such as Huaxi and Narcissus, and finally met a patrolling guard. The other party looked like a handsome male warrior. There were fish fins behind his ears and on his body. The guards were also surprised to see outsiders breaking in, and a fierce battle broke out between the two sides. From the other side's words, the adventurers learned that they were the D people, and this was the D people country. Seeing this, the adventurers became curious. Their poor imagination could not imagine that there would be a country founded in the belly of a big fish. This trip to the sea to find the immortal was not so smooth, but it was also because of this that people were more curious about everything here and how the story would unfold next. Meng Yinxue wanted to find out what happened. She then found a commentator on the spot to understand what stories and developments the Sui and Tang chapters had experienced in the past 3 or 2 days after the frenzy battle royal. Sister Meng Yinxue, when did you come? You didn't tell me in advance. Mao Mengmeng met this adventurer from Qingshan City during the chicken-eating competition. Sister Meng should have only seen the plot of Mount Tai last time. Yes. Meng Yinxue nodded. At that time, Yuan Taisher's generals Yang Shu and Han Tung set up a formation on Mount Tai. In order to refine the Wanling blood pearl for Yuan Taisher, they did not hesitate to destroy Donglai City and refine a full 60,000 innocent people. This scene. Impressive. It is very shocking. Yuan Taisher is extremely evil. Chen Jingqiu joined forces with Xiaoxue and Yu to defeat Yuan Taisher's general Yang Shu. He originally wanted to go to Dalian to track down Yuan Tu and Shenong Ding. Unexpectedly, he met Princess Ningko on the way and successfully intercepted Shenong Ding. As for what happened later, Meng Yinxue didn't know. She asked, how did Chen Jingqiu and Xiaoxue Yu run overseas? Has the master been rescued? Mao Mingming sighed and shook her head. Don't mention it, Master Gongshan is dead. It is completely impossible to ask him to go out of the mountains to repel the Tao Tai and rescue the master, so we have to go out to sea to find the legendary immortal to deal with the Tao Tai. What? I didn't expect that after working so hard for so long, I still couldn't save Master Gongshan's life. But it is also because of this that we have the opportunity to come to this D people country. I feel that the experience of this place and the immortal island must be very interesting. I don't know what kind of spirits and materials I can collect, and what kind of powerful monsters and interesting adventures I will encounter. Chapter 192. While the two were talking, inside the secret crystal, the battle was over. The D guards were not weak, but they were no match for the Higanbana holding the demon refining pot. After all, after practicing all the way, she had gained a lot of growth and breakthroughs. Her current strength had reached the peak of the 3rd level 1-star, and her 2 companions also had the strength of the 2nd level 4-5-star. Naturally, she did not put aside several D warriors with the strength of the 2nd level 2-3-star. Although Higanbana won, she did not take the other party's life at the suggestion of other adventurers. After all, these guys are local snakes, and it is no good to make enemies with them. The most urgent task is to figure out what kind of hell this place is, and how to leave here and go to the fairy island. When the 3 explained the reason why they mistakenly entered this place, the 2 sides finally resolved the misunderstanding. Through conversations with the D people, Higanbana learned that the D people were originally land people, but they fled to the seaside thousands of years ago to avoid the Shinjo War. When the entire tribe was at the end of its rope and was about to starve to death, it met Pangu. This ancient god, the oldest in the land of Shinjo, felt pity for the D people who were displaced and in desperate situations, so he created a giant whale named Julong from the sea. From then on, the D people moved to live in the belly of the giant whale. For thousands of years, they have lived in the sea for generations, and because they have never returned to land, their bodies have undergone some changes. When Higanbana asked about the fairy island and the fairy, the D people were very surprised. They obviously knew something, but not much, and said that they might ask the queen about this matter. So, the adventurer officially visited the D people's country. When the red spider lily passed through the complex underwater maze and entered the D people's country, all the adventurers watching near the secret crystal exclaimed in surprise. Not to mention the adventurers. Nancy Leah was amazed when she saw this. So beautiful, so imaginative, I didn't expect that there is such a mysterious and fantastic country inside the giant whale. The D people's country has a very distinctive and unique painting style, which is completely different from any place the adventurer has been to, which naturally makes these people exclaim that they are amazed and amazed. This city also has a city wall. After all, this ancient whale called Julong also bred many monsters and demons in its body. It's just that the entire city wall is not made of bricks and rammed earth. Its main body is a giant conch 2 or 3 meters high, with countless poisonous red corals growing in between. When the red spider lily walked into a giant conch that was more than 10 meters high, the inside of this giant conch can be opened, which is equivalent to the city gate or the national gate of the D people. Behind it is the D people's royal city built by the D people on an archipelago formed by coral reefs. The scenery of this royal city is very fantastic, with pools of water of various shapes distributed in it, various colorful corals distributed like trees and weeds, and hundreds or thousands of huge and distinctive conch houses distributed in it with loose density. These conch houses are the dwellings of the D people. They are all transformed from giant conchs. The colors are different. The shapes are unique. The decorations are unique. All give people a strange and exotic feeling. After going deep into the royal city, the red spider lily found that there are also markets and shops here, with relatively primitive business. The population is not large but not small, and it is estimated that there are more than 10,000 people. Men are handsome and strong. Women are charming. Most of them wear very bold clothes, only covering key parts with shells or gauze. When they learned that land people were coming, many D people came to watch and cast curious eyes. Interesting. Higanbana looked around with relish. I like places like this. Adventurers like to explore new places, and the D people's country can fully satisfy these people's curiosity, and once again sigh at the richness and excitement of this exotic world. The adventure style of the Sui and Tang chapters is completely different from that of Ashina. Wanshan Guhong couldn't help but sigh. The space and time span of the Sui and Tang stories are too large. The stories of Ashina are very exciting, and the battles are very interesting. But all the stories revolve around Ashina Castle. But the activity area is not large. The Sui and Tang chapters are just the opposite. Although the exploration is not as detailed as Ashina, the elements of traveling all over the world are particularly rich. From Fuma Mountain to Yueha Village, from the border town of Heishan to Donglai, Daliang and other cities, now going out to sea to find immortals and accidentally entering this beautiful and unique hidden country, I don't know what kind of scenery I will see in the future. This is not only a great adventure. It is also a trip full of surprises and freshness. At this moment, from the mouth of Cat Mingming, Meng Yinxue and Wanshan Guhong have completed the plot of the past few days. 3 days ago, when the other side of the flower obtained the Shenong Ding through Princess Ninka, it immediately collected medicinal materials according to the prescription given by Madame Gonshan, and this process was not easy. There are several medicinal materials that are particularly difficult to find, especially a kind of divine bird called the bird. This bird will transform into 3 small birds with its soul, and only by catching all 3 small birds can the bird be forced out. It took a lot of effort for Bianhua to capture the bird. Although it took a lot of time and energy, it also obtained a 3rd level 2-star bird spirit, which was a good harvest. Judging from the ability of the bird, this spirit power is particularly suitable for reconnaissance and escape. Bianhua's 3rd level soul Yinglong just lacks mobility. So it is planned to contract this soul into an auxiliary spirit to make up for the deficiency. After Bianhua used Shenong Ding to refine the healing secret medicine, she returned the Shindang to Tuoba Yu according to Achio's will and let her take it back to the Tuoba tribe. This decision surprised Yura very much. Yu already knew the identity of Prince Chen Jingqiu. She also knew that Chen Fu asked her to find the 5 great artifacts to arrange the 9-5 formation to seize the world. Now that Shenong Ding, one of the 5 great artifacts of the 9-5 formation, has been obtained, he has returned it directly to the Tuoba clan without any ambition, which makes Yu completely believe that Qiu is not a person who covets the Shindang. I was too petty along the way. However, Tuoba Yu did not plan to take the sacred tripod back to the tribe. Why? Because Tuoba Yu and Cheng Yaojin agreed that after finding the sacred tripod, she would return to the Demon King's fort first, and fight with Cheng Yaojin one-on-one to decide who would take the tripod. This move surprised Higanbana and the adventurers. It is not difficult to see that Tuoba Yu attaches great importance to this tripod and has risked her life several times to take it back. Now that the sacred tripod is in hand, is it necessary to return to the Demon King's fort to fulfill her promise? That Cheng Yaojin is not easy to deal with. The last time the 3 of them joined forces, they could not get any advantage from him. But Tuoba Yu insisted on keeping her promise and must take the tripod to the Demon King's fort. It can be seen that this woman has a clear distinction between love and hate, and is very individual. Considering that the divine tripod was very heavy, and it was difficult for Tuoba Yu to transport it alone, and there was a possibility that the news would leak out and attract Yuan Tuo's subordinates, Higanbana used the demon refining pot to collect the tripod and enter the Demon King's fort together. At this time, Cheng Yaojin and Qin Qiong had been recruited by Zhang Xiutuo. The two had lost interest in seizing the Shenong tripod and looking for the Prince of the Righteousness, and Cheng Yaojin couldn't bring himself to fight a little girl like Tuoba Yu. In the end, it was at Qin Qiong's suggestion. The two sides had a 2:3 competition. Cheng Yaojin and Qin Qiong teamed up to deal with the 3 people. If the 3 people could hold out for 100 rounds under the joint efforts of the 2, they would win. Although it was a competition, as long as they were defeated, they would immediately lose synchronization, resulting in the failure of the challenge. The adventurer must defeat these 2 bosses to take away the Shenong tripod. According to Mao Mingming's description, this was the most difficult battle since Higanbana entered this world. She fought 13 times before barely lasting 100 rounds. This battle also fully demonstrated the strength of Cheng Yaojin and Qin Qiong, 2 heroes at the end of the Sui dynasty. They were both close to having the combat power of the 3rd level peak. Even if they were let go, it was difficult to defeat them. However, after this battle, Higanhua, Cheng Yaojin, and Qin Qiong became true friends. Higanhua felt that these 2 connections were very useful, and they might be able to ask for help at critical times in the future. After solving this matter, he rushed back to Lei Xiaza without stopping. But he received a bolt from the blue. Higanhua had been looking for the cauldron and refining medicine for 2 or 3 months, and Master Gongshan had died of illness more than a month ago. This task was almost impossible to complete from the beginning. Fortunately, there is always a way out. Gongshan Tai left a letter. He entrusted 2 things to Bianhua. First, Master Gongshan knew that after his death, it would be difficult to find a master who was willing or able to deal with Tao Tai among the masters of the world in Xinzhou. The only way was to go to the overseas fairy mountain to find a secluded immortal. Master Gongshan had dealt with this immortal when he was young. This person's cultivation and strength were far superior to his. If he could ask this immortal to deal with Tao Tai, it would be 10 times better than him doing it himself, and the probability of success would be much greater. Second, Master Gongshan asked the adventurer to persuade Master Chen Fu not to persist in restoring the country after rescuing him, let alone looking for Yuan Tuo for revenge. This person is 100 times more dangerous and terrifying than Tao Tai. One clue has been broken. Another new clue has appeared. Although the future is uncertain and very dangerous. But Qiu has a deep affection for his master, and will not give up even if there is a slight chance. Shishua supports Higanbana. She has nowhere to go, and just wants to stay with Qiu. As for Tuoba Yu, she originally planned to return to the tribe, but after learning about the risks of the next journey, she immediately changed her mind and decided to continue traveling with the 2. It can be seen. After several adventures of life and death, the 3 of them have developed a deep sense of companionship. And Tuoba Yu's decision is also related to her personality. Tuoba Yu felt that it was all thanks to Chen Jingqiu that the tribe could find the sacred tripod. The Tuoba clan owed him a big favor, and she hated to owe favors to outsiders the most, so she also helped him and paid this favor first. A new adventure began. Although there are some small sidelines and details in the middle, they are not important. This is why we went to sea. So that's it. Now it's all connected. What a twisty adventure. I didn't expect it would be so hard to save the master. I hope it will work this time. At this moment, Higanbana passed through the magnificent D People's royal city and entered the palace. The entire palace complex was built in a large piece of colorful coral, and the main hall was made of a giant shell. When you walk into it, you can see all the treasures of the seabed and colorful gems and pearls. The queen sat on a giant clam throne. She had a beautiful face, a gorgeous crown on her head, and a long staff in her hand. Although she looked very young, she exuded a majestic aura. Strange. Higanbana couldn't help but say, "Are all the D people so young?" She realized that she had walked all the way in. She didn't see a middle-aged or elderly person. The queen explained without hesitation, "No, I just look young, but I'm actually very old." Yu Xiaoxue was curious. "Why?" The queen said, 700 years ago, a wandering swordsman passed by here and left the ancient artifact Kongtong seal for the D people. With the formation formed by the seal, the lifespan of our people has been greatly increased, and they can remain young forever, even if they die of old age. The adventurers were all surprised. So magical? It's the Kongtong seal, one of the Qin, Ding, Yin, and Mirror stones. The whereabouts of this artifact has been unknown for many years, and it turns out that someone has hidden it at the bottom of the sea. Of the 5 artifacts needed for the 9-5 formation, the Shenong Ding has been obtained, the Kunlun mirror is in the Tao Ai cave in Fumo Mountain, and the Kongtong seal is in this D people country. Currently, only the Fushi Qin and the Nuwa stone are missing. I always feel that there is an invisible hand pushing Chen Jingzhou to get closer to these artifacts. Could he really be the son of destiny and finally find 5 artifacts to become the emperor? Yu Xiaoxue and Tuoba Yu were very envious. The queen of the D people sighed, "Alas, what's the use of youth and beauty? When life is about to be lost, these are just meaningless external things." The heart of the flower moved. She realized that there was an opportunity for a mission. As expected, the wandering sword fairy who left the Kongtong seal for the D people was the immortal she was going to visit on this trip, and if she wanted to find this immortal, she would most likely need the help of the D people. Higanbana asked, "Your Majesty, why do you say that?" The queen said, "To be honest, my tribe is at a critical moment, and a large number of people die every day." Higanbana asked, "Is it because of the rampant disease?" "No, it's a black dragon king who has dominated the nearby seas for thousands of years. He is now about to die of old age, but he heard from somewhere that eating the D people can replenish vitality and prolong life." The queen continued with a serious expression, "However, since my tribe lives in the bodies of large and small giant whales, and it is not easy to hunt, the Black Dragon King turned into his original form and devoured whales everywhere, causing us to suffer heavy casualties, and the number of our tribe has been reduced by more than 30%. It turns out that this super giant whale called Zhulang is not the only place for the D people. The D people have also built towns and villages in other giant whales. The scale of the D people country will be larger than expected." The queen sighed and said, "Although the Black Dragon King is old and no longer as strong as he used to be, he is still not something we can fight against. He even wanted to attack the giant wave today. Because of this, the giant wave was frightened and surfaced, accidentally swallowing you all." Everyone finally figured out the reason for coming in. Next, a new mission appeared. The queen knew the location of the fairy island. However, there was a maze near the fairy island, which was difficult for mortals to identify and crack. Even if the 3 of them approached, it would be useless. Only a divine beast like Zhulang could enter. The queen wanted to make a deal with the adventurer. She was about to lead her people to launch a counterattack against the Dragon Palace. At this moment, she needed a strong helper. If the adventurer could help, she would be willing to help them enter the fairy island after the matter was accomplished. Higanbana was very moved when she heard this. With her personality, she would definitely not refuse such a thing. When she was about to take the responsibility and pat her chest to agree, Higanbana suddenly felt Chen Jingzhou's worries and concerns. She then said, "Your Majesty, it's not that we don't want to help the D people, but this Black Dragon King sounds very powerful. I am worried that if we fail to get rid of him, the D people will suffer more cruel revenge. Mostly it was the lesson of Yuehe village. That's why there is such a concern." The queen of the D people said, "Don't worry, my lord. Our tribe is already at the critical moment of life and death. The whole tribe is ready to fight to the death. No matter what the result is, we will accept it calmly. Then there is nothing to worry about." Higanbana immediately expressed her willingness to join the battle. The adventurers were all surprised, curious and expectant. "Interesting. It's okay to come to the D people country by accident. I can actually follow the D people to fight, and fight in the seabed. This is too interesting. This trip is not in vain." As the adventurers discussed, The queen gave each person a water-repellent bead. With this bead, adventurers can move freely in the water and exert their full combat power. This war and counterattack are expected to start in 3 days, so you can spend the next time wandering around the D people's capital. This process can help you appreciate the local customs, history, folk customs, and various interesting stories of this place in more depth. Although I know that this place probably has many interesting side quests or exploration areas. But Higanbana wants to promote the plot progress for Miracle City as soon as possible, which is also what other adventurers expect to see. As for in-depth exploration of the D people's country, understanding the D people's culture and folk customs, and finding hidden side quests in this city? Although these are also very interesting, there is no need to rush now. At most, you can do them in the new round later. Get through the plot as soon as possible. It is also good for Higanbana, because there is a chance to challenge more powerful monsters and enter more unexplored areas, which can unlock many new props, skills, equipment, and collect more achievements. Because of this, resist the temptation of a 3-day tour of the D people's country. Higanbana wandered around for a while, and then went into the room arranged by the queen to rest. This snail house is not only decorated with unique features, but also full of local specialties and characteristics. Even the bed is made of a huge shell. When approaching the shell bed, you will receive a secret realm prompt that can skip the free exploration time. I chose the option of cultivating and regulating breathing for 3 days. With a blink of an eye, 3 days passed immediately. Although the adventurers skipped 3 days, because the other side of the flower caught many monsters and demons in the demon refining pot in advance, Jin Jingcho would use the demon refining pot to practice demon refining whenever he chose to practice and skip. At this moment, not only the fatigue accumulated over many days was swept away, but also the state reached the peak. Higanbana also felt that Achio's magic power had increased. It seemed that his cultivation had shown a sign of another breakthrough, which made her very satisfied. Then she brought Xiao Zuyuer to the gathering place. This is a large lake outside the D people's king city. It is said that from now on, they can directly leave the giant whale by water. Nearly 1,000 strong D people's elite gathered here. Each of them wore scale armor and held the D people's characteristic double swords or tridents. Kill the Dragon King. Revenge for the tribe. These 1,000 D people's warriors were obviously carefully selected. Although there were a few third-level generals, they had just reached the 3rd level. The rest were 1st and 2nd level soldiers. The overall strength was not too strong, at least certainly not comparable to the Dragon Palace. However, the D people had no choice. Either fight to the death or the whole tribe will perish. The adventurer participated in the expedition ceremony of the D people. Although the scale of this battle was not large in the Sui dynasty, the D people and the exotic customs gave the adventurers a good sense of novelty and participation, and they looked forward to the next battle. The battle plan was very simple. The D people would attack the Dragon Palace directly. This was enough to attract the elite of the Dragon Palace to come out to fight. The 3 took the opportunity to enter the Dragon Palace from the secret passage under the sea to assassinate the Dragon King. The queen specifically explained an important thing. There is a conch in the Dragon Palace that holds the Kontong seal. This thing is very important. The Black Dragon King must not take it out anyway. Otherwise, although this old dragon with exhausted life will die, the entire D people will also lose the protection of the Kontong seal and pay a huge price. After the explanation, this underwater war officially started. The adventurers saw that the D people launched dozens of ordinary whales as vehicles, and a beautiful and unimaginable sea scenery immediately appeared in front of every adventurer. Colorful corals and water plants. Fish of various shapes and forms are dazzling. Ancient and mysterious shipwrecks are everywhere. Adventurers also saw super giant starfish hundreds of meters in size, various strange fish, giant turtles, shrimps, and crabs that have never been seen before, and marine creatures that cannot be named at all. The scenery is like a dream. It is like entering a different world. This ocean is not dark and dark. Because the seawater is particularly clear, the sunlight can penetrate the deep sea water, and at least some of the sunlight can enter the seabed. On the other hand, because there are a lot of luminous corals, gems, pearls, etc. in this ocean, various exotic water plants, and underwater treasures can also bring some light. Diving is a very addictive activity. But even the top diving resorts on the earth cannot be compared with the sea here. Praise Miracle City. Let me see such scenery. It's so happy to be able to adventure in Miracle City. Long live Lord Chi Ji. With the help of the water-repellent beads, Higanbana can freely shuttle through the seabed, and she has never seen such a dreamlike underwater scenery. For a moment, she was intoxicated and satisfied, and her heart was full of loyalty to Miracle City and fanatical worship of Lord Chi. Adventurers outside. Although they can't experience this wonderful experience in person. But it's like watching a rich marine exhibition and opening their eyes. The underwater world is so beautiful. Water-repellent beads are really rare treasures. I hope this thing can be exploded. It will be very useful to us. Yes, I heard that there are various sea tribes in Chaos Continent. With this thing, Miracle City may be able to establish power in rivers, lakes and seas in the future. When the other shore flower was still unsatisfied, a majestic underwater palace appeared in front. The style of this palace is similar to that of the Imperial Palace in Shinjo, but it uses a lot of crystals, gems, pearls and corals as decorations. It covers a large area and looks majestic and domineering. It is worthy of being the overlord who has ruled the sea for thousands of years, although it has weakened. But it is still not to be underestimated. The Black Dragon King is essentially a demon king. He has many demon soldiers and demon generals under his command, but there are very few demons that can open their spiritual intelligence, so even if he is a hegemon, it is impossible to form an army of hundreds of thousands like humans. This is why humans still dominate and rule this world. Although the number of demon soldiers and generals in the Dragon Palace is not huge, they are certainly much more than the elite of the D people, and they are also more powerful. Not only that, there are obviously multiple formations protecting the Dragon Palace, and the external fish and sea monsters cannot get close. This shows that this battle is not easy to fight. It is unlikely that the D people will break through the Dragon Palace. The key to the success or failure of this battle lies in whether the Dragon King can be assassinated. After looking at the remaining energy and time today, Higanbana realized that the next action must be quick and decisive, and she can't delay too long in this place. Chapter 193. When dozens of whales crashed into the Dragon Palace. This underwater war officially broke out. Although they were just ordinary whales used as vehicles, not the ancient giant whales used by the D people to live, their size was still huge compared to conventional marine creatures, like dozens of fierce beasts. The D people also cast spells to bless them. The water flow around each whale formed a high-speed vortex. This not only provides acceleration for the whales, but also makes them like huge drills, thereby greatly enhancing the tearing and destructive power caused by the collision. Boom boom boom, in a dull roar, dozens of whales crashed into the formation barrier outside the Dragon Palace. The powerful impact of the whales themselves, plus the spiral torrents blessed by spells, destroyed the protective formation of the Dragon Palace on the spot, and also destroyed some of the surrounding buildings and facilities, and the Dragon Palace quickly launched a counterattack. Although the impact of the whales broke through the defense of the Dragon Palace, they were attacked by a large number of flying forks, spears, water blades, and ice cones, and quickly became scarred and covered with wounds, and blood quickly spread in the seawater. Attack! 1,000 warriors rushed out of the whale's body. They collided with a group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals in the literal sense. The Black Dragon King's troops were superior to the D people, and they had the advantage of the defensive side. It was difficult for the D people to break in, so although the battle between the two sides was fierce, they were just delaying time and striving for the opportunity to assassinate. Meng Yinshu sighed. Good. It's really a hearty visual spectacle. Elsa the elf couldn't help but admire. I have grown up so much and lived for more than 100 years. This is the first time I have seen a battle in the ocean. Miracle City is really an eye-opener. This scene is rare. But now is not the time to watch the show. Higanbana immediately rushed into the secret passage according to the plan. Although it was blocked by some shrimp soldiers, crab generals, fish-headed monsters, and octopus monsters, one of them was an old turtle who had practiced for thousands of years and was particularly powerful. With a third-level cultivation and strong defense, it delayed for a long time. But it was of no avail. Higanbana quickly attacked the interior of the Dragon Palace. At present, the troops of the Dragon Palace were all going to resist the sneak attack of the D people. Therefore, it didn't take much effort to enter the defenseless and magnificent Dragon Palace Hall. The luxury here is completely comparable to the Dragon Boat Palace of the Sui Emperor, and all kinds of marine treasures are everywhere. And a figure with a dragon head and a human body, wearing a golden robe, sat on the hall. His skin and scales are pure black, and he exudes the domineering aura of a superior and the oppressive feeling of a top creature. It is difficult for mortals to maintain their sanity under this aura, let alone draw a sword to challenge such an existence. A hoarse, old but majestic voice sounded. No wonder the D people have the courage to come and die. It turns out that they found a few immature babies from the land to help them. Tuobiware drew his sword and asked, Black Dragon King, I heard that you swallowed a large number of innocent people without explanation in order to prolong your life. Is this true? Black Dragon King. So what? Tuoba scolded. Humph, don't you feel ashamed for doing such a thing? The people are peaceful, but you slaughtered them for your own selfishness. It is really cruel and selfish. The Black Dragon King laughed. What's so funny? Don't you people on the land often use innocent lives such as bears, musk deer, turtles, and quails as medicinal materials to nourish yourself and treat diseases? Why can you kill innocent people indiscriminately? Why can't I? Everyone was stunned for a moment. After all, Qin Jingqiu had just hunted a magpie for Master Gongshan not long ago. The Black Dragon King said, if we talk about selfishness, you humans are thousands of times more than me, so don't be so hypocritical here. I have always believed in the law of the jungle, and the winners are the losers. If you want to fight, just go all out. The flower of the other shore also said, don't argue with him, just take down this old dragon. While speaking, she took the lead. Several invisible flying needles fell on the Black Dragon King. This is the Ghost Valley Magic Fixing Needle, which conceal the opponent's actions. When the flower of the other shore saw that the attack hit, she was overjoyed and immediately performed another water magic, the rain. From the surrounding flowing water, hundreds of strange rains suddenly condensed. Each one was as powerful as a sharp blade that could penetrate gold and break stones. A mere trifle. Faced with such an attack, the Black Dragon King's aura suddenly surged tenfold, and he soared from the throne into the air, transforming into a black dragon 100 or 200 feet long on the spot. The spell of the red spider, Lily, had no effect on him. This black dragon has 3 claws, each black scale is as big as a palm, and its mane is dark red like a blazing fire. The sound it makes is as deafening and powerful as thunder. This king has not fought with others in his dragon body for many years. You can use whatever skills you have. Everyone felt the powerful dragon's might and oppression. So strong. So domineering. I feel that in terms of oppression, it is not inferior to the Sakura dragon entrenched in the Palace of Origin. Yes, the quality of the Black Dragon King's spirit should not be as good as the Sakura dragon with divinity, but the Black Dragon King is a mobile dragon, which is an advantage that the Sakura dragon does not have. This must be a rare spirit of the top 3 level 5-star. The Black Dragon King's dragon is so handsome, not to mention the young adventurer. Wanshan Guhong's eyes were extremely hot. Even if this dragon is old and dying, it still has the strength of the peak of the 3rd level. It is very likely that it will be a 4th level unit in its heyday. From the login interface of the 10 Kingdoms secret realm, the ocean area of this world is much larger than the land. The Black Dragon King, a hegemon of the offshore waters, has such a strong strength. I don't know if there are stronger existences hidden in other corners of the ocean or deeper in the seabed. Meng Yinxue is right. The Sui and Tang dynasties are the first choice for Miracle City to obtain 4th level spirits. This world is also very rich in spells, equipment, props, and spirits at this moment. Boss battle officially opened. Qin Jingqiu now has the peak strength of the 3rd level and 1 star. Yu Xiaoxue and Tuoba also have the 2nd level and 4 or 5 stars. Although the 3 are not weak, it is not easy to defeat a dragon. In the first round, the Black Dragon King launched a certain swallowing secret technique, releasing a black hole-like energy ball from his bloody mouth. This energy ball sucked in Higanbana, Yu Xiaoxue, and Tuoba. Oops. Higanbana was shocked. The Black Dragon King took a quick breath, and the black energy ball shrank rapidly, and was swallowed into his mouth. The 3 of them hadn't made any moves yet. They were killed by the Black Dragon King in one encounter. Nancy Leah was shocked. Good. Such a powerful swallowing secret technique. No wonder it can swallow giant whales. Others were also shocked by the Black Dragon King's amazing move. The energy ball he spit out can suck large individuals or many individuals into the black hole space, and then swallow and absorb and refine them in one bite. Once you are hit, there is no room for fighting back. Naturally, Higanbana will not accept it. Damn it, come again, I was careless just now. In the 2nd round, Higanbana was well prepared this time, and smashed the black energy ball in the first place. As long as it was broken before being sucked into the black hole-like energy ball, this secret technique could be broken. The Black Dragon King was obviously also surprised. You can actually break my life secret technique. It seems that I underestimated you. The Black Dragon King fell into a frenzy, and all kinds of powerful spells were released like a storm. After a few rounds, the 3 were taken away by another wave. Death in the 3rd round, death in the 4th round, death in the 5th round, Death again. Failure again and again. The energy of Higanbana was rapidly reduced to almost exhaustion. The Black Dragon King was thick-skinned and good at water attacks. His combat power was very strong, but after 7 consecutive defeats, Higanbana also collected enough intelligence and data. Wajan Guhong, Baihajusher, and other experienced adventurers gave various suggestions. Higanhua gradually mastered the skills and mechanisms of the boss. He realized the correct way to play. The Black Dragon King is not at his peak. His state is too old, so he can't withstand long-term consumption. This is why he directly opened the Black Dragon body at the beginning. Wajan Guhong commented, "Therefore, if you want to defeat this strong enemy, the first thing to do is to stabilize, and the second is to consume as much as possible. The rhythm of attack and defense is crucial. The Black Dragon King's spells, including the devouring secret art, are strong. But each secret art has a way to crack it. Adventurers must cooperate with Shushua and Yer skillfully, and use various props and spells flexibly. This requires high skills and understanding, as long as they can successfully withstand several waves of attacks. The Black Dragon King will gradually fall into a period of weakness due to lack of mana. This period of weakness is equivalent to the cooling period of the ultimate move, which is the time for the challenger to attack. Of course, the first few waves of weakness are very short. The Black Dragon King will soon recover his mana and launch another fierce attack. At this time, the adventurer must immediately give up all output and defend with all his strength. Only by successfully dismantling and resisting every attack of the Black Dragon King and seizing every opportunity of attack and defense can there be a chance of victory." Died again. The energy of the Bianhua is about to run out. In this last battle, the Bianhua finally played a perfect match with Tobayuer and Yu Xiaoxua and successfully defeated this powerful boss. This king has dominated the coastal area for thousands of years and has never met an opponent. I never thought that today, because of my old age, I fell into the hands of you little ghosts. It's really hateful. The Black Dragon King fell to the ground with his eyes full of unwillingness and anger. He couldn't figure it out. A few little ghosts, who were still wet behind the ears. There is such a powerful method. Every time he anticipates the enemy's moves, accurately predicts, and knows his own abilities well. Tuobayur, stop talking nonsense. Since you say that you believe in strength first and the survival of the fittest, then you should have expected that there will be such a day. I will kill you now to avenge the innocent people. Wait a minute. What? Do you have any last words? Let's make a deal. Deal? What a joke. What qualifications do you have to trade with us now? The Black Dragon King turned into a human body with a dragon head again. He said to you said that your parents and relatives died at the hands of others, and I can revive them. I think this condition is more than enough to exchange for my life. Higanbana, nonsense, people are dead, how can they be resurrected? You obviously didn't believe it. Humph, don't think I don't know you're playing tricks, it's useless to delay time, you will definitely die today. Black Dragon King, I don't have the ability to resurrect the dead, but this Kantong seal, one of the 10 ancient artifacts, can do it. As long as this seal is combined with the dragon blood that I have condensed for thousands of years, I can revive the dead and resurrect the dead. Kantong seal, in the center of the Dragon Palace Hall. There is indeed a conch shaped like a spider snail enshrined here. A mysterious and simple ancient seal is placed in the middle. Although everyone saw this seal for the first time, they could clearly feel that the Kantong seal was like a source, continuously releasing life energy. Everyone was stunned. This thing is one of the 10 artifacts. The breath of life entangled is so powerful. Could it be that there is a magical effect of resurrecting the dead? Now, not to mention Tuobayuer, even the red spider lily is a little skeptical. After all, it sounds incredible to resurrect the dead, but if you borrow the power of the ancient artifact, it may really be possible. I still don't trust you. In this case, you take off the Kantong seal, and I will release my blood to prove it. Now Tobayuer can no longer restrain the impulse in her heart. After all, her parents are the most important to her. If she can really resurrect her parents, who she misses day and night, even if there is only a slight possibility, no matter how much she pays, she is willing to try. The adventurers already felt something was wrong at this time. Baihajusher said, Red Spider Lily, stop Uer quickly, this Black Dragon King must be cheating. Feng Zhongmian also reminded, yes, do you still remember the introduction of the 10 great artifacts in the ancient book in the prologue? I remember. Ming Yu Xiaoxua said, the 10 great artifacts do have the ability to revive people from the dead, but the artifact with this ability is the Nuwa Stone, and the ability of the Kantong seal is the source of immortality. So this old dragon is definitely bewitching Yu. However, although Bianhua and Xiaoxue tried to dissuade, but Yu, who was eager to verify whether the Canton seal could really revive the dead, didn't care so much. She directly took off the Canton seal on the conch, and the whole seabed shook in an instant, and some invisible formation, and the breath of life gushing out of the Canton seal disappeared without a trace. What's going on? Tuoba Yu was shocked and angry. Ha ha ha, I've been fooled, I've finally been fooled. The Black Dragon King laughed loudly after his evil plan succeeded. His dragon whiskers quickly turned white, and his scales quickly cracked. It was obvious that his life was also maintained by the Canton seal. At this moment, he quickly fell into aging and exhaustion. I knew that you would definitely be fooled by using family affection as bait. The Black Dragon King was not afraid of the upcoming death, but instead felt a sense of revenge. It's too late to put it back now. Once this seal is removed from the immortal formation, it will become invalid. All the D people will lose their immortality. Now they are all white-haired people waiting to die. And this is the price they paid for daring to resist the king. After saying that, he died. The adventurers were stunned when they saw this. No one expected the consequences to be so serious. The adventure team obviously caused a big disaster. Next, everyone saw. Although the battle was won. But when the red spider lily returned to the D people, more than 80% of the population of this city all turned into old and ugly old men with white hair, staggering steps, wrinkles on their faces. Even the originally beautiful D people queen was no exception. When Tuoba Yu admitted that she took off the Canton seal on impulse, many D people who lost their youth and beauty were inevitably angry. The Canton seal and the immortal formation have been maintained in the D people for more than 700 years. For hundreds of years, there have never been old people in the D people. Everyone is used to eternal youth. How can they accept it now that they have become like this, faced with blame? Tuoba Yu was ashamed. So he made an amazing move in public. She pulled out a dagger with a deadly poison and cut several huge wounds on her face on the spot. Since she had caused the D people to lose their youth and beauty in a moment of impulse, she was willing to completely disfigure herself to express her attitude of atonement. This move shocked everyone. Not only did it shock the adventurers, but it also shocked the D people. The D Queen was also full of regrets. She immediately found the best doctor in the tribe and used the best medicine in the tribe to treat her. In a flash, a few days passed. Higanbana, Xiaoxue, and the queen came to visit Tuoba Yu. At this moment, Tuoba Yu was lying on the bed, her face was wrapped in bandages, her eyes were dull, and when she saw several people coming in, she couldn't help but shed tears. Achoo. Xiaoxue. It's all my fault, I'm sorry for you. Yu Xiaoxue hurried up to support. Sister Yu, don't talk, it's not your fault, you have to rest well. The queen sighed and said, these days, our tribe has reflected deeply. You are all great benefactors of the D people. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. I am really ashamed. Higanbana, it's my fault. I didn't stop it decisively at that time, so I fell into the trap of the Black Dragon King. At this time, the divine doctor of the D people came in. He reported Yu's injuries. Even the best divine doctor of the D people could only save Yu's life temporarily. It is certain that she is disfigured now, and what is more fatal is that the poison has corroded her eyes. There is a high probability that she will be completely blind in a few days, and she may even lose her life. After understanding the situation, the queen was even more ashamed. It is obvious that the D people's ability cannot cure Yu, and there is no way to save her life. The queen said to Higanbana, it seems that there is only one way to save Miss Yu now. Higanbana asked quickly, what is it? I heard that there is more than one immortal in the deepest part of Xianshan Island. One of them is proficient in medicine, and can cure all diseases in the world. If we can ask him to help, Miss Yu's life will be safe, and she may even restore her original appearance. Great. Xiaoxue was overjoyed when she heard this. She hurriedly said, Brother Jingqiu, let's go to Xianshan Island. Higanbana's eyes lit up. We originally planned to go to Xianshan Island to ask the immortal to deal with Tao Tai. Now it seems that we can ask the immortal to help treat Yu, and even. She paused and looked at the white-haired D people in the snail house. Since the immortal was able to use the Canton seal to lay down the immortal barrier 700 years ago, as long as we find the immortal and ask him to help again, we will definitely restore the youth of the D people. The queen was very tempted. But she didn't dare to ask for too much. After all, she was responsible for the situation. Higanbana thought that there was no time to lose, so she asked to leave immediately. She originally planned to leave Yu in the D people country to recuperate, But Yer didn't have the face to stay here to recuperate, so she insisted on going to the fairy mountain with the two of them. Not long after, the ancient giant whale came near the fairy mountain. The three of them landed smoothly on ordinary whales. When the fairy mountain island appeared in the secret crystal, even though they had just seen the scenery of the D People's royal city and the dragon palace, the adventurers, who were watching at this moment, still had a strong sense of amazement. This is undoubtedly a beautiful place with beautiful scenery, like a fairyland. The first thing that comes into view is the lingering clouds, which flow slowly among the mountains like a veil, sometimes half covering the peaks, and sometimes surging like a tide. The fairy island seems to be suspended in the void, and the cranes sing loudly between the clouds, full of fairy spirit. When you look closely, there are countless strange peaks and rocks between the clouds, some of which are like sharp swords piercing the clouds, and some are like giant beasts occupying the earth. In the depths, there are romantic peach blossoms all over the mountains, and there are also vigorous and ancient mysterious bamboo forests, just like the world depicted in ink and wash landscape paintings that is not like the real world. Just the first impression. It makes people feel as stunning as the peach blossom spring. This is another mysterious scene that is different from any place I have seen in the past, which makes people want to go deep into this place that is not tainted with any vulgarity, like the world in the painting, to explore it. Although the other shore flower also wants to explore this place. But at this time, the adventure time is over. The adventure is over. This evaluation, A level. You have obtained Black Dragon King Spirit. When Higanbana saw the reward, she was overjoyed. The last time she got a 3rd level spirit was when she was hunting a quail the day before yesterday. She never thought that this time, she would be so lucky to get a more important spirit with the first kill. Black Dragon King Spirit, a 3rd level 5-star rare spirit. As expected, this is a 3rd level 5-star rare spirit. Its value should be similar to that of the unnamed Ashina Sword Saint spirit. Ashina Sword Saint is a humanoid spirit, which has a value bonus, while the Black Dragon King is a top-level rare spirit of the dragon class, and the characteristics it can bless are definitely not weak. By now, Higanbana's energy has been completely exhausted. Today's dungeon opening time has also come to an end. Hundreds of onlookers saw the critical moment, and they all sighed and became depressed when the sudden interruption at this moment. Finally, we have arrived at the Fairy Mountain Island. This place is truly a paradise on earth. I have felt an unprecedented artistic conception from this mountain. Too fairy. It is indeed a place where immortals live. I wonder what kind of monsters will be born in such a place. Can Yer's injury be cured? Can Shin Jingqiu ask the immortals for help? I am so anxious. Damn it! It stopped at such a critical moment. The adventurers were all as anxious as ants on a hot pot. At this time, the Lord's mansion. In the Free City. Chi-Ji let out a long sigh, finally finished. He has been working for several days in a row, and worked overtime for 5 or 6 hours. At present, he has finally successfully produced the initial version of the 3rd secondary secret realm Arad continent. There is only half an hour left before the city is closed. It is definitely too late to launch and run it today. But there is no suspense that the city will be launched on time tomorrow. After Chi-Ji finished all the work, he turned his eyes to the adventurers in Miracle City. When he saw the various data on the data panel, he couldn't help but show surprise. Huh? These guys have gained so much today. Within one day today, the adventurer not only cleared the King of Fighters 97 and got the Great Snake Spirit. The second chapter of the 10 Kingdoms has also explored the Fairy Mountain Island in the middle and late stages. Today, as many as 25 3rd-level spirits were exploded within one day, among which the Black Dragon King Spirit and the Great Snake Spirit are undoubtedly extremely precious. The output of this batch of 3rd-level spirits alone has caused tens of thousands of mental power consumption. But it is not a big problem, because although the expenditure is huge, but today's income scale is also unprecedented. The most important thing is that among these 25 3rd-level spirits, as many as 11 were recovered by the territory. The 3rd-level spirits that have now fallen into the hands of the Lord include the named Soul Ashina Jinakairo, the high-quality rare spirit Lamenting Ghost, as well as 3 headless, 1 7-faced, and 2 shark spirits. When the 3rd-level adventurers accounted for less than 1%, they were able to collect so many 3rd-level spirits. This recycling ability is absolutely rare and almost miraculous among all the lords. In addition to the amazing income from spirits, the number of various 2nd and 3rd-level high-value materials recycled is even more exaggerated, and the unlocked skill stones, equipment, and consumables are also very large. It is also worth mentioning that all the properties released in the first batch have been sold, among which the average price of ordinary residential houses is 5,955 contribution points, and the average price of high-end residential houses is as high as 17,323 contribution points. The real estate industry in Miracle City has officially taken off. Chapter 194. Lord Yongjin came to Chi-ji and reported. The bidding auction for the first batch of commercial houses in the territory has ended. 2 high-end residential buildings, a total of 16 units, each can be bound to 3 adventurers. For ordinary residential buildings, a total of 128 units, each can be bound to 1 adventurer. This time it is expected that Miracle City will gain 176 resident adventurers, which can increase the number of people in the underground city by 176 people without changing the existing population, and the adventurers seem to be very satisfied with the result. But there are also adventurers who strongly react that the territory provides too few houses, and hope that the Lord will increase the supply as soon as possible. As the Lord's assistant, as an absolutely loyal summoner, Chi-ji opened a special panel for Yongjin. She has the authority to check all information of the territory at any time. So she came to report the details just after the bidding for the first batch of commercial houses in Miracle City ended. After the adventurer obtains the right to live in the territory, as long as the binding with the residents is not released, he can freely enter and exit Miracle City at any time, without being restricted by the territory population or the opening of the dungeon. Miracle City will also give priority to settled adventurers when issuing territory tasks. Therefore, there are many benefits for adventurers to settle in Miracle City. The same is true for the territory. Not only can it increase the capacity of adventurers, it can also increase the combat power of the territory. In the future, when the territory resists foreign enemies or urgently needs troops, it can not only recruit troops from hotels and other places, but also summon these settled adventurers. Even if these adventurers are not in the dungeon, they can rush to the surface town at any time, which is very flexible. The more such settled adventurers there are, the stronger the territory's foundation and combat power will be. Chi-ji is satisfied with the hot sales of the first batch of commercial houses. These houses have been sold at very ideal prices at this stage, and the enthusiasm and desire of adventurers to buy have exceeded expectations. This important industry has been accomplished. However, because it has just started, the first batch of houses is not much. After all, building a house is expensive, and the resource budget is a bit tight. The territory's economic and population development level is limited, and it is not appropriate to release too much housing supply at one time. However, Chi-ji has made a relatively complete territory planning. Miracle City has huge real estate development space and prospects. In the future, it will not only build a large number of residential houses, but also various commercial facilities in various locations. Territory construction is very important. Personal level breakthroughs must also be put on the agenda. Chi-ji plans that after the Arad continent goes online, he will begin to accumulate mental power and prepare for a breakthrough to the 5th level. At the same time, he will start a new stage of expansion of the territory and create a 4th main secret realm for the territory. As for how to make the 4th main secret realm, although Chi-ji currently has a lot of materials in his hands, but there are not many that are suitable as the main secret realm and the opening work of the 4th secret realm. After all, the main secret realm pays more attention to expansion and compatibility, so it is often built into a whole series that can be continuously updated. Glancing at the current crystal, Chi-ji's eyes are on the God of War series. Why not use the God of War series as the opening work of the 4th main secret realm? Kraven's story is exciting enough and has gimmicks, and resisting gods and killing gods is also quite exciting. In this way, this 4th secret realm can be built into a mythology or a secret realm with mythology-related themes. In the future, various mythology-themed games, such as Black Myth, Wukong and Bloodborne Curse, can be integrated into it for continuous updates. This is the best choice at present. But it is not 100% decided at present. Chi-ji is going to make the final choice after breaking through to the 5th level. Because after the breakthrough, he can obtain a large number of inspiration crystals. If there are more suitable themes among these inspiration crystals, or a better opening work than God of War, the better choice will be used naturally. Otherwise, Chi-ji will most likely use God of War as the opening work of the myth theme. New secret realms should be planned in advance. Old secret realms should also be kept updated. After the production of Arad continent, Chi-ji made some adjustments and supplements to the 3 main secret realms, and then released them to the public in the form of territory announcements. At this time, the dungeon is about to close. Many adventurers are looking at new houses. The first batch of territory residences in Miracle City are located in the east and west of the city. Ordinary residences are located in the east of the city, while high-end residences are located in the hinterland of the west of the city. These residences are close to the main road, less than 500 meters away from the secret square and less than 2,000 meters away from the transmission square. They are definitely the prime location in the future city center. Now only the inner city and the main city has relatively complete facilities. This inner city is the central city of one of the 5 major urban areas. Walking out of the inner city and passing through the 4 surrounding secret squares are the 4 outer cities. These areas are currently relatively empty and depressed and need to be developed. In the future, various commercial facilities and residential areas will be built from the inside out. The appearance of the residential buildings in Miracle City is exquisite and simple. Among them, the high-end residence is a courtyard-like house, with a total of 6 upper and lower rooms. There are elegant trees and green plants in the small courtyard, and each separate room is also fully equipped and ready to move in. Although the house is not big, but the exterior and interior are carefully designed by the top designers in the free city. If the adventurers do not like the current decoration style and layout, they can also apply to the territory for renovation. The territory will charge a certain fee and renovate the house for the adventurers to a more ideal appearance. It's really good. There are even urban-style kitchens and bathrooms. Although it is a first-level residence, it has no special attribute bonuses and cannot accelerate the recovery of energy, but at least it is comfortable to live in. Several Qingshan City adventurers were very satisfied after visiting the new house. Today, Meng Yinxue and Wanshan Guhong not only urgently withdrew 1 million soul sands from the family, but also handed over all the available soul sands and materials to Miracle City. Under the pressure of selling all the pots and irons, they managed to collect 15,000 contribution points. After a fierce competition and game, they finally succeeded in winning a high-end residence, plus an ordinary residence, which can allow up to 4 Qingshan City adventurers to obtain the right to settle in Miracle City. These 4 places. How to distribute it in the end? Meng Yinxue and Wanshan Guhong must settle in Miracle City permanently. The other 2 were rented to the quasi-3rd level adventurer Luyan Feiyu and the senior 2nd level adventurer Tizui Cockroach. They were not the most powerful adventurers besides Wanshan Guhong and Meng Yinxue, but they were the first batch of Qingshan City adventurers to enter Miracle territory, so they had more Miracle City contribution points. When the competition was the most intense, they took out most of their contribution points and exchanged them for miracle coins to lend to Meng Yinxue, so that she had enough contribution points to buy a high-end house and an ordinary house as planned. To thank them for their help, they were given priority to rent. Although the 6-eyed flying fish and the iron-mouthed cockroach did not have their own houses, they could obtain the right to settle by renting, and the rent would be deducted from the contribution points they lent to Meng Yinxue, and a 20% discount would be given. In addition, they promised that as long as they were willing, they could continue to rent. The iron-mouthed cockroach took pictures with his mobile phone, and then opened the social software, and sent the pictures to a group chat called Qingshan City Adventurer Mutual Aid Association. The group owner was Meng Yinxue. There are currently dozens of members. There are hundreds of adventurers in Qingshan City in Miracle Territory, so why are there only dozens of people in the group? Because to join the group, you first need information terminal equipment from Miracle City, such as smartphones and smart helmets. Forget about helmets. That thing is too expensive, but mobile phones are very cheap. Iron-mouthed cockroach. Picture 1, picture 2, picture 3. It took less than 2 seconds to send the picture. Various information kept popping up. Qingshan Warm Man. I'm really envious. Liani Ansishui. Is this the mansion that Master Wanshan and Meng Yinxue bought in Miracle City? Although it's not big, it looks very exquisite, worthy of being a residential house in Miracle City. The Windlike Man. Congratulations, sir. The group chat was filled with various emoticons and congratulations. The 4 of them are citizens of Miracle City from today. This identity, and the privileges and conveniences it brings will surely create huge value in the future, enough to distance them from other adventurers in Qingshan City. At this time, Meng Yinxue popped up. She also posted several photos right away. There are also group photos of several adventurers in Miracle City. Although we managed to get 2 houses, one large and one small, this is obviously far from enough. The assets that our Qingshan City adventurers have purchased in Miracle City are still too few. The houses, shops and other real estate in Miracle City are definitely worth investing in the long run. Yes, we must work hard and seize the opportunity. Brush the secret realm to earn contribution points, and buy more main city assets. Wanshan Guhong. We must not only actively brush the secret realm to earn contributions, but also increase the publicity of Miracle City to get more Qinshan City adventurers to line up in Miracle City. Six-eyed flying fish. Master Wanshan is right. There are too few people in Qinshan City who can enter the dungeon, but I believe that as long as we show enough enthusiasm, the Lord will strengthen the construction of infrastructure in Dark City. Meng Yinxue. Yes, Dark City is certainly not as good as the main city, but our Dark City's 10 Kingdoms of the Exotic World Secret Realm has great potential. We will strive to make Dark City the outer main city second only to Miracle City. Come on! Mobile phones are so useful. Novel and convenient. Adventurers have their own adventurer system. But how can it be as convenient as instant chat or even group chat? Miracle City mobile phones can not only communicate instantly and set up group chats, but also send photos, videos, emoticons, and even voice and video communications, which are not available in the Adventurer Forum. The Adventurer's own system only allows communication with adventurers in the same town. If an adventurer travels to another adventurer town, his personal system will be connected to the data of the local town, and he can only log into the local Adventurer Forum. It is difficult to communicate with adventurers in other places across regions in a timely manner. What's more, with non-human adventurers, or even non-adventurer groups, but the Miracle City mobile phone is different, whether it is a human adventurer, an alien adventurer, or an ordinary territory citizen, or even an alien race outside the territory, as long as you get a mobile phone, you can communicate. Some adventurers realize that the Miracle City mobile phone contains unimaginable value. For example, in the future, it is not ruled out that the live broadcast function will be open to watch the adventure live broadcast directly on the mobile phone. This function, the territory is still trying to develop. It is estimated that it will take some time to realize. Of course, even if it can be realized, the mobile phone is just a small screen of more than 6 inches, and the Secret Realm crystal is equivalent to a large ultra-clear screen of several hundred inches, from which you can even feel the various breaths emanating from the Secret Realm. The experience of both parties is not at the same level. However, the mobile phone also has the portable advantage that live broadcast does not have, so that even if the adventurer leaves Miracle City and is far away, he can open the adventure live broadcast of the territory through the mobile phone, and even participate in the interaction online. Not just adventurers. Tens of millions, hundreds of millions of ordinary citizens or non-citizens of the territory. When they have mobile phones, they can also follow the adventures of adventurers, which can maximize the cultural influence of Miracle City, and this will undoubtedly be a very meaningful thing. Just then, all adventurers suddenly received a territory reminder. This is Chi-Ji's official announcement of the territory update. Miracle City is developing and changing with each passing day. Announcements are issued almost every day to introduce the latest changes in Miracle City, but the content of the announcement that appeared today is particularly long. The full text announced 3 things. The first is Infrastructure Update. The second is Secret Realm Update. The third is Strategic Update. This infrastructure update is easy to understand. Chi-Ji has to build some new buildings or upgrade some new buildings every day. In order to let adventurers understand the changes in the territory and make better use of territory resources, updates in this regard must be notified in time. Today, not only the first batch of residences in the territory were put into use, but also a hotel and a bar were added. In addition, 2 Secret Realm stores and an Adventurers Union and other facilities were upgraded. Although this information is important, but in comparison, the Secret Realm update can make adventurers more interested. A stone stirs up 1,000 waves, and adventurers from all over the world immediately talk about it, and various group chats forward related news. In the Miracle City Tavern, hundreds of adventurers are excited. Whoa warrior, brothers and sisters. Super big news. The Secret Realm of Jinsei City will be online tomorrow. Cat Ming Ming. Is the 3rd secondary Secret Realm that was announced a few days ago finally going to be online? I wonder what kind of Secret Realm it will be this time. From the information revealed in the announcement, this Secret Realm is called Arad Continent, a world where swords and guns, technology and magic coexist. Nancy Leah showed curiosity. Is this going to combine the elements of Chaos Continent with the guns and cannons of Miracle City to create a new worldview? Flower Fairy Iris. Sounds interesting. More than that, it's not that simple. Mingwei Xiaoxua took out her mobile phone and read the introduction of the new Secret Realm word by word. The Lord said that this is the first role-playing Secret Realm in Miracle City that can be adventured online. Networking? What does that mean? It probably allows a large number of adventurers to collaborate in adventures and battles in the secret realm. It sounds like the sixth act of the Titan chapter of Star C, the Mecha Battle. Adventurers can team up to challenge if they are at the same level. It doesn't seem that simple. Anyway, it's a miracle product, so it must be a masterpiece. I must experience it tomorrow. This time, the Secret Realm update has a lot of content. The launch of the new Secret Realm is just the most important piece of information. In addition, there are adjustments and updates to several other secret realms. One of the things that has attracted the most attention from adventurers is that the multiplayer mode will be opened in the Titan chapter of Star C Secret Realm to expand the multiplayer battle or battle gameplay of the Titan chapter. The multiplayer mode is independent of the plot mode. Adventurers can use 6 different types of Titans for PK, or team up to complete some extremely difficult levels together. Although the multiplayer mode does not have a plot performance, it adds social and entertainment attributes. Good. I like it. This update is great. There are many fans of the Titan chapter of Star C's Secret Realm. These adventurers are obsessed with mecha battles. Now they are all eager to experience the competitive gameplay of the Titan chapter as soon as possible. After GG added the gameplay, this will greatly increase the playability of the Titan chapter. In the future, he will also consider launching the first part of Titanfall as a prequel expansion pack. Although the plot content is not as exciting and shocking as the second part, it can also increase the time for adventurers to challenge and play. This territory announcement. The last part introduces the territory strategy. Chi-Ji announced the territory's plan to build a secret hall in Xianhu City. In addition, the territory will once again start the process of opening up and conquering foreign territories. Although this part of the news is not as explosive as the first 2 parts, because the adventurers do not know where Xianhu City is, and the expansion of the territory itself is a normal thing, it did not cause much discussion. However, for elves such as Nancy, Leah, and Elsa, as well as forest natives such as Iris, Jinba, and Luke, this is definitely a super blockbuster news that is not inferior to the addition of a secret realm. It is very morale-boosting and exciting. Lise, Lord, have you infiltrated Xianhu City so quickly? This is the only 5th-level area within thousands of miles. Jinba said, if you can really gain a foothold in Xianhu City, it will be of great significance to the territory. Great. Although Nancy Leah knew the inside story. But she still couldn't suppress her ecstasy. The Miracle Territory built an adventure hall in Xianhu City. The first to benefit must be the elves. The Eternal Night Dragon King destroyed the Holy Tree City. After becoming the master of the Great Forest, the surviving elves wandered and hid in various places in the Great Forest. One of them hid in Xianhu City. Although the elves were not weak under the leadership of Artis, there were at least 10 5th-level strongmen in Xianhu City. The mixed forces of snakes and dragons also brought considerable pressure to the elves. It's better now. With the support of Miracle City, with the magical secret realm of the territory, the lives of the elves will definitely get better. As for Baihe Jushir, Bianhua, Feng's Hongmian, etc., they are more concerned about the next development plan of the territory. The current territory of Miracle Territory mainly consists of 3 major areas: Dark Valley, Thunder Swamp, including Greenwater Swamp, Blood Howl Valley, including Jinsei River Valley, and the current territory directly covers several thousand square miles. This little bit of territory is still nothing. What will the Lord do for the next stage of territorial expansion? The Lord did not give a specific plan in the announcement, but from the territory forces entering Xianhu City, it is not difficult to judge that the next stage is likely to fight against the 3rd-level Dark Dungeon Xiamu City. This Xiamu City cannot be underestimated. The Xiamu Lord is not only very likely to have 4th-level strength. The most important thing is that he is a subordinate of the Eternal Night Dragon King. If you attack him, it will definitely alarm this guy, so the complexity is much higher than in the past. Really? It's challenging. But I like it. Not only that, the Xiamu territory is huge, but there are also multiple affiliated territories as barriers, almost all around the territory. If we want to establish a trade route with Xianhu City, we will inevitably open up several key nodes in advance. The adventurers talked about it. I just feel that it contains many opportunities for achievement. If you can seize it, you can not only improve your reputation, but also get a lot of territory contribution points. That night, many adventurers took action. They organized several exploratory and reconnaissance troops to test and attack the base of Xinyuling. However, due to the rush and lack of manpower, the enemy this time was indeed very powerful. So in the end, not much substantial results were achieved. Although several battles broke out that night, it was generally calm. The next day, the dungeon will open. At least 500 adventurers will enter the secret hall of Miracle City early to wait. Iron-mouthed Cockroach laughed. Ha ha ha, it's great to spend the night in the main city. We can enter the hall earlier than other adventurers and grab the best positioned secret crystals. Mei Yinxue was also full of anticipation and couldn't wait. I'm going to challenge the Sakura Dragon today, and I hope I can pass it smoothly. Uncle Guhong, what are your plans today? Washan Guhong said, although the story of the Ashina chapter is very attractive to me, I am in urgent need of the 4th level spirit now, so I plan to try my luck in the Sui and Tang chapters. Angry Chicken, Brother Hammer, are you still playing the Battle Royale? Blackstone Hammer King thought for a while, and said, let's not play today. I heard that the new secret realm Arad continent can be teamed up. Why don't our 4-person team go into the new secret realm to explore? As soon as this was said, Pig King, Gulong immediately expressed his agreement. Gulong said, although I don't know what the Arad secret realm is like, the quality of the secret realm made by Lord Chi-Ji must be good. We may get a lot of bonuses if we explore it first. There are many adventurers who have this idea at the moment. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the energy tide of the chaotic world emerged on time. After the Miracle City secret hall absorbed power from the chaotic tide, the crystal in the secret hall immediately lit up. Little Chicken, Old Pig, Erguzi, quickly activate the crystal and go to the secret realm. While speaking, the Blackstone Hammer King activated the secret realm crystal, and the list of secret realms in Miracle City immediately appeared in front of him. Main Secret Realm, Doomsday Frenzy, Exotic 10 Kingdoms, Sea of Stars. Secondary Secret Realm, End of the World Arena, Free City, Arad Continent. Got it. Sure enough, it's online. The 4-member group of Hammer, Pig, Chicken and Dog suddenly had bright eyes. They entered the secret realm as soon as possible, and then the character creation interface appeared. Huh? Brother Hammer, it's interesting. This secret realm does not limit us to play a certain role. We can create multiple characters at the same time. Currently, there are 4 professions to choose from: Ghost Swordsman, Sharpshooter, Fighter, and Magician. Blackstone Hammer King discovered this. He also felt very fresh. Because in the past role-playing secret realms of Miracle City, the identities that adventurers can play and the stories they can experience are fixed, but this Arad continent does not have any restrictions. Adventurers can not only create 4 different identities in their own character pool, they can even create several of the same character. Sure enough, this secret realm, it is different from others. Although in theory you can create many characters, each character has levels, equipment, and other development elements. Blackstone Hammer King analyzed, this secret realm should be more focused on development. It takes a lot of time, energy and resources to create each character, so we'd better choose one character to focus on training. Pig King, I want to play a sharpshooter. Grumpy Chicken, then I choose a fighter, this looks more interesting. Blackstone Hammer King and Lone Wolf finally chose the Ghost Swordsman. As for the little lowly-like magician, she did not appear in the selection range of the 4 people. Obviously, they were not too interested in lowly. Begin! The 4 officially embarked on a new journey. At the same time, many adventurers in Miracle City began to explore the world of Arad. Chapter 195. Adventurer Code, Lucky Grass. This is a 17-year-old adventurer from Huanchao Town. There are 60,000 to 70,000 active adventurers in Huanchao Town, most of whom are newcomers around 20 years old. There are only 1 or 2 third-level adventurers, which is not as popular as the Blackstone Town in the past. And the current Blackstone Town. It is thriving because of the Miracle Territory. The transformation from Blackstone Town to Blackstone City is just around the corner. Huanchao Town also has a history of 100 years. Why is the population always not going up? The competitiveness of an adventurer town depends on the number and quality of dungeons. The higher the quality of the dungeons, the more adventurers it can retain and attract. As for how to evaluate the quality of dungeons, adventurers explore dungeons and brush secret realms, either pursuing cultivation or seeking rewards. So the core evaluation criteria for dungeon quality revolve around these 2 points. One is the content of the secret realm, such as whether the monsters are rich, whether the gameplay is fresh, and whether there are innovations or gimmicks. The second is the output of secret realms. If the dungeon has high value or unique resource output, even if the content is mediocre and boring, and cannot bring happiness and improvement, it can attract a lot of people to challenge it. The biggest problem of Huanchao Town is that most of the dungeons are mediocre and unremarkable. Adventurers with a little pursuit or ambition, whether seeking personal growth or the joy of adventure, or to gain more material rewards to supplement their family income, will eventually leave Huanchao Town and go to a more promising town. In the long run, it will become a novice village. The population will naturally be difficult to grow. Lucky Xiaoqiao also yearns for a bigger world. He plans to accumulate resources and funds in 1 to 2 years. Then, like several excellent seniors, he left the town to venture into the outside world. This world is so big, there are tens of millions of dungeons in this world. As an adventurer, how can you be content not to go and see? It is difficult to grow into a great adventurer in a small town, and you can't experience the truly top-level secret realms of masterpieces. Naturally, the sooner you go out, the better. For this, you must work harder. A new day of adventure has begun. The dungeon transfer has been opened on time. Alas, I didn't grab it again. Several relatively excellent, interesting, or high-yield dungeons in the town are full. Because other dungeons lack competitiveness, even dungeons with a little bit of highlights are very popular. This situation often happens, so he has to turn his attention to other dungeons. Open the dungeon list. More than 500 dungeons are presented in front of him. Lucky Xiaoqiao finally chose Jinxi City. This city is a little famous in the town. After all, it has been a little popular for a while. Although Lord Pang Dehai is a junior lord, he has some talent in making secret realms and managing territories. But the good times didn't last long. In recent months, the city was seriously threatened by the dark species and was in imminent danger. This kind of thing is common for dungeons, and it can even be said to be the fate of most dungeons. Adventurers were afraid of being implicated and naturally ran away. In order to retain adventurers, Lord Pang raised the drop rate of loot. It was during this period that Lucky Xiaoqiao entered Jinxi City. In the past 1 or 2 months, he got a lot of wool in Jinxi City. Now I heard that the crisis of Jinxi City has been resolved and it has been annexed by a more powerful territory. I don't know if I can continue to get wool. The teleportation was activated. Arrived at Jinxi City. What's going on? So many people? Jinxi City currently has a reception capacity of about 500 adventurers. At this moment, nearly 100 adventurers have gathered at the entrance of the dungeon. Xiaoqiao, you are here too. An adventurer codenamed Wen Chasing Old Boy came over. This person is Lucky Xiaoqiao's friend. The two have played Jinxi City together many times. Lucky Xiaoqiao asked, has Jinxi City overcome the difficulties? Wen Chasing Old Boy nodded. Although it has overcome the difficulties, I heard that the Fat Lord's territory has been annexed, and now it has been downgraded from Lord to City Lord. But fortunately, the explosion rate of the secret realm has increased instead of decreased, so the popularity has not declined but increased recently. Lucky Xiaoqiao. No wonder nearly 100 adventurers gathered as soon as the city was opened. This grand occasion is comparable to the peak period of Jinxi City. If you have wool, you are a fool. Besides, although the Jinxi City secret realm is not a masterpiece, it is still quite good. At least it is very attractive to the adventurers in Huanchao Town. Without waiting for more, the dungeon is open. Lucky Grass, Old Boy Chasing the Wind and others came to the secret hall. When Old Boy Chasing the Wind activated the crystal and prepared to continue to challenge the secret, the information presented in front of him made him stunned. Where is the dark mine? Why is the darkness I want to brush gone? What the hell is this called a rod continent? Fat Lord? Come out! Explain to us why the secret realm was changed without any warning. For a dungeon, it is a taboo to change and replace the secret realm without authorization. This can easily destroy the reputation of the dungeon among adventurers. Pang Dehai expected the adventurers to have such a reaction, so he stood up to explain without putting on airs. Everyone, starting today, the dark mine will stop running, and this city will run the masterpiece created by Lord Qiji, the Lord of Miracle City. This is not only a blessing for Jinxi City, but also a great opportunity for everyone present. The adventurers obviously didn't believe it. Really? This secret realm will be more fun than the dark mine? I don't believe it. Everyone go away. Although the dark mine is not a masterpiece, it was polished by the Fat Lord for more than a year and managed as a secret realm for the territory owner. Now that Jinxi City has become a secondary city, the secret realm has become a secondary secret realm. 9 out of 10 of these secret realms are pitfalls and are not worth wasting time on. Seeing that many adventurers were disappointed and wanted to leave, Pang Dehai didn't know what the new secret realm Arad continent was about. But he had absolute confidence in Lord Qiji and Miracle City, and it was his duty to manage the secret realm of Jinxi City well, so he immediately calmed people down and continued, You don't know, Lord Qiji is not an ordinary lord, but a rare genius. Compared with my insignificant talent, it's like a candle trying to compete with the sun. Pang Dehai said with a firm face. Miracle City is the greatest dungeon I have ever seen. Any Secret Realm work has the ability to become a masterpiece that will be remembered forever. And what is in front of you now may be an opportunity to change your destiny. Hearing him say this, some adventurers became interested. But more adventurers looked suspicious and waited and watched. Lucky Grass asked, "What do you think?" Chasing Wind, old boy, I have never been to Miracle City, so I don't know what the Miracle City Secret Realm is like, but I have seen the troops of Miracle City, and they have some strange mecha vehicles with unusual styles. Lucky Grass made a prompt decision. In that case, let's give it a try. The worst that can happen is that we will lose some energy. Chasing Wind, old boy, agree. The two of them activated the crystal first. Lucky Grass entered the Arad Continent Secret Realm, and the first thing that appeared in front of him was the character creation column, with 4 initial character identity templates presented in front of him for selection. The adventurers watching outside all had their eyes lit up when they saw this. There are several character identities to choose from. This secret realm has quite enough materials. At least as a secondary secret realm, it is very conscientious. More than that, you should read the character introduction carefully. Each character can develop in different directions in the future. For example, this Ghost Swordsman can transform into Sword Soul, Devil Cry, Berserker, and Azura. For new identities again? Each character has 4 directions of evolution. Isn't there at least 16 different forms or identities? This material can no longer be described as sufficient. It is simply a very rare secret realm with piled materials. Just based on these characters that can grow, I feel that this secret realm is at least playable. After understanding the basic settings, Lucky Grass created the first character. Why choose this identity? The adventurer in Huangchao Town has never been to Miracle City for adventure, so he couldn't help but brighten up when he saw the sharpshooter's battle demonstration on the character creation interface. Although the secret realm has not been officially experienced, the character settings, creativity, and richness of these addictive characters have made people realize that this is most likely not a shoddy secret realm. You have chosen a character. Do you want to log into the Arad continent immediately? Log in. Lucky Xiaoqiao landed in the world of Arad for the first time as a sharpshooter. The first thing presented was a plot performance with the characteristics of Miracle City. The 4 identities of the Arad secret realm, as well as other identities and characters that will appear in the future, each has its own background and story. What the adventurers see at this moment. Naturally, it is the background story of the sharpshooter. And the background story of the sharpshooter takes place in a very special place. This is not the Arad continent, but a station of the heavenly terrorist organization Kalet, which is located in a desolate and vast lawless area with yellow sand all over the sky. A slender man wearing a dark red windbreaker and white hair killed the commander of the station with his elusive infiltration method and magical gun skills. Captain Moser has been assassinated. Everyone, be alert. Be alert. A Kalet guard raised the alarm. The whole base was in an uproar. Countless Kalet gunmen went out to search for the assassin. The sharpshooter had already prepared to detonate the arsenal with explosives arranged in advance, and with his 100% accurate and almost gorgeous shooting skills, he broke out of the siege. A dazzling gunfight and explosion. During this process, the sharpshooter demonstrated various gun techniques and combat skills, which amazed all the adventurers present. They did not expect that shooting, physical skills, and various explosive traps could be so cleverly combined. But in the end, the sharpshooter was finally forced to the cliff. Just as Kalet organized soldiers to try to capture him alive, he would die if caught anyway, so he might as well take a chance. So he decisively jumped off the cliff hundreds of meters high. Plop! The sharpshooter quickly sank into the sea. 10 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters. Strange, it's deep enough. Why haven't I seen the bottom yet? What a bad day. The sharpshooter's consciousness couldn't help but fall into a blur, and his body had reached its limit, but just when he was in a trance, he suddenly found that the glowing water surface appeared in front of him. There was no time to think about it. He rushed out of the water quickly. Something happened that surprised the sharpshooter and the adventurers. When they rushed out of the water, what they saw was not the sky, but a vast and fertile land. 5 huge subtitles appeared in their field of vision. Arad continent. The adventurers all widened their eyes when they saw this. Arad continent? This is Arad continent. Fuck, no way, it's really a continent. How is this possible? How can a secondary secret realm create a complete continent? All the adventurers at the scene were dumbfounded, although the name of this secret realm is Arad continent. But who would have thought that the Lord would actually create a continent at this moment, let alone the adventurers in Huangchao Town who have never seen the world? Even Pang Dehai's pupils suddenly contracted when he saw this, and his face was full of disbelief and ecstasy. Strong, too strong. Although I knew that the secret realms created by Lord Chi were not simple, I didn't expect it to be so exaggerated that a whole continent was created with a second-level secret realm core and 5,000 mental power budget. This requires not only the secret realm materials that have been optimized to the extreme. It also requires very powerful design ingenuity and creativity. Everyone was shocked and looked more carefully at the continent in front of them. This was undoubtedly a vast and fertile land. The area presented in front of the sharpshooter was the area where the Principality of Hutmar was located. From the densely forested Elwyn line, to the prosperous and lively urban area of Hutmar, to the vibrant west coast, and even the snow-capped mountains in the north that have not melted for thousands of years, all are clearly presented in front of them, full of details. This is not the whole picture of the entire Arad continent. It is not clear because of the angle, and the cloud cover in the distance. However, there is no doubt that the scale of this continent is not small, and there must be many areas worth exploring, which are enough to arouse the curiosity and adventure passion of a certain adventurer. Soon after, the sharpshooter landed using an airborne device. The place where he landed was in the eastern part of the Elwyn line, in a forest called Lauren, and this is also the place where the game officially started, and the lucky grass officially took over this body. Various muscle memories. Various information emerged rapidly. Lucky grass touched his body. The sharpshooter lost all his equipment during the escape. He only found a spare old pistol. Great. Incredible. I have never experienced such a secret realm. In addition, this body is not weak. The overall quality should be about level 2 and 4 stars. However, this secret world has a unique level system, and level is also one of the important criteria for determining strength. If the level of the monster or the map is too far away, it will be suppressed, and the strength it can exert may not be as good as a level 1, 3, or 5-star monster. The reverse is also true. If the level is very high, far beyond the map and monsters, it will also form suppression. In addition, the level is also related to the equipment that can be used and the skills that can be mastered. The higher the level, the more skills you can learn, the better the equipment you wear, and the further growth of your strength. Lucky Grass, Chasing Wind Old Boy and several other adventurers who entered the Arad continent immediately learned about the many unique designs and mechanisms of this world, which are not available in other secret realms. Through these mechanisms, the adventurers learned. This secret realm is different. This secret realm has no real concept of clearance. It consumes a fixed amount of energy according to the length of time. It is impossible to reach the end completely, and all secret realm achievements and secret realm gains will not disappear and can be accumulated. Lucky Grass didn't think much. I was attacked by goblins. Bang bang bang, -4, -5, -8, critical hit. Lucky Grass fired and hit the goblin. Each shot caused damage and knockback effect. However, after the goblin was shot, a stream of red energy gushed out from the wound, automatically repairing the wound at an extremely fast speed, while at the same time, the red life bar on the goblin's head was rapidly shortening. The red bar reached the bottom. The injury could not be repaired. It was directly blown up while screaming. Green blood and mincemeat were scattered all over the ground. Awesome. Lucky Xiao Xiao used a pistol with unlimited bullets and used his agility to distance himself, clearing the health bars of more than a dozen goblins and blowing them up on the spot. Ha ha! Fun, fun! This weapon is fun. The mechanism is also very interesting. Just when Lucky Grass was enjoying killing, a different goblin appeared. This goblin carried a large basket full of black stones, and his name was Purple, which was completely different from other goblins. Leader, Goblin Thrower, Level 2, Vitality 120/120. Be careful, Xiao Xiao. This goblin is probably not simple. After the Goblin Thrower found Lucky Grass, he immediately launched a throwing attack. A black stone came at a fast speed and hit Lucky Grass's chest in an instant. -4. Although Lucky Grass was injured, the wound recovered quickly. He could feel that his health bar had dropped a lot. So that's it. As long as the vitality bar is not exhausted, no matter how serious the injury is, it will not affect the action. It's really a very convenient and interesting setting. Lucky Grass then started a duel with the Goblin Thrower. This Goblin Thrower is very average, probably only about level 1, 3 or 4 stars, but because the secret realm is at a higher level, the attack and defense capabilities have been greatly increased, enough to pose some threat. Of course. This threat. It's nothing. Look at my floating bullet. Lucky Grass fired a shot to knock the throwing goblin away, and then fired several shots in the air, clearing the remaining blood bar of the latter on the spot. Without the protection of life energy, the bullets ruthlessly penetrated the body and blasted it into pieces on the spot. You cleared Lauren. Win. The secret realm is indeed interesting. But aren't there too few monsters? No, you see, the secret realm challenge is not over. There is no concept of clearance in this secret realm, unless you actively end the challenge or reach the upper limit of the single challenge settlement time. I see. Lucky Grass flipped the card. Get a level 1 broken ring. This ring can increase 1 point of defense. At the same time, your level has been upgraded. Lucky Grass directly upgraded to level 2. So after each battle, you can definitely get the loot in the secret realm, and killing monsters gives experience. Clearing levels also gives experience points. These experience points can upgrade the level of the secret realm. This timely and fast positive reward mechanism, where loot can be permanently preserved, become virtual assets, and can be freely bought and sold, is undoubtedly something that most secret realms do not have. Adventurers realize, once the Arad continent becomes popular in the future, the equipment and props in these secret realms may be very valuable. In the battle. Exit the dungeon. Lucky Grass came to a village. This village is the initial Elven line. Although this place is small in scale, it is full of life and details. The outer perimeter of the Elven line is surrounded by rough stone walls, with a drawbridge and a moat. A lifting drawbridge is set up at the entrance to connect the outside world with the inside of the line. Burning torches and broken flags are inserted on the wall, suggesting that it is in a state of war for a long time. The towering watchtower has an archer platform. As for the interior, it is in the medieval style of the earth. The most distinctive building is the tree house, which is a natural house hollowed out in the middle of a big tree. It is equipped with simple wooden ladders, windows, and other facilities, full of fantasy. Although it is a small village on the edge, due to its key geographical location, it has formed a market with a commercial atmosphere. There are various shops and stalls on both sides of the street, such as hotels, blacksmith shops, pharmacy, groceries, jar shops, etc. People are coming and going. It looks very lively. The adventurers are very surprised when faced with all this. They just feel that they have come to a real world. As an adventurer, Lucky Grass has his own system interface. After summoning the system interface, there is a very eye-catching chat channel, which is divided into surrounding channel, regional channel, and world channel. Open the surrounding channel. Various information emerges. Blackstone Hammer King. Not bad. Not bad. This secret realm has something. Wanchuan Sanran. I chose the sharpshooter. I saw the whole picture of Arad. This world is much larger than I imagined. It is definitely a very playable and worth exploring new world. Mingwishashua. The gameplay of this secret realm seems to be completely different from other secret realms. This is a real adventurer's world, and as the announcement introduces, there are both guns and magic. It's really interesting. Feng Zhongnian. I think the most interesting setting of the Arad continent is the dungeon battlefields. Baihajusher. Ha ha. I also think it's very interesting. This dungeon. The setting is like a secret place in a secret place. Even if millions of people challenge one place at the same time, it will not be crowded. One person, one world. How is this done? Awesome. It allows us to interact socially and minimizes interference with this world, thereby increasing our immersion in adventure. Good. As expected of Chi Laoze. High-level performance as always. Grumpy Chicken. Brother Hammer, Old Pig, Air Guzzy, where are you? Why can't I find you? Blackstone Hammer King. I'm at the blacksmith Linus of the Elven line. Come here. Lone Wolf. I'm here. I don't see anyone. Pig King. The space each of us is in is independent of each other. We only appear at the same time in certain areas. We can usually intersect by forming a team. It seems to be true. Fuck, it's amazing. This is definitely a brand new secret realm design that I have never seen before. I don't know how the old thief Chi did it. It's great. You can adventure and fight with your brothers and sisters, and you can also share and sell the equipment and spoils you have won. I feel that such a secret realm has great potential and amazing potential. All the adventurers realized it. This secret realm may have infinite potential. Everyone was full of energy and took action immediately. Lucky Grass was no exception. He soon received a task from the blacksmith Linus and went to the dark forest of Gren Forest to rescue a beautiful girl named Celia from the monster. Next, following Celia's guidance, the adventurers started a series of investigations on Grand Forest. This Grand Forest is a large area in which there are many dungeon battlefields to explore. For example, Dark Forest, Thunder Ruins, Toxic Thunder Ruins, Frost Dark Forest, Glaka, Fiery Graka and other areas. Each area has a battle. Each area has a main storyline. Each area can be challenged repeatedly. Each area is comparable to a well-made secret level. Adventurers are all shocked by such production. There are so many levels in just one green forest. How many secret-like dungeon battlefields can be challenged in the entire Arad continent? Just this grand forest is split out. If it is placed in other dungeons, its content is rich enough to become the core main secret realm. Thousands of secret levels aggregate into a secondary secret realm. Such a conscientious dungeon, such a conscientious secret realm, who has ever seen it? Anyway, the adventurers are deeply shocked and can't believe that there is such a conscientious lord in the world. Chapter 196. Qianhu City. A mixture of many races, a mix of good and bad. This is a vital force in the Evernight Forest. The highest level of the Evernight Forest is level 6. There are 8 level 5 areas, like Qianhu City, but not every level 5 area has a city. There are several dangerous places with no population gathering. What is even more rare about Qianhu City is that this is the only high-level area that has not been captured by the Evernight Dragon King. There are many reasons that are very complicated and difficult to describe, but there are 2 reasons, one internal and one external, that play a relatively important role in the process of the Evernight Dragon King occupying the Great Forest. Hundreds of large tribes and large forest cities were destroyed. The survivors of these places always have to go somewhere, including the Great Elder of the Elves, artists, and other strong men who gathered in Qianhu City one after another, and the forces formed a powerful force. In the end, Qianhu City became one of the most important bases for resisting the Evernight Dragon King. This is the internal cause. What are the external factors? The Evernight Forest stretches for thousands of miles. But it is just one of the many regions in the Chaos Continent. There are many large regions outside the Evernight Forest. Some regions even gave birth to large kingdoms, or even empires with a population of over 100 million, whose overall strength is far greater than that of the Evernight Forest. There are always people who are better than you. The Great Forest has a long history of hundreds of tribes. But if you look at the entire Chaos Continent, the edge is just a sparsely populated area. Although the overall population is not large, it has quite rich products, which will naturally attract the covetousness of various outsiders. External forces want to infiltrate. Qianhu City is the most ideal base. At this moment, Qianhu City not only has the remnants of the local faction represented by artists, but also many agents of external forces, or organizations and forces supported by external forces. Although they have their own ulterior motives. But they have reached a consensus with the local remnants on defending Qianhu City. For hundreds of years, the 2 forces inside and outside have jointly resisted the Eternal Night Dragon King, coupled with the restrictions of territorial laws, and the protection of the ancient formation of Qianhu City. Therefore, despite encountering extremely dangerous crises several times, it has never been truly broken by the Dark Species. In a short period of time, even as strong as the Eternal Night Dragon King, it is difficult to annex the city. Before opening the city today, Qi consumed a mirror stone and landed in Qianhu City with Artis, the elf elder of the territory, as an anchor, and then took a simple tour and sightseeing of the city. The Thousand Lake City lives up to its reputation. This city was built at the confluence of many rivers and lakes. It has abundant water resources and a rugged terrain, which has formed hundreds of waterfalls of various sizes. The dense water network divides the city into many areas. The main urban area consists of 16 adjacent islands. The architectural style of each urban area is different, which is related to the main race living in the area. For example, in the urban areas where there are more elves, half-elves, and flower demons, there will be a large area of vegetation on the island, and the architectural style will be dominated by tree houses and flower houses, thus reflecting the beauty of natural harmony. The island area where tiger people, bear people, jackals, and orcs are the majority gives people a sense of emptiness and wildness. Its architecture is full of tribal style and shaman elements. As for the small island city where there are more dwarves, the entire island's architectural style is full of granite and steel features, and there are a large number of special chimneys, from which furnace flames and combustion exhaust gas are often released. There are at least 30 forest races living in Qianhu City. The 16 small island cities, with their own characteristics, have strong styles, but are not completely isolated. If you look down from a high altitude, you can see that most of the islands are connected to each other by bridges. With the 16 main urban areas as the core, there are many towns formed by small scraps around them. The overall look is like a compass of the gods broken on the earth. The scenery is very beautiful and full of strong local characteristics. If there is a level for the travel destinations in the Evernight Forest, Qianhu City must be the king. It is a must-visit place. It best reflects the characteristics of the hundreds of races in the Great Forest. Qi knows that the strategic significance of Qianhu City is far more important than it seems. First of all, there are more than 1 million permanent residents here. The potential population behind it is 6 or 7 times this number, because there are many tribal residents in Qianhu City, and the nests of these tribal residents still exist in the Great Forest. These tribes are the core of the tribe, and some of them moved to Qianhu City just to meet insurance or trade needs. Qianhu City has a great influence on the Great Forest. In addition, Qianhu City looks fragmented and complex in terrain, but in fact, transportation is very convenient. It is precisely because of the gathering of thousands of water networks that there are large and small ports. At a glance, the masts are like a forest and very lively. The routes of this city can not only reach most areas of the forest. There are also 2 crucial waterways, one of which can go west to the vast ocean, and the other can go south to the wild beast grassland in the south. There are hundreds of thousands of sea kingdoms of all sizes in the Western Ocean, with hundreds of millions of sea people. There are also hundreds of millions of orcs living in the southern prairie. These 2 places do not have direct exchanges. If resources and goods need to be transferred for trade, Qianhu City is the most important transportation hub. The market potential and benefits can be imagined, however, because these 2 routes are too long. They will pass through large and small areas in the middle, and the territorial laws of each area are different. In addition, because more than 90% of the area in the Great Forest is occupied by the dark species, this long-distance shipping is very difficult, so it is basically in a state of isolation. Of course, Qi is not here for tourism. He does not want to occupy this place in a short time. Today is the official opening day of Qianhu City Internet Cafe. He attaches great importance to coming here in person to boost morale and guide work. Miracle City is located on Maple Leaf Island, one of the 16 districts of Qianhu City. This island is named after its maple leaf shape. It is an outer city of Qianhu City and an important transportation and shipping hub. Therefore, the proportion of floating population is very high, and the coexistence of multiple races makes the business atmosphere particularly active. There are many blocks in Maple Leaf Island. Among them, Adventurer Street is very special. As the name suggests, it is a place where adventurers and travelers of all races gather in Qianhu City. There are more than a dozen garrisons of various territories in Qianhu City, more than 30 adventurer hotels, more than 10 adventurer taverns, and a large number of catering, cultural and tourism service facilities dedicated to adventurers. Why does Qianhu City allow human leaders to establish garrisons in the city, even set aside a special area for management? Because the underground cities that are able to survive in the Evernight Forest are all very capable, and Qianhu City wants to survive by winning over all the forces and powers that can be won over. Only in this way can they barely survive under the threat of the Eternal Night Dragon King. Moreover, the human dungeons are not only a force, but also a source of resources. The continuous output of resources from these adventure halls is also of great significance to Qianhu City. Not only Qianhu City. Many large cities in the Chaos Continent. They will set up special adventure areas. It is because building a residence is not a precedent in Qianhu City. So it can be done in just 2 or 3 days. The scale of the Miracle City residence is not large at present. There is a second-level secret hall, an adventurer's union, a spirit altar, and a territory warehouse. Among them, the union, altar, and warehouse are hidden in the back. The secret hall is facing the Adventurer Street, hanging the sign of Miracle City. Artist, you did a great job and didn't disappoint me. Qi praised the efficiency and achievements of the Elf Elder and announced, I plan to recruit 200 local adventurers in the first batch, and the elves can get half of the quota. Elder Artist was overjoyed. The number of alien adventurers that the human territory can recruit is limited. Generally, the proportion cannot exceed 1/10 of the total number of adventurers. It can be seen that the adventurer quota of Miracle City is actually very precious. Now that the elves have received such preferential treatment, their future development and potential in the territory are ahead of other races. There is no time to lose. Artists took action immediately. First, 100 elves were selected. Let them be the first to awaken the soul of adventurers. In this way, the performance of Qianhu City Internet Cafe is guaranteed, and with the quality of the secret realm of the territory, it will not take a few days to attract a large number of locals and adventurers from all walks of life, thus forming an influence and continuously attracting traffic to Miracle City. Everything is ready. The Adventure Hall is officially open. This process attracted the curiosity and attention of many local adventurers. However, just as these adventurers were curious and discussing, a group of uninvited guests came to the hall first, and their arrival made Artis frown and look unhappy. Who would have thought? The first visitors to the Miracle Adventure Hall were a group of undead. The leader was a thin lich with a complicated magic pattern robe, a big hood, and a gloomy atmosphere. He was followed by an undead knight in gothic heavy armor. He also brought many undead warriors and undead wizards. Artis, Viseros, what are you doing here? The lich laughed dryly. I heard that the elder introduced an adventure hall to Qianhu City, so I brought my men to support it. Elder Artis would not want to drive me away. Is it him? Chi-Ji was a little surprised. He knew Viseros. An old lich who is exactly 1,200 years old, he is the elder of the Pale True Society, a genuine 5th-level existence. With such strength, he is a top-level powerhouse in the entire Great Forest, and is also one of the strongest people in Qianhu City. Artis looked at Chi-Ji. If the Lord does not welcome him, I will drive them out. Chi-Ji said calmly. It doesn't matter, as long as they are not here to make trouble. The Miracle City Adventure Hall welcomes adventurers of any identity and any race to come and adventure. Really? Viseros smiled. Coincidentally, I also have the soul of an adventurer, and I have reached the 3rd level. Let me see what is so special about the dungeon that Elder Artis has chosen. Artis was a little anxious. Lord, you don't know this man. Chi-Ji said calmly. It doesn't matter, Miracle City is open to all. Even the undead can be accommodated, and after seeing the secrets of Miracle City, I think these undead will not think about harassing you all day long. Artis was stunned. He didn't tell the Lord the inside story. Why did he know everything like a prophet? Artis hated this Viseros very much, not only because the elves and the undead were born incompatible, but also because Viseros was once an elf in the Great Forest. At that time, this place was not called Eternal Night Forest, but Holy Tree Forest. Viseros, who was only 300 years old at the time, was extremely talented and was expected to become the youngest elf elder in the Holy Tree City. But this genius, who was highly expected by the whole tribe and a strong candidate for the future Great Elder or High Priest, was a fanatical and paranoid existence, who carried out cruel experiments without any bottom line in pursuit of taboo knowledge. Eventually, the scandal was exposed, causing the collective anger of the elf elders of the Holy Tree City. Viseros was expelled from the Great Forest. No one expected that after being expelled from his homeland, Viseros not only did not reflect on himself, but instead fell deeper and deeper into the pursuit of taboo knowledge, and even joined the oldest and most mysterious lich organization on the continent, the Pale True Society. This organization is not simple. It is considered to be one of the top undead forces on the continent. Although there are not many members, each of them is a powerful lich from all over the continent and from all eras. Later, the Eternal Night Dragon King descended on the Great Forest. He destroyed the Holy Tree City with an absolutely strong force. At least 70% of the elves died in this catastrophe, and many strong ones were transformed into black elves by the Eternal Night Dragon King and became loyal servants of this Dark King. The High Priest died in the battle, the Great Elder was seriously injured, and the elves were torn apart. Lich Viseros saw an opportunity. He returned to the Great Forest with the forces of the undead. Finally, he made great contributions in the defense of Qianhu City. Therefore, Qianhu City has an island dedicated to the undead, and the undead have become one of the important local forces, thus becoming a very powerful figure in Qianhu City. At this time, more adventurers entered the hall one after another. Most of these adventurers are alien adventurers, but human adventurers can also be seen. Although most of them come from the dungeons in various areas of the Evernight Great Forest, some adventurers have come from places outside the Evernight Great Forest. Miracle City? Have you heard of it? Never heard of it. Is there such an underground city in the Evernight Forest? This is just a second-level basic settlement. The level of the underground city is not expected to be too high. It is probably an underground city supported by elves. Whatever. There is a new secret realm to play. Go in and try it first. Adventurers have started to go online one after another. Viseros and his men also walked into the adventure hall. This lich has no interest in Miracle City and adventure, and he doesn't take Lord Chi-Ji seriously at all. His ambition is very big, and he wants to seize the entire Thousand Lake City. Because as long as he can completely control Thousand Lake City, relying on the support of the Pale True Society, even if he can't defeat the Evernight Dragon King, he can compete with him and rule nearly half of the territory of the Great Forest, and he will become a generation of Lich Kings. But it is not an easy task to seize the Thousand Lake City. So Viseros set his sights on Artis. This elf elder is old and seriously injured, and he has only a few years left to live. If he can be bewitched and corrupted and let him degenerate into a lich, the Thousand Lakes City will have 2 5th-level liches, and the overall strength will be greatly improved. As for adventure, Bezaros has lived for 1,200 years. He has been to at least 800 dungeons, if not 1,000. Although he did take risks for a while when he was young, as his experience grew, and he saw more secret realms, he has no interest in secret realms now. The so-called adventure. It's just a child's play. But he needs to find a reason to get close to the elves. Only in this way can he have a chance to bewitch these stubborn guys. This is why Bezaros appeared in the adventure hall. This is a good opportunity. Sooner or later, these foolish elves will know that only by embracing immortality and joining them can they save the great forest and fight against the powerful eternal Night Dragon King. Of course, there is no rush for this matter. Otherwise, it will cause the resentment of the elves. Bezaros is a lich. Theoretically, he has an infinite lifespan, so what he lacks the most is patience. Whether it is 5 years or 10 years, it is nothing to him. Before that, let's pretend to take an adventure first. Just as Bezaros was thinking this. Oh my god! Is this a whole continent? Awesome, this secret realm seems to have something. Bezaros was about to activate the secret realm crystal, but was attracted by the breath of a group of adventurers in front of him. When he saw the content presented in the secret realm crystal, the lich and the undead around him were also stunned. The character chosen by the adventurer is the sharpshooter. The scene presented at this moment is the opening scene. In order to avoid being hunted down, the sharpshooter jumped from the heaven into the sky sea, but accidentally passed through the sky sea and fell to the Arad continent. In this story, adventurers can directly look down on the Arad continent, especially most of the areas before level 60. The rich terrain, buildings, and towns are enough to give any adventurer who has never seen the world a huge sense of shock and experience. Lord. At this time, a female adventurer from the Fox tribe came to Chi-Ji. She humbly asked, "Is this secret realm of the Arad continent really a whole continent?" Another half-orc adventurer was full of disbelief. "Impossible, it's probably just a map. How can there be such a large secret realm? This is simply impossible." However, facing the adventurer's question, Chi-Ji answered, "What you see in the secret crystal is part of the Arad continent, and every area you see is accessible. The scale and depth of this secret realm are far greater than you can imagine." What? What you see is accessible. Is this true? But how is this possible? This is equivalent to creating a world. The adventurers were shocked and skeptical. Not to mention them, even Artis was no exception. However, unlike the outside adventurers, who didn't know Miracle City, Artis had seen Chi-Ji's methods and the various rich secret realms in Miracle City. He knew that this great lord could definitely do all this. In this secret realm, he created an entire continent. Lord, where did the sharpshooter first appear? Why did the Arad continent appear under the ocean? Can we go back to it in the future? That's all I can reveal. Chi-Ji refused to answer these messy questions. Arad is a world with a long history, and a very wonderful world. It is also a paradise tailor-made for adventurers. Please learn about this world through your own efforts. The Lich Bezaros heard this. He couldn't help but feel a little curious. Is there really a lord who can make an entire continent in one go, when making a secret realm? Impossible. Among the many dungeons that Bezaros has visited, there are many 5th and 6th level dungeons. The scale of this super dungeon is not much different from that of an empire. The scale of the secret realm, that has been polished for hundreds of years, is very large. But even so, this secret realm is also composed of dozens or hundreds of smaller secret realm units. Bezaros had never seen a lord who could directly create a rich and prosperous continent. After all, this was too wasteful of resources, and how many materials would be wasted in vain? No wonder it was chosen by artists. This dungeon looks a little different. Without thinking too much, Bezaros activated a secret realm crystal. There is only one secret realm option, Arad continent. Only one secret realm? I heard that some dungeon lords would build special facilities to connect all the secret realm cores in the territory, so that they could create a larger and larger secret realm. This dungeon. Could it be that it is also done this way, but such pursuit of perfection does not seem to be cost-effective? This lord may have some talent, but he does not seem very smart. In fact, the reason why there is only one secret realm is that the garrison cannot be directly connected to the core main city, but can only be connected to other main cities and secondary cities, and Shinhu City is too far away from the main city of Miracle. The restrictions of the second-level garrison are still too large. So there is only one Arad continent that can be used. However, In Chi-Ji's view, the secret realm is more valuable than the quantity. Although there is only one Arad, this is an interactive online game with very rich game content and long-lasting playability, which is particularly suitable for attracting new users to the territory. I didn't think much about it. Bezaros created the Ghost Swordsman as his own character. Why choose the Ghost Swordsman? Ghost gives people a feeling closer to the undead. As a 1,000-year-old lich, he must choose a character and role that is more in line with his identity. First, it is the opening plot of the Ghost Swordsman. The story of the Ghost Swordsman is very simple. He was originally a boy from an ordinary family, living a very peaceful life. Suddenly one day his left hand mutated and turned into a scarlet ghost hand. This ghost hand has great power. It can also affect people's minds and make them crazy. The boy killed his loved ones in a loss of control. From then on, he embarked on a wandering road in order to stop hurting others. However, the shadow and guilt of killing his relatives still turned into nightmares that tortured him many years later. One afternoon, the Ghost Swordsman woke up from the nightmare of that year again. He was at the place where the adventure began, Lauren. So far, the first battle begins. Bezaros controlled the Ghost Swordsman to chop down all the goblins in a few strokes. When he discovered the health bar, blue bar, chat interface, interactive mechanism and other settings of Arad continent. This secret realm is indeed very unusual, a bit interesting. He had to admit it. This is indeed an amazing secret realm. Not only is the gameplay very interesting, but the painting style is also very unique, which is both familiar and refreshing. Next, first completed the task of saving Celia. Under the guidance of Celia, the adventurers came to Grand Forest to investigate and challenge the Dark Forest, Thunder Ruins, and Toxic Dark Forest. The battles they experienced, one by one, was more difficult than the other. The leader of the Dark Forest was a level 5 bull-headed beast, very thick-skinned and full of oppression, with the strength of a second level 1-star. Bezaros also took a lot of effort to defeat it. As for the leader of the Thunder Ruins, it is a level 7 mutant goblin Thunder Kino. Although it is also a level 2 1-star strength, it has a higher level and stronger suppression, and the thunder attack it releases is amazing. The entry condition of Thunder Ruins is level 5. But if the adventurer's level is not up to level 6, a few thunders from Thunder Kino can kill him instantly. At present, most adventurers can't beat it, so they can only turn around and go to the Dark Forest to brush equipment and level up, and then continue to challenge Thunder Kino after reaching level 5 or above and having better equipment. Bezaros found artists through the game private chat. Elder artists, this Thunder Ruins is quite difficult, and other adventurers can't beat it in a short time. Artists, what do you want to say? Bezaros, why don't you and I join forces to kill this Thunder Kino and open the way for other adventurers? Artist did not reply. But he did not refuse. This gave Bezaros an opportunity. He immediately said, Elder Artist is a magician. I just got a level 5 apprentice staff. This equipment can enhance your combat power. Artist thought for a while and said, I will take the staff. I will not take advantage of you. I will use an old heavy sword in exchange. After the two reached a consensus, they decided to team up to challenge Luo Kino. There was a group of elves around the crystal of Artist's secret realm, and a group of undead around the crystal of Bezaros' secret realm. The two big guys in the secret realm had already formed a team and entered the Thunder Ruins dungeon. The other adventurers were amazed at this situation. Elves hate undeads, and undeads don't like elves either. After all, one symbolizes life, and the other represents death. They are two extremes that are incompatible with each other. At this moment, the two sides actually join hands, just to challenge a goblin Luo Kino. Chapter 197. The first day of the launch of Arad Continent. A total of thousands of people are online in Miracle City, Jinxie City, and Qianhu City. From the feedback so far, it is not difficult to judge that the remake of DNF is very successful. The biggest feature of this secret realm is the more distinct online game attributes, and it has made many bold innovations in the mechanism and gameplay, such as retaining the game's health bar mechanism and copy mechanism. Chi-Ji deeply realized that creating secret realms and games have artistic elements. Art comes from life, and is higher than life. It is not always better to be more real. Sometimes absolute reality will reduce the fun. Some trade-offs must be made between the two to achieve the best effect. So the experience of Arad Continent gives people a feeling that it is more like the world of game reality in the online game text of the previous life. This secret realm has two sets of level systems. One set is the level of cultivation, such as the first level 5 stars, the second level 5 stars, etc., that is, the real strength. One set is the game level, Currently the lowest level is 1, and the highest level is 60. Higher levels will be gradually opened in the future. This is not the real strength, but a numerical balance mechanism limited to the secret world. Each dungeon has an entry level. High-level players will suppress low-level players. This suppression is limited to the dungeon battlefield, so adventurers must work hard to upgrade in order to challenge more dungeon levels and defeat difficult enemies more easily. This can make the secret realm more playable, strengthen the positive feedback of upgrading and training, and cultivate cultivation. There is another important reason. Only by implanting a level system can many plot-level bugs be explained. The levels of the original DNF and many games only represent the order of the boss defeated by the player, and do not directly represent the strength of the boss. For example, the Lord of Light defeated by the adventurer in the West Coast map is only a boss of about level 20, and the long-legged Rotus above the Sky Curtain Beast is only a boss of about level 40. And any boss, or even small monsters, and elite monsters in the later stage can crush them. This obviously does not conform to the setting and background. The Lord of Light is the eternal life created by the Tyrannosaurus King. For hundreds of years, no one has ever been able to pass through the Sky City guarded by him. I don't know how many masters have fallen in front of him. Not to mention Rotus, he is one of the apostles, and a top existence in the worldview. How could their strength be only 1 or 2 levels, and how could they not even be as good as a small monster in the later advanced map? Now add a set of level mechanism, which can not only guide adventurers, but also solve the problem of chaotic combat logic. In the dungeon battlefield, the priority of the secret level, generally higher than the real cultivation. Give an example. The ultimate boss of the Sky City map, the Lord of Light, Sighart, has a level 3 5-star cultivation, but his secret realm level is only over 20. The first boss of the Dark City map, Morgan of Resentment, has a level 2 4-star cultivation, but his game level has reached 35. According to the background setting, the former can easily crush the latter. But the value in the secret realm, the latter is far higher than the former. Suppose there is now an adventurer with a level 2 5-star cultivation and a secret realm level of 25, and he challenges these two bosses separately. What will be the final result? There is no doubt. It is still very difficult to defeat Sighart. But the winning rate must be significantly higher than Morgan of Resentment. Morgan's strength is far inferior to that of Sighart, but the level of the map he is in is much higher, and he has a 10-level advantage over the adventurer, which is enough to form a strong suppression effect. The effects of the adventurer's skills will not only be weakened, but the damage will also be greatly reduced. On the contrary, the output caused by Morgan's attacks and skills will be greatly increased. This will be difficult. It is precisely relying on 2 sets of level settings. It can ensure the stability of the strength system of the Arad continent. Under this system and mechanism, the adventurer can wait until the level is high in the later stage to challenge the enemy that is difficult to defeat in the early stage, and then come back to challenge, and enjoy the pleasure of revenge and abuse like mowing the grass. At this time, you can lead people to upgrade to satisfy the vanity of becoming a big boss, or charge people to pass the map to earn benefits, and in this process, more sociality and fun unique to online games will be generated. The above is the level system of Arad. In the future, this level system will also be used in other online game secret realms, and even some standalone secret realms. In addition, as an online game, it has a huge equipment, props, and material library. Most of the items can be produced from the secret realm. Online game equipment has different levels and qualities, but if these equipment are exploded from the secret realm, the properties will definitely change, and the level division in the secret realm will not appear. GG found that the level quality of the item is generally related to the level quality in the secret realm. The blue equipment in the secret realm is the standard. One level is increased every 25 levels. Arad blue equipment within level 25 is the first level equipment of the Chaos world. And Arad blue equipment from level 25 to level 50 is generally the second level equipment of the Chaos world. The level of Arad's equipment determines the value of the equipment to a certain extent. However, blue equipment in DNF is not particularly good equipment. Above it, there are purple, pink, and orange. Therefore, it is not difficult to find through data collection that when the level of the secret realm remains unchanged, the quality of the secret realm will become another variable. For example, level 20 blue equipment is a first level ordinary equipment. Level 20 purple or pink equipment is a first level rare equipment, or it may be a second level ordinary equipment, and if it is a level 20 orange equipment, it may be a first level rare equipment, or a second level rare equipment. Although the specific situation is more complicated and cannot be completely generalized by the formula, it is generally based on this rule. The rich output of this secret realm is worth looking forward to. Finally, it is worth mentioning that DNF has gone through many version changes, and there have been several large-scale overturning of the previous settings. The current main plot is based on the origin version, which is closest to the original 60-level version of DNF. The initial DNF upgrade was very slow, and the difficulty of the dungeon was very high. Just like the Thunder Ruins that Artis is challenging at this moment. 90% of adventurers give their first resurrection coin here. And early maps such as Dark Thunder Ruins are extremely difficult to play without a guide and without cheating. Therefore, at the entrance of Grand Forest, you can often see the slogan 8000 with King Zombie. But this scene is like the hot summer when you are addicted to online games, which is gone and will never come back. But with the update of the version, the overall environment of the game has changed. There are more and more fast-paced games and entertainment methods. The new generation of online game players no longer have the patience to brush maps, and the number of new players has decreased. In order to facilitate old players to practice new accounts, it is inevitable to repeatedly revise and continuously reduce the difficulty of the early stage, and finally gradually go to the other extreme. Later, the early plot of DNF. It is just a quick tour and a one-shot push. The monsters are killed in 1 second, and even the boss is nothing more than 2 more hits. There is no challenge at all, and it is not as difficult as a small monster in the initial 60-level version. Then again, what is the situation of Arad Continent in Miracle City? First of all, the difficulty of upgrading is definitely much lower than the initial 60-level version of DNF, so that it will not appear that you are still at level 30 after brushing for 3 or 4 months, but the difficulty of the dungeon is on par with the initial DNF. Even if it is just a green forest, it is definitely not to be underestimated and full of challenges. This secret realm will not only consume energy according to the length of time, but also consume energy if you die in battle. Therefore, after Luolei killed several adventurers in a row, other adventurers became cautious and timid. And this is why the Elf Elder Artis and the Lich Vazaros chose to join forces. At this moment, Grand Forest. In the Thundering Ruins. A white-haired ghost swordsman holding a heavy sword, who looked like a teenager, and a magician with red eyes, and a little lowly-like appearance shuttled through the dense forest. The former was the Lich Vazaros, and the latter was the Elf Elder Artis. This place is full of dangers and cat demons, goblins, and minotaurs. But whether facing a cat demon that suddenly emerged from the bushes or a goblin that tried to ambush an attack, the two could always respond instantly and defeat it in a few moves. Their combat experience is really too rich. Various wonderful operations attracted many onlookers. Have you noticed that the number of monsters will increase a lot in the team mode? That's right. I feel that the health bars of some monsters have also increased slightly, but in general, there is strength in numbers. It is much easier to fight alone if there are people to cooperate. As expected, Lord Vazaros is really amazing. Elder Artis will win. The Arad Continent retains the mechanism of the dungeon, but does not adopt a room-by-room advancement method. Most dungeons are semi-open maps to present a more realistic scene and make the battle and exploration process more interesting. The distribution of monsters will change in each game. Elite monsters will be randomly generated. Therefore, each adventure has a different feeling. Artis and Vazaros are both experienced old men who are 1,000 years old. Even if the body they use is not suitable for them, the initial strength of this body is not weak. They cleared all the monsters in a few strokes, almost no consumption. Challenge Luolei with a nearly full state. This mutant goblin has white skin, holds a strange-shaped scimitar, and has a ferocious face. Many adventurers saw him for the first time and couldn't help but feel curious. Is this Luolei? Legend has it that only one mutant goblin appears every 100 years. It looks really different. His spirit should be very valuable. Haha, don't underestimate him. This is the leader of the Thunder Ruins, with very powerful lightning abilities. Anyway, I couldn't last more than 10 seconds in his hands. The production of this secret realm is too strong. If this Thunder Ruins is taken to other secret realms, it will undoubtedly be a well-made main secret realm, and in Grand Forest it is just one of many levels. Most importantly, Grand Forest is just one of the many areas that can be explored in the Arad Continent. I dare not imagine how much content this secret realm has. Don't talk, the decisive battle is about to begin. Now let's see how these two deal with this legendary goblin. At this moment, in the depths of the dense forest of Thunder Ruins, two adventurers confronted Luolei. This Luolei is not alone, he has more than a dozen subordinates around him, including ordinary goblins, old goblins, goblin centurions, plus 2 minotaurs, and 2 jungle cat monsters. Faced with such a lineup, the two big guys rarely showed a trace of solemnity. Bizarro said, "It looks like a tough battle." Artis, "Humph, I didn't expect that low-level creatures like goblins could breed such unique individuals." Bizarro's was quite interested. It is indeed a rare goblin. If you can get one, it must be of extremely high research value. The monster materials in the hands of the Lord of Miracle City are not simple. Lulacano has the strength of a second-level 4-star. This kind of monster is very precious in most territories. Bizarros became interested in him, and wanted to brush one for research. The Lich is proficient in biological transformation technology. He believes that this goblin will provide him with a lot of inspiration. When facing the invaders, Lulacano was very angry. "Human! It's you damn humans again! It's you who destroyed the Green Forest. You tried to destroy our home. This legendary mutant goblin obviously has a deep hatred for humans. I will kill all humans, starting with you." Vizero sneered, "How shameless." Lulacano raised his scimitar, and swung it. A violent energy condensed, and instantly turned into several lightning bolts, bombarding the two people's position. The two quickly made a dodging action. Boom, the roar sounded. Two holes were blasted out of the position, where the two adventurers were just now. It was a close call. If they hadn't dodged, they would have been seriously injured even if they didn't die at this moment. Lulacano began to gather a new offensive, and various monsters around him also came out one after another. They wanted to form a siege against the two adventurers through the advantage of numbers. There was no communication. The two old men cooperated spontaneously based on their experience. Artis used magic bullets to harass Lulacano remotely to attract the firepower of this mutant goblin, while Vizeros took the opportunity to clean up other goblins, cat demons, minotaurs, and other monsters on the scene. -10, -15, -12, -34, critical hit. Swords flashed, screams continued, and in less than 10 minutes, the monsters were cleared. "Come and help!" Artis couldn't stand it anymore. The attack of Thundercano became more and more fierce and violent. In the process of attracting hatred and entanglement, Artis was accidentally hit by the thunder, causing half a tube of blood damage. The difficulty of this dungeon can be imagined. The tolerance rate is too low. If the equipment and level are not strong enough, it is almost impossible for ordinary adventurers to defeat this powerful goblin. However, the most difficult stage has passed, and the next step for the two is the simple mode. The Lich and the Elven Elders work together to coordinate long-range and short-range combat. Lulacano was quickly at a disadvantage against two opponents, and his health bar was being consumed rapidly. Ghost Slash. Vizero seized the opportunity and launched a fatal attack. The moment he swung the heavy sword with both hands, purple energy burst out from the blade, instantly wrapped around the sword tip, and blasted Lulacano with amazing speed and momentum. -88. This sword caused huge damage. The little vitality that Lulacano had left was completely evaporated. The legendary goblin finally fell down in anger and unwillingness. "Good. Well done." Other adventurers cheered. "This battle is very meaningful to us." Yes, by watching the two big guys fight with Lulacano, we now have a preliminary understanding of Lulacano's moves and skill mechanisms, which can greatly reduce the difficulty of the next challenge. The copy is settled. Artis obtained a straw ring from the treasure chest in the copy. This ring is a blue item that can increase mana and intelligence, which is very useful for magicians. Bizarros was not very lucky. In addition to some secret realm currency, he only got a useless whiteboard equipment, but he still felt it was very interesting. Leave the secret realm. Go back to the town to hand in the task first. This cunning old lich. I took the opportunity to get a lot of information from Celia. Why did Grand Forest change? This all started with a mysterious fire called Grand Fire a few years ago. The initiator of Grand Fire is still a mystery, but most people believe that it was done by the Empire, and its purpose was to destroy the large magic circle of Grand Forest and affect the ecology of the Principality of Belmar. As for this great magic circle, it is even more powerful. Have you heard of the great magician Mar? The great magician Mar? I have never heard of him. Is he very powerful? Celia introduced. Sir Mar is not only powerful, but also a respected great sage of mankind. When talking about this name, Celia's face was full of respect. The Principality of Belmar was just a desert where life was difficult to survive. It was he who used the great magic circle to change the environment here, so forests including Grand Forest were born, giving this land its rich ecological environment and population today. What? Bizarro's expression changed drastically. The elves outside were also shocked when they heard this. According to Celia, this mysterious great wizard transformed the continent, lifted up the entire sky sea, and promoted the birth of the entire Belmar Principality with his own strength? Isn't that too outrageous? What kind of cultivation does this require? I guess at least level 5. Level 5? Viseros himself is level 5. He doesn't have the means to change the ecological environment of a country anyway. This world hides more secrets than you can imagine. This world also has more potential strong people than you can imagine. Viseros continued to ask, what is the Empire? How many countries are there on this continent? Celia was stunned by such a question. She was obviously very puzzled. Why did this wandering adventurer know less about the continent than she did? Did he lose his memory for some reason like her? But this is not a secret. Celia didn't mind answering him. The silver-haired girl immediately introduced carefully. The most powerful country in Arad continent is the Delos Empire, which is located in the east of Belmar Principality. It is vast and ambitious. In addition to Belmar and Delos, I heard that there is a kingdom established by dark elves in the south of the continent, and there is a place called Shuzwa in the northwest. In addition, there are Banta people in the snow-capped mountains in the north that have not melted for thousands of years. When these information were obtained, learn about the situation of various countries and forces. Viseros, artists and the adventurers became more and more frightened. This world is not only much larger and richer than imagined, but also has a complete ecosystem in terms of military, politics, history and culture. I have never seen a secret realm that can achieve this level. According to the Lord, as long as we can access and hear about the place, we can explore and adventure. This is too amazing. Although in the eyes of Viseros and others, the area of Arad continent in this secret world is not too large, it is definitely a world infinitely close to the real world. And the adventurers. You can freely explore this world. After each battle, all the gains will be saved and will not disappear with the end of the challenge. This is a secret realm that people can immerse themselves in and cultivate for a long time. Even if the character is cultivated to the peak, you can still change another character to continue cultivating. In addition, it is worth noting that the Arad continent does not seem to be the whole picture of this secret world. There are many unknown hidden areas in this world, such as the heaven where the sharpshooter is located, and the demon world related to the magician. So the lifespan and potential of this secret realm are beyond imagination. Viseros decided to improve his strength as soon as possible. Only in this way can he go to more places, investigate the secrets of the great magic circle, and get in touch with more knowledge and strong people in this world. When leaving Celia's hotel, this is Hedenmer, the capital of the Principality of March. This is a prosperous city with an exotic style. Most of the buildings are white. It is said that this is because the great magician Mar likes this color that symbolizes purity the most, so people still maintain this style to this day. As a free city that advocates magic civilization, strange magic devices can be seen everywhere. Their operating principles and mysteries have aroused Viseros' strong interest. As the center of all forces in the Arad continent, adventurers, businessmen, and scholars from all over the world can be seen here. In addition, there are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers, and many extraordinary figures are hidden. This city is not small. At least there are hundreds of thousands of permanent residents. Viseros visited the municipal street, the central square, the old town, and the back street area one after another. He found that he could not find any flaws or evidence that this city was fictitious. This is the first time I have seen such a secret place in 1,000 years. This world is worth exploring in person. Viseros then continued to team up with artists. The two of them played the Thunder Ruins several times, and finally both reached level 6, unlocking the next map, Toxic Thunder Ruins. This map area, located deeper in the Mirkwood. There are poisonous swamps and miasma everywhere. Among them, the enemies are mainly various cat monsters, and the leader is a poisonous cat king, which is more difficult than the Thunder Ruins. Artis and Viseros were not at the right level, and were not well prepared. The first time they challenged, they accidentally alarmed the Poison Cat King and dozens of cat demons, and were eventually attacked in the poisonous swamp full of traps. After a hard fight between the two big guys. In the end, because they inhaled too much poison mist, and their level was suppressed, they were defeated by the Poison Cat King and sacrificed their first life. Damn it! Is the Poison Cat King so powerful? We underestimated him. This dungeon is not easy to play. We must at least upgrade to level 7, and improve our equipment to have a chance of winning. Artis and Viseros decided to return to the Thunder Ruins to upgrade. At the same time, the two began to search for better equipment to enhance their combat effectiveness. And at this time, Bezarro saw an equipment that interested him on the chat screen. Lucky Grass. I got a level 5 purple samurai sword, autumn leaf blade. Are there any big guys interested? You can also exchange it with me for the sharpshooter equipment. Blackstone Hammer King. Wow. Purple equipment. You are so lucky. White Crane Monk. Nice equipment. I will give you 50 copper coins. Miracle Coin is the territory currency of Miracle Territory. 1 copper coin is equivalent to 1 contribution point, so 50 copper coins are equivalent to 50 contribution points. This price is already very good. After all, it is just a virtual asset of the Secret Realm equipment and cannot be brought out. What's more, the level of the Autumn Leaf Blade is not high, it is only used for transition in the early stage, and the purple equipment is used as a package. Once used, it cannot be traded again. Sky Cloud Ranger. I will give you 100 copper coins. Green Skin Bully. I will add 50 copper coins. Adventurers offered their prices one after another. Bezarro saw the properties and effects of the Autumn Leaf Knife. He immediately developed a strong desire to possess this weapon. Although it is an early stage weapon, it can definitely give people a huge advantage in the early stages. With it, it should not be a problem to defeat the Poison Cat King. Elder Artist, do you still have miracle coins? Lend me a few thousand copper coins first. Artist said unhappily, I have only joined Miracle City for a few days. Where can I get so many miracle coins? He added in his heart. Don't say that there are really not so many miracle coins. Even if there are, I won't lend it. Why should I lend it to you, the damn lich? Miracle coins are important strategic resources at this time. An adventurer bid up to 3 silver coins. Bezarro spoke directly in the chat channel. Friend, I give you a price of 1,000 soul crystals for your knife. What? 1,000 soul crystals? Are you crazy? Where did this Bezarros come from? Why is he so rich and inhumane? 1,000 soul crystals, which is equivalent to 100,000 soul sands. The average monthly expenditure of an ordinary family in our Blackrock town is 600 soul sands. This is enough for an ordinary family to live for 13 years. All the adventurers were shocked. They all asked about Bezarros. The Lucky Grass in Watchout town was even more stunned. This adventurer, who was only 17 years old and from a poor family, never dreamed that a secret equipment he accidentally found could bring him such a huge income. He used the sharpshooter, so the autumn leaf knife was useless. He originally wanted to exchange for an equipment that he could use. If he couldn't exchange it, he would exchange it for some miracle coins. He never thought that it could be sold at such an exaggerated price. This is equivalent to at least several years of struggle. Because this matter is too bizarre and exaggerated. Lucky Grass even doubted for a moment whether he had not woken up yet. When someone offered 1,000 soul crystals, other adventurers stopped trying. However, there was another practical problem before them. The two parties were not in the same city. How could this deal be concluded? Chapter 198. This deal. Finally it was done. Before launching the online game Secret Realm, Chi-Ji thought that adventurers would have more and more strong trading needs. This demand is not only face-to-face online and offline transactions, but also cross-regional transactions, so it is natural to upgrade and improve related facilities. Launch Miracle Coin. Give contribution point circulation attributes. It is one of the important infrastructure. Miracle Coin will be used as a universal currency across all secret realms. It can not only purchase various services in the territory, but also purchase various value-added services and in-app purchase props in all secret realms, thereby greatly increasing the use scenarios of Miracle Coin. In addition, Soul Crystal is a recognized hard currency. It is also a resource that the territory needs to recycle. It has also been included in the trading system of the dungeon. Chi-Ji allows adventurers to use soul crystals for cross-regional payments. Bezarros only needs to hand over 1,000 soul crystals to the territory personnel of Qianhu City, and let them deposit them in the territory warehouse, and transfer them to the main warehouse of Miracle City. Miracle City will then pay soul crystals, or convert them into contribution points to the Lucky Grass on the trading party. Because it is encouraged to settle with territory currency. Therefore, a transaction tax and service fee of up to 20% will be charged for cross-regional transactions of soul crystals. If you pay soul crystals to receive contribution points, each soul crystal is exchanged for 1 contribution point, and the comprehensive tax rate and service fee are halved, which is 10%. In other words, when the transaction is completed through the territory, Lucky Grass can choose to get 800 soul crystals or 900 contribution points. Although a lot of handling fees were taken away, for a 17-year-old first-level adventurer, this is still a very considerable income, which is no different from winning the lottery. He hesitated for less than 3 seconds. He decisively chose to accept the contribution points. Old boy chasing the wind, Xiao Xiao, you have to think clearly, that's 800 soul crystals, equivalent to 80,000 soul sands, you just gave up like that? If it were us in the past, we would have to starve for several years to earn that much. I believe in Miracle City. Lucky Xiaozuo's eyes lit up at this moment. Haha, with such an interesting and fun secret realm as our Rod continent, do we still need to worry about not being able to earn soul sand in the future? What we should really worry about is that the dungeon is too popular, so that we can't squeeze in at all. The old boy chasing the wind was stunned for a moment. It seems to make sense. Lucky Grass said firmly, with this contribution point, I can stay in the territory permanently, or even move to Miracle City. Not to mention that contribution points are 100 more than soul crystals. Even if they are the same number, I will definitely choose contribution points. Well said, a wise choice. Young people should still look at the long term. Pang Dehai said at this time, as far as I know, there are many well-known figures in Miracle City. They want to exchange soul crystals for contribution points, but they are still worried about not having enough money. What you have made is definitely the right choice. Other adventurers are all envious of Lucky Grass. Damn! This guy is so lucky. Ah! I'm so envious. We have to work hard too. The Arad continent is not only very fun, but also contains countless secret levels where you can explore and fight with your partners, and it also contains opportunities to make a fortune and change your destiny. Is there a better secret realm than this? It will be popular in less than a day. We must earn contribution points. The adventurers were full of energy. Explore Arad continent with more efforts. Pang Dehai was also very excited at this moment. He knew that Lord Qi was powerful, but he didn't expect him to be so powerful. Arad continent was different from any secret realm in Miracle City. The mechanism and gameplay of this secret realm had amazing potential and prospects. I really made the right choice. In fact, a broken autumn leaf knife was sold for 1,000 soul crystals. This kind of thing. Don't say that the adventurers can't think of it. Qi Ji was surprised at the generosity of the lich. Perhaps for 1,000-year-old lich with great power, 1,000 soul crystals is nothing. The problem is that what he bought was not a real equipment, but a virtual asset in the secret realm, and it was only a pure transitional weapon of level 5 that was expected to be used for only a few days. Don't say it's the autumn leaf knife. Even the famous streamer star knife. Qi Ji didn't need to spend any money to create it in the secret realm. He can copy countless copies with just one thought. If all of these can be sold to adventurers, the value that can be generated is simply unimaginable. However, through this transaction, Qi Ji also realized some of the troubles of cross-regional transactions. Especially for non-territorial adventurers, these adventurers do not have contribution points. It is not only very troublesome to use soul crystals for trading every time, but also unable to maximize the interests of the territory in this process. It is necessary to speed up the free exchange of miracle coins. Qi Ji plans to open the account opening function of the territory bank to external adventurers, even non-adventurers. For example, if an adventurer or merchant in Qianhu City needs miracle coins, he can apply for a miracle account in the Qianhu City Adventurer Workshop and directly exchange miracle coins with soul crystals. If they don't want to take risks in miracle territory in the future, they may need to use the settlement of business income to withdraw soul crystals. They can also exchange the miracle coins in their hands for soul crystals. The current exchange rate is constant at 1:1. One soul crystal is exchanged for one Miracle City copper coin. Qi Ji has been building an efficient territory financial system. In order to ensure the stability and credibility of the financial system, he cannot only open soul crystals to exchange for miracle coins, otherwise the currency will be completely anchored to the territory's credibility. These adventurers who trust Qi Ji are of course very confident, but adventurers who have never been to Miracle City, or merchants who just want to do business, will definitely feel concerned. After all, in theory, Qi Ji can issue coins unlimitedly, and the soul crystals in their hands are real gold and silver. Therefore, in order to increase the gold content of miracle coins, it is allowed to exchange soul crystals with miracle coins at the same time, which will definitely attract many merchants who want to make money and adventurers to miracle territory to explore business opportunities. Of course, in order to ensure stability, at present, there is a limit on whether soul crystals are exchanged for miracle coins or miracle coins are exchanged for soul crystals. In addition, a certain percentage of coinage tax is charged for each exchange. For example, currently, soul crystals are exchanged for miracle coins and a coinage tax of 10% is charged, while miracle coins are exchanged for soul crystals and a 5% is charged. Why is the coin exchange tax even higher? The reason is very simple. At present, the contribution points in Miracle City are in short supply, and almost no one is stupid enough to exchange contribution points for soul crystals. Adventurers believe that the value of one contribution point is much higher than one soul crystal, and everyone is more willing to exchange soul crystals for miracle coins. Therefore, charging 10% is not high. That is, the current circulation of miracle coins is not enough, and the stock is too small. Otherwise, adventurers will definitely develop underground banks and black markets. Some adventurers are willing to spend 3 soul crystals for 2 copper coins, or 2 soul crystals or even more soul crystals for 1 copper coin. The value of territory currency is by no means the more it appreciates, the better. Stability is the most important thing. So in the future, in addition to increasing the money supply, it may further increase the seigniorage. This move is a means to stabilize the currency, to prevent excessive appreciation from causing deflation and affecting economic development. Chi-Ji will also increase the issuance of miracle coins and regularly open the service of directly exchanging contribution points to the people. For example, Meng Yinqiu used 10,000 soul crystals to exchange for 10,000 contribution points in order to buy a house. There was no fee for the exchange process. Contribution points are bound for personal use and are not circulated. If contribution points are exchanged for circulated miracle coins, seigniorage must be paid. Chi-Ji's main purpose of doing these operations is to make money. Contribution points, miracle coins, and soul crystals are repeatedly tossed and tossed. In the future, the territory can make a lot of money even if it is lying down. However, as the territory develops, the financial aspect will become more and more complicated. It is necessary to train a finance minister for the territory. The transaction of Qiu Yi Dao has caused a great impact on the territory. Many adventurers have realized that in the future, a large industry will be formed around the Arad continent, which will not only bring huge income to Miracle City, but also give many adventurers the opportunity to make a fortune. The dog-headed man Luke decided to seize the opportunity, because the dog-headed people have no talents, and the tribe is even poor. However, thanks to the early joining Miracle City, more than a dozen dog-headed adventurers were born. This is a big advantage. Rook decided to mobilize his tribe to form a group of kobolds to fight in Arad, while working hard to upgrade and strive to earn gold coins and equipment as much as possible, and to trade and buy to earn more income for the tribe. This secret realm. It will definitely be very popular in the future. There will be new people pouring in at every stage. As the kobolds level up, they can also develop the business of leading people to brush maps in the future, which can bring a lot of income to the tribe and cultivate more kobold adventurers. Brothers, our kobold tribe has no advantages over other races. Therefore, becoming an adventurer in the territory is one of the few opportunities to change your fate. It takes a lot of contribution points to apply for adventurer quotas, so our future goal is to serve the territory and the Lord, and do everything we can to earn contribution points to revitalize the tribe. Woof woof woof. The kobold shouted excitedly. A bright future seemed to be waiting to them. Once the dog-headed people recognized their masters, they would be very loyal. The Lord gave them the opportunity to change their fate, and they would repay the Lord with absolute loyalty. Of course, even the dog-headed people's dog brains could think of it. Other adventurer organizations, as well as dwarves, flower fairies, and dwarves could naturally think of it. At this moment, they all expressed their concern about the development of the secret realm of Arad continent. At the same time, Xianhu City Adventure Hall. Viseros got the autumn leaf knife. This knife is a standard samurai sword, but it is red all over and exudes a flame. Good weapon. Not only is it powerful, it also has various formations and secret techniques attached. It can effectively speed up the attack speed and release speed, and can also convert a large part of the damage caused into fire damage. It is definitely the nemesis of monsters and creatures weak to fire. Viseros was very satisfied with this weapon. Although he spent a full 1,000 soul crystals just to buy such a low-level weapon, in the eyes of others, he was a fool with a lot of money. But with this knife, not only did his combat power increase greatly, even Artis came again to ask whether he would continue to form a team. Viseros couldn't help but feel secretly happy. This stubborn old elf actually took the initiative to find him to form a team. Just for this reason, the 1,000 soul crystals were worth it. Continue the challenge, but this time we have to find 2 more helpers, and make full preparations before launching the challenge. I agree. Artis still hates liches. Elves and undead can never become friends. But now Viseros has a weapon like Autumn Leaf Knife. At this moment, his fighting power is much higher than other adventurers. Teaming up with him is to use him to help the elves improve their strength, so they can only bear the humiliation. Everyone can see the potential of the Arad continent. If they can walk faster than other adventurers, they will have great advantages, and these advantages can eventually turn into various benefits and advantages. For the revival of the elves, it is inevitable to be a snake. Soon, 2 more people were formed. 1 elf and 1 undead. The sharpshooter Nancy Leah joined the team. Viseros brought his most trusted 4th level undead knight Akru. And Akru chose the identity of a fighter in the secret realm. After the 4 formed a team, they did not immediately challenge the poisonous Thunder Ruins, but played 4 rounds of Thunder Ruins to challenge Luo Lequino to exercise their running in. At the same time, gain upgrade experience. Finally, they all reached level 7. In the process, they also got a lot of equipment that was not of high quality, but was usable enough to improve their combat power. In this way, the combat power of the 4 people increased greatly. They officially challenged the poisonous Thunder Ruins. Bang, bang, bang. Viseros waved the autumn leaf knife in his hand, slashing at the cat demon one by one. Each attack caused a burst of fire, and the fire attribute damage had a special damage bonus for this kind of hairy beast enemy. -81, -101, -168, critical hit. Ordinary cat demons can be killed with 3 or 2 swords. Even if you encounter an elite cat demon, you can kill it in about 6 swords. The poisonous Thunder Ruins are full of poisonous swamps, miasma, carnivorous plants, and poisonous thorns. You can't stay in such a place for a long time, and having a good fire attribute weapon really makes things easier, sweeping all the way. In the end, the 4 people successfully killed the Poison Cat King's lair. Action split up. Nancy Leah, as a sharpshooter, covered Viseros to deal with the leader, the Poison Cat King, while Artis and Akro were responsible for dealing with the cat demons and other monsters coming from all directions. The 4 of them quickly stabilized the chaotic situation with their cooperation. The Poison Cat King's vitality was about to be exhausted. It realized the danger and immediately tried to distance itself. Floating bullet. Nancy Leah hit the Poison Cat King with a floating bullet. This skill has a very good knock-up effect. It interrupted the Poison Cat King's attack on the spot and knocked it into the air and flew back to Viseros. Good opportunity. Quickly avoid the attack of a dark cursed cat demon. Viseros waved the autumn leaf knife with both hands, and the purple-black energy wrapped around the blade. A powerful ghost slashed the Poison Cat King. -242, critical hit. The blood bar of the Poisonous Cat King was completely exhausted. This powerful boss was chopped into pieces of meat in the wailing. We won. Everyone was happy. Another dungeon was cleared. The next step was the box opening session. Akru and Artis opened a piece of armor respectively. Nancy Leah opened a level 5 blue mahogany staff, and as for the most powerful Viseros, he opened an empty box and only got 150 gold coins. Humph, I don't believe it. Viseros looked depressed and unwilling. Currently, more than 2,000 Arad gold coins have been saved. Viseros made up his mind and decided to spend money to open a paid treasure chest. It turns out that Arad continent also reproduced DNF in the box opening, flipping stage of clearance. One of the basic reward treasure chests is free, and adventurers can spend money to open another paid treasure chest. Compared with the DNF game, the gold output of Arad continent is lower, and the value will be higher. Whether it is learning skills or repairing equipment, it requires a lot of gold coins to maintain. In the future, strengthening equipment will be a bottomless pit. At present, adventurers have very few gold coins, so they generally do not choose paid treasure chests. However, the moment the paid treasure chest was opened, a purple named equipment appeared in front of him. Another purple equipment. No way. The second purple equipment. Lord Viseros seems to be going to the next level. Viseros was also very happy. This time, a level 6 necklace was exploded. Shadow Touch, level 6 purple encapsulation, intelligence +10, spirit +12, dark attribute resistance +6, restore 20 mana points per minute, durability 12/30. Good equipment, but this equipment doesn't seem to have much effect on the ghost swordsman. Artis immediately said, Viseros, this equipment is useless to you. Why don't you sell it to me for 500 soul crystals? Viseros said unhappily, Elder Artis, you don't think I'm short of these 500 soul crystals, do you? That's true. This guy has amazing wealth. He can buy the autumn leaf blade for 1,000 soul crystals without blinking an eye. How can he sell the Shadow Touch necklace for only 500 soul crystals? Viseros thought for a while, and said, 30,000 Arad gold coins. 1,000 gold coins unboxed and sold for 30,000 gold coins. It increased 30 times in a blink of an eye. What a good calculation. Vizeros said, I see that there are nearly 100 elves brushing the Arad continent. If everyone gathers the Arad gold coins, I think it won't be difficult to get 30,000 gold coins. Theoretically feasible. But how could Artis let the Lich take such a big advantage? This guy tried to weaken the elves. How could he succeed with such a treacherous plan? Forget it. Seeing that Artis was not angry, Vizeros also sighed. Forget it. No matter what, we are partners now. I will lend you this necklace. When your elves get the equivalent Ghost Swordsman equipment, you can give it to me in exchange. That's better. Spent another 500 Arad gold coins. Bought a level 5 blue mahogany staff from Nancilia. Artis immediately felt very proud. With a purple quality necklace and a level 5 blue staff, his strength has improved a lot, and he is not much inferior to this old Lich. Don't waste time. Let's continue to challenge the secret realm. The next map is Graka. Don't worry, we are not ready yet. First, brush a few poisonous thunder ruins and upgrade before challenging Graka. The adventurer guided Celia through the main quest and learned that Graka is an important area of Grand Forest. The one currently guarding it is the Bull King Sada, whose strength is definitely far above that of Luolekino and the Poison Cat King. Don't underestimate it. What's more, the minimum entry level requirement is level 9. The 4 people are almost at level 8, but there is still a certain gap from the entry threshold. However, at this moment, Nancilia, wait, Elder Artis, Lord Vizeros, I received an important intelligence. Artis asked, what? Nancilia said, an adventurer in Miracle City has found a skill instructor. We can go back to the town to learn skills first. This will greatly increase our strength and speed up our dungeon brushing efficiency. What? Skill instructor? Everyone is already level 7 and has several skill points. I have never known how to use them. It turns out that they are used to learn skills. Vizeros immediately asked, do you know the Ghost Swordsmans? Where is the instructor? Nancilia immediately said, in the deepest part of the back street of Hutton Mar, there is a dojo called Ghost Swordsman. Its founder is a powerful swordsman named GSD. He has been helping the Ghost Swordsmen, who are suffering from the Kazan Plague, and teaching them swordsmanship. Akru, then where is the instructor of the fighter? Nancilia asked around and replied, the instructor of the fighter is Fengjun, the owner of Fengquan Martial Arts School. It is said that he is a well-known top master in Sioux country. He will personally find and teach fighters with excellent qualifications. The sharpshooter instructor is Kelly from Heaven. The magician instructor is the president of the Magic Guild, the Dark Elf Sharon from the Dark City. The adventurers can see from the identities and races of these instructors that Hedenmer is really a place where masters from all over the world gather. It is no exaggeration to say that this is a place where dragons and crouching tigers are hidden. No nonsense. The 4 of them immediately returned. In order to save time for adventurers, adventurers can go directly to any place in the town in their area when returning to the town from the dungeon. Vizeros quickly found the Ghost Swordsman dojo in the back street. There were at least 20 to 30 swordsmen practicing inside, and waves of full-hearted teaching voices came into his ears. The sword will not hesitate. The knife cuts the flesh, and the heart cuts the soul. Listen with your ears, and cut with your heart. Vizeros was attracted by a figure as soon as he entered the dojo. This is a swordsman who is about 50 years old, slightly hunched, but still tall. Although he has no hair, he looks more capable and tough. He is blind and wrapped in cloth strips. He wears a black coat and carries several swords of different lengths behind him. Vizeros is experienced. You can judge a person's strength by his demeanor. This person is definitely one of the most outstanding and powerful swordsmen on this continent. Although he is blind, he can move freely without being affected. His actions reveal a kind of confidence and calmness. Perhaps years of swordsmanship practice and teaching disciples have given him a majestic aura like a master. Swordsman. Your hand is covered with blood, but you don't seem to know how to use it correctly. I came here to visit you because of your reputation, and I want to ask you for advice. Next. Vizeros successfully joined the Ghost Sword Dojo. Next, he only needs to spend skill points and pay some fees to learn the Ghost Swordsman skills from GSD. Continuous stab, silver blade, cross slash, wave slash, moonlight slash, mountain collapse. When the skills appeared in front of him one by one, Vizeros' eyes lit up. It is said that these are just the basic skills of the Ghost Swordsman. When you reach level 18, you can come to GSD to further practice and become a more powerful advanced Ghost Swordsman. Interesting. It's really interesting. Vizeros finds this world more and more interesting. It not only has a unique style of painting, wonderful plot, and mysterious world view, which makes people want to explore and go deeper, but also each character in the plot is vivid. The combat mechanism, trading system, social attributes, etc. are all addictive. Even Vizeros, an old monster who has lived for 1,000 years. He also felt the long-lost strong fun. There is even a feeling of being unable to extricate oneself. He felt that what he was doing in this secret realm was not an adventure at all. The ghost swordsman he played would never be reset and disappear. This was completely a second life in a special world. How many years have passed? How many years have I been in it? Have I never had this feeling? Vizeros came to this adventure hall just to find a chance to get close to the old man artist. I never thought that once I entered Arad, I would be so excited that I couldn't stop. Today's opening time. So far, more than half of it has passed. Chi-Ji's mirror projection had long since failed. His consciousness had returned to his original body in the Lord's mansion. Lord, please have some tea. Yongjin respectfully brought a cup of freshly brewed tea, then slowly stood up and stepped back, standing respectfully aside. Chi-Ji was still paying attention to the adventures of adventurers from all over the country. It must be said that as the first truly online game in the territory, the launch of Arad continent has a huge impact on many adventurers. The current number of simultaneous online users has exceeded 1,500 and is heading towards 2,000. Such a high popularity. Even Chi-Ji did not expect it. Adventurers from all over the country have never seen such a way of playing, and they are all very addicted and can't stop. Chi-Ji couldn't help but complain again that these country bumpkins have never seen the world. They have only reached a certain point now. The progress of Grand Forest is only halfway, and the real excitement of Arad continent is still to come, however. The secret realm has been running for a long time. There are also some problems. First of all, the output of this secret realm is very rich, with various special guns, weapons, medicines, equipment, etc., and the explosion rate is quite considerable. The only thing that makes people feel depressed is, so far, the number of souls produced is extremely rare. But this shouldn't be. The monster materials in Arad are rich, not only of high quality, but also in large quantities. It should be a good place to brush souls. But why is the explosion rate so low? The only reasonable explanation is the mechanism problem. The level mechanism of Arad is equivalent to the official cheat. When adventurers defeat monsters affected by the game level, the probability of their souls being extracted is greatly reduced. This secret realm still has defects. It is necessary to patch it. How to patch it? In the original DNF, each copy has ordinary level, adventure level, warrior level, king level and abyss mode, etc., corresponding to different difficulties and mechanisms. Chi-Ji can also add difficulty options and abyss mode to these copies. In addition, we will add a return to the true realm mode. What is return to the true realm mode? This mode is a unique mode of Miracle City. When adventurers challenge dungeons in this mode, the level effects of all monsters, including the adventurers themselves, will disappear, and the health bar effects will also disappear. That is to say, the boss should be at the level it should be. The boss can exert its true strength if the adventurer can defeat it in this state. Although it will not produce the spoils of the secret realm, there is a higher probability of exploding the corresponding spirit. After this patch, the adventurer's gameplay is more diverse. Not only does it ensure the output of spirits, but it also allows adventurers to realize that some bosses that seem ordinary in the early stage actually have quite amazing strengths. That's it. Just as Chi-Ji was about to continue observing, a heavyweight news broke out in the lobby of Miracle City. Oh my god. Come on, everyone, a big guy has exploded a 4th level spirit. Chapter 199. The first explosion of the 4th level spirit is of milestone significance to the development of the territory, and naturally caused quite a stir in Miracle City. Chi-Ji paid special attention to it. He learned about the process of the spirit explosion. It is true that the most talked about secret realm today is the newly launched Arad. At this moment, the number of online people has exceeded 1,500. It is a very explosive start. However, the total number of adventurers in Miracle Territory has reached nearly 7,000. Even if a lot of traffic is diverted by the new secret realm, other secret realms have maintained considerable popularity. Among them, the Frenzy secret realm is still the most popular. The current number of people online at the same time has reached 2,000 and several hundred. 10 Kingdoms and Star Sea have also accumulated more than 1,000 challenges. Even the End Arena and Free City have accumulated nearly 1,000 and several hundred challenges respectively. It can be seen that although the first launch of Arad Continent is strong, other secret realms also have their own audiences and bases. After all, each secret realm in Miracle City is very unique, and it is unlikely that one secret realm will dominate. However, although the secret realm is rich, but there are not many 4th level units that can be accessed at present. Brother A in the Black Light chapter has the strength above the 4th level after completing the main storyline. But Brother A is the protagonist controlled by the adventurer after all. At present, Miracle City cannot obtain the spirit of the character he plays. The spirit can only be exploded by hunting the current one in the secret realm. Under this situation, if you want Brother A's spirit, there is only one possibility. Wait for Chi-Ji to further update the secret realm and launch a sequel as planned. As more and more people complete the Black Light chapter, Chi-Ji will launch updates at the right time, create 2 timelines, and develop sequels separately. One is the official sequel of Miracle City, which is based on the original work and Brother A is still the protagonist. The other is a parallel world sequel based on Prototype 2. The former is more difficult and troublesome to produce, so it will not be released in the short term. The latter will take the bad ending of the Black Light as the starting point. Brother A defeated the Supreme Hunter and was absorbed by the latter, and finally a blackened version of Brother A was born, which more reasonably connects the plot of Brother A turning into a villain in Prototype 2. In this case, there is a chance to explode the spirit. Of course, although there is a plan, it will take a while to update, and adventurers cannot obtain Brother A's spirit for the time being. There must be many 4th level existences in the Arad continent in other secret realms, but they are not something that adventurers can shake at this stage, so the only place that can explode the 4th level spirit is the Sui and Tang chapter of the exotic 10 kingdoms. Today's Arad continent is indeed in the limelight, but the adventure of the secret fairy island in the 10 kingdoms is still attracting much attention. This place with a strong ink painting flavor, extraordinary and fairy-like, is full of unique features and different from anywhere else, which can easily arouse the curiosity and desire to explore of many adventurers. As soon as the city opened today, I played Achio again. Bienhua followed yesterday's plot and explored the fairy island. Although the fairy island is ethereal and beautiful, it is also rugged and steep. There are high-level monsters with good strength everywhere. Among them, the more common ones are 1,000-year-old flower spirits, tree spirits, bat spirits, bamboo spirits, etc. Most of these monsters have the 2nd level peak to the 3rd level cultivation. If they are placed in any place in the Great Sui Empire, I am afraid that they will occupy the mountain as the king and become river gods and mountain gods, like the mermaid spirit. Here, there are quite a lot of them, and they are generally not smart. They did cause a lot of trouble to Higanbana, but they also allowed Higanbana to collect a lot of important materials. The demon refining pot, one of the 10 great artifacts, is really a good thing. The higher the level of the monster you encounter, the rarer the quality, and the more benefits it can bring. Dead monsters can be refined and cultivated. Living monsters can be refined, synthesized, or controlled. From this point of view, Xianshan Island is a rare place for cultivation. If you stay in this place for a while, Achio and his friends will definitely have a big breakthrough in their cultivation, in addition to mountain spirits and wild monsters. In various dangerous places on Xianshan Island, you can also encounter some very rare beasts. For example, Yunsheng Beast, Huguang Beast, Luwu, Qiongqi, etc. These are all small boss-level existences, at least 3 level 4-star, and it is very difficult to deal with them. Among them, Qiongqi is particularly worth mentioning. You must know that Qiongqi is one of the 4 evils in Shanhaijing and Yinhua legends. The 4 evil beasts are Han Dun, Qiongqi, Tao Wu, and Tao Tai. The 4 evil beasts not only come from mythological books headed by Shan Haijing. Even in Zhuozhuan and Shiji, they are all recorded as 4 evil gods exiled to the 4 directions by Emperor Shun in ancient times, but the specific content and description are different. This shows that their status is extremely high. In the original work of Sui and Tang dynasties, Tianji Hin, Han Dun, Tao Wu, and Tao Tai are all hidden bosses that can be challenged. Although the triggering conditions are very harsh and difficult, once successfully triggered, each one is stronger than the final boss of the plot. Only Qiongqi, one of the 4 evil beasts, appears on Xianshan Island and becomes a small elite monster on the roadside. This is indeed very strange. However, the spiritual sea will automatically repair or replenish itself when it condenses inspiration crystals. Chi-Ji combined the material to make a setting and explanation that after the other 3 evils were destroyed, the complete Yuanshan was sealed. So when it was triggered by the adventurer, the strength was so strong. As for Qiongqi, it was unlucky. It was defeated by Huang Di in ancient times. Huang Di not only shattered its body, but also used Xian Yuan's sword to break its Yuanshan, so that the Yuanshan was divided into 10 and scattered everywhere. Because of this, if the adventurer can use the demon refining pot to collect 10 fragments of Qiongqi Yuanshan at the same time, then the demon refining pot can be used to resynthesize Qiongqi and control this powerful beast for his own use. It is one of the Easter eggs that Qi Ji prepared for the adventurer. With the help of the fierce beast Qiongqi, the whole Shinjo is hard to find an opponent. Then again, although the adventurers are attracted by the scenery of Xianshan Island, which is full of Yanhua aesthetics and mysterious Shanhaijing elements everywhere, they can't extricate themselves. But the situation of her partner Tuoba Yur was getting worse and worse. To punish herself for the disaster she brought to the D people, she destroyed her stunning beauty with a poisonous dagger. Even though she was temporarily saved by the D people's divine doctor, her situation became worse and worse as the poison spread. Tuoba Yur had a strong character. But she was also a woman after all. When she saw her disfigured face in the bronze mirror, and the reflection on the water, her spirit was greatly hit. In addition, her physical condition was getting worse and worse. How could she afford the arduous adventure and battle on Xianshan Island? At this time, her eyes were already blind and her consciousness was blurred. Finally, she could not hold on and fell down. She was already on the verge of death. Higanbana and Xiaoxua had to build a temporary camp, taking turns to take care of Yur and go out to collect herbs and look for immortals. Although Xianshan Island was full of rare medicinal materials, Higanbana also made medicine for injuries according to the prescription left by the master, and used Shenong Ding. However, Yur was too seriously injured. Even the precious medicine strengthened by Shenong Ding was useless. The two saw Yur in danger. At the critical moment, Xiaoxua suddenly thought of the folk remedy in the village, so she injected her own blood when refining the medicine. It is said that this method can enhance the efficacy of the medicine. Although Higanbana and the adventurer were moved by Shishua's selflessness, but they didn't think that this kind of earth house would be effective. As a result, something unexpected happened. Soon after Shishua's blood entered Shenong Ding, the medicine cauldron burst into 7-color divine light, and the efficacy of the precious medicine finally bred was indeed increased by more than 10 times. What the hell? This works. Everyone was stunned. Higanbana quickly gave the medicine to Yur. As expected, the medicine was 10 times more effective. Although Yur could not be cured, she was temporarily free from danger of life again. Domestic prescriptions have such miraculous effects? I try it too. Higanbana then injected her own blood into the medicine, but it had no effect and caused the medicine to fail. The whole batch of materials was scrapped. What's going on? Why is Achio's blood useless? Obviously, it's not the local prescription that works, but Shishua's blood. Don't forget, Xiuxua has shown a physique different from ordinary people since the beginning of Yueha village. What secrets does she have? It doesn't matter. This is not a solution. If we can't find the immortal as soon as possible, the plot will not be able to move forward. So Bianhua continued to look for the immortal. Finally, she met 2 people playing chess in the pavilion on the top of Xianshan Island. One old man with white hair and a youthful face, kind eyes, and a fairy-like demeanor called himself Ran Wang. The other young and handsome, dressed in green, with an aloof temperament and named Gui Weisheng. There was no doubt about it. Judging from his demeanor, the 2 must be immortals. Among them, Gui Weisheng was proficient in medicine and had the ability to treat Yur, but Bianhua was rejected for several days in a row. The reason of Gui immortal was, he had long been in seclusion and did not care about worldly affairs. So he was unwilling to participate in any disputes in the secular world. Bianhua saw that Yur's condition had deteriorated again, and it was urgent. She could not let Xiuxua bleed to prolong Yur's life. At this time, she heard that there was a fairy grass with the roots of the earth fairy grass on the Dongwang peak of Xianshan Island that could temporarily save her life. Bianhua did not hesitate, and went there overnight regardless of the danger. Unexpectedly, she was attacked by a ferocious beast while picking medicine. Higanbana fell off the cliff and lost consciousness on the spot. At this time, she found that her consciousness had left her body, and she actually saw a third-person perspective cutscene. Moonlit night. The top of Xianshan Island. Gu Xingwei played the piano in the moonlight. At this time, a white-haired girl came in front of her. She knelt down without saying anything. Xiaoxua burst into tears. Fairy, Sister Yur's injury is getting worse and worse. She may not survive tonight. I know that you are a great doctor, and it is not difficult to save her life. Please spare Sister Yur. Gu Xingwei stopped playing the piano. Looked at Xiuxua meaningfully. I have deduced the fate of Miss Tuoba Ur. She is destined to die here. Saving her now is interfering with cause and effect. Do you know what consequences will result from forcibly interfering with cause and effect? Xiao Xue said weakly. I don't know. Gu Shenghua said, 1,000 years ago, I saved a dying man by a single thought, but this man later brought disaster to the world, killing countless lives and causing great suffering. From then on, I swore that I would never interfere with anyone's fate and cause and effect again. Xiu Xue immediately said, but Sister Yur is kind-hearted and hates evil. She will never do bad things. Please save her, immortal. Gu Shenghua sighed. Little girl, you have always secretly liked that male companion, right? Xiao Xue blushed and couldn't speak. Gu Shenghua said, I do have a way to save Miss Yur, and even a way to help her restore her appearance, but she is also a peerless beauty, and will take away your sweetheart in the future. Even if you know this result, are you still willing to save her? Xiu Xue did not hesitate at all. As long as everyone can be safe and happy, I will be satisfied. Please save Sister Yur, immortal. After that, she called out desperately. She didn't stop even when her head was covered with blood. Gui Weisheng sighed again. What a silly girl. At this time, Ran Wang appeared near the chess pavilion, and he was with Ah Cho, who was in a coma. Although he was covered with bruises, he was still holding a fairy grass tightly in his hand. Xiao Xue was shocked. Brother Chen. Ran Wang stroked his beard and smiled. Don't worry, he accidentally fell off the cliff while trying to pick the fairy grass. Fortunately, I found him in time, and he is not in serious trouble now. When looking at Xiu Xue, who was covered with blood from knocking, he looked at Ah Cho, who was covered with bruises and in a coma, but still holding the fairy grass tightly. Immortal One also sighed. Hey, these two little kids are exactly like you when you were young. For the people you cherish, you can completely disregard your own life. He paused and continued. Old fox, can you really stand by and watch a tragedy happen? Gu Xingwei, well, take them back first. When the two immortals brought the three people to Tianwai village in the center of Xianshan Island, the red spider Lily also returned to Achio. When the adventurers of Miracle City saw this, they all sighed. The Wo warrior admired. Achu and Xiaoxue are indeed people of love and righteousness. Dai Tui, yes, they cut their flesh and blood to save Yur, and even risked their lives several times. Friends who can do this are considered to be friends of life and death. White Fawn, it turns out that Xiaoxue likes Achu. Pear Blossom Rainfall, this is normal. Xiaoxue has been an orphan since she was a child, and was regarded as a monster by the villagers. From the beginning to the end, only Achu was really good to her. Cat Meng Meng became worried, but did the ancient sage see something, so he was reluctant to help? Bright moon shining on the snow, why do I have a bad feeling? I hope Xiaoxue, Yur and Achu can be fine. After all, it has not been easy for them along the way. Everyone was talking about it. The three protagonists are becoming more and more flesh and blood. Although Acho is indecisive and has no ambition, he is not a man who can do great things, but he is sincere and loyal to others. He is a warm and reliable boy. Although Yur is easily impulsive and always acts on impulse, she hates evil and distinguishes good from evil. She is also full of courage and dares to act. She is also an admirable girl. As for Xiaoxue, it goes without saying that she is timid, always wronged herself, and overly flattering others, but her kindness is rare in the world, and she is willing to sacrifice herself for others. None of the three is perfect. That's why it's more real. I hope their adventures and stories will have a good ending in the end. The adventurer was attracted by the fairy island full of shanhaijing elements, which was like a fairyland on Earth, and the bond and friendship between the protagonists. He felt that the plot was becoming more and more fascinating and heart-wrenching. Bianhua woke up in Tianwai village. He visited the village for the adventurers again. There are dozens of families living here, many of whom are transformed monsters, but they are all kind-hearted and friendly. This place is full of tranquility and harmony, and the beauty of harmony between man and nature. No disputes. No worldly troubles. This is a real paradise. The ancient sage and the immortal one are here. The two asked Bianhua about how she found the fairy island, and why Yur was injured. Bianhua immediately told the story of the accidental release of the Fumishan Tao Tai, and the matter of Master Gong Shan. Tao Tai escaped? No wonder you found this place. Gu Shenghua said, this beast was defeated by Emperor Haoqian in ancient times. Although Taotia's body was destroyed, his soul was hard to be destroyed, so he was sealed in the ancient mirror. Bianhua immediately asked, does the ancient sage have any way to deal with it? Gu Shenghua said, although this Tao Tai only has a weak soul left, the strength it can exert is far less than when it fought with Emperor Hao. It is one of the 4 ancient evils after all. Even I am not absolutely sure to destroy it unless... Please give me some advice, immortal. There is a sea mountain Jianmu to the east of Xianshan Island. A soul of Panga God is sleeping in Jianmu to protect Pangu Axe. If you can wake up the great god and borrow Pangu Axe, then dealing with Tao Tai will be a piece of cake. Pangu Axe? Pangu Axe, one of the 10 great artifacts. The adventurer got excited when he got the information of another artifact. Although Pangu Axe is not one of the 5 great artifacts of Qin, Ding, Yin, Mirror, and Stone in the 9-5 formation, the name sounds very unusual, and Haishan Jianmu and Panga God also sound very impressive, which makes people want to explore. The Immortal One said at this time, there is still time to deal with the disaster of Tao Tai, but Miss Yure's condition cannot be delayed. It seems that her injury was caused recently. What happened to cause this? Then the flower of the other shore told the story of the D people again. Immortal One suddenly burst out laughing. I was the one who set up the immortal barrier back then. As long as the Comtong seal is still there, it can be set up again at any time. Why did you do things to this extent? The little girl is really too impulsive. Ah, is Immortal One the wandering sword fairy from 700 years ago? This is really great. Xiaoxua said in surprise. Sister Yue will definitely feel comforted after knowing this news. Otherwise, with her temperament, even if there is a way to cure her face, she will not accept it to punish her mistakes. This trip to Xianshan Island. The 3 most important things. 2 of them have been implemented. The ancient sage immortal did not refuse to fight against the Tao Tai and rescue the master, but only asked the adventurer to borrow Pangu Axe. With this artifact in hand, it would be more certain. Immortal One is even easier to talk to. He has been pleading for the 2. After hearing about the D people's country, he readily agreed to repair the barrier after the matter was completed. The adventurers all felt a sense of sudden enlightenment. There is only one thing left, save Yue. In fact, with Gu Yuesheng's means, it is not difficult to save her life. But the problem is that Tuoba Yue has lost her eyesight, and her face has been completely destroyed. It is difficult to completely restore her to her original state. There is only one way. There is a place called Shimu Peak on Xianshan Island. The only way is to reach the top of the mountain to pick the blood dew peaches. This immortal magic medicine can cleanse the essence and marrow and reborn, plus the divine power of Shenong Ding, which is enough to completely cure you. But Shimu Peak is a forbidden place left by ancient immortals. There are many restrictions on it, and it is difficult for mortals to get close, let alone pick the blood dew peaches. Without any hesitation, Bianhua and Xiaoxua set off for Shimu Peak as soon as possible. On the way, they really encountered many phantoms and incarnations of the heavenly palace fairies, Le Fairy, and the generals. All these monsters are above level 3. Bianhua died several times before successfully climbing to the top of the mountain. Finally, she saw the legendary sacred tree that can grow blood peaches. Xiaoxua immediately picked a peach. However, at this moment, suddenly, the wind and clouds changed suddenly with lightning and thunder. A huge demon shadow appeared out of thin air under the tree. This guy was 2 feet tall, holding a huge axe in his right hand and a huge shield in his left hand. There was no head on his neck, a pair of scarlet eyes on his chest, and a bloody mouth on his navel. The whole chest and abdomen were twisted into an ugly and ferocious face. When he appeared, there were lightning and thunder in a radius of 100 miles. His power was so strong and terrifying. It made Bianhua feel like facing a glutton. This was definitely not an ordinary monster, but a kind of ancient demon god. I am Xing Tian, the guardian of the blood dew peaches. This demon-like existence roared, how can this be possible? How dare a mortal like you steal the peaches right under my nose while I am not paying attention? Xiaoxua explained quickly, we urgently need this peach to save people. I hope the great god will show mercy and forgive us this time. Xing Tian thundered, stop talking nonsense. Who picked the peach? Hand it over immediately, and leave a pair of arms. As you are still young, I will spare your lives. Bianhua drew her sword and said angrily, bah, we have decided on the peach, and you can't stop us. Xing Tian was stunned for a moment, and then laughed grimly. Okay, very good. For many years, no one dared to fight me. Today, let me see what you can do. Instantly, the world's fierce power broke out. The giant axe chopped in the air. Be careful. Bianhua quickly used her skills to knock Xiaoxua down beside her. A purple-black blade burst out from the top of the mountain in an instant. I saw that the sea of clouds that stretched for tens of thousands of meters under the top of the mountain was actually cut open by a huge crack in the middle. The adventurers outside were all stunned. Mao Mingming's eyes widened. What a terrible power. Sanju, this guy is really not an ordinary monster. Feng Zhongyan, this is definitely the strongest opponent I have ever faced since entering the Sui and Tang dynasties. Tao Tai and Yuan Taisher, who I have seen but never really fought with, are not included. This existence called Xingtian is indeed the strongest that Bianhua has ever encountered, and his power has almost exceeded the limit of mortals. It's level 4. This is a level 4 monster. Ren Tianyun and Lord Gao Yu happened to be watching. When the two saw the power of Xingtian's attack, they immediately judged his strength. Lord Qiji really has more than one level 4 unit in his hand, and this level 4 unit seems to be the only one that can be directly challenged at present, which means there is a chance to explode its spirit. Gao Yu couldn't help but say, Lord Qi is too generous. He put the 4th level combat power in the secret realm so generously. The price of the 4th level soul is not low. Ren Tianyun, Gao Yu and other 4th level lords themselves. Of course, they also have a few 4th level units in their hands. But this kind of monster will not be used easily, so in the daily challenges of Tianyun City Adventurers, the most powerful monster that can be encountered is nothing more than the 3rd level 5-star skeleton Ancient King. And Qiji not only released the 4th level unit, he also made it into a plot boss. After only a few rounds, Higanbana and Xiaoxue couldn't stop it, and finally both died under its violent offensive. Terrible, this guy is definitely at level 4. How can we beat him? Although Achio's cultivation has now broken through to level 3, the gap between level 3 and level 4 is too big. Then Higanbana was stuck here. She challenged Xingtian 10 times in a row, and was defeated by Xingtian every time. The conventional attacks launched by the adventurers were completely ineffective against him, and almost every attack of his contained the power of instant kill. Difficult, too difficult, impossible to win, at a loss. Higanbana began to think. She absolutely believed in Lord Qiji. Since Lord Qi would put Xingtian here, then there must be a way to defeat him. But how to do it? Higanbana began to check Achio's various skills. Suddenly, inspiration came. Achio's zodiac sign is wood and water. There is a move called transplanting flowers and grafting trees in the Gigu Taoism that he learned. This is the most advanced wood elephant secret technique of the Gigu lineage. Its role and function are very simple, which is to rebound the attack received with a magical technique, and finally return it to the attacker intact. Since I can't win by my own strength, if I use the technique of grafting flowers and trees to rebound the power of Xingtian, is it feasible to knock Xingtian down with his power? In any case, it is an idea worth trying, and this Xingtian is very arrogant and rampant, only attacking and not defending, so he is likely to be hit. Just do it, but this technique is very complicated. Because it can only be used once in a short period of time, it must be ensured that it succeeds once. Xingtian's attack also has a pattern. He will launch the strongest attack every 9 attacks. Rebounding ordinary attacks is not very meaningful. Only rebounding the strongest attack can win. With this idea, Higanbana and Xiaoxue cooperated. In addition, the demon refining pot continuously released demons as meat shields. It took a lot of effort and cost to resolve the 9 rounds of attacks dangerously. Xingtian really released his killer move, as expected, and chopped at Higanbana with an axe with several times the power. Higanbana immediately took the opportunity to activate the Ghost Valley secret technique, instantly absorbing the violent slash, and then instantly rebounded and fell on Xingtian himself, who was split in half by this force before he could react. Killing success, Higanbana was overjoyed. The adventurers also cheered. Although Xingtian was terribly strong, he was not invincible. The adventurers had already found a way to deal with him. Who would have thought that they were happy for less than 2 seconds? Another terrifying aura took shape under the peach tree. Xingtian, who should have been split in half, appeared in front of him again. Impossible. Higanbana was horrified. Xingtian sneered. This is just an illusion condensed by me. There are as many illusions as you want. Your dying struggle is worthless. What? Don't believe it? Then open your eyes and see clearly. Grandpa Xingtian is not just a name for nothing. After saying that, the second one, the third one, 5 Xingtian appeared at Shimu Peak and surrounded the red spider lily. What a desperate scene this is. Everyone was stunned. What? It's just an illusion. All illusions are at level 4. How strong is this guy's body? This is obviously an ancient god from the land of Shinzhou. His body strength may be even higher than that of the full-blown Tao Tai. This is actually a plot kill. It's just that it has been modified by Qiji. The adventurer can only trigger the plot by defeating an illusion. Otherwise, if he fails to defeat even the first illusion, There is no way to continue the plot. There is no hope of victory. Xing Tian wants to chop off the peach picker's hand. Ah Cho, played by Higanbana, immediately stood up. He wanted to replace Xiaoxue to have his hand chopped off, but Xiaoxue naturally didn't want to. The two sides then staged a farce of competing to offer their hands, and when Xing Tian got impatient and really swung his axe to chop off his hand. With a bang, the ancient demon god disappeared. It turned out that this was the trial of the blood-due peach. Only those who sincerely obtained this peach for others can take it away. Otherwise, those who seek personal gain will inevitably die under Xing Tian's giant axe. The final result was that Higanbana successfully brought back the blood-due peach, and it was precisely because of this battle that the adventure was settled later, and the mark of abundance was added. Higanbana exploded the first 4th level spirit Phantom Xing Tian in Miracle City. This is a rare 4th level 1-star spirit, the first 4th level spirit in Miracle City. That's how it came about. Chapter 200. The appearance of Xing Tian's spirit. It caused a big impact. Even in a large dungeon of level 5. It is extremely difficult to obtain spirits above level 3. Such high-level spirits are all treasures kept by the lords, and they will not be released easily to prevent overexposure. In addition, the higher the spirit grade, the greater the consumption. Even if a level 4 1-star spirit of ordinary quality is extracted, it can at least cause at least 5,000 mental consumption. If it is rare quality, it is likely to double on this basis. How many lords can afford such an exaggerated expenditure? Therefore, most level 4 and 5 territories will generally only release such spirits and activities, either to cultivate trustworthy level 4 adventurers, or to create gimmicks to boost popularity when the dungeon is unpopular. Such activities are generally limited in time and quantity. At most, 1 or 2 spirits are allowed to be swiped out. As long as the budget is exceeded, the activity will be closed immediately. However, Phantom Xing Tian exists as a gatekeeper boss. Each adventurer must defeat Xing Tian once to advance the plot. Each adventurer has a chance to get a 4th level soul from Zawangma Peak on Xianshan Island. How generous is this? No wonder several lords and adventurers were shocked. Of course, low-level adventurers may get higher-level souls, but the greater the gap in levels, the lower the chance of getting one. Generally speaking, the chance of getting one is not high. Higanbana can only be obtained by first killing, adding the mark of abundance, and having great luck. But this kind of thing is like a lottery. There is always a possibility to look forward to. And with the conscientious rate of Miracle City, this possibility is at least 10 times higher than other dungeons that open 4th level souls. This revelation greatly boosted the morale of the adventurers. When the news spreads in the adventurer town, it will have an irresistible attraction to all 3rd and 4th level adventurers. Wanshan Guhong ran to the scene to watch as soon as he saw the Phantom Xing Tian spirit. He was so excited that he trembled all over and his eyes lit up. Not only is it a 4th level spirit, it is also a rare soul. It is 10 times stronger than the 4th level ordinary soul on his body. Wanshan Guhong immediately found the flower that had exited the secret realm and asked, "Do you want to sell this Xing Tian spirit? As long as you make an offer, everything can be negotiated." How could Miracle City sell such a 4th level spirit? The flower has no shortage of contribution points, soul crystals, and is not a fool without a heart, as expected. It was rejected. Wanshan Guhong felt very sorry. He also knew that the flower was very powerful, and was a 3rd level adventurer. With her talent, it would not take too long for her to impact the 4th level cultivation. This soul was also very important to her. What a pity, but it doesn't matter. Since we have firmly chosen Miracle City, as long as we are sure that we can get a 4th level soul, it is only a matter of time to obtain the spirit. No matter how much time and effort it takes, it is worth it. It's just that I can't bear it. The waiting process is too tiring. The discussion about Xing Tian's spirit is not just about the level. Mr. Baihe couldn't help but say, this Xing Tian must be quite powerful. A mere phantom has such a high level. How powerful would he be if his real body appeared? Time Traveler said, compared to the monk who broke the precepts in Ashina country, his phantom is a 2nd level 5-star, while his real body is a 3rd level existence. So, Xing Tian's real body is at least a 4th level 5-star, and some may even be a 5th level existence. No way, no way. Is it possible that Xing Tian's real body really exists? Is it possible that there is only an illusion? I think it is most likely to exist. Forget about the other lords. But the talent of the old thief Qi is against the sky. It is impossible that there is only an illusion without a real body. Yes. Never underestimate the old thief Qi. I am afraid it is not only Xing Tian, but also the ancient beast Tao Thai. Isn't it only the Yuanshan that appears now? A Yuanshan has such terrifying strength. Who knows how strong the Taotai with a complete body in its heyday is? Not only the spirit, there are many good things in the Sui and Tang dynasties. I won't guess what grade the 10 artifacts are. The blood dew peach guarded by Xing Tian is at least a rare elixir of the 4th grade. The old thief really hid a lot of good things. We must work hard to plunder all the stocks in his stomach. The more the adventurers developed and understood the secret realm of Miracle City, the more they felt that Lord Qi Ji was unfathomable, like the endless and immeasurable sea. At this time, another adventurer called for help. Tell Higanbana to return to the secret realm as soon as possible. Everyone wanted to see the subsequent plot. At this moment, there were still 4 hours before the dungeon closed, and Higanbana decided to seize the time to advance the plot, and immediately entered the secret realm again to continue to promote the main line. After obtaining the magic medicine Blood Dew Peach, Higanbana entered the travel map and quickly returned to Tianwai village. In front of the immortal Wang and the ancient saint, he first took out the demon refining pot and released the Shenong Ding from it. The ancient moon immortal's eyes lit up. Hey, this porcelain gourd is. Higanbana immediately said, this is the magic weapon given to me by the master. It is said to be one of the ancient artifacts and a national treasure of the Qin royal family. It is called the demon refining pot. Immortal Wang sighed, oh, a national treasure. It's true. Immortal Gu Yu had a serious poker face. At this moment, he also showed a rare smile. He sighed, he ran, it seems that we have a lot of fate with this pot. I didn't expect to meet again after thousands of years. Immortal Wang smiled. It seems that you can find this is also the guidance of destiny. The adventurer was dumbfounded. Thousands of years? No way. Could it be that thousands of years ago, this demon refining pot once belonged to Immortal Gu Yu, or was used by this immortal? Then how many years have these two lived? No wonder they are called immortals. This lifespan is too outrageous. I feel that Immortal Gu Yu and Immortal Wang also have a thrilling and moving story. I don't know if there is any way to dig it out. What the adventurers don't know is that the two immortals are actually the protagonists of the first and second generations of the Xianyuan sword story. As early works in the series, the background of these two generations is very rough. At the beginning, it is a fictional dynasty, and the elements are a bit mixed. There is no clear historical positioning. The subsequent works are determined to be the Xia dynasty. The original name of Wang Xianren is He Ran. He was once a handsome young man of 17 or 18 years old, like Ah Qiu. He traveled around the world with Xianyuan sword in his hand, saved the land of China, and later cultivated to become an immortal and immortal. Gu Yu Xianren was a fox fairy who had practiced for thousands of years in the Xia dynasty. He always showed himself as a scholar with a green shirt and a folding fan. His appearance has not changed in thousands of years. They also experienced epic adventures. Qi Ji only plans to make the third generation story of this series into the main story of the 10 Kingdoms. But the content of this material package is too rich, it would be a pity not to use it properly, and it would be a waste of resources. From Huangdi, Yindi, and Qiyu in the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors period, to historical figures such as Gagazi and princes of various countries in the Xia, Shang and Zhou dynasties. Then to Zhang Liang, Wang Mang in the Han dynasty, as well as Zhuge Liang, Cao Cao, Guan Yu and other heroes of the 3 kingdoms. From Pangu, Niwa, and Fuxi in the mythology of Yin state, to many strange beasts in the classic of mountains and seas. There are even Western wizards, demons, vampires, Satan and the like. So many materials. We must find a way to use them. It can be used to improve the world of the 10 kingdoms. It can also create some DLC for the Sui and Tang stories. For example, after the adventurers have completed the entire Sui and Tang main story, and the adventure of the legend, they can go back to the past through the 2 immortals and experience the stories of the 2 previous protagonists. Of course. These are all big and round void cakes. Qi Ji will draw them for adventurers to eat when appropriate. Let them have unlimited imagination and strong expectations. As for when they can eat them, there is no certainty. Just like Qi Ji said before, he would create a palace-themed DLC for Ashina Kingdom in the future, but this kind of thing will not appear in the schedule in the short term. The 10 Kingdom Secret Realm will give priority to the main story. At this moment, there are blood dew peaches. The ancient sage immortal officially uses the Shenong Ding to refine medicine. This medicine refining process takes about a day. During the medicine refining period, Higanbana can wander around, or choose to practice in seclusion and skip it directly. In order to catch up with the plot, Higanbana chooses to skip. When the ancient moon immortal successfully refines the magic medicine and uses it, Tuobiware's injuries not only improved immediately, But also her eyesight was restored and all the wounds healed. Her skin became flawless and smooth, and the traces of wind and sun from grassland life disappeared. Her appearance not only recovered but even became better than before. Not only that, the blood dew peaches can cleanse the essence and strengthen the blood. Tuobayuer turned a disaster into a blessing. Her cultivation was improved, breaking through the bottleneck and reaching the 3rd level and 1 star. Xiuxua was sincerely happy. Sister Yuer, you are finally healthy. Tuobayuer shed tears of gratitude. She knew that she owed too much to Achio and Xiaoxue, so after her body recovered, she would return to the team as soon as possible to help Achio go to Jinmu on the sea to find Panga God to borrow Panga Axe. Gui Wusheng called him. Wait a minute. Higanhua asked, is there anything else you want to teach me, Gui Wuxian? There are many monsters and demons living in Haishan Jinmu, and Pango has a strange temperament. I don't know if he will make things difficult for you, so don't rush and make more preparations. After saying that, he put away his folding fan. He looked at Xiaoxue. In fact, when we first met, I could feel that this girl's physique is different from ordinary people. You have a strong power in your body, but this potential has only been stimulated to a small extent. We may be able to use secret methods to stimulate your full potential. This process takes about 3 days. Although it will take a few more days, it is the same for adventurers. Higanhua can skip it by retreating, so it only takes a few minutes or even seconds for her. However, it is a bit confusing. Gu Yuexian rejected people at a distance at the beginning, so why is he so active now? Immortal Wang saw her confusion and laughed. This old fox is like this. Don't be fooled by his cold appearance all day long. In fact, he is a person with a warm heart. Once he decides to help, he will definitely help to the end. So that's it. These 2 immortals are really good people, not only powerful, but also very mysterious, making people curious about their stories. Bianhua skipped 3 days by practicing in seclusion. During this process, she finally broke through a small bottleneck. At present, Achio's cultivation has reached the strength of the 3rd level and 2 stars. From leaving Fuma Mountain to now, about 5 months have passed. Qin Jingqiu, relying on his top talent and the plug-in of the demon refining pot, has subdued demons and refined many monsters along the way. His cultivation growth speed can also be described as rapid. But compared to Xiaoxue, it's nothing. When Immortal Guyu successfully stimulated Xiuxue's remaining potential, her cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching the 3rd level and 3 stars. Everyone was shocked. Acho and Yur are rare geniuses in the world. Both of them have been practicing since childhood for about 10 years. Acho has the blessing of the demon refining pot, and Yur is diligent and hardworking, and has the adventure of the blood dew peach, but now they have only reached the 3rd level. And Xiaoxue. She has never practiced. She has achieved such a level in just 4 or 5 months. If she continues to practice, wouldn't she be another Yuan? Of course, although Xiuxue's cultivation has greatly increased, her innate magic is basically based on assistance and treatment. Because of her overly kind character and lack of actual combat, her comprehensive combat power is obviously not stronger than Acho and Yur now. Everything is ready. Finally we can set off, after thanking the 2 immortals for their help again. Higanhua opened the travel map and quickly came to the shore. She blew the 7-cornered sea flute to summon a whale mount. When the 3 of them walked to the broad back of the whale, it was already dusk that day. Brother Chen, Sister Yur, look, today's sunset is so beautiful. When the 3 of them looked into the distance, I saw a beautiful scene. It appeared in front of everyone from the secret crystal. The fiery red clouds dyed the sky, and the vast sea was reflected in a golden red. The beautiful Xianshan Island stretched in the afterglow of the sunset, less mysterious than when I first saw it and more warm, like a dreamlike painting. It's really beautiful. The scenery of the 10 Kingdoms secret realm will never disappoint you. The 3 sat down on the whale's back. It is estimated that it will take 1 or 2 days to get to Jinmu from here. Of course, these 1 or 2 days will be compressed to a few minutes in the travel map. Xiaoxue Acho, I'm sorry. You apologize to the 2 again. I have caused you a lot of trouble along the way, and this time it was because of my willfulness that I brought so much danger. Higanbana smiled freely. Who makes us good friends? I think even if Xiaoxue and I are in danger, you will definitely spare no effort to save us regardless of the danger. Yur said, even so, this time I feel that I have lost everything and completely fallen into the abyss. If it weren't for your care and encouragement along the way, I would not be able to survive. Even if I, Tuoba Yur, die 10 or 20 times, it will be difficult to repay this great kindness. No, Sister Yur, please don't say that. I feel that I can help. I feel so happy, and happy to be needed. Xiaoxue continued, after Uncle He and Xiaoxue were killed, I have no relatives. Now I can travel with such good people like Brother Chun and Sister Yu. I am really satisfied. Yu felt even more ashamed. Xiaoxue, you are really the kindest person in the world. I was too willful in the past. Because my parents were killed by the Sui people, my mind was full of blind hatred and impulse. Now I hope we can be friends forever, and keep traveling and adventuring like this forever. Higanbana laughed. Good, that's great, Yu, and we are getting more and more in sync. Yu, I want to play a song for you. With this song as a proof, we will be together forever. And at this time, Higanbana suddenly felt inspiration gushing out. Of course, this is not her inspiration, but Ochio's talent. Higanbana then took out her flute. Then I will use the sound of the flute as proof. We will be partners forever, and will never separate. Xiaoxue, then what about me? Yu smiled and said, Xiaoxue, your hair is the most beautiful. Now the sea breeze has messed up your hair. You can use combing your hair as proof. Okay. Yu took out the pipa that had not been used for many days, and played it. Higanbana also responded with the flute with the inspiration in her heart. The melodious flute accompanied the pipa, matched with the waves, sea breeze and sunset, making people feel relaxed and happy, unprecedented peace, and a feeling of being purified from head to toe. This is a very classic scene. Yu plays the pipa, Acha plays the flute, and Xiaoxue, who can't play any instrument, sits together and quietly combs her hair that was messed up by the sea breeze, plus the most classic music time for three people, as if there is some kind of magic that transcends time and space, making time frozen at this moment. Although it is an improvisation, but the simplicity conveys the most sincere and unconfused emotions. The red spider lily can feel Qin Jingzhou's mood and emotion at this moment. As the scene gradually transitions to the travel map, Achu's related feelings appear in everyone's ears as background music. I will never forget in my life, you are playing the pipa on the sea on this day, and Xiaoxue combing her hair under the sunset. This is the most beautiful picture in my life forever. See the beautiful picture. Hear the gripping music. When you feel the voices of Achu, Xiaoxue, and Yu, every adventurer at the scene feels deeply moved. Everyone can feel the sincere emotional appeal, which is not experienced in other adventures. Mao Mingming said, this trip to Xianshan Island has greatly changed Yu's personality. Otherwise, with her previous hot temper, she would never say such words. Not bad. Yu has become more mature and stable. Achu and Xiaoxue have also changed a lot. Mingwei Xiaoxue said with emotion, this is the unique charm of the story of the Sui and Tang dynasties. The protagonist not only experienced adventures on a super large spatial scale and time scale, but each character also grew and changed during the adventure. It's so beautiful. This is the meaning of adventure and travel. Praise Miracle City, praise Ji Laozi. Let us resonate so deeply with the lives of three people in different lands. It is normal for adventurers to feel this way. Because the original work of the Ashina chapter is an action game, it focuses more on the battle system and battle performance effects, while the original work of Sui and Tang is a pure RPG, so it will pay more attention to the expression of emotions and the shaping of character arcs. The adventurers were moved and felt at ease. That's great. The three of us have experienced so much, and now we have finally become partners who trust each other. The protagonist group has greatly increased their strength during this trip to Xianshan Island. I hope the next adventure will be smoother. When the whale officially set sail, the red spider lily entered the travel map, and a mini whale pattern appeared near Xianshan Island. The red spider lily can control the whale's movement through thoughts, and it only takes 2 minutes to come to a big tree in the east. When the little whale approaches the big tree, the travel map switches to the real perspective again. The red spider lily returned to Qin Jingzhou's body, and she could feel that 2 days and 2 nights had passed since she set out. It can be seen that the distance between Haishan Jianmu and Xianshan Island looks close on the travel map, but it is actually very far. We are finally here. Is this Haishan Jianmu? The three of them appeared under Jianmu at this moment. This Haishan Jianmu is actually a giant tree growing on the sea. How big is it? Anyway, it looks 10 times more majestic than a 1,000-foot mountain. The roots of the giant tree are directly rooted in the seabed, and the thick trunk is thousands of meters thick. The tree body exposed above the water is thousands of feet high, and the crown formed covers the sea surface for nearly 100 miles. Anyone who sees this wonder, I'm afraid they will feel a shock from the soul. The size of this ancient tree is so large that Elsa, Evelyn, and other elves who came to Miracle City are amazed. The ancient tree of life in the Holy Tree City in the past did not have such a size. It is really magnificent. Is this the legendary Jianmu? It's incredible. How many magical things are there in this world? Is the big tree going to climb this big tree next, Mr. Bianhua? Just thinking about it is interesting. Bianhua drove the whale to approach one of the huge roots exposed above the water. They were officially standing at the foot of the giant tree, and they had not yet figured out the route to climb Jianmu. Suddenly, there was a plop. Yu Xiaoxue fell behind. Bianhua was shocked. Xiaoxue, what's wrong with you? Xiaoxue's face was pale and painful. I don't know what's going on. It hurts a lot when I get close to here. In fact, Xiaoxue has experienced similar symptoms several times. It's just that she was afraid of causing trouble to others, so she silently endured it. For example, the first time he met Higanbana, the trip to the Dragon Boat Palace of the Great Sui Emperor, and the time at the Demon King's stronghold. The first time was the lightest, and this time was the most serious. Higanbana and Yor were immediately confused. Ah Chio knew medical skills, but after a thorough examination, he found no problems, and the adventurers outside also started to discuss. Why is this happening? If she is not sick, then it is very likely that she was affected by external factors. If there is anything in common in these times, it is that artifacts appeared next to Xiaoxue. For example, the big boss of Higanbana carries the Chen Kingdom's national treasure, the demon refining pot, and the Great Sui Emperor has Master Yuan wearing the Xianyuan sword. Cheng Yaojin snatched the Shenong Ding at that time, and now the Pangu axe is stored in Jianmu. Could it be that Xishua's special physique can also produce special induction with the artifact? Why is Xishua's headache so severe this time, almost unbearable, compared to the previous 3 times? Because Xishua's potential has not been fully awakened before, and this time with the help of Guyu Xianren, the potential is fully opened, so the reaction is also several times more intense. Makes sense. Fortunately, this situation is temporary. The 3 rested for a day at the foot of Jianmu. Xishua's headache symptoms gradually recovered. She felt very guilty about this, but Higanbana didn't care. After all, for adventurers, all rest time can be skipped. A day is just a blink of an eye, and this adventure doesn't miss a day or 2. After all, according to the master, his seal can last for a year. Now it's less than half a year, so there's plenty of time. After the 3 of them readjusted their status, they officially began to climb Jianmu. Higanbana had never heard of such a huge tree. A tree was comparable to a mountain. The environment was intricate, and there was a unique ecosystem. It did breed many monsters. However, for Higanbana, it's not a bad thing to have monsters. She just activated the demon refining pot, and started a wave of crazy purchases to supplement the consumption of fighting and cultivation during this period. The various monsters living in Jianmu were of extremely high grade and quality. Killing monsters and capturing monsters along the way. With the current strength of the 3 people, it didn't take long for them to climb to the heart of Jianmu, which was about several thousand meters above sea level. Everyone felt like they were walking into a primeval forest, because the branches and trunks of thousands of Jianmu trees had already formed another ecosystem inside, and in this secret environment, a huge old man with a white beard appeared in front of them. His body seemed to have already been completely integrated with the trunk of Jianmu. At this moment, all they could see was a huge face formed by thousands of trees and roots. How big is this face? Anyway, even if the 3 of them added together, they were not as big as each other's nostrils, so they could completely explore this guy's nostrils as a cave. And just when the 3 were about to approach, this ancient existence slowly opened his eyes, and a pressure that hit the soul came over. Why disturb my sleep? Panga God did not really speak, but his voice was like a thunder, instantly appearing in the minds of the 3 people, making them tremble and stand unsteadily. This power not only shocked the 3 protagonists. At this moment, it was not far from the closing of the city. Because of the appearance of the 4th level soul, nearly 2,000 people gathered near the secret crystal. When a trace of Panga's power and breath was released from the secret crystal, the scene suddenly fell into a collective petrified silence, as if everyone's brain had short-circuited. So scary. I've never heard of such a life. It must be a true god. Lord Qi even has such a terrifying existence? This is too outrageous. Bianhua has never seen the Taotai in its prime, or the body of Xingtian, but at this moment, her strong intuition tells her that Pangu is just a soul that has appeared in the world, and the power he can control must be far greater than the 2. This is the real god of this land, and this world. Chapter 201. Horror. Shock. Awe, when this existence beyond common sense and cognition appeared before their eyes. Every adventurer and territory citizen who faced its existence had these feelings. Although the adventurer did not understand the mythological system of Yin state, he could feel the greatness of the giant god in front of him from the two immortals, the D people, and some words. Pangu, the oldest existence. The most powerful ancient god. Without him, there would be no Shinjo land. This world would not be what it is today. It is undoubtedly the highest ranking existence that the adventurer has seen so far. Of course, Shinjo Pangu in the 10 Kingdoms cannot be compared with Pangu in the background of the prehistoric universe. In the future, Chi-Ji will create the prehistoric universe, or other worldviews with Pangu. He will connect the Pangu of different worlds in some way, so as to continuously improve the status and make their existence more reasonable. Such as Pangu or Azathoth, the supreme existence of the creator god level. If they appear in the secret realm of Miracle City, Chi-Ji will set them up to break free from the shackles of a single secret realm, so that they have the ability to influence the heavens and the worlds. But then again, adventurers can't imagine the prehistoric. For them, the Shinjo Pangu in front of them is already a great existence beyond cognition and a wonder of the universe. When the ancient, powerful, and mysterious breath hits, Miracle City once again shows the tip of the iceberg of its background. Everyone fell into deep shock and enthusiasm. Nancy Leah and many of the elf brothers and sisters were so excited that they burst into tears. If Miracle City has a great god like Pangu to protect it, the Eternal Night Dragon King is nothing. The protection of the Lord. Let the elves feel a strong sense of security. Finally, they can end the fate of wandering for hundreds of years. In the secret realm, all other distractions are thrown aside. The most urgent thing is to complete the task quickly. The flower of the other shore quickly apologized to Pangu and explained the reason for coming here. In this process, the immortal Guyu was also mentioned, hoping that Pangu would forgive the rudeness of several people and agree to lend Pangu's axe for the sake of the immortal Guyu. Hee, this little fox wants to borrow an axe from me again? The little fox Pangu mentioned must be the immortal Guyu. Even the immortal Guyu, who has lived for thousands of years, is just a small animal in front of this existence. The flower of the other shore quickly said, Taotai is born with endless disasters. I beg Pangu to help us. Pangu, borrowing an axe is not a big deal, but since you disturbed my sleep, I don't really want to lend it to you now. Unexpectedly, this great god is quite grumpy when he wakes up. Other adventurers complained or started to make noises. This Pangu is a bit willful. If soft tactics don't work, he resort to hard tactics. Boss Bienhua, don't be timid and just do it. Grab the axe. What a stupid idea of cerebellar atrophy. Do you think this guy can be matched by mortals? That's right. Even the immortals, like Guyu Exuran, are just small animals in the eyes of this guy. Boss Bienhua, don't listen to slander. This Pangu's face is so big. If he stands out, it's probably thousands of feet long. I don't dare to imagine how high his level is. It's hard for 3 people to even deal with a phantom Xingtian. How can I fight Pangu? It's unrealistic to rob. It's probably not reliable to steal. Pangu was impatient. He just wanted to continue sleeping. He was thinking of blowing a breath to blow these noisy guys thousands of miles away. Huh? Suddenly noticed Xiaoxue. Others couldn't see the specialness of this girl. But Pangu recognized at a glance that this was the reincarnation of Nuwa Stone. The artifacts of Shinjo were born in accordance with the destiny. They would not easily reincarnate. It seems that there will be another catastrophe in Shinjo in the near future, and the people who follow Nuwa Stone are likely to be the ones who will be robbed. Since this is the case, we really can't just sit back and watch. Well, I haven't turned over in 1,000 years of sleep. Now I feel a little uncomfortable. I will separate a part of my soul. You can help me stretch my muscles. If you can beat me to my satisfaction, I will let you take the axe. What? Is this a battle with Pangu? If Pangu takes action directly, the adventurer will definitely have no chance of winning. But it's just a small part of the soul. With the current strength of the 3 people, they should be able to fight. Right. It's a deal. The red spider Lily suddenly lit up. She was a battle maniac. She didn't want to miss any exciting battle. How strong is the legendary Pangu giant god? It's novel and exciting to fight with such an existence, without waiting to think about it. Pangu exhaled. The breath instantly condensed into a human form. It turned out to be a supergiant man, with a height of 7 feet and muscular. This giant was shirtless, and every muscle on his body was like a knife and an axe. Without any decoration, it was full of primitive wild beauty. On his shoulders, he carried a black mountain that was several times larger than his body. Pangu's incarnation appeared. The whole Jianmu was shaking. The adventurers saw from afar that countless 1,000-meter-long waves were surging on the surface of the sea, and thousands of thunders were falling from the sky, just like a scene of the end of the world. Blackstone Hammer King, what a strong power. Feng Zhongmian judged, at least another 4th level. By Hajusher, it's not an ordinary 4th level, it may be a rare treasure. Wanshan Guhong's eyes lit up. It was difficult to suppress greed and desire. Because as long as you can fight and defeat, you will have the opportunity to explode the spirit. If this spirit can be released, wouldn't it be a step to heaven? No one in Qinshan City will be a rival. Nancy Lia, Mingwei Zhaoxue, and other adventurers were shocked. The fact that Pengdu Giant God personally took action showed that this existence was not just a decoration for bluffing. He really has a strong foundation and strength. According to the immortal Gu Yu, the one sleeping in the Jianmu on the sea is just one of Pengdu's many souls. The giant that the big boss of Higanbana wants to challenge is a small part of this soul. Even so terrifying. Pengdu God is too powerful. This is indeed an existence beyond our cognition. The level of Pengdu's incarnation should be similar to that of Phantom Xingtian, but the sense of oppression is obviously above Phantom Xingtian. It can be seen how strong this ancient god is, and this will be a difficult battle for the adventurers. The war is about to start. Pengdu's incarnation threw the hill on his shoulder. The black hill was lifted up by divine power and floated in the air. It began to grow automatically as if it had life. In the blink of an eye, it grew several times larger, and layers of invisible pressure enveloped it. The 3 main characters felt that gravity had increased 100 times in an instant. The surrounding air was like mud in a swamp, making movement sluggish. This black hill not only exudes pressure, but also continuously releases sharp falling rocks, which fall as fast as raindrops. Its attack power is not only strong, but also covers a large area. Brother Chen and Sister Yur, be careful. Xuxue is good at earth magic and immediately controls some of the falling rocks, using them to gather them into a barrier above the 3 people's heads. Other black falling rocks hit the barrier and shattered, and were eventually absorbed on it to make the barrier thicker. Higanbana couldn't help but feel fortunate that the main character's strength increased greatly during the trip to Xianshan Island. Otherwise, the strength shown by Pengdu's incarnation. One encounter would kill the 3 people in seconds. This battle must be fought quickly. Higanbana has rich combat experience, so it is not difficult to judge that Pengdu's incarnation is gathering a big move. Although this technique is very powerful, it also takes a long time to accumulate. When the small hill quickly grows into a big mountain, the pressure and suppression effect it emits will increase exponentially and become stronger and stronger. If nothing unexpected happens. This is just an appetizer. When the target is suppressed by the Black Mountain, the mountain will attack directly and destroy everything. Higanbana dare not imagine how destructive a mountain falling down is, not to mention that this mountain is full of Pengdu's divine power, enough to kill most 4th level units, so this spell must be interrupted. Or defeat Pengdu's incarnation before the spell is completed. Crazy with crazy storm. Higanbana summoned hundreds of wood with the 3rd level 2-star mana and urged it with all its strength, like hundreds of hideous giant pythons, wrapping around Pengdu's giant body on the spot, and suppressing it with all its strength. Yur, take advantage of this moment and act quickly. Vermilion bird flaps its wings. Tuoba Yur immediately used the strongest spell, and a firebird in the shape of a vermilion bird was condensed, accompanied by a loud and long cry, and accurately bombarded the Pengdu incarnation entangled by the giant tree. Boom! The fierce flames burst out. The flame shot up into the sky. The 3 people have different attributes. Chen Jingqiu is mainly wood and water, Yu Xiuxue is mainly earth and fire, and Tuoba Yur is mainly fire and water. Although compared with Chen Jingqiu, the successor of Giga Taoism, and Yu Xiaoxue, who is born with a variety of spells, Tuoba Yur is good at very few spells, but each of them is extremely lethal and powerful. This move Vermilion Bird flaps its wings is equivalent to a rare 3rd level secret technique, plus Chen Jingqiu's with system, the power it creates is even higher. If it is hit head-on, even a 4th level life cannot withstand it. How is it? Did it succeed? When everyone was watching the sea of fire intently, suddenly, a hurricane blew out all the flames. Pengdu's incarnation came out, still majestic and domineering, with no trace of burns on his naked upper body. The flames and other attacks were ineffective as soon as they touched his body. Without waiting for thought, Pengdu's incarnation soared into the air. He punched the 3 people. And this punch was powerful enough to collapse mountains and crack the earth. Xiaoxue saw this and hurriedly urged the stone barrier to block it. After a moment of accumulation, this stone barrier is now no different from a small mountain, but when this small mountain collided with Pengdu's incarnation's fist, it was crushed into powder in an instant. Too strong, too scary. I can't imagine if this punch hit a person. Although Xiaoxue's defense was completely defeated, it also blocked Pangu's incarnation to a certain extent, causing him to have a brief flaw. However, Higanbana was so sharp that she realized the opportunity at the first time. Crossed the river with a sword. Looking for flowers in the waves. Higanbana used Gigo's swordsmanship, and the whole person turned into a drill, instantly drilling through the rubble and dust in the sky, and finally bombarded Pangu's incarnation. With a puff, the sword energy passed through the body. Pangu's incarnation still took a small step back. This attack obviously successfully caused damage to Pangu's incarnation, but this damage was insignificant and could not pose a fatal threat to it. However, at the moment when Higanbana repelled Pangu's incarnation, like a phoenix spreading its wings, Tuoba Yer jumped up from behind Higanbana. When Higanbana's sword power was exhausted, it immediately took over and made up for it in time. The strongest sword technique of the Tuoba clan, Blue Dragon covering the sky. A huge sword light more than 10 or 20 meters long fiercely slashed Pangu's incarnation. This attack finally worked. The spell that was condensing was broken. The growing hill was shattered. The Pangu incarnation was also pushed back dozens of meters in the fierce attack. Great! The spell was broken. This battle looks promising. The big boss of Higanbana just got the first kill of Phantom Xingtian. Will he get the first kill of Pangu incarnation again? This is too crazy, too against the will of heaven. However, facts have proved. The adventurer was too optimistic. The oppressive secret technique was broken. It does not mean that the three can gain the upper hand in this battle. When Pangu incarnation was hit by the unique skills of Giga's swordsmanship and various powerful swordsmanship of Tuoba tribe, although it was a little damaged, it was far from enough to pose a threat. Seeing this, Higanbana and Yer's faces turned ugly, because performing such a move just now consumes a lot of energy. But it seems to have little effect at present. Pangu's incarnation is too thick-skinned and hardcore. Unless it is a 4th level attack, it seems difficult to pose a real threat. There is no way. Higanbana activates the demon refining pot, releasing several 3rd level monsters to the front, and then cooperates with 2 partners to continue to deal with it. 5 rounds, 10 rounds, 20 rounds, when barely holding on to the 30th round. Higanbana felt exhausted and out of ammunition and food, and she found that she could not defeat this existence at all. All spells are ineffective, although swordsmanship can cause damage. But this little damage can't even keep up with the speed of this guy's self-healing. If it goes on like this, even if 10 days and 10 nights, it will be impossible to tell the winner. But the monster reserves in Higanbana's demon refining pot are limited. The 3 of them are not perpetual motion machines, and their physical strength and magic power will also be exhausted. However, at this moment, Pangu's incarnation suddenly disappeared. Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. Pangu's voice sounded in the adventurer's mind. This activity can make you sleep comfortably for another 1,000 years. You did a good job. Take this axe. After saying that, an ancient axe immediately appeared in the air. The little fox had shrunk the axe when he borrowed it last time. You can use it directly. After using it, throw it directly at Jinmu's feet. Don't disturb my sleep again. After saying that, no movement. It passed. Bianhua, Yer, and Xiaoxue were all in disbelief. Sanju asked, Old Crane, what do you think? Baihe Jusher replied, Pangu has no ill intentions, so this battle is not a life-and-death battle. Wanshan Guhong nodded in agreement. Yes, as long as you can hold on long enough, you can pass the test even if you don't defeat Pangu's incarnation. That's great. Otherwise, the difficulty of this battle is simply not something that ordinary people can handle. Although you can pass the level without winning, wouldn't it be a chance to explode the spirit if you win? It is indeed possible. The adventurer's eyes lit up when they discussed this. After all, this is a spirit that is more valuable than Xingtian. Although the boss of Higanbana is powerful, he mainly focuses on advancing the plot along the way, so he skips all the time that can be skipped, and since it is the first meeting, the preparations that can be made are naturally limited. Others can make more preparations, and strive to defeat Pangu. Of course. Even if you prepare madly, this battle is also very difficult. But adventurers are not afraid of difficulties, because there is hope of exploding top-level high-level spirits. Even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance, countless people will want to give it a try, successfully obtain Pangu axe. Higanbana immediately began to study it. This axe looks ordinary, and I don't know how to use it. At this moment, there is more than half an hour before the underground city closes. Higanbana doesn't care too much and immediately takes action. 2 minutes later, through the travel map, Higanbana returns to Tianwai village. Very good, with this axe, Taotai is no longer a concern. Let's set off now. What? Set off now? Are you in such a hurry? But this place is thousands of miles away from Fumo Mountain. Just when Higanbana thought that he would definitely not see the follow-up today. Unexpectedly, Immortal One suddenly waved his hand, and everyone was swept up by a force, and fell on a giant sword. This golden giant sword is very similar to the Xianyuan sword, but it is 30 or 40 meters long, like a large ship that can accommodate dozens of people. It quickly flew into the sky and shuttled through thousands of clouds. This is so cool. Is Immortal One's sword controlling technique so cool? This old man is worthy of being a sword immortal. Is there a way for us to learn this skill? If we have this skill, it will be much more convenient to move in the future. Let's go. Immortal One pinched the sword formula. The giant sword flew directly out of Tianwai village and left Xianshan Island. At this time, Gu Yuisheng raised his axe and chopped it in the air. Everyone saw that the space in front was like paper, and a crack was cut in the middle. The next moment, the 5 people rode the giant sword into the crack. All directions were suddenly covered by various colorful lights. This. Such a cool and gorgeous scene. Higanbana had never seen it before, and couldn't help but widen her eyes. For a moment, she was excited and once again sighed at the greatness of Miracle City. Other adventurers were also stunned. Pengu Axe was indeed an ancient artifact. It could even split the space easily. This should be a rare treasure with space attributes. It flew through the void for less than 10 seconds. In the endless chaotic void ahead, another crack appeared, and light bloomed from it. The next moment, flying into it with a sword. The sky at the top of Fumo Mountain suddenly cracked, and a huge sword energy burst out and penetrated the sky and the earth, and then a golden giant sword was seen hanging in the air. Higanbana, Xiaoxue, and Yura were all very excited. After all, this is a unique and cool experience in their lives. It is thousands of miles from Xianshan Island to Fumo Mountain, but they can reach it in an instant with Pengu Axe. It is worthy of being one of the ancient artifacts. The 5 people came to the Taotai cave on the top of the mountain. The cave was filled with ice and cold. Master! Dianhua felt Qin Jingzhou's excitement, so she shouted to the direction of the cave entrance. I bring immortals to save you. Immortal One said, Taotai is a very dangerous existence. We will cast a spell to dissolve the ice later. Ah Cho, take Master and leave here quickly to avoid being involved in the fight later. Yes. Dianhua did not show off. She knew that she couldn't even beat Xingtian's phantom, and she had no ability to fight this existence. The 2 immortals immediately cast a spell to melt the ice. A large amount of red lightning and monstrous demonic energy were released from the cave. Higanbana quickly rescued the master in the cave, and then quickly retreated to a safe distance to watch the battle. A few seconds later, the Taotai Yuanshan was completely manifested. A super fierce beast with a body length of hundreds of meters comparable to a mountain flashed out. When it appeared in front of everyone, the oppressive feeling it exuded alone made everyone shudder. Immortal One stroked his beard and said, It is really Taotai. Although only the Yuanshan is left, the fierceness is still so terrifying. Immortal Gu Yu said lightly, Humph, there has been no change in thousands of years. The manifestation of Taotia's Yuanshan was about to be completed. We are not here to fight with you this time. Let's send you to where you should go. Immortal Gu Yu said nothing. He directly raised the Pengu Axe and chopped it in the air. A huge horizontal crack suddenly appeared above the shadow of Taotai, and at this time, the ancient beast seemed to have regained a trace of consciousness, and immediately let out an unwilling and angry roar. However, it was useless. The space crack had already formed. The 2 immortals joined forces to blast it into the crack. The next moment, the crack was automatically smoothed out, and Fumo Mountain returned to peace and tranquility, as if nothing had ever happened. Is it over? The adventurers didn't expect it to be so fast. Immortal Wang and Immortal Gu Yu didn't really fight with Taotai, but just used Pengu Axe to seal it into the void. In this way, Taotai could not take the initiative to return to the human world for at least a few hundred years, and there was no way to harm the people of the world. Next, Higanbana entered the cave and got the Kunlun ancient mirror. The 2 immortals also checked Shinfu's condition. Although his breath is weak, he should be able to survive, but he has lost all his cultivation to seal the Taotai. Even if he saves his life, he is destined to become an ordinary person. This is bad news. However, for Achio, as long as his master's life is saved, it will be enough. Dianhua just feels a little pity. After all, from Shinfu's performance and various testimonies, he is a 3rd level 5-star master. If he can keep his cultivation for his own use, he will definitely become an important helper. Go back first. Everyone gathered on the flying sword again. Guyu Immortal used the same trick again, and split the space with an axe. The next moment, the sword light flashed. Everyone disappeared in the void. Bianhua, Xiaoxue, Yer, the two immortals, and the unconscious Chen Fu once again entered the void and quickly arrived at Tianwai village. At this moment, Xiaoxue had a severe headache again. Xiaoxue, what's wrong with you? Are you having a headache again? Higanhua subconsciously reached out to support her, but the moment she touched Xiaoxue, she felt time and space suddenly stop. She felt her consciousness leaving her body. She was not unfamiliar with this feeling and immediately realized what happened. There is a scene! The next moment, her eyes went dark, and when her vision was restored, a huge official ship appeared on the sea. This ship was stationed with many elite soldiers of the Sui army, with a number of thousands if not 10,000. The leader was none other than Yuan Taisher, who was born with demon pupils. 3 generals stood beside him. Han Tung, Hu Luan, and Shengwan Jinyuan. The 3 plus Yang Shuo who died on Mount Tai. The 4 of them are collectively known as the 4 great generals of Yuan Tuo. Among them, Han Tung and Hu Luan are also known as the 2 tiger generals of the Taisher mansion. Their strength is far superior to the other 2. Yang Shuo is the youngest of the 4 and relatively the weakest. Han Tung said, Lord Yuan, according to the accurate information we have obtained, the Kantong seal was originally the treasure of the D People's country, but was later snatched and occupied by the Black Dragon King, and the Black Dragon King's Dragon Palace is 50 miles ahead. Hu Luan, but my soldiers of the Great Sui dynasty are not good at fighting in the water. Yuan Tuo stood up from the Taisher chair and walked to the end of the deck. His pair of strange eyes swept across the blue sea, and then slowly drew out the golden sword from his waist. One side is engraved with the sun, moon and stars. The other side is engraved with mountains, rivers and plants. It is the Xianyuan sword with the strongest attack power among the ancient artifacts. Master Yuan slashed his sword directly at the sea surface, leaving all the onlookers dumbfounded, to the point that their eyeballs almost popped out. Under the mighty sword, the endless sea water split in the middle. It actually formed a sea abyss that was more than 10 feet wide, hundreds of feet deep, and dozens of miles long, with great visual impact. Although tens of millions of tons of seawater continued to flow on both sides, it was still impossible to fill and repair the gully split by the Xianyuan sword. Yuan Taisher, the 3 major generals, and thousands of elite soldiers of the Sui dynasty went directly to the bottom of the sea. The goal was clear: to seize the Kantong seal. However, the specific process that followed was not shown, but through a few flashing screen clips, the other side of the flower, and all the onlookers had a general understanding of what happened next. When Yuan Taisher killed his way to the Dragon Palace, he encountered a large formation launched by the remnants of the Black Dragon King to resist. No suspense. One sword broke it. Thousands of shrimp soldiers and crab generals were completely destroyed. Yuan Tuo did not find the Kantong seal when he entered the Dragon Palace. Only then did he realize that the Kantong seal had been taken back by the D people. In the next scene, Yuan Tuo led a large army to appear in the capital of the D Kingdom. Under the powerful strength and pressure, the D Kingdom had no choice but to obediently offer the Kantong seal. Oh no! Higanbana looked unhappy when she saw this. It seemed that the Kantong seal of the D Kingdom had been taken away. Everyone realized that the D Kingdom was destined to have no chance of Kantong seal and eternal youth for hundreds of years. Even if Yer had not taken the Kantong seal on impulse, this artifact would eventually fall into the hands of Yuan Tuo, who personally took action, so the D Kingdom's eternal youth formation would never be restored. Although Master Yuan is a villain, but his strength is so strong that he looks a little too handsome. One sword splits dozens of miles of sea water. I feel that the expressiveness and shocking effect of this scene are even better than the one sword that breaks 10,000 cavalry at the beginning. This cutscene does not exist in the original work. It is just mentioned in one sentence in the character's dialogue. Chi-Ji specially made the process to create new shocks and suspense. While showing the power and terror of Master Yuan, it also plays a role in connecting the previous and the next stories. Higanbana now wants to know what will happen to this world next, but unfortunately, she has less than 15 minutes left for the remaining adventure. Chapter 202. This adventure is about to come to an end. Everyone has a contradictory feeling of being unsatisfied yet extremely satisfied. The reason why everyone feels very satisfied is mainly because this adventure is too full of material, bringing surprises and shocks every minute and every second, making people dizzy and always in a strong sensory stimulation and freshness. From the Deep People's Country to the Deep Sea Dragon Palace. From the Fairy Mountain Island to the Sea Jinmu. The adventurers not only saw the exotic Sea King city living in the giant whale, but also experienced the beautiful scenery, full of fantasy, like a fairy tale underwater world. When shuttled through the Chess Pavilion, Tianwai Village, Yuhuang Peak, Zawangma Peak, Tontian Giant Tree and other unique scenes. Every step can see amazing scenery, and also see countless different styles of imaginative wonders. There are too many shocking pictures that leave a deep impression. The D People, the Black Dragon King, the Immortals, Xingtian, Pangu, the Fierce Beast Tao Tai, etc. All of them are full of topics, from riding a whale to soar freely in the boundless sea, to flying a sword above 10,000 meters, and shuttling through the void, and finally the scene where Master Yuan split the East China Sea with a sword. This is definitely a magnificent journey full of Yin country's aesthetics and imagination. The elements of Shanhaijing can be seen everywhere in this journey, and all kinds of strange and weird monsters and demons have added a lot of twists and turns, which is definitely a wonderful adventure. In addition to countless audiovisual feasts, the interaction, growth, and emotional bond between the characters are also an important highlight. Even the most demanding adventurer, when witnessing such a rich and content-rich secret journey, can't find fault, and all that is left is a sense of amazement and satisfaction. The end of this adventure. Higanbana returned to Tianwai Village. She was still confused, not understanding why she saw the scene of Yuan Taisher through contact with Xiaoxue. Could it be that there was some kind of connection between Yuan Tuo and Xiaoxue? The Kantong seal has been taken away by Yuan Tuo. This guy is really collecting the 5 great artifacts. We have to be more careful in our next actions. Then again, compared to the Kantong seal, I am still more interested in Pengu Axe. This is definitely an extremely powerful space artifact. It can directly split the space. I am afraid that its functions are more than just super long distance instant movement. I don't know what level this thing is. Is there any way to get it out? If it is possible to get it out, I will try it anyway. Higanbana drooled over Pengu Axe. Blackstone Hammer Wang now. Boss Higanbana, don't just covet Pengu Axe. Don't you have the new artifact Kunlun Mirror? Mingwei Xiaoxue said with interest. Kunlun Mirror is also a very powerful ancient artifact. Nancy Leah, I remember that according to the records of the earliest artifact scrolls, each artifact has a special function. Pengu Axe's ability is to travel through the void, and Kunlun Mirror's ability is to go back in time. Cat Mingning, what? So, Pengu Axe is a space treasure, and Kunlun Mirror is a time treasure? Elsa the Elf said in surprise. The time attribute is rarer than the space attribute. If Kunlun Mirror can really go back in time and travel through time, its value is unimaginable. Everyone said so. Bianhua was also curious. Because she had stayed in Fumo Mountain for too short a time, she had not had time to study this artifact. At this moment, she took out the ancient mirror without saying a word. This is a very simple bronze mirror. From the outside, there is nothing special about it. No matter how Bianhua injected magic power into it, it was like a drop in the ocean without any reaction. There is no way. Although the ancient artifacts are powerful, but most of them cannot be used right away. When Bianhua got the Pengu Axe, she felt that this axe was just an ordinary ancient axe. It could not split the space like Guiyuexian, and Guiyuexian might not be able to exert the full power of Pengu Axe. The Kunlun Mirror must be the same. It is estimated that the correct method of use has not been found to activate the effect. Bianhua used the remaining time to find 2 immortals to ask about the master's situation. Immortal One said, Chen Fu's condition has stabilized, and he is expected to wake up in the next 2 days. A big stone in Bianhua's heart finally fell. At this time, the news that Master Yuan split the East China Sea with a sword, destroyed the Dragon Palace of the Black Dragon King, and snatched the Kantong seal reached Xianshan Island. Even the 2 immortals were surprised to learn about this. What? The Kantong seal of the D People's country was stolen, and it was done by Yuan Tuo, the bastard. Tuoba Yer obviously hated Yuan Tuo to the bone. When she got the news, she was furious and wanted to chop off the bastard's head immediately. The 2 immortals were also surprised to hear what Yuan Tuo did. The ancient sage said, Yuan Tuo's cultivation has reached the extreme, and the power that the Xianyuan sword can exert in his hand seems to be greater than years before. As the former master of Xianyuan sword, Immortal One also sighed, this boy is now 10 times more terrifying than Taotia's Yuanshan. Even we can't fight against the Xianyuan sword in his hand now. What? The adventurers were stunned. The 2 immortals were obviously 4th level. But even they gave the evaluation of 10 times more terrifying than Tao Tai. The existence of Yuan Tuo has brought great pressure to Higanbana, and now it has made it feel a strong sense of crisis. Others have also expressed their opinions. After successfully rescuing Master Chen Fu this time, The biggest plot line in the early and middle stages has been completed. I think the next main line is likely to fight against Yuan Taisher, or decipher Yuan Taisher's conspiracy. The time traveler made such a guess. The world is invincible, Master Yuan. As long as the demon pupil survives, the Sui dynasty will not perish. This proverb is widely circulated in the land of Xinzhou today. At least the first half of the sentence is correct. Master Yuan has a very high level of cultivation, and has the most powerful weapon, the Xianyuan sword. If Pangu and other hidden ancient gods do not appear, he is indeed invincible. Angry Chicken, will the two immortals stand up to help the protagonist deal with Master Yuan? Minghui Xiaoxue, I think the role they can play is limited. The immortals themselves said that after they become immortals, they cannot easily enter the world, let alone participate in the fate of the dynasty. This time, they have already reached their limit to deal with Tao Tai. If the two immortals cannot take action, relying on the three protagonists alone, let alone dealing with Master Yuan, even the three generals under the master's command will be difficult. I don't think so. Don't forget that the protagonist has also met many heroes along the way, such as Zhang Lai, Cheng Yao Jin and Qin Qiong, and Xinzhou may not be without true heroes who could overthrow the Sui dynasty. At this time, Immortal One asked, "What are your plans, Mr. Chen?" Higanbana thought for a moment and answered truthfully, "Master wants me to collect Qin, Ding, Yin, Jing and Shi, and use the 9-5 formation to seize the world. I am not interested in the world, but Yuan Tuo is collecting artifacts everywhere, and I don't want him to succeed and become the emperor." 9-5 formation? The two immortals looked at each other in surprise. Higanbana, is there anything wrong with this formation? Gu Yuexian put away his folding fan and looked confused. Fu Shiqin, Shenong Ding, Niwa Stone, Kunlun Mirror, Kantong Seal, these 5 artifacts can indeed form an ancient formation, but this formation is called the Lost Formation, not the 9-5 formation. Wen Xian also said, "How can you seize the destiny by relying on a formation? I think you must be wrong." What the hell? What's going on? There is no 9-5 formation at all. Then why did Master work hard for half a lifetime and take risks along the way? Did the two immortals make a mistake? Or was the information in the ancient book in Master's hand wrong? Higanbana thought about it. The two immortals lived for thousands of years. The ancient book in Chen Fu's hand might not be older than the two immortals, and the latter is probably not wrong. And it is indeed too outrageous and abstract to seize the world with only one formation. Higanbana, what kind of formation is the Lost Formation? Gu Yuexian said, "The Lost Formation has extremely powerful power, but it is very difficult to activate it. Not only does it require the Qin Ding Yin Jing Stone, but it also requires finding 5 people with strong wills and firm beliefs as guardians before it can be activated." Wen Xian, do you know why this ancient formation is called the Lost Formation, Chen Xiaoyu? Higanbana shook her head. I don't know. Gu Yuexian, as the name suggests, this is a sacrificial formation. It not only consumes the power of the artifact, but also requires the guardian's most cherished things as sacrifices. I don't quite understand. If what you care about most is love, then the Lost Formation will take away all memories and feelings about your lover. If what you care about most is your relatives, then the Lost Formation will take away all the ties to your relatives. If your dream is more important than your life, then the Lost Formation will take away your dream. This. Higanbana widened her eyes in disbelief. There is such a disgusting formation in this world. It is difficult enough to collect 5 artifacts, and you have to find 5 qualified guardians to sacrifice the most cherished things in their lives, or dreams and meanings of existence that are more important than life. It's too perverted. But why? According to the introduction of the two immortals, the function of the Lost Formation is not unique. It mainly depends on the artifact placed at the core position. If you use the Fushichin as the core, you can manipulate people's hearts. This is equivalent to stamping people's minds, which may be the closest to the effect of the 9-5's formation. After all, you can instantly create a large number of loyal warriors. With the Shenong Ding as the core, you can refine the elixir. This elixir can make people's cultivation soar to heaven, rejuvenate people who are about to die, and can also treat any difficult and incurable disease in the world. With the Kantong Seal as the core, you can grant immortality. This is the real immortality, becoming an immortal. Although the cultivation will not change, it can jump out of the mundane world like the two immortals and become an existence with infinite life. With the Kunlun Mirror as the core, you can travel through time. This is the real travel through time and space, and it has the ability to modify cause and effect. With the Niwa Stone as the core, you can be reborn and resurrected. This is the real perfect resurrection, which can revive people who have been dead for a long time and restore their youth. The adventurers were amazed. Although the cost and difficulty are extremely high, but the effect is indeed very powerful. Banawa wants to know more, but unfortunately, the adventure time is over. Good. Clap for Bana boss. Today's adventure is very exciting. The land of Shinjo is really eye-opening. This place is both imaginative and vivid and credible. I think even in Miracle City, such a secret realm is unique and different from any other secret realm. Bana left the secret realm. She no longer felt Chinjingcho's emotions and thoughts. But she still felt that she had not been pulled out of this world full of extreme romantic fantasy and extremely vivid reality. Higanbana sincerely exclaimed, "This is the most enriching adventure I have ever experienced and witnessed. It is worthy of being the unique Miracle City. The Lord has once again created miracles and legends." The adventure of the Sui and Tang chapters not only spans time and space far beyond any secret realm in the Miracle City, but also has so much content that it feels like only halfway through. After all, the conspiracy secrets have not been exposed. The contest with Master Yuan has not begun. The power to overthrow the Great Sui has not appeared yet. So far, adventurers do not know what the Tang in the Sui and Tang chapters actually represents. Even so, based on the part that has been experienced so far, this secret realm has already become a masterpiece in the minds of Higanbana and many adventurers. So much so, during this period, Miracle City has added the Star Sea Secret Realm Titan chapter, plus the Free City, Arad Continent, and other content, and Higanbana can resist the temptation and not participate in it at the first time. Although wanting to get the Sui and Tang Dynasty First Pass achievement is a big motivation. But this mysterious and vast land with heroes, the characters, and the evolution of the world's fate, all deeply attracted Higanbana, allowing her to play the role more deeply, hoping to accompany them to the end. The adventure is over. But everyone's discussion has not stopped. Mao Mingming asked, "Boss Bianhua, Master Chen Fu has finally been rescued. Do you think Achu, Xiaoxue, you and others will continue to take risks next?" Nancy Leah worriedly said, "Chen Fu only wants to restore the country and wants Achu to be the emperor. I'm afraid he won't let Achu continue to take risks. But the 9-5 formation has been proven to not exist at all. This is just a conspiracy. Mingwei Xiaoxue, and Achu doesn't want to be an emperor. He just likes to travel around and write poems. I hope they can still play the time of 3 people in the future without worries, like last time. Don't worry, the story is not over yet." Bianhua heard this and said, "I think with Master's obsession and stubbornness, he will definitely not let go of the so-called 9-5 formation. Next, he will continue to order Achu to find Fushi Qin and Niwa Stone. Although the 9-5 formation has been falsified. But it is only the one-sided words of the 2 immortals. Once a person falls into obsession, it is terrible. Chen Pu probably doesn't believe in the lost array, so he will definitely ask Acho to find the remaining artifacts. The whereabouts of Fuxican and Niwa Stone are unknown, so the adventure is definitely not over yet. Yes. In addition to the artifacts, there is also the old enemy Yuan Tuo. It is not easy for us to deal with the invincible Yuan Taisher. Achu can't just sit there and watch. Even if it is to deal with Yuan Tuo, he will definitely collect the artifacts, and then find out Yuan Tuo's ultimate goal, and the ultimate mission of this story. I will definitely participate in the investigation. So the adventure is not over. I understand. The first half is to find ways to save the master, and the second half is to compete with Yuan Taisher, and perhaps a bigger secret will be revealed in the process. Bianhua said, "Although I don't know what purpose Yuan Tuo wants to achieve with the lost array, he is willing to massacre tens of thousands of people for his own ambitions and goals. We will never let such a wicked person succeed." She decided to protect the Shenong Ding and Kunlun Mirror. To stop Yuan Taisher's conspiracy. Good. Very good. Then I am looking forward to it even more. The dungeon has been closed. Most adventurers have returned to the adventurer world. Although today's adventure has ended, adventurers can be seen everywhere online and offline discussing the plot and sharing their feelings. Several bars in Miracle City are crowded. Adventurers are happily drinking ice-cold beer from Miracle City, eating various specialties of Miracle City, and talking excitedly about the discovery and conjecture of the secret realm. I'm telling you, you must come to Arad. I dare say that this secret realm will be very popular even in 10 years, and the number of people may exceed 100,000 or even hundreds of thousands. If you take a small step ahead now, you can make money without doing anything. There are endless opportunities. I will challenge Frust Graka tomorrow. Is there anyone to team up with me? Wow, boss, I actually beat Frust Graka. I heard that there is a very powerful ice witch there, and I can't even beat Graka's Minotaur King. Collect Arad's purple clothes. If you have them for sale, please contact me. I finished the Black Light chapter today. Brother AI is so handsome. I heard that there will be a sequel soon. It's really exciting. Battle Royale is the best secret realm in Miracle City. The new competitive mode in the Titan chapter is too exciting. The feeling of this mecha battle is so exciting. The contents of secret realms such as Arad, 10 Kingdoms, Frenzy, and Star Sea are discussed crazily by adventurers. Each secret realm is very unique and has a high degree of popularity. And at this moment, in the Lord's Mansion, Boss G settled the accounts after closing the stall as usual. As the latest secret realm with the highest limit, the Arad continent has a maximum number of online people reaching 1,725, and the current highest level adventurer has reached level 10. It took a day to reach level 10. This shows that the difficulty of upgrading is quite high, and subsequent upgrades will become more and more difficult. If nothing unexpected happens, in about a month or so, the adventurer can only defeat the Sky Curtain Behemoth at most. Theoretically, the level 60 map alone is enough for operation for 3 to 5 years. This is not only because there will be a constant influx of new people. It is also because adventurers can practice new accounts even if they are at the maximum level. Chi-Ji can always create topics and freshness by just randomly releasing some new professions, such as priests, female gunners, and male fighters. This secret realm has no concept of clearance. Adventurers can keep playing. The longer you play, the more you invest, the more you have, and the more reluctant you are to give up. The stickiness is very high. Of course, Chi-Ji will not deliberately delay the update. He will invest in new maps during negotiations, and open a higher level cap. With the rich game content in the Inspiration Crystal, there will be no worries about no content to update within 10 years. As for 10 years later, Chi-Ji can take out the content in the DNF settings set and background to make new maps. He can even use other materials in his hands to make new content. In theory, the secret realm can be updated all the time. Today's harvest is very considerable. The net income of mental power has reached about 50,000. The current total number of adventurers in Miracle City has reached 7,000. Most of the time, the total income of mental power in Miracle City will be more than 15 times the number of people, and the net income can reach about 10 times. As for today's gross income of mental power, the multiple is nearly 18 times. This is an absolutely super high level, more than 20 to 30 times the gross income ratio of other stable dungeons. Even compared with Miracle City itself, this data is at a relatively high level. It stands to reason that even if the net income does not reach 70,000, it will not be much different. Why is it only 50,000 in the end? The main expenditure is too much. Chi-Ji continues to improve the secret realm. In addition, the resource output is too exaggerated. Especially when a 4th level spirit was exploded, just one Phantom Xingtian constituted a mental loss of more than 11,000. Under this circumstance, it is normal for the net income to decline a little. It's not a big problem. As long as the gross income multiple is not less than 15 times. As long as the net income value is increasing, it means that the dungeon is still thriving and developing extremely efficiently. As for the output, it is Chi-Ji's deliberate effort. Miracle City has a very high recycling rate. Now we can get a lot of 2nd level and 3rd level spirits and various precious materials every day. Although these things consume Chi-Ji's mental power to cash in, most of them eventually flow back into Chi-Ji's pocket. The adventurers seem to have taken a big advantage and are happy every day, but in fact they are just a group of diligent workers. After closing the city, invite the 4 lords to dinner. Ran Tianyun, Gao Yu, Ren Wanxiong, and Li Jianhan are more respectful and even awed by Chi-Ji. Because the development speed of Miracle City is really beyond cognition, they have not been in this underground city for a long time. But the development of this underground city can no longer be described as visible to the naked eye, it is simply an explosive development. This thigh must be held tightly. It is not a dream for the 4 territories to be upgraded to the 5th level. Currently, Tianyun City has begun to reap the dividends of Miracle City. This dividend is not only in terms of territory trade, but also brought by the surge in the population of adventurers in Blackstone Town. At the beginning, Miracle City did cause some diversion to Tianyun City, but recently the adventurers entering Tianyun City from Blackstone Town have not only recovered to the peak, but also increased by 20% to 30% compared with the past. Chi-Ji is very busy now. Of course, I will not treat you to dinner for no reason. Today, I called the 4 people here because I need help with something. Chi-Ji plans to start his personal 5th level, and the territory will reach the 3rd level in a short time. Some infrastructure must be improved as soon as possible. He needs 4 lords to help him collect blueprints. In addition to various conventional facilities, some relatively important rare architectural drawings are also needed. For example, Soul Sacrifice Formation, Soul Resonance Tower, etc. The Soul Sacrifice Formation is a supporting facility for the Soul Altar of level 3 or above. Only by building this facility can adventurers feed their souls with souls, that is, sacrifice other excess souls, so as to quickly improve the fusion degree of the current souls, which can effectively increase the growth rate of adventurers. The sacrificed souls and the upgraded souls must be of the same level. This function is very useful for top adventurers, because only the top adventurers will use the excess souls in their hands for sacrifice. The greatest significance of this function. Not only is it for adventurers to quickly improve their cultivation, more importantly, it allows adventurers to cultivate multiple souls at the same time. Let adventurers create a second, third, or even countless auxiliary souls, thereby cultivating top masters with diverse abilities. As for the Soul Resonance Tower, this facility is very useful for Miracle City. It can increase the output of souls other than hunting. If there is no such building, the only way to get souls in Miracle City is hunting. For example, if you want to get the soul of the Cherry Dragon, you must have hunted the Cherry Dragon in this round of battle. As for the boss that has not been challenged, or the NPC character that cannot be challenged, it is almost impossible to get souls forever. With the Soul Resonance Tower, this defect can be made up. During the adventure, the adventurer will have a certain probability of soul resonance with the character he plays, or even the NPC. When the resonance value reaches 100%, there is a probability of extracting souls. For example, challenging the Black Light copy. Originally, it is impossible to get the soul of Brother A. But the adventurer has played the role many times, and for a long time, and has a thorough understanding of the inner heart of Brother A. Theoretically, he can resonate with him if he has reached a very high level of running in with him in all aspects. In theory, he can successfully extract the soul as long as he is lucky enough. In short, the significance of the existence of this facility. It is in addition to hunting to obtain spirits. It gives adventurers a new way to obtain spirits. Although the difficulty and time cost are not low, it is always worth the effort. When Chi-Ji proposed the commission, the 4 lords immediately mobilized all their connections and markets, and tried their best to find various drawings for Chi-Ji. These drawings are indeed relatively rare, but Chi-Ji believes that the 4 senior 4th level lords will work together. It will take less than a day or 2 to get them. In addition, various infrastructures will be quickly improved. Although this process is very costly, all investments are valuable. This will create more long-term value for Miracle Territory. Chapter 203. A few hours later. Although most adventurers have left the dungeon, but now Miracle City has a population of tens of thousands, plus nearly 1,000 adventurers who have stayed. The city is very lively even when the secret realm is not open. At this moment, almost all adventurers, plus thousands of territory people gathered in the teleportation square. Miracle City has 5 squares, namely the 4 secret realm squares in the southeast, northwest, and northeast urban areas, plus the large square built around the core of the Lord's Castle territory in the center of the central area. This large square not only has the function of teleportation, but also is a place for holding various territory activities. So many important facilities are built on the square, such as the first spirit altar in Miracle City. As the earliest altar built, after several upgrades, it has reached the 3rd level. At this moment, the routine spirit contract ceremony is being held. This is a very important event for adventurers to watch and boost morale. Every time the Lord shows up, many adventurers and people in the territory will come to watch in order to admire the Lord's demeanor from afar. The Lord is here. Everyone immediately stopped talking. All eyes were cast in the direction of the Lord's castle. Chi-Ji slowly entered the venue under the escort of his entourage. His entourage included the dwarf-like Nancy, Leah, and Arnold, plus the dignified and elegant Miracle City named Yongjin, who was wearing a purple kimono and had his hair tied up. In addition, there were also several maids of the Flower Fairy clan. A group of dog-headed people and dwarfs formed the guards. The people in the territory immediately saluted the Lord, and many adventurers took the opportunity to make a fuss, shouting some middle school words, like "Long live the Lord and Miracle City will rule the world forever." Although the adventurers are unruly and eccentric by nature, they all support Boss Chi from the bottom of their hearts, and Chi-Ji has now established a high prestige and credibility among the adventurer group. Yongjin walked up to face the crowd, with her hands naturally folded in front of her abdomen, with her left hand folded on top of her right hand. This is the typical Japanese maid's hand-folding ceremony, which can reflect both dignity and humility. She bowed slightly and announced, "Today's contract ceremony officially begins. Adventurers, please go to the altar in order to meet the Lord and participate in the ceremony." Everyone was not surprised by Yongjin's appearance. The named person is not only in Miracle City, but Yongjin's temperament and image are very good. The adventurers are very satisfied with her announcing the Lord's will. This is the most beautiful lady in Ashina country. Her temperament is introverted and steady, especially suitable for representing the Lord's mansion, and can also improve the image and style of Miracle City. As the first named person summoned in the territory, she should be more deeply involved in territory affairs in the future. The first adventurer walked to the altar. This was an octogenarian with white hair and beard. It was the former number 1 adventurer in Black Rock Town, Baihajusher. Yongjin slightly turned sideways and made a gesture of invitation. Baihajusher walked up to the spirit altar. When he came to the Lord, he immediately bowed respectfully. Baihajusher greets the Lord, even if he was a big guy who was close to the peak of the 4th level. At this moment, the Lord did not dare to have the slightest idea of relying on his seniority. He knew very well, or did not know how terrible and great this person in front of him was. Chiji said, "Return to the 3rd level so soon? This is much faster than the initial estimate. In my opinion, it is only a matter of time to return to the peak, and this time should not be too far away. Although the speed of dispersing power and recultivating will be much faster. But it is unimaginable that one can return from the 1st level to the 3rd level in such a short time." Baihajusher was full of excitement and gratitude at this moment. He hurriedly said, "I was a dead tree that was about to turn into dust. Fortunately, I met the Lord in Miracle City, and I was rejuvenated. I won't say more nonsense. There are many people who want to make contracts or upgrade today. One contract after another, one ceremony after another. This process is still quite time-consuming. In the future, as the territory develops, the number of adventurers will increase rapidly, and the number of people applying for contracts and breakthroughs every day will also increase. This is not a solution. The Lord's time is particularly precious, and cannot be wasted on this. Chiji has already planned it. This is the last time to attend a regular spirit ceremony. He will then issue the use rights of the spirit altar. In the future, let the assistant Yongjin or the Miracle City hero Nancy Leah perform the contract ceremony for him. There is nothing strange about this practice. The authority of most facilities in the dungeon can be delegated to subordinates, as long as enough spiritual power is injected into the altar in advance. The size of the territory is increasing. The affairs are becoming more and more numerous. It is impossible for the Lord to do everything himself, otherwise he will be too busy. Therefore, it is necessary to build a management team to be responsible for administrative work and territory affairs, and it is also necessary to distribute and delegate some authority. For each key position, it is more reassuring to let the backbone of the territory heroes who are highly tied to the interests and even the survival of the territory, or the group of absolutely loyal and impossible to betray, such as the named ones, take charge. The 3rd level soul of the Baihajusher contract is Ashina Sword Saint, Ashina Ishin. The better the quality of the spirit, the greater the consumption during the contract. This soul is not only the top 3 level 5-star rare soul, but also a named soul. It takes 3,000 mental power to complete the contract, which is definitely not a small number. At least the total mental power net income of most 3rd level lords in a day generally does not reach this number. Although it is nothing to Chiji. But he does not need to curry favor with adventurers like some lords. Therefore, he will definitely not do charity. For every point of mental power consumed in the contract ceremony, the adventurer must pay 1 to 2 contribution points. That is to say, Baihajusher still needs to pay at least 3,000 contribution points under his own spirit. Miracle City contribution points are extremely valuable. It is a huge sum of money for any adventurer. The contract is successful. When the contract ceremony is completed, Baihajusher only feels that his body quickly recovers vitality, and his various functions are rapidly improved. 3rd level adventurers generally live to be 130 or 40 years old. This successful breakthrough allows him to live at least 40 to 50 years longer. The other adventurers all showed envy. Ashina Ishin is definitely a top-notch spirit. In the future, it will not only greatly enhance Baihajusher's strength, but will also continue to shine for the territory. Baihajusher thanked and withdrew. The second person to come up was none other than Blackstone Town's new king Higanbana. "Greetings, Lord." Higanbana is not only the recognized new king. She is also one of the Lord's top fans. She felt that every time she came into close contact with Chiji, she would feel a fanatical excitement, happiness and tension, just like the most fanatical star chaser met the idol she had been thinking about day and night. Let the Lord take a closer look at her. It is one of the important motivations for her hard work. Chi-Ji said, "You are still a little bit away from contracting the 4th level soul. Are you going to contract the auxiliary spirit this time? It's more than a little bit of a gap. It is very difficult to upgrade from the 3rd level to the 4th level. Even if the cultivation speed in Miracle City can be more than 10 times faster, it cannot be achieved in such a short time. The cultivation degree of the 3rd level soul of Higanbana, Inglong, is only 35%, so it is naturally impossible to contract the 4th level soul, but it can continue to contract the 1st to 3rd level spirits as auxiliary spirits in addition to the soul. For adventurers, the cost of contracting auxiliary spirits is not low. Auxiliary spirits cannot provide characteristics or ability bonuses. No matter how many contracts of this kind of spirit are made, it will not bring cumulative increases to other spirits, but can only bring richer combat forms to adventurers. Of course, if you practice to perfection, the situation will definitely be different. Once the adventurer cultivates the spirit to perfection, he can summon spirit units at any time through the spirit summoning method to provide assistance or directly participate in the battle. An adventurer with several fully integrated auxiliary spirits can often exert multiple or even several times the ability. It's just different from the cultivation of life souls. This kind of soul cannot be improved in the Secret Realm adventure. Auxiliary spirits can only be cultivated through sacrifice. Every time a soul is cultivated, a large number of souls of the same level are consumed, and the higher the level of the soul, the stronger the power, and the higher the cost. Ordinary adventurers dare not even think about it, because the investment-return ratio is not high for them. There are so many extra souls, it is better to sell them in exchange for other resources. Higanbana, report to the Great Lord, I want to contract a 3rd level auxiliary spirit. You can contract an auxiliary soul for every 30% increase in soul cultivation. If you cultivate to 100% and successfully contract the next level soul, then the upper limit of the auxiliary spirits that can be contracted at this level is unlimited. Higanbana can currently contract countless 1st and 2nd level spirits and a 3rd level auxiliary spirit. She has several powerful 3rd level spirits in her hands. After some entanglement and comparison, she finally decided to give priority to contracting the strongest Black Dragon King. No more nonsense. As long as the adventurers can afford the contribution points, Chi-Ji is fully capable of meeting their needs. Mental power minus 1800. The spirit contract has been completed. The contract fee for this soul is not cheap. Other adventurers are all amazed and envious. Boss Higanbana is too strong. We ordinary adventurers don't even have a 3rd level ordinary soul, but she has contracted 2 such powerful spirits at the same time. A 3rd level 5-star rare soul, the Sakura Dragon, plus a 3rd level 5-star top rare soul, the Black Dragon King. The Sakura Dragon has poor mobility, but has strong control ability, and a large range of thunder and wind attack capabilities. The Black Dragon King has strong mobility, and is good at swallowing secrets, as well as dark and water spells. Once such a double dragon combination is fully trained, the boss will probably immediately become the 3rd level strongest combat force in Miracle City. I am looking forward to the performance of Boss Higanbana in the territory battlefield. Higanbana reluctantly retreated. At this time, Qinshan adventurer Meng Yinxue came up. She was the 3rd adventurer to participate in the ceremony. Although she had applied a few days ago, she waited until today to officially schedule the ceremony. The cost of contracting spirits is not low. In order to successfully complete this ceremony, Wanshan Guhong and many Qinshan city adventurers helped. They gave many of the souls they had brushed to Meng Yinxue, and asked Meng Yinxue to hand them over to the territory in exchange for contribution points. At present, Meng Yinxue has accumulated 4,000 contribution points, which is enough to complete this ceremony. Please trouble the Lord. I have prepared the spirits to be contracted. Chi-Ji took a look at the 3 life souls prepared by Meng Yinxue. The 1st level soul is the Insect Warrior. This is the unnamed immortal half-soldier. The 1st level spirit of rare quality is very good. The 2nd level soul is Shuisheng Alan. This is the female ghost boss in Shuisheng Village, Ashina Country, who is jokingly called the Sword Saint of Shuisheng Village. It is not only a rare soul, but also a named soul. The 3rd level soul is Elder Yugami, Jing, another named soul. Although the quality is not rare, it is not inferior to the unnamed rare soul of the same level. It is also a very good spirit. Probably because the Qinshan City adventurer is bound to the Dark City, and Meng Yinxue's current main secret realm is also the Ashina Kingdom, so the 3 life souls are all spirits from the Ashina chapter. Huh? They are all humanoid spirits? Could it be that this big guy wants to develop into the main body flow in the future? Awesome. Miracle City is going to have another master. While others were talking in envious, Chi-Ji had completed the ceremony for Meng Yinxue. A total of 2,540 mental power was consumed to complete the contract of this spirit. Chi-Ji encouraged. Congratulations, from now on, you are a glorious Miracle City adventurer. I hope your future adventure career will go smoothly and make greater contributions to Miracle City. Yes, thank you, Lord, for your encouragement. I will definitely work hard. Getting encouragement from the Lord. Meng Yinxue was flattered and encouraged. Although this well-known top genius adventurer in Qishan City has not been in Miracle City for a long time, she recognizes Miracle City from the bottom of her heart and is proud of her identity as a Miracle City adventurer. Continue. Adventurers came up one after another. One after another completed the spirit contract. There are new adventurers who jumped to join Miracle City. There are also many adventurers who advance from the first level to the second level, and from the second level to the third level. Chi-Ji showed strong strength and background. If it were a ritual that the average territory could not digest for 10 days or half a month, he would complete it all in one breath, and his mental power seemed endless. This scene. Let the people of Miracle City marvel. Nancy, Leah, Iris, Elsa, and other local people admired the Lord even more, and their confidence increased greatly. Among these adventurers with new contracts and new breakthroughs, many are worthy of special attention, such as the new adventurer He Yuan from Blackstone Town, who contracted the spirit of the ancient god Snake from the final arena. This soul has great potential for cultivation. This adventurer also reached the third level at a young age, and his future growth and performance are worth looking forward to. In addition, many retired or semi-retired old adventurers from Blackstone Town, such as Panshir and Tiexin, had mostly reached the second level before coming to Miracle City. Most of them had reached the third level at their peak, and then fell due to aging after retirement. Now they have gradually returned to the third level. The entire ceremony added more than 10 third-level adventurers to Miracle City. You know, Miracle City at this moment. It is still a nominal second-level territory. Of course, such a grand and high-quality contract ceremony also consumes a lot of energy. Half of the net income of spiritual power today was used for this ceremony. Even with the blood-making ability of Miracle City, it feels a little pressure. No wonder many territories have not made much progress after 10 or 20 years of development. The cost of training high-level contract adventurers is too high, even if the adventurers bring their own spirits. If you finally coax adventurers to contract the territory, and then other territories offer better conditions to dig them away, a lot of costs will become sunk costs, which is a common thing in territory competition. Chi-Ji is not worried about this. On the one hand, Miracle City has an absolutely strong competitiveness. On the other hand, he did not spoil the adventurers at all. Every adventurer brought his own dry food. He did not want some lords to provide free contracts to bear the consumption in order to retain adventurers. In extreme cases, even the spirits have to be paid for free. Although the cost of training adventurers this time is high, it is worth it. The higher the quality of the contracted adventurer, the stronger the territory's military power will be, and they can also create more value for the territory in the secret adventure. During the ceremony, Chi-Ji also recovered a large number of contribution points, giving them a higher value. Chi-Ji not only spared no effort in cultivating adventurers. He also invested a lot of resources in territory construction and the creation of secret realms. This resulted in the dungeon's high income, rich income structure and sources, but all the resources earned in a short period of time were quickly spent, resulting in not saving much and being unable to upgrade smoothly. In a flash, 2 days have passed. Miracle City has opened twice more. The popularity of the 3 main secret realms and the 3 secondary secret realms has become increasingly hot. In the past 2 days, Chi-Ji continued to increase the construction of the territory. He not only upgraded many hotels, bars, and workshops, but also built a batch of infrastructure for Jinsei City and Blackwater City. At the same time, he developed the second batch of territory residences. The number of residential supply in the second phase is twice that of the first phase. It is expected that the auction will be officially opened in a few days. The 4 Lord Allies of Miracle Territory have played a significant role in the construction and development of the territory. They have purchased at least more than 10 important drawings for Chi-Ji, greatly accelerating the upgrade efficiency of the territory's facilities and buildings. In addition, the Soul Sacrifice Formation and Soul Resonance Tower that Chi-Ji wanted to build were also obtained. Construction drawings, Soul Sacrifice Formation, third-level rare drawings, Construction cost: 10,000 soul crystals, 6,000 materials, 3,000 mental power. Construction blueprint: Soul Resonance Tower, 3rd level rare blueprint. Construction cost: 12,000 soul crystals, 7,000 materials, 4,000 mental power. In addition to these two buildings, Ran Tianyun also bought a facility called Soul Reincarnation Room. Construction blueprint: Soul Reincarnation Room, 3rd level rare blueprint. Construction cost: 30,000 soul crystals, 20,000 materials, 20,000 mental power. The first two buildings need not be elaborated. The Soul Reincarnation Room was something Chi Ji had not expected. This is a very rare and expensive 3rd level rare building. It is also an important supporting facility for the soul altar. Once this facility is activated, all the sacrificed souls will leave a wisp of residual soul in the reincarnation room for a period of time, and the Lord can repair it by consuming mental power. Before the soul reincarnation function, the soul sacrificed by adventurers will be completely lost. After this facility is installed, the souls sacrificed by adventurers can be reused in theory. Many territories have poor ability to recover souls from adventurers. The lords will encourage adventurers to sacrifice their souls for cultivation, so that these souls can enter the reincarnation room and be collected in their hands as territory reserves. Therefore, this is also an important way to recycle resources. It is also very useful for miracle territory, greatly increasing the resource reserves of the territory and greatly enhancing resource utilization. However, then again, 3 high-value 3rd level facilities. Not only are their construction costs much higher than ordinary buildings of the same level, the drawings themselves are also quite expensive, with a total cost of more than 100,000. If other 2nd and 3rd level drawings are added, the soul crystal expenditure just for purchasing drawings during this period is as high as 250,000. Miracle City currently has 3 main sources of soul crystal income. The first is the basic income, which is naturally the income from the operation of the secret realm, which can earn 40,000 to 50,000 soul crystals every day. The second is the trade business, selling various low-level souls in the Lord market, and various specialties to the 4 major partners. This part of the income is quite considerable. Every day, more than 100,000 soul crystals can be earned through the output of resources in the territory. The third is the local business. For example, many adventurers will use soul crystals to pay for basic services, such as hotels and bars. There are also many people who will use soul crystals to exchange for contribution points. When the contribution point exchange quota is not enough, they would rather pay a high coinage tax to buy miracle coins. Among the 3 incomes, the basic income is already a small part. The latter 2 have just started, but there is a lot of room for improvement. Of course, although the income is high, but the expenditure is also very high. Chi Ji has not saved any money in the past few days, but the debt owed to the 4 territories is increasing, so he decided to digest and integrate the existing resources to reduce the debt level of the territories. In a blink of an eye, another 7 days. The underground city has changed a lot during this period. First of all, in terms of adventurers, the number of adventurers in Miracle City has exceeded 10,000, of which there are as many as 100 3rd level adventurers with contracts. If the number without contracts is counted, it will double. Even most of the 3rd level territories cannot have so many 3rd level adventurers. Moreover, Miracle City is still nominally a 2nd level territory at present. Among the 100 contracted adventurers, nearly 40 are adventurers from Chishan City, and the other 60 to 70 are from Blackstone City and Huanchao Town. Blackstone Town is no longer a small town. It is now officially called Blackstone City. Because the number of adventurers in this adventurer town has increased nearly 3 times compared to before the arrival of Miracle City, the reputation of Miracle City has spread to all the adventurer towns within hundreds of miles of Blackstone Town. These adventurer towns are merging into a city. Naturally, many 3rd level people have poured into Miracle territory. Miracle City itself has also cultivated a group of native 3rd level people, such as Feng Zhongyan, Lonely Swordsman, Wanchuan Sanren, etc. They are now very close to the 3rd level, and will soon break through. As for territory management, Miracle City has successfully auctioned the 2nd batch of commercial houses. In addition, new facilities including spirit sacrifice, soul resonance, and spirit recycling have also been completed. As for the secret realm, of course it is thriving. The exploration progress of the Sui and Tang chapter of the 10 Kingdoms is also approaching the late stage, and it is expected that the grand finale of the secret realm will be ushered in the next 2 days. Among them, it is particularly worth mentioning that the first batch of adventurers in Arad continent are close to level 18, and are about to open the first map of Grand Forest, and are about to complete the first transformation of each profession. This is an important breakthrough. The maximum number of online users in Arad continent has reached 3,000, and 5,000 adventurers have created characters in the secret realm. At the same time, this secret realm is also rapidly forming an influence in Qianhu City. It is also because of the fermentation over the past week. Recently, more and more adventurers and merchants from Qianhu City have flocked to Miracle Territory. This has enabled Miracle City to obtain population traffic from outside the adventurer world for the first time, and local business, commercial trade, and cultural influence are all in the bud. Finally, the territory is developed. Although the ghost poison trolls of Qianhu City have harassed the territory several times, but none of them posed a big threat to Miracle City, and Qi would focus on developing himself in the short term, so he did not launch a counterattack against the city. The adventurers did launch several attacks in private. However, due to the lack of unified coordination of the territory, the power of the adventurers' spontaneous organization is limited. Although several town strongholds were captured, they were soon taken back by Qianhu City. This dark dungeon is under the command of the Eternal Night Dragon King, and its foundation and strength far exceed the opponents it has dealt with in the past, so the difficulty of conquering it will increase a lot, and the impacts that need to be considered will be much more complicated. However, it is beneficial for Miracle City to maintain the status quo for the time being. Because the development of Miracle Territory is advancing by leaps and bounds, the later the decisive battle breaks out, the more beneficial it is for Miracle City. Time is completely on Qi's side, and this is why he is so calm. At this moment, in the Lord's Mansion, Qi checks the current resource reserves. Soul Crystal 280,000, Materials 80,000, Mental Power 150,000. Although the current resource reserves are not too much, Qi has basically completed the current construction, and has preliminarily paid off the foreign debt. In a short period of time. No more major expenditures. Everything is ready, the time is ripe. Given the current situation of the territory, it is time to make a further step. However, compared with the advancement of the territory, Qi chose his own breakthrough first. Mental power reduced by 100,000, upgraded successfully, the current level is level 5, and the number of spiritual sea awakenings increased by 2. So far, Miracle Territory is only a quasi-level 3 territory, but now Qi and Ran Tianyun and others are all level 5 existences. Chapter 204. Second level territory. 5th level lord. This kind of dungeon is rare in history. Because the level of territory facilities, adventurers, and arms are all restricted by the lord's level. So generally, the higher the lord's level, the deeper the potential of the territory, which can create a larger home advantage space, making it almost impossible for the territory to be breached from the outside under normal circumstances. Qi has always paid great attention to the security of the territory. Sometimes he would rather develop slowly to ensure that the territory grows in an absolutely safe environment. After all, it is better to be safe than sorry. If you stay safe, you can grow bigger and stronger. There is no need to take unnecessary risks. Finally reach the 5th level successfully. 2 awakening opportunities should be able to obtain a lot of new materials. Qi immediately awakened the spiritual sea. The Sea of Inspiration awakened successfully, and you obtained inspiration crystals, Elden Ring, Diablo, the Elder Scrolls, Warm Snow, Naruto, 3 Kingdoms Chronicle, 6 of them. Qi found that as the level increased, the number of inspiration crystals obtained continued to increase. He was very satisfied with the quality of the 6 inspiration crystals obtained this time. Among them, Elden Ring is a masterpiece of the famous Soul games. Its plot and narrative style have an epic sense, and its art style is very distinctive, full of dark and magical wonders. Diablo and the Elder Scrolls are very classic old IPs. Warm Snow is also a Chinese-style Cthulhu game with excellent plot and settings. If it is reset into the secret realm of Miracle City, it should be very attractive. As for 3 Kingdoms Chronicle, it is a classic arcade game. Although its size is relatively small compared to other crystals, it can greatly enrich the database of the 3 kingdoms. Finally, it is worth mentioning Naruto. It seems a bit out of place to appear in this pile of materials. After all, the inspiration crystals that Qi has obtained so far are almost all based on game works, while Naruto gives people more impression of animation. But on the one hand, Naruto also has games. On the other hand, Qi's Sea of Inspiration has never been limited to game works, all kinds of movies, animations, and even novels that he has watched in his previous life may breed crystals. Theoretically speaking, if there are enough awakenings in the future, So that most of the classic and well-known masterpieces have been condensed into crystals, there is a high probability that more and more crystals of various niche games and animation novels will be obtained. As for Naruto, this kind of crystal is not a precedent. Chi-Ji has awakened the inspiration crystal of Star Wars before. Although there are many derivative game works in this Star Wars series, the audience of related movie works is definitely wider. And Naruto is indeed popular all over the world in the form of animation, and is well known to everyone. But many games derived from it are also very classic, such as Ultimate Storm and Naruto mobile game. Chi-Ji's inspiration will not only condense a single work, but also include the materials of the entire Naruto series from animation to games. So Naruto and Star Wars crystals are of the same type, and are quite large in size. How should this kind of crystal be developed? Create a semi-original standalone story game based on animation. Then derive fighting games such as Ultimate Storm and Naruto Mobile? The workload is not small. Chi-Ji has not thought about it yet. So it will not be activated for the time being. Put it aside for a while, think about it carefully, and it will not be too late to use it when the time is right in the future. Continue. There is one more chance to awaken. Chi-Ji entered the Sea of Inspiration again. Just like the last time, 6 crystals were condensed this time. The Sea of Inspiration awakened successfully, and you got the Inspiration Crystals: World of Warcraft, Assassin's Creed, Baldur's Gate, Mount and Blade, Spider-Man, Street Fighter. Not bad. This batch is also of high quality. Warcraft, Assassin's Creed, and Baldur's Gate are all large-scale and well-known material treasures. For example, Warcraft. This may be the most classic and influential massively multiplayer online game in history. Not only does it have a very rich set of settings, a huge worldview structure, and classic character creation and plot, but there are also many derivative works and content. It is an inexhaustible material treasure in a short period of time. But unfortunately, it was condensed a little late. Chi-Ji had just created the online game like Secret Realm Arad Continent, so he would not open another multiplayer online game of the same type for the time being. Having said that, we can consider making a real-time strategy game like Warcraft. As for the other 3 inspirations, they also have their own characteristics. Mount and Blade is a game with a high degree of freedom, and no fixed main line, which allows adventurers to customize their daily tasks and battles. Street Fighter and King of Fighters are games of the same type, and they can be integrated into the End Arena Secret Realm in the future. Spider-Man is another crystallization similar to Star Wars and Naruto. Among them, there are several popular console games or mobile games derived from Spider-Man, as well as Spider-Man movie materials from Marvel and Sony series, and a small part of Marvel Universe content, so it is not just Spider-Man. Although it does not match the current Secret Realm style, and cannot be used in the short term. But the rich content will definitely come into play in the long run. These 12 inspiration crystals are all that was obtained in this awakening, and they have made another powerful supplement to the already rich material reserves of the spiritual sea. Even if the awakening is stopped now, just relying on the old capital, and no longer making progress. With the materials he currently has, he is confident that he can crush most of the top lords in the world. However, in the short term, compared with awakening more inspiration crystals, the number of inspiration activations is more important, and this round of awakening gave Chi-Ji 2 activation opportunities. The question is, how to choose crystals? According to Chi-Ji's original idea, the 4th main secret realm should be a mythological worldview, with Kratos' God of War series as the opening work. Now with the development of the territory and the emergence of a new batch of crystal reserves, Chi-Ji has more ideas. The God of War series is the opening of the 4th main secret realm. Now it seems that it may not be a perfect option. Although it is undeniable that the God of War series is a hearty, exciting masterpiece full of passion and enthusiasm, there is a relatively big problem. The god status or position in it seems a bit low. Each main secret realm of Miracle City must be built into a unique worldview. Not only must there be enough content to be updated for a long time, but it must also ensure that the logic is self-consistent and the rules are compatible with each other to the greatest extent during the update process. If the God of War is used as the opening, in the future, Black Myth Wukong will be created. How to unify the worldview of Greek mythology, Norse mythology and Journey to the West. Although it is not impossible to force a self-consistent argument, once the worldview of Journey to the West is thrown out, it will definitely be derived and expanded in the direction of the primitive world in the future. It is too strange to insert Greek mythology and Norse mythology into such a worldview. In addition, all mythological systems must be stitched together. Cthulhu mythos is also a very heavyweight content. Should it be stitched, Can it be stitched? Chi-Ji thought of the numerous mythological world systems. If it is only in one secret realm, it is highly likely that it cannot be contained. The painting styles of mythological worlds with different themes and systems are too different, which may lead to very strong conflicts of laws, and eventually lead to a surge in the production and operation costs of secret realms. Therefore, instead of greedily making a unified mythological secret realm, it is better to make mythological secret realms with different themes separately. For example, a secret realm dedicated to prehistoric mythology and immortal cultivation themes, and a secret realm dedicated to Cthulhu mythology and soul themes, to ensure the unity of the style of the entire worldview system. Therefore, the fourth main secret realm is still a mythological secret realm. Chi-Ji can put the Elden Ring, Warm Snow, and Dark Dungeon in his hand into the same world, thereby creating a dark universe, and unifying the Cthulhu-style dark world view with a set of self-consistent explanations. In the future, if we get classic soul games such as Dark Souls, Bloodborne, Light and Shadow Expedition 33, and various Cthulhu games, the worldview of the novel will be unified into a small world within the framework of the big worldview. As for how to deal with the God of War series, this is still an inspiration that deserves to be activated as soon as possible. Although it is no longer the opening work of the new secret realm, it can be used as a heavyweight new chapter of the 10 Kingdoms of the Alien Land, and the temperament of this God of War series world is also relatively close to the 10 Kingdoms of the Alien Land. First of all, God of War series. There is a clear historical background. For example, Kratos himself is a Spartan general. These Greek Olympus gods and the Nordic Asgard gods also have a lot of interactions with the mortal kingdom. It is not difficult to integrate into the world of the 10 Kingdoms of the Alien Land by slightly modifying the system background. Chi-Ji glanced at the material. The 12 main gods of Olympus and Asgard in the God of War series, the weaker ones are only level 3, 4 or 5 stars, and the stronger ones can reach the strength of level 4 or above. Although the number of level 4 strong men is okay, the level 4 also has different qualities. Except for a few particularly strong ones, the quality of others is not too high. This strength is indeed not weak in the Middle-earth Shinjo, but it can't stop you in Taisher's sword at all. Therefore, the so-called Olympus and Asgard are similar to Xianshan Island, but they are just a special hidden secret realm. As for the first generation of Greek gods, they will be stronger, but Shinjo also has the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, Chiyu, Xingtian and even Pangu as counterparts, and the whole world is relatively balanced and not inconsistent. Not bad. Let's do it, for the next secret realm update. Chi-Ji already has a more detailed idea. In this way, the 10 Kingdoms will have several heavyweight chapters such as The Witcher, Nioh, and God of War that can be further developed, and the future development and shaping of the worldview will inevitably become more and more exciting. When the worldview is almost shaped, Chi-Ji will launch more innovative content. Let different regions and different historical figures in the 10 Kingdoms interact more. In addition, Chi-Ji has also planned updates for several other secret realms. For example, the Biochemical Past chapter in the Frenzy Secret Realm has always updated the Biochemical series, and the Black Light Advent chapter will soon create a Dark Prototype Timeline sequel with Prototype 2. As for the Star Sea Secret Realm, Chi-Ji plans to choose the Star Wars or Halo series to launch the second and third chapters, or use Dead Space to create a Star Sea special with horror elements to show the horror side of the science fiction universe worldview. The above contents alone are enough to update Miracle City for a long time. Chi-Ji is looking forward to the development of the secret realm of the territory, but he also feels a little pressure, because to implement such a plan, it is far from enough to rely on 2 activations of the Spirit Sea. He must find more opportunities to activate the Spirit Sea in the next upgrade. Only in this way can the territory update be completed as soon as possible. Chi-Ji looked at the time. There is still about an hour before the territory will be opened again. The territory has been developing very fast recently. The finale of the Sui and Tang chapters of the 10 Kingdoms is expected to appear in 1 or 2 days. At the same time, the secret realm of Arad continent has caused a great sensation in Xianhu City. Currently, hundreds of merchants, adventurers, or various forces and tribes have visited Miracle Territory. You know, Xianhu City Hall. There is only one secret realm, Arad continent. Although it is undeniable that it is also a very exciting secret realm, there is no doubt that this secret realm cannot show 1/10 of the charm of Miracle City, but it can play a good role in external publicity and attracting traffic to the territory. When merchants, adventurers, and various forces came to Miracle City, when they saw all the secrets of Miracle City, they would undoubtedly fall into great shock. Lord Yongzhen, the named person of Miracle City, the head maid and assistant of the Lord, walked up to Chi-Ji and reported, Vizeros from Qianhu City has come to the main city, and there are several followers with high ranks and strength. Really? It seems that even he can't help it. The Lich Vizeros from Qianhu City is an important figure in the entire Evernight Forest. Chi-Ji actually had the idea of recruiting him the first time he saw him, but he didn't show it. Why recruit him? First, this person is a 5th level warrior, a high-level combat force of good quality. With him, Miracle City will be more stable. Second, this person's luck talent is also very extraordinary, and he is particularly suitable as a candidate for the hero of Dark City, that is, the second hero unit of the territory after Nancy Leah. Finally, although Vizeros is the representative of foreign forces in the Evernight Forest, he has established a very stable power and influence in Qianhu City. If he and the undead tribe he leads, as well as the local elves, can be included in his command, it will be much easier to conquer Qianhu City in the future. The price paid will also be greatly reduced. Yongjin asked, do you need to summon him immediately? Chi-Ji thought for a while and said, no, it won't take long before he asks to come to the door for an interview. Although Vizeros is a talent, Chi-Ji will not show it. After all, the other party's identity and composition are very complicated. It is not urgent to win over such a character, and more patience is needed. And Chi-Ji has plenty of time. Nor is there a lack of patience. At this moment, in front of Miracle City, a special team of 20 to 30 people appeared. They were either necromancers or undead warriors, led by several undead knights riding skeleton warhorses, plus a lich wearing a complicated patterned robe and a hood. Vizeros laughed in a low voice. Hee, it's really interesting. I never dreamed that Miracle City is just a second-level territory. Sir, this dungeon has unlimited potential. If you can control this city, maybe you can. Don't act rashly. It's hard for us to take advantage here. The Lord of Miracle City doesn't know his depth. It's best not to make enemies with him. Vizeros is an ambitious lich. But he is not a brainless fool. He has lived for so many years. He still has the basic ability to judge the situation. This dungeon has shown extraordinary potential. But because of this, the lore behind him is unfathomable, and there are elves backing him up. How easy is it to control this territory? At this moment, the high-level undead such as the undead knight Akra felt uncomfortable, because the local territorial law is only level 2, and as an outsider, the high-level undead are suppressed and need some time to adapt. Under normal circumstances, high-level people will not easily enter the low-level area. As the saying goes, a dragon in shallow water is bullied by shrimps, and a tiger in plain water is bullied by dogs. There are uncertain risks for high-level people to rashly enter the low-level area, and it is even easy to overturn. But Vizeros still came here in person, just because he collected too much information about Miracle City and learned that there are many incredible secrets here. In addition, this territory is not very famous at present, and it may contain many opportunities. In any case, we can't let the elves monopolize the opportunity. In addition, the Miracle Adventure Hall in Qianhu City has become extremely popular recently. There are only 500 crystals in the entire hall. Now it has become difficult to grab crystals. Vizeros has a special status in Qianhu City. If he frequently appears in the Adventure Hall, he may attract more forces. In order to avoid complications, and to better explore Arad, he simply ran directly to Miracle City. Just as this team entered Miracle City, it immediately attracted the attention of the people of the territory. What is that? It looks suspicious and doesn't look like a good thing. Will it be bad for Miracle City? The aura and appearance of the undead really give people a sense of evil and weirdness, which inevitably arouses the vigilance and worry of these adventurers. Don't worry. Since you can come here, you must have reported it. Yes, otherwise you will definitely not be able to pass the Blackwind Pass, or even pass through the territory. Whatever. It's better to ask clearly. Miracle City cannot tolerate any risks, and all potential threats must be eliminated. That's right. Several adventurers immediately came to the undead team that had just entered the city. The pigskin bully asked loudly, "Who are you? What is your purpose in coming to Miracle City?" Rude. Akro was very dissatisfied with the attitude of this adventurer, and immediately grabbed the skeleton knight's sword at his waist, but was stopped before he could pull it out. After Vizeros used his mental power to stop his subordinates, he glanced at the adventurer in front of him and said lightly, "I am Vizeros, an adventurer from Qianhu City." Why? Miracle City does not welcome adventurers from the Undead Clan? Undead Clan adventure? Are there adventurers from the Undead Clan? Some adventurers look suspicious. Ah? You are Vizeros. The angry chicken jumped out, I am the angry chicken. We played Flamed Raka together 2 days ago. Viseros was stunned for a moment. Chicken? It's you? Ha ha ha, and my Blackstone Hammer King, I didn't expect you to listen to my advice and come to Miracle City. The Blackstone Hammer King was also full of surprise, but I really didn't expect that you are actually an undead clan. The Blackstone Hammer King and the Angry Chicken have teamed up with Viseros in the Arad continent, and more than once. They can be regarded as netizens with good relations. The latter came to Miracle City with the contribution of these two people. It was they who described the situation of Miracle City to Viseros during the adventure. This fully aroused the Lich's interest in this territory, and laid the foundation for his personal visit to Miracle City. This was also the first offline meeting between online netizens. It turned out to be Boss Viseros? That's fine. Who would have thought that this boss was a lich? The other adventurers also put down their guard one by one. Although the undead tribe was more suspicious, Boss Viseros was a big moneymaker in the Arad continent. His generosity left a deep impression on other adventurers. The Blackstone Hammer King immediately received Viseros. Boss, how long are you going to stay in Miracle City this time? You might as well buy a house here and live there. It is said that the third batch of territory houses will be launched soon. With your financial resources, it should be no problem. Hee, thank you for your invitation, but we can't stay here for long. After all, there are still many things to do in Qianhu City. Blackstone Hammer King, is that so? That's a pity. The Angry Chicken said, let's not talk about this. The secret realm will be open in about half an hour. Let's take you to the city for a walk, and then go to the secret realm hall to prepare in advance. Okay. Several adventurers took the group of undead visitors to Miracle City. Recently, many outsiders have come to Miracle City. There are businessmen and adventurers. As long as these people report in advance, they can enter the city without too much identity problems, but non-territorial people cannot enter the central area without permission. There are also many places to see in the 4 major urban areas of East, West, South, and North. For example, various peripheral buildings in Miracle City, monster camps, and the latest residential buildings. After a simple walk, everyone came to the secret hall in the East Square. After entering and asking around, Viseros was surprised to find that although Miracle Territory was only a second-level territory, the number of secret crystals was beyond imagination. In fact, in the past few days, Miracle Territory has also upgraded 2 second-level halls to third-level halls. Currently, the 4 halls in Miracle City are all third-level halls, and this is by no means an easy task. After all, the construction and upgrade costs of most buildings in the territory increase with the number. If the cost of the first hall is 1, the second is 2, the third is 3, and the fourth is 4, which means all 4 halls are upgraded to the third level. The cost is not 4 times but 10 times. This is not a small number. Viseros has been to many territories. Even the top senior third-level territories can build so many third-level halls in the main city. The key is that it is not necessary. The crystal limit of 4 third-level halls is 6,000. This is a complete waste for a third-level territory. Even for most of the 4th-level lords, it is too rich and luxurious to use. However, Viseros knew that the average daily number of adventurers received by Miracle Territory exceeded 10,000 a day or 2 ago, and 80% of them were in Miracle City, and the number was still increasing. So popular, such a terrifying growth rate. It is necessary to prepare the infrastructure in advance. With so many crystals, we don't have to worry about queuing. Yes, Lord Viseros, my undead clan will definitely show its strength in Arad, and we must not be compared with the elves in Thousand Lake City. Akra said to the other entourage, let's continue to challenge Flamed Raka today. A skeleton-like undead warrior, Lord Akru, my sharpshooter is already level 16. Akru, join the team later. An undead mage immediately said, my fighter is also level 15, can you take me with you? You can come with me. I'm level 10, Lord Akru, can you take me with you? Want to fight Flamed Raka at level 10? Go, find a team to practice by yourself. Akru, Lord Viseros, do you want to come with me? Viseros, no hurry, I plan to learn more about the situation of the secret realm of Miracle City. Soon after, the territory opened. When the mighty adventurers poured into the hall, Viseros faced the mighty adventurers. Even with his experience, he had never seen a dungeon with such a hot atmosphere. Recently, Arad continent is popular again in Qianhu City. It can be predicted that Miracle City will usher in a new wave of development opportunities by attracting traffic from Qianhu City. If nothing unexpected happens, even with Arad continent alone, Miracle City will grow into a very important force in the Evernight Forest. Viseros activated the crystal of the main city's secret realm. Main secret realm, Doomsday Frenzy, 10 kingdoms of the exotic world, Sea of Stars, secondary secret realm, end of the world arena, free city, Arad continent. This Arad continent is actually a secondary secret realm. The old man artist didn't lie to me. Viseros had learned from the adventurers of Miracle City in advance that Arad continent was just a secondary secret realm of Miracle City, but he still didn't dare to believe it. After all, it was too unbelievable. Until now, I saw it with my own eyes. Finally, I had to accept this outrageous reality. Viseros couldn't imagine that even a secondary secret realm could be built to such a scale. So what scale should the 3 main secret realms be built to? Just when Viseros was thinking about whether to enter other secret realms in Miracle City to explore. Boss Viseros, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and go to Arad. The Blackstone Hammer King urged. Yesterday someone found the hidden map of Grand Forest. Viseros was stunned. Hidden map? The Blackstone Hammer King said. It is a place called Dark Thunder Ruins. There are many zombies in it, and the difficulty can be said to be very high. Many adventurers have failed in the challenge. Now you may be able to grab the first kill. Viseros immediately became interested. Anyway, there is still plenty of time today, and there is no rush to understand other secret realms. Thinking of this, landed in Arad again. He is already a level 17 Ghost Swordsman. Most of his clothes are blue equipment from level 10 to 15. His weapon was also changed from the level 5 Autumn Leaf Blade he bought before to a level 10 Purple Secret Infantry Giant Sword. Although this weapon was heavy, it was very powerful. Viseros looked at the experience bar. The current experience was 94% of level 17. If everything went well, he could upgrade directly after defeating this hidden dungeon. Chapter 205. Viseros re-entered Arad. No matter where he was when he logged off, he would return to the town every time he logged on, or more precisely, to the inn opened by Celia. Today is also a day full of hope. My dear adventurer, it seems that you are going out for adventure again. I will always pray for you behind your back. Walked out of the inn. This is the main street of Hedenmer, the capital of the principality. The rising sun shines through the gaps between the white buildings covered with green plants on both sides of the street, casting patches of mottled light and shadow, jumping on the travelers coming and going, giving a dreamy, peaceful and vigorous feeling. This country, which is not too large in size and population, always looks so vibrant. Adventurers from all over the world gather here, and different countries, and even races coexist peacefully. The clanging sound of iron in the blacksmith's shop, the roar of magic machinery, and the shouting and shouting of small vendors are endless, and there are rich details of life in every corner. At this moment, standing here, it's not the Lich Viseros, but the Ghost Swordsman Viseros. It's only been 9 days since he came to the Arad continent to adventure since he came into contact with the secret realm of Miracle City. Viseros has been completely immersed in it, and the Lich sometimes feels extremely confused. With his own strength, status and experience, why would he be so attracted to the secret realm built by the Lord with his spiritual power? He thought about it. He summed up 3 reasons. First, the charm of the background of the Arad continent itself. The elements of this world are both familiar and unfamiliar, containing a very complex magic system, as well as very profound knowledge and superior power, which is irresistible to any Lich with a thirst for knowledge. Although the time to explore this world is not long, various clues show that the world of Arad is not simple at all. There are not only powerful and mysterious beings like the great magician Mar, but also unknown places such as the heaven and the demon world, and a powerful existence called the Apostle. It naturally stimulates the desire to explore. Second, the real, detailed and immersive world atmosphere, plus the feeling of almost living a second life again. The culture, history, politics, military, etc. of the world of Arad. It is very complete, and there is no sense of disobedience. It makes people feel strongly involved. Viseros has been a Lich for hundreds of years. Wherever he went in the past, he would be feared or dreaded by people. Although he has strong strength and status, he can never get rid of the various strange looks brought by the identity label, and no one will ever treat the Lich as a normal person. And in fact, it is indeed the case. Liches are a group of evil, extreme, ambitious guys who will do anything to pursue knowledge or immortality. Although Viseros himself doesn't care, it would be a very fresh and interesting thing for him to change his identity, perspective, or even the world. When he appeared in Arad as a Ghost Swordsman, he got rid of all the identities in the real world, eliminated the barriers in the real world, and even went on adventures with elves such as Artis and Nancy. This feeling is indeed very novel and interesting. Third, of course, is the attraction and fun of the Secret Realm mechanism. The design of the copy battlefield in Arad is praised by adventurers as a secret realm in a secret realm. Countless small secret realms are stuffed into a large secret realm. Such design innovation and powerful resource integration and material optimization capabilities have never been seen in the thousands of years of Azaros. How can it not be amazing? This is absolutely a genius production. Adventurers can repeatedly and quickly challenge various areas of Grand Forest, and each challenge can directly reach the target area, eliminating the need to make long and repeated journeys every time they enter the forest. The battle is efficient. It is closely connected with the plot. In addition to the design of small secret realms, the rich level system, equipment system and online social attributes are based on the original fun of Arad continent, and the cultivation and vanity comparison in the real world are added, so that the harvest and achievements of the secret realm can be accumulated into real assets. This is only part of the advantages of Arad continent. But it can kill the Evernight Forest in seconds, and even all the high-level dungeon secret realms that Vazaros has known, so it is no wonder that even he is deeply attracted and can't stop. Not long after, according to the method provided by the Blackstone Hammer King, Vazaros triggered the main line of Dark Thunder Ruins. He first went to the Ghost Swordsman dojo in the backstreet area of Hutton Mar to find his mentor GSD to upgrade his skills, and then he was about to go through the Blessing Point on the big map and teleport directly to the entrance of Grand Forest. Fast travel function. It definitely didn't exist in the original work, because the video game scenes themselves were miniaturized. There were only a few representative scenes in the entire Hutton Mar, and it didn't take much time to walk from one map to another. However, the Arad continent in Miracle City was different. The entire Hutton Mar was completely built. Although the city was not large in scale, it had hundreds of thousands of people. It takes at least half an hour to walk from the city center to the outside of the city, and it takes an hour to ride a horse from the outside of the city to the entrance of Grand Forest. If you have to run back and forth every time you go in and out, it will be a waste of time. Therefore, Chi-Ji arranged many blessing points in various places on the Arad continent. As long as the adventurer activates the blessing, he can consume a small amount of gold coins for fast travel, thereby greatly shortening the travel time, which not only ensures the authenticity of the game scene, but also improves the rhythm and experience of the game. However, just when Vazaros walked out of the Ghost Swordsman dojo to the blacksmith shop to repair his equipment. Damn, my hammer was left in the deepest part of Grand Forest. Whoever can help me bring it back will be rewarded. An old blacksmith, with a pale beard and a short stature like a dwarf, pleaded with several local adventurers anxiously. These adventurers are all natives of the Arad continent. When they learned that they were going to enter the deepest part of Grand Forest, they looked at each other with difficulty and finally refused the old blacksmith's commission. Vazaro's heart moved. The old blacksmith is Shinda, the most famous forging master in Hutton Mar. He seems to be in trouble, and this should be a good task. If you build a good relationship with this old guy, you may get a discount on equipment repairs in the future. Gold coins in Arad are also a very scarce resource at present. Adventurers can exchange some with miracle coins, but in order to ensure the balance and experience of the secret realm, the amount that each person can exchange is not too much, not to mention that miracle coins are a more advanced and equally scarce resource. So save Arad gold coins if you can. And repairing equipment is one of the biggest daily expenses. Vazaros then took the initiative to find the old blacksmith and expressed his intentions to him. Adventurer, do you want to explore the Dark Thunder ruins in the deepest part of Grand Forest? Not bad. Great. Cinda was overjoyed and immediately said, please do me a favor and find the hammer left by my master for me, and I will definitely reward you handsomely, and will never treat you unfairly. Ding! Trigger the Secret Realm branch. Mission name: Cinda's Hammer. Mission details: blah blah blah. Mission goal: clear the Dark Thunder ruins, and there is a chance to obtain Cinda's Hammer. Trigger the branch again. The Arad continent has a very large mission system. It can be divided into main missions, branch missions, activity missions, etc. Among them, the main mission is naturally the main line of DNF, which can promote the development and changes of the world plot. The branch mission is very large. Chi-Ji included most of the original missions. Many original branch missions and daily missions were added. This not only enriches the worldview and makes it more interesting, but he can also actively guide adventurers to brush maps through tasks according to the current needs of the territory for materials, spirits, and equipment. For example, the territory is short of spirits. He will launch a task to let adventurers challenge the return to the true mode, so as to have a greater chance of exploding the spirit of Arad. And these tasks can generally also obtain gold coins, materials, equipment rewards, or gain the favorability of special characters, paving the way for the subsequent hidden plots, and most of them can bring very good positive feedback to adventurers. Leave it to me. Bezaros is full of confidence. He was going to adventure in the Dark Thunder Ruins. It's also convenient to take on an extra side quest at this time. A few minutes later. Entrance to Grand Forest. Hundreds of adventurers gathered here. At the entrance of each dungeon area, adventurers can see the projections of adventurers from other time and space. At a glance, there are hundreds of them. However, since they are not in the same time and space, so they can only see the general outline, but cannot touch or interact. On the chat screen, various messages are constantly scrolling. Luke, collect equipment and materials, and also take on Graka and below to lead people through the map. The price is 500 to 1,000 per person. If you need it, please look for the Howling Fong Adventure Group. Wool Warrior, Flame Graka is missing one of the three. 15 or above, please contact me privately. Cat Ming Ming, Dark Thunder Ruins is looking for a team to open up the wasteland. It's so lively. Bezaros formed a team with Blackstone Hammer King, Angry Chicken, and Nancy Leah, and when they established contact with each other, they immediately appeared from the state of transparent people. In this way, you can not only communicate on the chat screen, you can also communicate face to face. Blackstone Hammer King, are you all ready? According to the latest intelligence, the ice attribute attack in the Dark Thunder Ruins is very threatening, so I prepared some ice resistance potions. Share them with everyone. Nancy Leah, thank you. Cranky Chicken can't wait. I can't wait. Hurry in, I still want to get the first kill. As the captain, Blackstone Hammer King walked into the entrance of the Grand Forest map. This entrance is in the shape of a vortex, which can only be seen by adventurers. When you walk in, you will enter the interface for selecting a copy. A bird's-eye view map of the Grand Forest appeared in front of you. This forest is very large. Currently Mirkwood, Thunder Ruins, Toxic Mirkwood, Frost Graka, Graka, and Flame Graka have been unlocked. The 6 dungeons are distributed in different areas of Grand Forest. Although these areas are interconnected within the forest, adventurers have limited range of activities when challenging the secret realm. They can see other areas from a distance, but cannot cross the border. At this moment, outside the 6 dungeons, there is another Dark Thunder Ruins. From the bird's eye view of the map, its location is in the deepest part of Grand Forest. It is a small rotten black forest. It is not difficult to see that it must contain a lot of secrets. The selection is complete. Officially enter. Cack. The crows are screaming. The 4 adventurers open their eyes. They are already in a silent and gloomy forest. Most of the plants here are withered, and the air is abnormally cold. There are many places similar to tombs between the ruins caused by a large number of fires, and many bones are even directly exposed outside. Gloomy. Weird. Cranky Chicken. Is this the Dark Thunder Ruins? Why does it look like a mass grave? The Blackstone Hammer King explained. The Dark Thunder Ruins are located in the deepest part of the Grand Forest. It is said that this was once the town home of the Grand Forest Elves, which was destroyed in the Grand Fire disaster a few years ago. Cranky Chicken. Where are the elves? Nancy Leah looked regretful. Almost all of them are gone. In order to repair the damaged magic circle, most of the elves paid the price of their lives, and this should be their cemetery. The Blackstone Hammer King. Yes, no one has lived here for a long time, and I don't know why it has become like this. Bezaros. I learned from Celia that there is a phenomenon called transfer. In recent years, mysterious transfer phenomena have often occurred in Arad. It is possible that some evil force has been transferred here and caused mutations. Grumpy Chicken scratched his head. Transfer phenomenon? What is that? This is a strange disaster in Arad recently. The Blackstone Hammer King explained. As the name suggests, people, monsters, even simple energy, diseases, and even the legendary apostles are transferred from one place to another without warning, causing various unpredictable disasters and causing damage. Bezaros. Many abnormalities in Arad are currently caused by transfer phenomena. The most famous one is the Wailing Cave incident a few years ago. Wailing Cave. Located near the Elven Line. The Elven Line mainly guards against the Delos Empire. So this place is actually the border between the Principality and the Empire. It is said that a series of strange phenomena occurred near the Wailing Cave outside the line of defense at that time. The Delos Empire suspected that the Principality of Belmar was behind this, so it sent several investigation teams to investigate. After paying a huge price, It was discovered that the legendary fifth apostle lurker Sherlock was transferred there, and fell into madness. In order to prevent the apostle from continuing to lose control and cause disasters, the Delos Empire sent a large number of masters, plus the 4 sword masters, who were famous in Arad, to join forces to encircle and suppress Sherlock. In the end, it paid a very painful price to eliminate Sherlock. This battle became an epic battle praised by many bards. Vazaros, humph, this is definitely not a natural disaster. There must be someone behind the transfer phenomenon. I don't know what his ultimate goal is, and what kind of secrets he has. Nancy Leah, we will find out sooner or later, starting from the Dark Thunder ruins. No more words. Officially start the action. The 4 adventurers had just started. They felt the breath of the undead, and the sound of wailing. One by one, the ragged and hideous zombies stood up from the dense forest cemetery. It is indeed the undead. Be careful, they are all level 18 and 19 monsters. I am afraid they will not be easy to deal with. There are 2 types of zombies in the Thunder Ruins, one of which is a zombie with green skin, and the other is a zombie with blood-red skin. Both zombies have thick skin and are difficult to be injured by knives and guns. The former moves faster and has stronger physical strength. It can easily tear steel with one claw, and it also comes with corpse poison. Although the latter has weaker movement and will not use corpse poison to attack, it has dark attribute spells, which can condense black energy balls, thereby causing a long-range attack on adventurers, posing a greater threat. Look at my power. Sharpshooter Nancy Leah stepped forward and threw several grenades to blow up the zombies in the front row, then conjured up a machine gun out of thin air, and suppressed the zombies with bullets. The machine gun firepower was very fierce. Under the dense bullet coverage, several ruined stone pillars were quickly riddled with holes, a large number of stone tombstones were destroyed, and the zombies were suppressed and beaten back, and could not get close. The bullets could not tear the zombies' bodies. Each zombie not only had thick skin and flesh, but also was entangled with a strong undead aura, which was enough to offset most of the damage. Even if damage was caused, it would be automatically repaired instantly, as long as the blood bar was not exhausted. Roar! The 2 blood-red zombies burst out black energy with their 10 fingers, and instantly condensed an energy ball, and attacked Nancy Leah. At the same time, several cyan zombies launched a roundabout attack from the left and right. Not good. Black Stone Hammer King, Vizeros launched a Ghost Slash to counter the energy ball. The collision of 2 dark energy cancelled out the attack, while the fighter Cranky Chicken launched a whirlwind kick and a series of combos to repel the approaching blue zombies. Mountain Collapse, Cross Slash, 3-stage slash. Bizarros, holding a heavy but powerful secret infantry giant sword, rushed into the zombie group. With a powerful continuous slash, he instantly chopped several zombies into pieces of rotten meat. Nancy Leah stopped the extremely strong sweeping, and switched to a flamethrower to suppress again. Blackstone Hammer King and Cranky Chicken also attacked with all their strength. Although these dozen zombies were thick-skinned and had long blood bars, they could not withstand the full-strength attack of the 4 adventurers in the end, and they were all annihilated in just 5 minutes. The angry chicken laughed. Although he has some tricks, the 4 of us working together can handle it. Blackstone Hammer King, don't be careless. It's getting colder and colder around here. We can't stay here for long. We must find the leader as soon as possible. Nancy Leah, yes, these zombies are too difficult to fight, and the consumption is too great. There are no rooms and grid maps as guides in the dungeons of the Arad continent. Every time an adventurer enters a dungeon area, it is equivalent to being thrown into a completely open free exploration area. Whether you can find the boss quickly. It is the key to whether you can pass the dungeon quickly. The problem is that the Dark Thunder Ruins has just been discovered. Everyone is not familiar with the terrain here. How can they determine the location of the boss? In fact, even if you have brushed the map many times, the location and distribution of monsters will change every time you enter. Most of the undead prefer cold to heat. Based on his understanding of the undead, Vizeros suggested, the cold air in this place must have a source. As long as we follow the direction of the cold air, we will definitely find the leader. Makes sense. The 4 of them acted immediately. Along the way, they found many cat demons, zombies, and various obstacles such as swamps, jungles, and poisonous flowers. In addition, many buildings and traces of the Grand Forest elves were found in the dense forest. Not many years ago, this was the home of the elves, but now most of the elves have died and buried in this land. Maybe they are resentful. That's why they are transformed into zombies by evil energy. The deeper the adventurers go into the Dark Thunder Ruins, the colder they feel. One by one, they get the negative buff of slowness, but the zombies they encounter are getting more and more flexible and stronger. There are many elite zombies among them. These elite zombies should be strong elves in front of them, so the transformed zombies are also more powerful than other zombies, and the blood tank alone is 2 or 3 times more than other zombies. Finally, after a hard battle, the 4 adventurers finally found the source of the cold and undead power. This is a unique zombie. His face is more hideous than ordinary zombies. His blue skin is covered with ice crystals, and his eyes are flickering with blue ghost fire. The ground is frozen wherever he passes. Leader, Corpse Stealer Bone Prison Breath, 2nd level 5-star unit, Secret Realm level 20. Finally found it. It seems we are lucky. Hurry up and defeat it, otherwise as time goes by, the cold will affect us more and more. The 4 adventurers decisively took an ice resistance potion prepared in advance, which can make them more resistant to ice in a short time, thereby reducing some ice attribute damage and negative effects. Human. Damn human. I want revenge. Revenge. The blue ghost fire in Bone Prison's eyes flickered more and more violently. A burst of ice energy burst out from under his feet. It instantly enveloped the surrounding area of dozens of meters, causing a large area of grass and jungle, as well as Viseros, who tried to approach, and the Blackstone Hammer King to be directly frozen and covered by thick ice. The angry chicken exclaimed, "Fuck! So fierce. This guy is something." Bone Prison rushed up quickly to attack the ghost swordsman, who turned into an ice sculpture. "Chicken, stop it!" "Okay." The angry chicken did not dare to be careless and jumped up directly, stepped on Bone Prison with an eagle step in the air, and then grabbed the other party, and tried to throw him from behind. As a result, when his hands touched the zombie, a deadly chill suddenly hit him. The grumpy chicken's hands were frozen into ice. Not good. Grumpy Chicken immediately changed his strategy, dodging the Bone Prison Breath's icy claws, and a powerful downward kick first made it lose its balance, and then a quick and powerful forward kick kicked it away. Mind Energy Wave. She accumulated her mind energy to shatter the ice in her hands, and finally sent out a white mind energy bullet, which hit the zombie in midair, causing a light attribute attack with a restraining effect, and blasted it more than 10 meters away on the spot. Although this series of attacks was beautiful, but the damage caused to the Bone Prison Breath was very limited. This guy's health bar was very thick, and it was difficult to win by one person alone. Not to mention the consumption of physical strength and mana, it was difficult to withstand the continuous cold attack from this monster. Fortunately, at this moment, with the help of Nancy Leah's flamethrower, the 2 ghost swordsmen were freed from the ice. Viseros said in a deep voice, "This undead's large-scale ice-freezing secret technique is very powerful. Once 4 people are hit at the same time, it's over. But this power is mainly transmitted by the ground, so it can be avoided by jumping and staying in the air." "Understood. Let's go together. This battle must be fought quickly." Nancy Leah took out the Gatling gun again for long-range suppression, and the 2 ghost swordsmen and a fighter took turns to output. Whenever the cold air entered the body and couldn't bear it, they retreated, and fought a round-robin battle repeatedly. -200, -198, -245. Although the Bone Prison Breath was very powerful, the adventurers cooperated tacitly, and gradually found the rules and rhythm. Finally, after a hard and arduous battle, they successfully defeated this boss. "We won! Ha ha, great, we won in one go. Luckily we have 4 people, otherwise it would be really hard to beat this guy." This Bone Prison Breath's ability is interesting. Although it is a 2nd level unit, it should be of rare quality. When I have better equipment, I must play the return to the true mode to brush out the spirit. It's time for the settlement reward again. Exciting moment of flipping cards. Your level has been raised. Viseros gained some experience, just enough to help him break through the level. From level 17 to level 18. At the same time, 3 treasure chests appeared. One of them is a basic clearance reward, which can be obtained without any cost or conditions. One of the other 2 treasure chests is a paid treasure chest, which needs to pay a fee to open, and you can get an additional reward. As for the 3rd treasure chest, the other 3 don't have it, only Viseros has it. This is because Viseros accepted a task related to this area. This special treasure chest is the task treasure chest, and there is a certain probability that the props or materials required for the task will be swiped out from it. Open the basic treasure chest first. You got the Ancient Elf Ring, purple, another purple one, Ancient Elf Ring, level 13 equipment, strength +9, intelligence +9, magic defense +240, health limit +50, mana limit +20, and restore 9 mana points per minute. A ring that is universal for all professions, with very good attributes. Bezaros was very satisfied and decided to make persistent efforts. He paid 2,800 Arad gold coins, and opened the paid treasure chest again, but only got 1,500 gold coins, plus a blue quality cloth armor top. Overall, it was a good small profit. But it obviously didn't bring much surprise. Finally, the task treasure chest was opened. You got Cinda's hammer. Bezaros was refreshed again. This is the item needed for the side quest. The quest items that need to be collected in Arad are obtained from the relevant treasure chests when clearing the level. This is also the explosion rate. Sometimes you are lucky and get it in one go, and sometimes you have to explore many times to complete the quest. Bezaros was lucky again this time, so he got the item in one go and can directly complete the side quest. And just at this moment, the angry chicken suddenly exclaimed. Nancy Lee asked, "Chicken, what's wrong? What did you get?" Angry chicken, "I got a piece of clothing called Van Wyn coat. Why is the quality of this equipment pink that I've never seen before?" What's the situation? The quality of pink? Obviously, so far in Arad, the best quality equipment that has been swiped is purple equipment, and adventurers have not seen pink equipment yet. Chapter 206. There are at least 3,000 active adventurers in Arad, and the peak number of online people can reach 2,400 to 2,500 people per day. The popularity and attention are very high. Every time there is a breakthrough, it will soon attract widespread attention. Liwa, sisters, have you heard? The chicken got pink equipment in Arad. Why dear, pink equipment? There is actually equipment of this quality. Lone Wolf, wow, this equipment is awesome at first glance. Pig King, nonsense, the explosion rate of pink equipment is much lower than that of purple equipment. How can it not be awesome? Let me take a look. Many senior adventurers in Arad came to watch the fun. Although the adventurers have never seen pink quality equipment, it is not difficult to judge that the quality of pink equipment is higher than that of purple. It has been 10 days since the Secret Realm was launched. Purple equipment is rare and has a low explosion rate, but an average of 10 or 8 pieces can be produced every day. The cumulative number is not too small, but this is the first time that pink equipment has been brushed out. Everyone immediately studied the Van Wyn coat. This equipment is cloth armor, with low defense, but very light. Cranky Chicken looked expectant. How is it? Is this equipment valuable? Blackstone Hammer King said, "It's hard to say how much it is worth now, but just based on the unique pink quality, I think its value is not low." Bezaros commented, "I have never seen a top armor that can increase any of the attack speed, movement speed, and jumping power, but this equipment has 3 attributes at the same time, which is not simple." Nancy Leah nodded. Cloth armor is originally very light. If it can greatly increase speed, it is indeed worth a lot. Blackstone Hammer King, it is not certain whether similar attributes are rare, because there is no other pink equipment for comparison. You'd better not rush to use it, little chicken, otherwise it would be a pity if this equipment is not suitable for you, and it happens to be very valuable. That's for sure. Once this kind of equipment with magic seal is used, there is no way to trade it. At this time, Bezaros directly offered, "I am willing to pay 1,500 soul crystals to buy this equipment." 1,500 soul crystals, equivalent to 150,000 soul sands. This is a very tempting number. Once the deal is completed, it will cause a sensation in Miracle City. Bezaros is worthy of being the first rich man in Arad continent. The price he offered seems to be full of sincerity at this stage. First of all, although the Van Wyn coat is an unprecedented pink equipment, it is only a level 13 equipment after all, which is about 5 levels behind the current first-line adventurers. From common sense, it is only used for transition in the early stage. In addition, the defense of cloth armor is too low. The most valuable and popular armor at present is leather armor and light armor. Cranky Chicken was very tempted. This price is really good. If there are more and more pink equipment in the future, or more competitive equipment appears, this equipment will probably not be worth so much. After all, this is just armor, not a weapon. Among all equipment, weapons are the most expensive. Of course, there is a probability that the attributes of this equipment are very scarce, and it will not be eliminated even with the increase of adventurer level, but will become more and more valuable. But it seems that this probability is not high. However, after hesitating again and again, Cranky Chicken still declined. As one of the earliest adventurers in Miracle City, she has accumulated a lot of money. 1,500 soul crystals is not a small number, but it is not enough to change her fate. I don't know whether this equipment will become valuable in the future, but as the first pink equipment to be exploded, it has great commemorative significance. Cranky Chicken decided to collect it first and decide whether to sell it later. The secret realm is settled. This time, Blackstone Hammer King and Nancy Leah were not lucky. No high-quality equipment was opened, only some junk, but this is normal. After this adventure, Blackstone Hammer King and Vizeros both reached level 18, and it is no secret that level 18 can be transferred, so several people stopped brushing and returned to the town. Back to Hedenmer. Vizeros came to the backstreet area. First go to the blacksmith shop to hand in the hammer task. Shinda said happily, "Great, you are worthy of me. You can find a hammer for me from such a dangerous place. To thank you for your help, I decided to give you a weapon made by myself. After that, enter the blacksmith shop. Find out a strange iron rod. Is this also called a weapon? Too ugly," Shinda said. "This is a blunt weapon forged by me when I was young. Although my skills were not at their peak at that time, it is particularly suitable for you at this stage." Vizeros picked it up with doubt. The result is shocking. The Rod of the Comprehender, purple, 18th level blunt weapon, strength plus 21, physical attack power plus 216, magic attack power plus 186, hit rate plus 1%, upper attack skill level plus 1, durability 40-40. 18th level purple weapon? I didn't expect that this unremarkable rod had such powerful quality and attributes. Its power far exceeded the autumn leaf knife in his hand, and was slightly stronger than the secret infantry giant sword. As a slightly clumsy blunt weapon, the Rod of the Enlightened One's attack speed and the speed of releasing moves are not as fast as the samurai's sword, but it is obviously better than the giant sword type equipment, and it is a relatively balanced equipment. With this weapon, plus the job transfer to obtain stronger skills, there may be a way to solo the Dark Thunder Ruins, of course. Even if you solo, it also refers to the normal mode, not the King difficulty or the return mode. The Arad continent made by Chi-Ji retains the difficulty selection mechanism. However, compared with the 4 difficulty options of normal, adventure, warrior, king in the game, Miracle City deleted the adventure and warrior options for simplification, and added the return mode with Miracle City characteristics. Compared with the normal copy, the health bar, blue bar, attack power, abnormal resistance, and even the number of monsters in the king copy will be greatly increased, so the difficulty is at least several times that of the latter. Of course, the explosion rate, and the gold coins and experience points that can be obtained will also be greatly increased. As for the return mode, it is equivalent to a real battlefield. Because the level balance mechanism has been removed, the two sides only fight with pure cultivation, without the concept of blood bar. Life and death often happen in a moment, and fighting is another matter. In the early stage, many low-level maps will be found to be ridiculously strong in the return to the true mode. This allows many adventurers to challenge low-level maps even if they are second or third level. It not only brings a different experience to adventurers, it is also the only choice for brushing spirits. The news between adventurers and Miracle City is very well informed. Less than 5 minutes after Vesilos got the Stick of Enlightenment, the task of Sinar Hammer spread among various groups. Artists, you can actually get a level 18 purple weapon? Immediately notify all eligible tribesmen to do this task. Wind Chaser, that's awesome. I haven't touched purple quality equipment yet. You can get a purple weapon by completing this task. Other low-level purple weapons will probably be reduced in price. It's a bit ugly, but there's no choice. Not necessarily. This task is not limited to professions. Different professions get different weapons. The equipment obtained by other professions is not necessarily as ugly as that of the Ghost Swordsman. The adventurers were generally surprised. At this stage, a purple weapon in Arad is very valuable. Most people have no chance to get purple equipment, let alone weapons. And there is such a task. Everyone's motivation to level up has increased. Vizeros doesn't like the Staff of the Enlightened very much. On the one hand, it's a bit ugly, and on the other hand, it will be very common in the future. With this status, how can he use the common goods that everyone uses? Although it's not bad for a short-term transition. Thinking like this, he walked to the Ghost Swordsman dojo in the back block. Brother Vizeros, a middle-aged man who also suffers from Kazan syndrome and has scarlet ghost hands, is one of the disciples of the Ghost Swordsman dojo. Are you here to find the mentor? He is inside now. Vizeros nodded. Walked through the sword training dojo to the inner courtyard. Just about to knock on the door. An old voice came out. Come in. The Ghost Swordsman mentor sat cross-legged in the simple and old inner courtyard. Viseros had a feeling when facing the old swordsman in front of him. Although the other party's eyes were blind, countless eyes were derived from his body. These invisible eyes were spread all over the place, and even inside and outside the body. I have no secrets in front of him. I don't know how strong GSD is. It is speculated that it has reached the 4th level, but it is definitely not the 5th level. In the real world, Viseros is a 5th level strongman, but if he meets the person in front of him in the real world, he may not be able to suppress him with absolute certainty. Because the level is high or low. It only represents the level of cultivation. The level of cultivation is indeed a very important factor affecting strength. But it is by no means an unbreakable golden rule, and it cannot 100% represent the strength of actual combat ability, because actual combat ability and performance will be affected by many factors, so the existence of the same level sometimes has a huge difference in combat power, or even a world of difference. For example, the cherry dragon of the red spider lily is a 3rd level spirit. But in terms of comprehensive strength, it must exceed many 4th level units. Because there are many ordinary units in the 4th level, and the position of the cherry dragon in the dungeon is the level of rare treasures, and this level division actually represents the foundation to a large extent. Sometimes, the grade can make up for the level difference to a certain extent. In theory. In some extreme cases, it is not impossible for the strongest level 3 to defeat the weakest level 5. Why does Viseros think that Arad is full of hidden talents? GSD is one of the reasons. In Viseros' opinion, this ghost swordsman is not weak. Even in the real world, he may not be able to suppress him 100%, and there are more top swordsmen on this continent than just GSD. During this period of time, he learned a lot of legendary deeds of the strong from Celia in the hotel, the bard in the tavern, and other adventurers. From various stories. The 4 sword saints, the ghost god Kazan, the sword god Sadros. Each of them is a famous figure. In addition to the top swordsmen and warriors, there are fighters from the Void Motherland, sharpshooters from the heaven, magicians from the demon world, and the clergy order, etc. How many of them are worthy of attention, not to mention the various monsters and demons in the legend, as well as the 12 apostles, who are superior to ordinary creatures. The history and stories of this world are very exciting. It is also a place where heroes emerge in large numbers, and strong people are like clouds. There are too many forces intertwined, and countless unknown existences that are anonymous, but extremely powerful. Viseros couldn't believe it. The Lord can make up such a complete world with his own inspiration and creative ability. He now believes more and more that this is a real world, so the idea of fully exploring it is getting stronger and stronger, of course. Attracted by Arad. It's not just Viseros. Every adventurer in Miracle City has a unique Arad. The beauty of this secret realm is that it is both an online game and a standalone game, allowing adventurers to share their knowledge and team up to fight, while not affecting the unique sense of immersion like the protagonist. Now everyone wants to make a name for themselves in this world, and tap into the treasures and potential of this world. For example, recently many adventurers have been studying how to explode the spirits of known strong men such as GSD, Fengjin, Kylie, and Shalon. I know what you are here for. GSD seemed to have the ability to read minds. It seems that you are ready and want to further develop your potential. Viseros said, I want to learn more powerful moves, and please teach me what to do next. GSD said, you are one of the most talented ghost swordsmen I have ever seen. I have nothing to teach you about basic swordsmanship. If you want to go further on the existing basis, you need to choose your own training school. Please teach me. We ghost swordsmen have 4 major schools, namely Berserker, Sword Soul, Devil May Cry, and Azura. Once you choose, you can't turn back, so you must think carefully and choose carefully. Next, GSD introduced. If you want to become a Berserker, you need to completely accept the power of your ghost hand, and combine it with your own blood and murderous aura to develop the most violent power. The Sword Soul is just the opposite. This school needs to suppress the power of the ghost hand more thoroughly, suppress your own madness and anger, and use absolute rationality to integrate people and swords, so as to master various weapon moves and comprehend the most extreme swordsmanship. If Berserker pursues the ultimate power, then Sword Soul is pursuing the ultimate technology. The other 2 schools are more special. Among them, Devil May Cry also needs to accept the ghost hand, but the usage is different from that of the Berserker. Devil May Cry uses the ghost hand as a medium to communicate with various ghosts and gods, so as to obtain their power for his own use. Azura also abandons the power of the ghost hand like the Sword Soul. Not only that, but also abandons the moves, and even his own eyes, in order to form a deeper level of concentration, so as to feel and control the wave power from the source of matter. The first choice is very critical, because the practice of different schools will cause permanent changes to the physique. I want to be a berserker. Why choose berserker? Because Vazaros found it very novel. He was an elf in his early years, and later became a lich, but neither the elegant elf nor the gloomy lich had anything to do with the identity of a berserker. But he came to Arad and got a new identity. Isn't it just to experience a different feeling? Why not just become the craziest, most brutal, and bloodiest berserker? As you can see, I am an Azure-style ghost swordsman, but in my opinion, the 4 major schools are equal, and there is no difference between high and low. But have you decided to become a berserker? GSD asked. Although the berserker has awe-inspiring power, it is also very likely to get lost in the killing and become a machine that only knows how to kill. Vazaros said calmly, "Don't worry. I can definitely control this power." Nonsense. He didn't really come to this world to become a berserker. To put it bluntly, even a berserker is just one of his identities in this world. In the future, you can completely practice the identity of a sword soul, or simply change a character to choose a sharpshooter or a fighter. Okay, since you have made up your mind, from now on, I will teach you the training method of the berserker flow. The first thing you need to do is to completely change your physique. Job transfer task. Officially started. The adventurer wants to change his job to a berserker. The most important part is to refine the berserker's secret medicine. The basic materials of this secret medicine are 50 red small crystals, 2 Avenger Soul Stones, and 10 Ogre Potions. There are 3 ways to obtain red small crystals. One is to decompose equipment, which is not lower than blue equipment. There is a probability of randomly decomposing various small crystals, which requires a lot of equipment and is very costly. The second is the side quests. Small crystals can be obtained from many side quests in Hedenmer, which takes a lot of time and is not easy. The third is to buy in the mall. There is an in-app purchase mall in the secret realm of Arad continent. Boss Chi does not sell costumes, but only sells some basic materials and gold coins, including various small crystals, but the price is very expensive. At this stage, adventurers have limited equipment. In order to collect red small crystals as soon as possible, either look for related side quests or buy them in the mall. Many of these side quests are to challenge the return to the true mode of each copy of Grand Forest, which can brush out a lot of spirit materials of Arad continent for Miracle City. As for buying with miracle coins, it is equivalent to giving money directly to Boss Chi. Under this design, the secret realm will surely become a cash cow for the territory for a long time. As for the other 2 materials, Avenger Soul can be obtained by brushing the Dark Thunder ruins, but only the King difficulty has a probability of output. Finally, the Ogre Potion can be purchased directly from the alchemist Norton, but the price is very expensive, and the adventurer's gold coins are definitely not enough. You can only brush the dungeon madly to brush equipment, materials and spirits for the territory, or directly spend miracle coins to exchange for gold coins. A small turn. It can stump many adventurers. Create huge profits for Miracle City and Boss Chi. With Vazaro's experience, it is certainly not difficult to see how much money Miracle City can get from the job transfer process, but he does not think there is any problem with this, but thinks it is very reasonable. Whether it is the content design of the secret realm or the profit design of the dungeon, he has never seen any lord who can combine the 2 seamlessly and cleverly. Although Miracle City will not force adventurers to collect more resources, it can create a lot of demand and optional value-added services out of thin air. Among the 3 materials, the red small crystals and ogre potions are easy to deal with. As long as the problem can be solved with money, it is not a big problem for Vazaros. The only troublesome thing now is the Avenger Soul. After all, you need to brush the Dark Thunder ruins of King difficulty to have a chance to get it, and this difficulty has a high failure rate with the current strength of adventurers. It seems that it is not advisable to rush. Vazaros communicated with other adventurers. There are already more than a dozen adventurers who have reached level 18 and are in the first transformation in the territory. Everyone found that different identities and different schools require different material specifications, but small crystals cover almost all professions, which seems to be a very important universal material. But small crystals are also different. For example, if the Blackstone Hammer King wants to become a sword soul, he needs white small crystals. For example, if Artist wants to become a summoner, he needs blue small crystals. You can take out all the extra blue equipment in your hands and disassemble them. The small crystal blocks you get can be exchanged. If you really don't have enough, you can solve the problem by brushing the side quests or Krypton Gold. There are several ways to Krypton Gold. It's too expensive to buy materials directly from the Arad Mall. Although the Lord wants to make a lot of money through the mall, he doesn't seem to want to make money from poor people. He even deliberately discourages adventurers by offering high prices, so as to encourage adventurers to solve the material problem through internal transactions and mutual communication. Bezaros found that he could buy blue equipment from various adventurers at a high price. Among them, the price of blue equipment from level 5 to 10, as long as it is kept at 50 to 100 soul crystals per piece, the value of the small crystal blocks obtained by disassembly is likely to be more cost-effective than directly buying materials with Krypton gold. All of a sudden, several wealthy bosses such as Bezaros and artists all realized the opportunity. The Arad continent has unlimited potential. If you can ensure that your personnel can change jobs faster, you will definitely occupy a more advantageous position in the future. All of a sudden, start to spend real money. Collect blue equipment from various adventurers. Although the explosion rate of blue quality equipment is not high, under normal circumstances, each person can produce several pieces every day, most of which are useless parts. Now it's good. High value such as weapons. You can keep them for your own use. All kinds of strange and weird armor and equipment with garbage attributes can all be sold for real money. Some level 10 blue equipment is even sold for 100 soul crystals, which is equivalent to the income of an ordinary little adventurer without food and drink for a year. How can they not be tempted? The Doghead Gold group formed by Doghead Luke became one of the biggest winners. Because in the past few days, more than a dozen or 20 kobold adventurers have been brushing Arad gold coins in low and medium level dungeons. They used gold coins to recycle blue equipment from adventurers, and originally wanted to hoard a bunch of equipment and sell them at a higher price to make a profit when Arad's popularity rises further in the future and equipment becomes more scarce. Unexpectedly, catch up with the job transfer craze. The hundreds of blue equipment hoarded by the kobolds were swept away by the elves and the undead in one go. This way directly made the kobold gold-making group earn 7,000 to 8,000 real soul crystals, which was a huge fortune that the entire tribe could not earn in 10 years in the past. The transactions of adventurers. Chi-Ji certainly saw it all. Although most of the transactions were completed privately by adventurers, and soul crystals were only circulated between adventurers, Chi-Ji did not mind it. As long as these soul crystals circulated in the territory, it would be beneficial to the territory without any harm. Take this successful investment for example. The dog-headed people who got a great deal. These dog-headed people got so many soul crystals, and they will eventually hand them over to the territory to become contribution points. With more contribution points, they can give more territory services, and the dog-headed tribe can also develop. When adventurers from all walks of life see the equipment in the secret realm like this can further stimulate them to work harder. And the more prosperous the economic activities in the territory, the Lord will definitely benefit. Chi-Ji pays more attention to long-term benefits, so he doesn't care about temporary gains and losses. The challenge is over. Evaluation. A level. You got the ancient elf ring. Bezaros exited the secret realm and got a ring, which is a rare first-level equipment. This ring can restore mana at any time when worn daily. Although the amount restored is not much, it can also play a significant role. So although it is only a first-level equipment, but it also has considerable value. While Bezaros was busy collecting equipment, suddenly, a bunch of adventurers from Miracle City came to a secret crystal to watch. He asked again, "What's going on? Why are there so many adventurers gathered here?" Akru immediately went to inquire, and then returned to report. "Report to Lord Bezaros, I heard that an adventurer from Miracle City is going through a secret realm for the first time, and the plot of this secret realm is very exciting and shocking, so it attracted everyone to come and watch." Chapter 207. Bezaros learned. The secret realm that is attracting great attention in Miracle City is the 10 Kingdoms of the Foreign Land. This secret realm is one of the 3 main secret realms in Miracle City. It has 2 chapters, the Ashina chapter and the Sui and Tang chapter. The Ashina chapter has been opened long ago, and the Sui and Tang chapter is the one that attracts the most attention from adventurers at the moment. The length and volume of the plots of the secret realms in Miracle City are different. For example, the Star Sea Titan chapter and most of the chapters of the Frenzy Biochemical Past are short and concise secret realm contents. If the progress goes well, it only takes 2 or 3 days to open. A little longer. For example, Black Light Descends and Ashina Country. The former takes 4 or 5 days, and the latter takes 5 to 7 days. This clearance time is of course only for reference, because the premise of achieving it is that the progress is smooth and not stuck. If the level is too low, and the fight is too bad, A boss needs to be polished for several days, and there is no certainty when it can be cleared. The Sui and Tang chapter is different. The difficulty of this secret realm is actually average. The average difficulty of the boss battle is much lower than that of Ashina. But the chapter volume and the amount of content are almost outrageous. Higanbana basically did not get stuck all the way, and skipped most of the free exploration time. Even so, it took 20 days to advance the main line to the end. For ordinary adventurers, I'm afraid it will take more than a month. If you want to experience the secret realm more deeply, make full use of the free exploration time, and deeply experience the customs of this world, and dig into a lot of side quests and stories, it's not surprising that the time invested will be multiplied several times. Is it so exaggerated? How is this secret realm made? Bezaros learned this. He could not help but feel a strong curiosity. Akru asked, "Sir, shall we go and take a look?" Bezaros nodded. Although the Arad continent is only a secondary secret realm in Miracle City, I don't believe there is any secret realm that is more imaginative and richer in content than Arad. Indeed, in Bezaros' opinion, Arad's imagination is the pinnacle, not to mention Miracle City. Even in the entire continent, there are few secret realms that can match it. He had just finished his adventure and was busy collecting equipment to obtain small crystals. Before the materials were collected, he was not in a hurry to enter the secret realm. The Berserker job change not only requires red small crystals, but also 2 Avenger Soul Stones, which requires the Dark Thunder Ruins King level difficulty. Too difficult. At least too difficult now. There are not enough strong teammates. It might as well wait for a few teammates to reach level 18, complete the task of Cinder Hammer, and obtain the Enlightened Weapon. If 4 adventurers with level 18 purple weapons form a team, they can fight even the Dark Thunder Ruins of King difficulty. Why did Bezaros come to Miracle City? Isn't it just to understand this dungeon in depth? He is a very ambitious person. Only by understanding this dungeon better can you find a way to invest in or even control it. Let's start with this secret realm while we have time now. When we came to the secret realm crystal of the other shore flower, the identity of the Lich immediately caused some commotion. Local natives such as elves, dwarves, flower fairies, etc., they all instinctively avoided them, but Bezaros didn't care about it. After all, he had long been accustomed to it. "Are you the boss of Bezaros?" A young human adventurer stepped forward. "Who are you?" "I'm Lucky Grass. Do you remember me?" "Oh, it's you." Lucky Grass once sold Bezaros an autumn leaf knife for a high price of 1,000 soul crystals. Bezaros used it very smoothly for 5 or 6 days, and gained a considerable lead in the early progress. Even though he has a better weapon now that he has a higher level, the autumn leaf knife is also placed in his backpack as a backup weapon. As for Lucky Grass, he earned a contribution point by selling the knife. Although it is nothing compared to the early adventurers in Miracle City, it is enough for him to gain a foothold in Miracle City. Now he not only lives in the main city, but has also successfully signed a contract to become an adventurer in Miracle City. It can be said that an inconspicuous autumn leaf knife, it completely changed his life, and even his fate. For Lucky Grass, Bezaros is a great nobleman. It's convenient to have an acquaintance. Immediately asked Lucky Grass about the situation in the Sui and Tang dynasties. "Sir Bezaros, the secret realm of the Sui and Tang dynasties in the 10 kingdoms is definitely the largest, widest and richest secret world I have ever seen. Lucky Grass has been in Miracle City for 7 or 8 days. He has a deep understanding of each secret realm." Immediately explained the basic situation to Bezaros. The story of the Sui and Tang dynasties takes place in the Middle-earth Shinjo in this foreign world. At this time, a powerful empire called the Great Sui was born in the Shinjo continent. In the process of rising and unifying Shinjo, the Sui kingdom wiped out a country called the Qin kingdom in the south, and all the royal family of the Qin kingdom were killed, leaving only an orphan in swaddling clothes, and when he grows up, he will be the protagonist Qin Jingqiu in our story. Bezaros became interested. The story and drama are stronger than those in Arad. Adventurers also have roles in Arad, but this role is generally just one of the common people. Only by gradually growing up through their own efforts can they participate in the plot and promote the development of the main story. In the Sui and Tang dynasties, it is born with dramatic tension. The identity of the characters is more in line with the background. Is this a story of revenge and restoration of the country? No, at the beginning, I thought so, but as the plot unfolded, I found that we all underestimated the Lord. The story he wanted to create was definitely not a cliched and petty prince's revenge story. Lucky Xiaoqiao introduced. This story is far more complicated and grand than imagined. Everything starts from the Taotai Cave in Fumo Mountain. He then roughly explained the early plot. Fumo Mountain, Ueha Village, Black Mountain Village, Dian Ridge, Saiwai Tribe, Daxing Dragon Boat, Demon King's Fort, Taishan, D People's Country, Dragon Palace, Fairy Island, Sea Mountain Jianmu. These are some of the areas that will inevitably be explored in the early and middle stages. After listening to this, Vizeros was shocked and confused. Although the world of Arad continent is full of countless novel elements, it still makes people feel familiar. After all, there are magic, knights, elves, dwarves, undead, and goblins. And the 10 kingdoms in the foreign land. This is a completely different style. A real alien world beyond imagination. People can't imagine things they haven't seen, and Lich is no exception. He doesn't know the history of Yin country, and has never seen the strange elements of Shanhaijing. How can he imagine the existence of Fairy Island, Sea Mountain Jianmu, and the Great Sui Empire? That's why Vizeros was so shocked. How did the lore create all this? From the fact that Master Yuan destroyed thousands of cavalry with one sword, split the entire sea with one sword, and the appearance and expressiveness of Tao Tai, Xingtian, Pangu and other beings, he realized that the power system of this world is very high. Of course, the story is not over. Lucky Grass introduced it. It's just the early and middle plot. Higanbana completed the plot of Fairy Island, finally repelled Tao Tai, and rescued Master Chen Fu. With this as the dividing line, the plot is only halfway through, which shows how rich the content is. When the plot enters the middle and late stages, the content is also very compact and exciting. Although the old Master Chen Fu was successfully rescued, but he has lost all his skills, and has become an ordinary person. He naturally doesn't want to believe that he has wasted half his life, and the goal he pursues is a joke, so he still asks his disciples to find artifacts to complete the so-called 9-5 formation. Although Higanbana complains about Chen Fu's stubbornness, but she continued to act without hesitation. She liked to travel around this land, constantly taking risks, and was also curious about the next story, so she investigated the remaining 3 artifacts. The whereabouts of Yuhua Stone and Fushi Qin were unknown. The only artifact whose whereabouts were known was Kantong's seal. After Master Yuan opened the sea with a sword and snatched Kantong's seal from the D people, he led his men to appear in Jiangdu. So Bianhua brought Xiaoxue and Yur to Jiangdu to investigate. Everyone just arrived in Jiangdu. It was heard that Kuaiji County was full of blood. Another city with a population of tens of thousands was destroyed. This was obviously Master Yuan refining the Wanling blood pearl again. And this was the 3rd city to be sacrificed after Yanmen and Donglai. Although we don't know what Yuan Tuo's final plan is, it's not hard to feel that this guy is getting more and more crazy, and the 3 protagonists are determined to stop it all. The problem is, Jiangdu is a big city. Without a definite clue, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. However, just as Higanbana was aimlessly shuttling through the prosperous Sui dynasty metropolis, appreciating the local culture, tasting local food, and wandering around looking for clues, an important plot was triggered. This plot is Jiangdu Demon Extermination Incident. At that time, there were frequent monster disasters near Jiangdu. This made Wang Shicheng, who was stationed there, very annoyed. Wang Shicheng then recruited a group of masters, who exorcised monsters with a lot of money. As a descendant of Gigu, Higanbana also successfully mixed in. She wanted to take this opportunity to make some friends and helpers to deal with Yuan Tuo, and by the way, use Wang Shicheng to collect intelligence. Among the talented people gathered under Wang Shicheng, although most of them are half-baked guys, there is a very extraordinary Indian monk named Yi Luoshi. This monk has great magical powers, but I don't know what stimulated him. So his temperament is very extreme. As long as it is a monster, it will be killed regardless of good or bad. Yi Luoshi targeted a 1,000-year-old deer monster disguised as a white-clothed scholar. This monster has profound cultivation, but has never harmed anyone. It is not far from cultivating to become an immortal. At that time, it was forced into a desperate situation by the Indian monk. Chi Ji gave the adventurer 2 choices. The adventurer can help the Indian monk Yi Luoshi kill the monster, or he can choose to rescue the deer monster Lu Zhongkai from him. If the former is chosen, the adventurer will get help from Yi Luoshi in the future plot. If the latter is chosen, he will break up with Yi Luoshi, but get help from the deer fairy Lu Zhongkai. The red spider Lily chose to repel the Indian monk and save the deer demon. This Jiangdu demon killing incident was only mentioned briefly in the original work, but Chi Ji filled it with a lot of content, not only increasing the richness of the plot, but also using the Indian monk Yi Luoshi to leave some foreshadowing for the development of the worldview. After Lu Zhongkai was rescued, in order to repay the life-saving grace, He consumed his life to calculate the whereabouts of the 3 artifacts for several people. The Fushi-chin is located in the Dunhuang grottos and is protected by the power of thousands of Buddhas. It is very difficult to obtain. The Kongtong seal is in the hands of the court, but it is no longer in Jiangdu, and the hope of obtaining it directly is also slim. However, the hexagram shows that if you set off for Changsha County immediately, you will meet a noble person to help you, and it will be easy to obtain the Kongtong seal. As for the Nuwa stone, its whereabouts are the most elusive. Even Lu Zhongkai can't calculate it accurately, because the hexagram shows that it seems to be right next to him, but it seems to be far away and elusive. Although the whereabouts of the Nuwa stone are unknown, the location of the zither and the seal has been determined. Dianhua decisively led people to Changsha County overnight, and Lu Zhongkai's prediction was indeed accurately fulfilled. As soon as the protagonists arrived at the county city, they met Princess Ningke, who helped to seize the Shenong Ding. When Princess Ningke learned that Dianhua came for the Kongtong seal, she did not hesitate to help with all her strength, and even told several people all the recent movements of the big boss Yuan Taisher. So, after seizing the Kongtong seal, Yuan Taisher searched for Nuwa stone all over the country. After discovering the clues a few days ago, he immediately took Han Tung to the Nanling Ghost Cave. It is unknown whether Yuan Taisher can find the Nuwa stone, but when Yuan Taisher left, only Huluan and Shangwan Jinyuan, 2 confidants, were left to guard the local area. Master Yuan is invincible, but his subordinates don't have this ability. Compared to going to the Nanling Ghost Cave to rob the Nuwa stone, it is better to seize the Kongtong seal while the rear is empty. Emperor Yang Guang of the Great Sui dynasty has long been wary of Master Yuan. Princess Ningke was sent by the emperor to monitor Yuan Tuo. She has a token given by the emperor himself, so she can enter and leave the Yuan military camp freely. Princess Ningke then poisoned the water. At the same time, she used the excuse of the guards around the 2 generals. With the help of Princess Ningke, Dianhua easily killed into the military camp. There are 2 boss stations here. Fight Huluan first, then fight Shangwan Jinyuan. Huluan is not only one of the 4 generals of Yuan Tuo, but also the 2nd Tiger General of the Taisher Mansion. He has the powerful strength of the peak of the 3rd level 5-star. He can even reach the 4th level for a short time when he bursts out with all his strength. His strength is not inferior to that of Ashina Sword Saint. Even if it was a 3-on-1 fight, it was still very difficult. Fortunately, Huan drank the poison of Princess Ningke, so although he had a great advantage, the poison took effect at the most critical moment of the battle, and he had to use the escape technique to escape before losing his combat power. The 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief and rushed into the camp to face Shangwan Jinyuan again. Although this person was not poisoned, his strength was not strong. He was only at the level of 3-star level 3. Naturally, he could not defeat the 3 people together, so he could only take the opportunity to escape into the secret passage and try to take away the Kongtong seal. Higanbana hurriedly chased him, but she never thought that the secret passage was complicated and full of traps. When she thought she had lost the target and failed, Princess Ningke appeared in front of her holding the Kongtong seal, and Shangwan Jinyuan, who had died, was under her feet. Princess Ningke claimed that she happened to hide here. What a coincidence that she just happened to meet Shangwan Jinyuan, who had died. So she took the Kongtong seal for the adventurers, and the adventurers were obviously not fools. Although Shangwan Jinyuan was defeated by 3 people, he was not fatally injured. How could he die suddenly? There is definitely something wrong with Princess Ningke, that being said. But she is now sincerely helping the adventurers. What her intention is not important for the time being. Higanbana accepted the Kongtong seal. In this way, 3 of the 5 great artifacts have been obtained. She is ready to go to Dunhuang in one go, and seize the Fushi-chin from the 1,000 Buddhas in the grottos. However, to go to Dunhuang, you must pass through Daxing, and Daxing is the imperial capital of the Sui dynasty. Princess Ningke took the protagonists home, and then mobilized the royal secret guards to help find out the news. Although Higanbana always had doubts about Princess Ningke, but seeing that she spared no effort to provide help, she just kept it to herself. Chi-Ji gave the adventurers at least 10 days of free exploration here. If the adventurers are not in a hurry to pass the plot, they can travel in the most luxurious, grand, magnificent, and large cities with a population of millions. In this process, there are many time-limited branch lines. There are also masters from various countries, strong people from various forces, and the current dignitaries. Dianhua is dedicated to promoting the plot, so naturally, she will not spend a lot of time on such non-mainline exploration, so she chooses to retreat and break through for 1 second to skip. 10 days later, The royal secret guard sent by Princess Ning to Dunhuang lost contact. Bianhua has personally competed with the strength of these royal secret guards. If even they encounter an accident, it can only mean that the danger of the Dunhuang Thousand Buddha Grottos is far beyond imagination. Without waiting for her to make a decision whether to go there in person to explore, another piece of bad news came. Fuling was destroyed. Like Yan'an, Donglai, and Kuaiji, it was destroyed in blood. It was obviously done by Master Yuan again. At this time, Yu's IQ suddenly came online. She found that the 4 cities destroyed by Master Yuan corresponded to the place names in the letter found on Yangshuo. There were 6 cities in this letter. It just formed a hexagram-shaped formation. Although it was incomprehensible, there was no doubt that Master Yuan's plot had come to an end at this moment. Everyone speculated that the 5th destroyed city was most likely Changsha County, which had been visited not long ago. This was also the reason why the general camp of the Yuan tribe was stationed nearby. For this reason, the protagonist group immediately returned to Changsha, hoping to stop Huan from activating the formation. Unfortunately, it was still too late. When the Red Spider Lily arrived, another large city with a population of nearly 100,000 disappeared in the blood. When he witnessed the tragedy of the human world up close, Ah Cho, who had never been warlike, was completely inspired to kill. So Bianhua followed his will and drew her sword to kill into the Sui camp to avenge the innocent people who died, and tried to kill Huan. Unexpectedly, he met the big boss Yuantua. The sacred stone in the Nanling Ghost Cave was not the Nuwa stone, so nothing was gained. This time, the Wanling blood formation was not initiated by the 4 generals, but by Yuan Taisha himself. A fight was inevitable when they met on a narrow road. This was also the first time that the adventurer confronted Yuantua. As a result, even if Yuantua did not use magic, he easily crushed the protagonist group with one hand. The 3 of them used all means together, but they could not even hurt the corners of each other's clothes. This battle was desperate. Let the adventurer realize. How big is the gap between him and Master Yuan? It cannot be described as a chasm. It is simply not in the same dimension. At the critical moment, Chen Fu rushed out and blocked a sword for Achu, and was seriously injured on the spot. Yuantua saw the importance of Chen Fu to Achu, and cast a spell to freeze Chen Fu on the spot, input true energy to save his life, and used this as a bargaining chip to force Achu to hand over the Canton seal and Shenong Ding. He promised that as long as he handed over the artifact, not only would he forgive the past, but he would also cure Chen Fu. Chen Fu was hit by the Xianyuan sword, and there were only a handful of people in the world who could save him, and the protagonists were no match for Master Yuan at all, and they had no choice but to face the brave and resourceful big boss. He had to take out the Shenong Ding and Canton seal to exchange for the master. This Yuan Taisha really kept his promise. Not only did he spend his own essence to cure Chen Fu, but he also let go of the protagonist group, who killed 2 trusted generals, and told them not to meddle in other people's business, otherwise it would not happen again. The adventurers were also very surprised, because in everyone's mind, this is an extremely unscrupulous and ambitious big boss. He never thought that although he is powerful, he is very trustworthy, which is different from what they imagined. Not to meddle in other people's business? That's impossible. Then 2 major plots happened in succession. They are the tomb of the ancient Shu King, and the 1,000 Buddha caves of Dunhuang. The latter is the plot of seizing Fushichin, and the former is a new clue about Nuwa Stone. In these 2 wonderful adventures, the adventurers of Miracle City fully witnessed the mysterious ancient Shu culture of Yen State, the beautiful scenery of Dunhuang's thousands of miles of desert, and the Buddhist background, and there are many impressive grand scenes. The ancient Bashu witchcraft, and the mysterious and strange ancient tombs, and the magnificent scenes of the beautiful statues, and the power of thousands of Buddhas in Dunhuang, such as the Fairy Mountain Island and the Deep People's Kingdom, have added a lot of cultural heritage and a heavy feeling to this world. Although both operations failed, but the adventurers in Miracle City were all enlightened and enjoyed a visual feast. Yuan Taisha was not without losses. His loyal and devoted General Huan died in the tomb of the ancient Bashu King. After that, 2 important plot turns occurred: Royal Treasure House and Shishua's defection. First, Princess Ninka made another contribution. Yuan Taisha could not carry the artifacts with him. After verification, she found that Fushichin, Nuwa Stone, Canton seal, and Shenong Ding were all hidden in the royal treasury. The adventurer then sneaked into the palace, defeated many royal secret guards, and finally successfully entered the treasury with the help of the insider, and stole the 4 artifacts back in one go. Shen, Ding, Seal, Mirror Stone. All 5 artifacts are in hand. The situation is reversed, But then something happened that no one expected. Xiaoxue rebelled. Xiaoxue had been feeling abnormal since the ancient Shu King's tomb was built. Her headaches became more frequent, and she had nightmares and hallucinations. She claimed that she saw countless demons falling from the sky, causing the entire land of China to fall into purgatory and catastrophe, and only 1 out of 100 people would survive. She then begged Ah Cho to return the artifacts to Master Yuan. Otherwise, the nightmare would likely become a reality. Not to mention Ah Cho's incomprehension, even Higanbana would not agree. After fighting with Master Yuan for so long, they finally collected the 5 artifacts for the first time. How could they just send them back? Chen Fu was furious and severely reprimanded Xiaoxue. She was not given a chance to explain. It was indeed difficult to explain. The 9-5 array was about to succeed. The greatest wish and mission of his life was about to be completed. How could Chen Fu give up just because of Xiaoxue's words? The result? Xiaoxue disappeared that night. Also missing were the Shenong Ding, Canton Seal, and Fu Shiqin. Princess Ningke also brought intelligence that a beautiful white-haired girl appeared in the Taisher mansion, which basically confirmed the fact that Xiaoxue took away 3 artifacts and defected to Yuan Tuo's camp. As for why she didn't take the Niwa stone and Kunlun mirror, Princess Ningke pointed out. These 2 artifacts are simply fake. Although they are powerful spiritual objects, they are not ancient artifacts at all. Such a plot unfolded. Everyone in Miracle City was stunned. But Qin Jingqiu still didn't want to believe it. Xiaoxue, who followed him on his adventure from the beginning and was almost the kindest person in the world, would actually stab her companions at such a critical moment and join Yuan Taisher, whose hands were stained with blood and who had committed many crimes? But before Bianhua could verify it further, suddenly news came that Yuan Tuo sent Han Tang to Lin Wu. Lin Wu was the last of the 6 blood sacrifice cities, and the last step for Yuan Taisher to complete the magic circle. Bianhua could not care about Xiaoxue for the time being, and immediately took Yer and several helpers to kill Lin Wu. This time, they finally arrived in time before the magic circle was activated. Bianhua's strength has now reached the 3rd level and 4 stars, and with the help of Yer, who is also the 3rd level and 2 stars, plus several powerful helpers, and the secret guards around Princess Ningke, not only successfully killed into the military camp, but also defeated Han Tang, one of the 2 Tiger generals. It seemed that Han Tang was about to be killed to stop all this. Yu Xiaoxue appeared at the scene holding Yuan Tuo's Xianyuan sword. She launched the power of Xianyuan's sword and defeated Bianhua and Yer with 1 sword. This Han Tang created an opportunity to successfully launch the formation again. Finally, the Wanling blood formation was completed under Xiaoxue's cover. Another city of 10,000 people was completely destroyed before his eyes. Han Tang then escaped from the military camp with tears and guilt on Xiaoxue's face, leaving only Bianhua, or Qin Jingqiu, who was shocked and unbelievable. Although along the way, Ah Cho had experienced many setbacks. But there is no doubt that this blow was the most serious. Because this battle not only failed again, but also confirmed the fact that Xiaoxue had betrayed, and Yu Xiaoxue, who was originally the kindest, actually helped Yuan Taisher sacrifice an entire city. This completely ruins his worldview. He has never been interested in restoring the Qin kingdom. Since he started his adventure from Fuma Mountain a year ago, although he has suffered repeated setbacks and difficulties, guarding his master and companions has always been his greatest belief. Now facing such a scene and cruel reality, it is inevitable that the defense will be broken on the spot. When he returned to Luoyang, Princess Ningke still hoped that he would organize the conspiracy of Yuan Taisher, and Chen Fu also asked him to cheer up and take back the artifact and the country. Before Ah Chio could regroup, something even more cruel happened. Yer died. It turned out that it was 2 days when Ah Chio fell into confusion and depression. Miracle City has made another mechanism innovation, which actually allows adventurers to leave Qin Jingqiu's perspective and appear briefly on Tuoba Yer, which means that Yer can be controlled to go to Taisher Mansion to find Xiaoxue to understand the truth. So, in the same secret realm, sometimes you can play different roles. This is definitely a novel innovation for adventurers. In order to find out why Xiaoxue betrayed, Higanbana pretended to be Yer, got the help of Princess Ningke, entered the Taisher Mansion through the secret passage, and finally met Yu Xiaoxue smoothly, and finally learned the whole truth in the process. So, Xiaoxue is not immortal. She is the reincarnation of Niwa Stone. Yuan Tuo is not immortal either, but the reincarnation of Kunlun Mirror. This can also explain why for such a long time, the entire Yin Kingdom has been almost run through, but the 2 artifacts have never been found, because they have turned into human form. Yuan Tuo is the reincarnation of Kunlun Mirror, and can predict the future. He knows that the land of Xinzhou will usher in a huge catastrophe. Because the Qighuangsing is in the Xinzhou barrier, several Western demon realm, and the 8 monsters in the unknown realm will enter the vast land of Xinzhou at that time, which will inevitably lead to the death of hundreds of millions of people, and the population of Xinzhou will be reduced to 1 in 100. Only by repairing the scar in the sky torn by the red star can the disaster be prevented. And to repair the scar in the sky, 2 arrays must be used. The first array is the void array, which is used to pass through the heavens and directly enter the red star. The second array is the lost array, which uses the power of the lost array to repair the torn sky. Among them, the void array requires the Dongwang Bell, one of the 10 great artifacts, to be activated, but for some reason the Dongwang Bell is no longer in Xinzhou and cannot be found, so it can only be replaced by the Wanling Blood Array. As for the collection, Yuan Tu went to great lengths to collect the 5 great artifacts, not to become an emperor, but to save the world. He had no choice but to bear the blood debt, sacrifice hundreds of thousands of people, and save tens of millions of people in order to preserve the civilization and heritage of Xinzhou. As for why Xiaoxue saw the doomsday scene, that's because there is induction between the artifacts. Before Xiaoxue defected, she didn't know the principle, nor did she know the identity of the Niwa stone, so she had no way to explain it to Aichio. When she felt that the catastrophe was imminent, and there was not much time left, she could only take this bad plan to take the artifact away first. When the truth came out, the adventurers were stunned. After all this time, the big boss turned out to be a hero who was determined to save the world. Such a reversal of character setting, such a plot development, and the truth of the world-destroying catastrophe made the adventurers of this world feel unprecedented shock, and the story of the Sui and Tang dynasties ends here. It is about to officially enter the most tragic and climax part. Chapter 208. Vizeros only listened to the description of Lucky Grass, and he automatically imagined a magnificent, exciting, and exotic adventure. I knew that the secrets of Miracle City were incredible, but I didn't expect it to be so imaginative. It's really addictive. Vizeros, go on, what happened later? Lucky Grass nodded. When the ultimate truth surfaced, this journey was about to come to an end, but a series of changes took place later, and many important people appeared. He continued to describe the plot he saw with his own eyes in a vivid way. After learning the truth, the big boss of Higanbana pretended to be Toba Yer and sneaked into the Grand Tutor's mansion. He wanted to bring the news back immediately, but he was ambushed on the way back, and was seriously injured by a powerful lightning. Vizeros looked solemn. Who did it? Princess Ningku. I guessed it, it was her. Judging from the power of the spell, this Ningku is a 4th level 1-star. What? So strong? The real identity of this woman is a pioneer selected by the Western Demon Realm. She has been possessed by the deceased Princess Ningku since she was a child, just to do. The internal response is to welcome the invasion of the Western Demon Realm. Lucky Grass said, at this time in China, the Sui dynasty is about to end, the dynasty is about to fall, and chaos is imminent. If the red star tears the sky apart, countless ancient demons will appear, and the result will be a great loss of life. Vizeros. It seems that this is a rare opportunity for the Western Demon Realm to invade China, but Yuan Tuo's attempt to repair the scar of the sky threatens this plan. Is this why Princess Ningku spared no effort to help the protagonists and mess with Yuan Taisher? Yes. Vizeros laughed. Yer knows the whole truth. Princess Ningku can't let her live. It's just right to kill her, and put the blame on Xiaoxue and Yuan Tuo. First, it can silence her to keep the truth and secrets. Second, it can stimulate conflicts and stimulate Qin Jingqiu, so that he can continue to use him for his own purposes. Lucky Grass was a little surprised. How do you know? Vizeros. Haha, this girl is really insidious, but if it were me, I would definitely do the same. Lucky Grass couldn't help but be speechless. I'm not wrong again. You old lich. You actually admire the villain? Now Ningku is the most hated person by everyone. If you openly support this guy, I'm afraid you will be beaten. Of course, the premise is that someone can beat this old lich. Vizeros became more and more interested. Go on. Lucky Grass continued. This Princess Ningku was suppressed by the Xinzhou barrier, and could only use her full strength for a short time, but her strength was very strong, and there were several demon subordinates disguised as personal soldiers and maids ambushing her. Even if Yer was not seriously injured by the sneak attack, she would not have any chance of winning this battle. The big boss of the flower tried his best to resist, but finally fell under the thunder and lightning, and there was no way to change the inevitable defeat. When Qin Jingqiu received the news and rushed over, Yer had already died without leaving a last word. This thunderbolt-like blow made the young man completely collapse and fall into great grief. At this moment, although the perspective of the flower. What is deep role-playing? The key and essence lies in the word playing. Adventurers can only play freely without affecting the plot line, and cannot do things that are completely inconsistent with the character's personality, or force spoilers that destroy the logic and the direction of the story. If the acting is not good enough, the acting level is not high enough, cannot fully resonate with the character, the character can only take action on his own. However, when facing the provocation of Princess Ningke, the adventurer has two choices. First, accept the provocation of Princess Ningke and continue to cooperate with her to fight against Yuan Tuo. In this way, we can take things one step at a time in the future, and hope that Qin Jingqiu can discover the conspiracy as soon as possible in this process. Second, completely retire and do not participate in any disputes, and find a way to resurrect. Bianhua knows. Neither is a good choice. The two choices may lead to different endings. Although according to her personality, she may choose the first one. But what will be the consequences of doing so, and whether it will lead to a bad ending is uncertain. Bianhua is on the safe side. She made a choice that is more in line with Qiu's idea. Although Princess Ningke tried to arouse hatred and anger, she still didn't know Qin Jingqiu well enough. He was not someone who would be easily blinded by hatred. Xiuxia and Yu were both the most important partners to him. Now one betrayed and left, and the other was separated by life and death. When the past scenes came to his mind, especially when he thought of the scene of the ensemble at sunset that day, he couldn't help but feel discouraged and wanted to retreat. Revenge was meaningless. He just wanted to get rid of all entanglements. Then find a way to resurrect Yu. This time, even Chen Fu's moral kidnapping with the restoration of the country, and the will of the previous emperor was useless. When the flower of the other shore followed Qin Jingqiu's will, and just gave up, and refused to listen. In the end, even Chen Fu softened his heart. How could this old man who raised Qin Jingqiu since he was a child not know how difficult it was for Qiu, and he had suffered too much in the past year or so, and experienced too many hardships and tortures. After a long talk, despite all the reluctance and pain, Chen Fu still respected Qiu's choice. Because the current situation is indeed difficult to change. If there is really no hope of restoring the country, I just hope Qiu can live in peace. The flower of the other shore did not expect that such a rough and tumble behavior would actually win the master's understanding. She immediately decided to leave the imperial capital Daxing, use Pangu Axe to quickly return to Xianshan Island, and find two immortals to help as soon as possible. But the dead cannot be resurrected. This is one of the iron laws of the human world in Xinzhou formed after the connection between the earth and the sky. It is also the cornerstone to ensure the normal operation of the human order, so no one can violate it. Gu Yuexinren is powerless to Yu who has died, and can only make a crystal coffin for Yu to keep her body from decaying. Is there really no way to resurrect? Bianhua doesn't believe it. Under the same world view, the undead slash of Japan can revive people. And she has long heard that Niwa Stone has the ability to resurrect people. The land of Xinzhou is so vast and profound, how could there be no way to resurrect? So after feeling Qin Jingqiu's reluctance, she continued to ask the immortal. Gu Yuexinren had to reveal a feasible method. Niwa Stone does have the ability to revive people, but if you want to use this ability, you must collect the bell, sword, axe, pot tower, and create a void array to enter the heavenly world. Only in this way can you bypass the laws of the human world and resurrect the dead. The problem is, how easy is it to collect the bell, sword, axe, pot tower? It is 100% more difficult than the piano, tripod, seal, mirror and stone, because the Dongwang bell, which is the core of opening the gate to heaven, is said to have long been gone, so although it is theoretically feasible, there is no possibility of execution. As the saying goes, there is no greater sorrow than a dead heart. Qiu said goodbye to the two immortals with a dead heart. He decided to go to the Tuoba tribe and send Yu back to her hometown, and never ask about the world again. According to Qin Jingqiu's idea, the other side of the flower went to Heishan town, but accidentally met a young man with a dignified and extraordinary demeanor halfway. Whether it was Qiu or Chen Fu, I have never seen such a temperamental boy. Although it was the first time they met, they could feel that this person must be a real dragon and unicorn, and he would never be an ordinary person in the future. The handsome boy called himself Li Shimin. The two peers of similar age were attracted by certain characteristics of each other. That night, under the moonlight, mountain stream countryside, a pot of muddy wine was drunk. The two chatted for a long time and became friends. Li Shimin's extraordinary personality, charm, and wisdom and foresight impressed people. Bianhua also told the other party all the adventures in the past year. Li Shimin admired the courage and experience of the young man in front of him, so he explained his origins and invited Bianhua to Taiyuan. It turned out that Li Shimin was the son of Li Yuan, the Duke of Tang. The world is about to be in chaos, and the Duke of Tang also has the ambition to rule the world. Li Shimin has a broad mind and attaches great importance to family affection, especially brotherhood. He is willing to sacrifice his life for his father and brothers, so he has been actively recruiting talents from all over the world for his father and brothers. Duke of Tang, Tang, Tang. It was not until this moment that Higanbana and the adventurers woke up from their dream, and felt that their brains were struck by lightning. They had never understood what Tang meant in the Sui and Tang chapters. Now they have met the people of the Li family of the Tang Guigong. All of them felt enlightened. So Higanbana decisively returned to Taiyuan with Li Shimin, and happened to meet Zhang Lai, the leader of the Tuoba tribe, and then told everything that had happened in the past period of time, and the murder of Yu. Zhang Lai is Yu's brother-in-law, but he did not blame Higanbana, but only asked Achio not to give up, and must stop Yuan Tua, and never let such a person take over the world. Zhang Lai joined. Good friend Li Shimin gave full support. Higanbana could feel the fighting spirit rekindled. Achio had already felt guilty about Yu's death, and now Zhang Lai asked him to fight against Yuan Taisha together. Under such circumstances, how could he refuse with his personality? Higanbana agreed without hesitation. The problem is, Achio's cultivation level is level 3, for stars. And Zhang Lai's cultivation level is also level 3, for stars. The two are indeed strong now, but they are far from being able to fight against the invincible Yuan Taisha. It is estimated that even if they add up, they can't withstand the power of the other party's sword. What to do? Li Shimin provided a piece of news. There is a treasure in the Yungang grottos that can greatly increase a person's cultivation level in a short period of time. Zhang Lai and Bianhua took action without hesitation, and experienced another adventure. In the end, both of them achieved a breakthrough, jumping from level 3, for stars to the peak of level 4, 1 star. With level 4 strength, they are much more confident. At least they won't be killed in seconds like last time. At this time, news came from Luoyang. Yuan Tuk climbed the Tower of Babel. A grand ceremony is being held. This Tontian Tower was built by Emperor Sui at the instigation of Yuan Tuo. It is hundreds of feet high and very majestic. It cost a lot of people's money. Now it seems that it is also part of Yuan Taisha's plan. Li Shimin, Li Jing and others helped in person. At the same time, Qin Qiong, Cheng Yaojin, and other friends that Bianhua met in the past year of adventure came with their men and horses to support. For a while, heroes from all walks of life and death gathered under the Tontian Tower. Although Bianhua knew that there was a misunderstanding, she also felt the passion and excitement inexplicably. After all, most of the heroes gathered here at that time, and everyone was challenging the big devil. When the heroes of Sui and Tang worked together without fear of life and death, this feeling was naturally passionate. When Li Jing broke the Earth Dragon Inhua deployed by Yuan Tua in front of the Tontian Tower, heroes from all over the world swarmed into the tower, and instantly fought with the Sui army. Under the protection of Qin Qiong and Cheng Yaojin, Bianhua, Zhang Lai and his master Chen Fu fought their way out of the encirclement. As a result, they encountered Han Teng, the only veteran among the 4 generals of Yuan, while climbing the tower. How could he be a match for the strengthened Bianhua and Zhang Lai? He could only be defeated in anger and guilt towards Master Yuan. However, before his death, Han Teng launched a self-destruction. Although he did not hurt Bianhua and Zhang Lai, he injured the master's leg. Time was running out. Leave Chen Fu in the tower. Bianhua and Zhang Lai rushed to the top of the tower. Once again, they faced their old enemy Yuan Tua. At this moment, Yuan Tua stood in the center of a hexagram formation. And this is the Void Formation substitute formation created with 6 Wanling blood pearls. Higanbana and Zhang Lai arrived just before the Void Formation was activated. They challenged Master Yuan directly, trying to stop him from doing what he was going to do next. However, something that was never expected. Even if he had made sufficient preparations. Even if he had raised his cultivation to the 4th level. Even if Master Yuan had consumed a lot of energy in activating the formation and resisting the external enemies. But the two of them still couldn't last 10 rounds in the hands of the other party. The actual combat ability of Master Yuan had obviously surpassed most of the 5th level masters, but at the critical moment, Princess Ningke appeared with the unconscious Xiaoxue. She threatened Xiaoxue's life to force Yuan Tua to stop. When Yuan Tua was distracted, 10 Ziwei's secret guards attacked. Each of them had a strength of more than the 3rd level. Once the formation was set up, they could easily suppress the 4th level masters. Yuan Tuo broke the Ziwei formation with 3 quick swords, but because he was afraid of the consequences, he was unable to attack Princess Ningku immediately. Princess Ninka seized the opportunity to burst out a lightning bolt to contain him. What are you waiting for? Get started. The moment Princess Ninka shouted this, the secret realm automatically entered the cutscene state. Zhang Lai was the first to react. He had always been ambitious to conquer the world, so he had naturally imagined countless times and thought about fighting with Master Yuan. Therefore, he specially sought out masters from all over the world and learned magic against Master Yuan. At this moment, he made a full-scale attack. He shook Yuan Tuo's true energy. Although he was blown away by Yuan Tuo's magic power, he also exposed a flaw. Chen Jingqiu immediately made up for it, and performed Giga's swordsmanship with the fastest speed dragon soaring to the 9 heavens. With the cover of Princess Ninka and Zhang Lai, he finally cut off Yuan Tuo's right arm holding the sword with one sword. Yuan Tuo has a 4th level, 4-star cultivation. And because he is the reincarnation of the artifact Kunlun mirror, his magic power is far superior to that of ordinary people. But the reason why Yuan Taisher is invincible in the world is that his own magic power only accounts for a small part. The most important thing is the Xianyuan sword. Without the Xianyuan sword, he will lose 70% of his combat power. The thunder and lightning struck fiercely. Yuan Tuo was finally seriously injured. Princess Ningku once again used strange magic. A large piece of purple-red petals was summoned from the ground to bind the seriously injured Yuan Tuo. At this time, the sky suddenly darkened. The dog-eating moon appeared. Princess Ningku laughed out loud. After 18 years of painstaking planning, it finally came to fruition. Chen Jingqiu realized that something was wrong and immediately questioned Ninka. Ninka saw that the situation was set and started to play the cards directly. Not only did she announce her identity, but she also told the devil's plan to invade Xinzhou. For this reason, she approached Yuan Tuo 10 years ago and took the initiative to teach him the Road of Babel that could replace the Void Array. This Road of Babel is a formation created by 6 blood beads of all spirits. That is the blood-colored hexagram formation in front of us. This formation is actually a double-edged sword. Although it can replace the Void Array to allow people to ascend to the Red Guan star. But it can also increase the speed of the Red Guan tearing the sky by hundreds of times, so that all demons from all sides can descend on Xinzhou in an instant, leaving the people and all forces no time to react. In other words, not only the protagonists. Yuan Taisher is also one of the pawns used by Princess Ningku. Princess Ningku did not give others a chance to react, and activated the Road of Babel formation on the spot. The 6 blood beads of all spirits instantly shone, turning into a blood-red beam that penetrated the sky and injected into the sky. The next moment, the world was completely plunged into darkness. A scarlet demon star appeared in the sky. It split the sky in 2 at a very fast speed, like unzipping a zipper, tearing open a big hole, so that countless hideous ancient auras, accompanied by terrifying demonic winds, suddenly enveloped the world. The world changed, the mountains and rivers fell, millions of demons released from the cracks like a storm. Most of them were ancient demons sealed in the void by the red star. Such a scene can no longer be described as shocking, it simply refreshed the adventurer's imagination of catastrophes and disasters. Every adventurer in Miracle City who witnessed this process was traumatized. Not to mention the red spider Lily at the scene? She only then realized how terrible this disaster was. Xiaoxue saw all this in her nightmares every day. No wonder she chose to leave resolutely later, and no wonder she was so kind that she finally watched and even took the initiative to help complete the final blood sacrifice formation. At this moment, Qiu and Zhang Lai realized that Yuan Tuo had no ambition at all. All he did was to stop the great catastrophe of Xinzhou. But if they had not seen the methods of Princess Ningku with their own eyes, if they had not seen the shocking scene of the red star cutting through the sky with their own eyes, they would never believe that such a thing would happen, and no one would agree to such a brutal practice of sacrificing the people of 6 cities with blood. Now, it is too late to say anything. The catastrophe has already broken out. Yuan Tuo used his remaining magic power to control the Xianyuan sword to fly into the hands of the awakened Xiaoxue. Go! Xiaoxue used the magic sword to slash Princess Ningku. She used the Earth Escape secret technique to take the red spider Lily, and Zhang Lai escaped from the Babel Tower. Although Bianhua, Zhang Lai, and Xiaoxue successfully escaped from the Tontian Tower, Yuan Tuo and Chen Fu were left in the tower with their lives uncertain. There were very few stars, and the millions of demons sent down by the red star had begun to wreak havoc. The central plains of China turned into a sea of blood. Hundreds of cities have become ruins. Tens of millions of people died in just a few hours. In a day or two at most, only 1 in 100 would survive, and civilization would be cut off. Such a violent and terrible disaster. It was unimaginable for the adventurers in Miracle City. Xiaoxue had the opportunity to explain everything to Bianhua in person at this moment, but it was too late at this moment. The situation was completely out of control, and the catastrophe had already broken out. Bianhua faced this situation. She knew that regret would be of no use. The most urgent task was to find a way to stop all this, so she brought everyone to Xianshan Island again. Now only 2 immortals had a way, and the 2 immortals had already discovered the changes in the land of China. Immortal Changsheng. Transcend the secular world. Cannot interfere with the operation of the secular dynasty. But this world-destroying catastrophe has gone beyond the secular scope. Just like the great war between demons in ancient times, immortals who are independent of the secular world can also participate in it. Things have come to this point. There are only 2 ways. The first is to immediately climb the Tower of Babel and destroy the 6 blood beads of all spirits before the Western demon realm completely descends, so as to interrupt the Babel road and block the invasion of the Western demons. In this way, you only need to face the demons released by the Red Star, and there will be various ancient immortals and ancient gods who will revive and suppress them, just like the great war between gods and demons that broke out in ancient times. This method is relatively simple. However, the disadvantages are also obvious. That is, the dead people will never be resurrected. The disaster caused by this catastrophe will reduce the population by more than 90%, and will also permanently change the history of this land. The second way is to collect the 5 great artifacts again, with the Kunlun mirror as the core, and activate the lost array, so that time can be reversed to before the disaster broke out, so as to repair the scars of the sky in time. This method is more thorough. It can also save tens of millions of people. However, the difficulty is obviously very great, and time is also very tight. Bianhua, Zhang Lai, and Xiaoxue all chose the latter without hesitation, and they will race against time next, and must reverse the situation before the Western demon realm completely descends. Next. Adventure again. Bianhua walks everywhere. In this process, the world after the catastrophe is presented to the adventurers of Miracle City. Familiar places one by one. It has become a paradise for demons to wreak havoc. The land of Xinzhou is devastated and covered in blood. Although the Western demon realm has not yet completely descended to pick peaches, 6 connection points have been formed through the blood sacrifice formation. These 6 connection points will become the strongholds of the Western demon realm. Western demon kings such as Satan are eyeing them covetously. They will wait until the ancient gods and immortals of Xinzhou and Qiguangxing are both defeated, and then take advantage of the opportunity to occupy this world, in order to prevent the artifacts from being collected again. So Ninka asked his men to take away some of the artifacts in advance. At this moment, there are several artifacts hidden in these connections of the demon realm. Using the ability of Pengda Axe to shuttle through space, plus the invincible Xianyuan sword, the flower of the other shore went to several strongholds of the Western demon realm in the shortest time. Push forward all the way. Quickly conquer. With a Xianyuan sword in hand. Even if it cannot activate all its power. The red spider lily can also briefly exert the 5th level combat power. This is a power she has never felt before, and she feels very satisfied in several battles. First, she defeated Yuchi Inhong, one of Ningku's maids, at the top of the Soul Sorrowing Tower, and took back the Kontong seal from the 1,000-year-old fox spirit, who was recruited by the Western female devil. She also defeated Shan Xiaoxiao, another maid of Ningku, at the Class Bone Tower, and took back the Shenong Ding from the 1,000-year-old Pipa spirit. At this time, the immortal Guyu and the immortal Ran Wang also found the Fushi Qin. The 3 artifacts were successfully collected again, plus Yu Xiaoxue, the reincarnation of Nuwa Stone. Now the only thing missing is Yuan Tu, the reincarnation of Kunlun Mirror, and at this moment, there is information showing that Yuan Tu is not dead. He was sealed in the center of the Tower of Babel by Duganinka. After knowing the truth, the surviving heroes of the world gathered again. Li Shimin, Li Jing, Qin Qiong, Cheng Yaojin and others led the crowd to attack the Tower of Babel again. Although the Tower of Babel has become the base camp of monsters, with the cover of these heroic heroes and the 2 immortals personally restraining them, Bianhua, Zhang Lai and Xiaoxue still successfully entered the tower. Finally, the mission was accomplished. The sealed Yuan Tu was rescued. The above. This is the progress that Bianhua has achieved so far. This is why 1 or 2,000 people gathered near the secret crystal of Bianhua. Because as everyone saw Yuan Tu being rescued, the 5 great artifacts gathered again, and the misunderstanding between Yuan Tu and the protagonist has been resolved. This is the strongest big boss in the early and middle stages. Now he has joined the team, become an adventurer's comrade in arms. The stronger the sense of oppression he brought to people before, the stronger the sense of security and solidity he brings to people now. The protagonist group is about to fix their mistakes, activate the lost array to reverse time, help you into ascend to the red star, and completely mend the scars of the sky, seal the western demon realm, and resolve the great catastrophe of Shinjo. It can be said. This ancient land. Hundreds of millions of people and creatures. Their fate and future. At this moment, they all rely on a few people. This is the end of a great adventure. The result of this adventure will also determine the history of the entire Shinjo. Come on, Big Brother Bienhua. This is the last chance. You must succeed. After understanding the whole story, Vizeros once again saw the Scarlet World, the Burning Tower of Babel, and the bloody battles between the heroes and demons at the end of the Sui dynasty in the Secret Crystal. Even with his experience, he was deeply shocked. What is an epic adventure? I really saw it today. Vizeros thought at first that the story of this chapter was just the prince's revenge, but he never expected that it would have such a big pattern and impact in the end. When the entire Shinjo land fell into a catastrophe, the grudges of one person, or even a country, are no longer important. The young man played by the adventurer not only gave up the restoration of his country, but also joined forces with the enemy who killed his father, and is trying his best to change the fate of the world and save the world. This story. This adventure. It's so grand and magnificent. The adventurer traveled almost all over Shinjo from south to north, from east to west. No matter the big scenes, the richness of elements, or the intention and character creation, they are all impressive. Mending the sky can be repaired. This is the first time I heard of this concept. Every adventurer felt his scalp tingling. Naturally, Vizeros had never heard of such a thing. How can we not be excited when such a story and such a legendary experience are presented in front of us? Adventurers can not only see this shocking adventure, but also personally participate in it to experience the feeling of destroying the world and saving the world. No wonder adventurers are so crazy about Miracle City. No wonder old stubborn people like artists are impressed by this dungeon. Vizeros came to Miracle City with ambition. He wanted to find opportunities or weaknesses of Miracle City to control this dungeon full of potential. But now, he realized that he could not do it at all. Because the lord of this dungeon is an existence beyond common sense and imagination. The quality of his secret realm is unprecedented in history. Perhaps the only correct way. It is to join this great dungeon as soon as possible, just like artists. This can not only enjoy the huge dividends generated in the development of the dungeon, but also use this dungeon as a platform to see a wider and more exciting world and reach a height that has never been imagined. Chapter 209. Free City. On the sunny beach of Los Santos, a group of young and beautiful blonde bikini beauties were playing beach volleyball enthusiastically. Chi-Ji was wearing beach pants, sunglasses, and a sun hat, lying on a beach chair to bask in the sun, drinking juice leisurely, and at the same time opened a lord's perspective in front of him to follow the adventures of the adventurers in Miracle City. According to his plan, the Sui and Tang chapters of the exotic 10 kingdoms were cleared. Miracle City will start a new round of Secret Realm updates. It is not difficult to judge from the current progress that the goal can be achieved within today. The performance of the adventurers, especially the Higanbana, is satisfactory. The Sui and Tang chapter is the secret realm with the most content and the largest volume so far. Chi-Ji has been continuously adding investment for more than half a month, and the cumulative investment of mental power has exceeded 70,000. It is expected that the final material usage will be nearly 20 times that of Ashina country, which is a full 100,000 scale. The core of the secret realm in the main city of Miracle City is all level 3. The first level core can run 1,000 spiritual materials at the same time, the second level core can run 5,000 spiritual materials at the same time, and the third level core can only run 25,000 spiritual materials at the same time. Among them, the Ashina Kingdom has occupied about 6,000 core running spaces. How can the remaining space of less than 20,000 cores support a super large secret realm with a volume of 100,000? It can be done. Unlike the Ashina Kingdom, which only has one scene, the Sui and Tang chapters of the 10 kingdoms have at least dozens or hundreds of scenes. Because the content of the Sui and Tang chapters is too much and the span is too large, a distributed and modular scene is adopted. So far, there are still a large number of areas and a large amount of content that have not been triggered and cannot be loaded and run. The core of the territory only needs to load the scene where the adventurers are active. As for the hidden areas that have not been discovered so far, or the areas that no one has entered for the time being, they can be temporarily offline. For example, the Jinmu scene on the sea. Because there are Pangu and Pangu's incarnation. The cost of creating this place is definitely not low. But the plot of this place is not long, and the process is also short. No adventurers will enter for a long time in the future, so Chi will close this area to save a lot of space for core optimization. And there are many similar scenes. And this is the benefit of modular design. Of course, modular design is not omnipotent. If there are too many adventurers adventuring in the Sui and Tang chapters at the same time, so that all the main scenes from Fumo Mountain to Tontian Tower are crowded with people, under this situation, overload is bound to occur. According to Chi-Ji's calculation, it is more appropriate to reserve 50,000 spaces for the Sui and Tang chapters. Only in this way can it run stably for a long time. It is definitely not enough at present. In order to solve this problem, Chi-Ji set a threshold for the Sui and Tang chapters from the beginning. Shinjo Sui is the only secret realm with an entry threshold. Only adventurers who have explored more than half of the Ashina chapter can enter the Sui and Tang chapters. This greatly limits the number of adventurers and reduces the exploration rhythm and frequency. At the same time, Chi-Ji has made further upgrades to the core of the main city. In the next 5 to 10 days, all the cores of the main secret realms of the territory will be upgraded from level 3 to level 4. The 4th level secret realm core has a capacity of 100,000. It will be enough for a period of time in the future. More secret realms can be created. Chi-Ji is basically satisfied with the effect and performance of the Sui and Tang chapters of the 10 Kingdom secret realm. Because the content and scale of the secret realm are very large, the types of resources produced will be very rich. Various exotic beasts in Shanhaijing. 7 or 8 out of 10 can be found in the Sui and Tang dynasties. The current adventurers have only encountered 1 or 2 out of 10. These monster spirits are of very high value, ranging from level 1 to level 5. They can not only become the characteristic spirit output of Miracle City, but also play a major strategic value for Miracle City in the future. This secret realm not only has rich spirits, but also has many skills, spells, various equipment, and even ancient artifacts. It is definitely a secret realm worth long-term development and investment. As for the story and main plot of the Sui and Tang dynasties, this is adapted by Chi-Ji based on the Sky Scar of the Xianyuan Sword series, but he made very substantial adjustments and modifications. He optimized many logical problems and plot slots. He also added about 30 to 40% of content supplements. It is because of this that adventurers can appreciate such a rich secret realm. From the early and middle plots of Fumo Mountain to Sianan Island, to the Nanling Ghost Cave, Jiangdu Demon Slaying, the Tomb of the Ancient Shu King, Dunhuang Thousand Buddha Grottos, Tontian Tower, Babel Road, etc. There are many scenes and plots that are not presented in the original work, or are only mentioned in the background, or even in the dialogue between characters, and Chi-Ji has made them with the rich material reserves in his hands. Details and DLC will continue to be updated in the future. Make every effort to create an epic journey of Yin State full of Shanhaijing elements. If there are adventurers who particularly like Shinjo Sui and Tang, repeated challenges will definitely bring new discoveries. Because the other shore flower is about to be cleared, there are actually many very distinctive areas that have not been visited. In addition, there are a large number of branch lines, Easter eggs, hidden scenes, and hidden plots that have not been triggered. For example, the Sakura Dragon, the Easter egg for refining Cheongchi. For example, the ancient demon god of the 4 evils level, multiple well-known Western demon kings, and more than a dozen super hidden bosses. For example, there are a large number of side plots in each area, and the story itself has many endings. These contents are not within the core main line, and all require adventurers to explore carefully to find them. It is expected that in the next few years, even in more than 10 years, there will be new surprises in the Sui and Tang chapters. Chi-Ji will also continue to optimize this secret chapter, add maps for limited time activities, make Yunshan sequels, and various DLCs. Therefore, in general, although there will be many chapters in the future 10 Kingdom secret realm, in terms of the richness of the plot, monsters, and journeys, I am afraid that the Shinjo area is unique and difficult to surpass. At this moment, Miracle City 20 days. More than a year of journey and adventure in the secret world. The story of the other shore flower has finally come to an end. Chi-Ji knew that the ending of Scar of the Sky was very heartbreaking, and its level of tragedy was no less than that of the Legend of Sword and Fairy. Anyway, Chi-Ji didn't sleep well for several days, and nights after playing the ending, and he was just playing a computer game, which was not even 1/10 as expressive and infectious as watching The Secret Realm. He was also curious. Thousands of adventurers. What would their reaction be when they witnessed the end of this heart-wrenching epic adventure? Compared with the past, these onlookers received more than 10 times, or even 100 times the shock of the past, not to mention the witnesses in The Secret Realm. At this moment, in The Secret Realm, the sky is like blood. Shinjo is like a prison. A wound in the sky spans the sky. This ugly and hideous scar is still expanding. The red star continues to move from east to west, continuously increasing the cracks in the sky, and it is like a bridge connecting the distant unknown world in the west with Shinjo. Outside the Tower of Babel. At this moment, demons are dancing in disorder. Various strange, ferocious and terrifying demons are rampant. Li Jing, Qin Qiong, Cheng Yaojin and others led the crowd to fight with the monsters. The heroes fell one by one in the fierce battle, but they still formed a solid defense line to buy more time for the action in the tower. And inside the Tower of Babel, Bianhua, Zhang Lai, Xiaoxue, and Yuantua have already met. Gu Yuexuan has already gone to the top of the tower. At this moment, he must have deployed the formation. Let's go up and complete the remaining tasks. Bianhua sent the Xianyuan sword to Yuantua. Yuan Taisher, this is your weapon, I will give it back to you now. Yuantua said, my Yuanshan was severely damaged and it takes some time to adjust and prepare for the next operation of the formation. You will use the Xianyuan sword. Although Yuantua was rescued. But he was seriously injured and could not recover his combat power for the time being. Higanbana was also overjoyed. She didn't want to hand over a treasure like Xianyuan's sword. Although she couldn't fully control the sword with her current 4th level 1-star cultivation, she could still exert 1/10 of its power with Giga's swordsmanship. Even so, she was invincible all the way, sweeping all 4th level, and even fighting against 5th level. It is worthy of being the strongest attacking artifact. Xiaoxue, you heal Master Yuan, and leave the rest to me and Brother Zhang. Yes! Let's go! The four were about to climb the tower. A monstrous demonic energy swept over. I saw more than a dozen demons with wings on their backs and ferocious faces descending here. There are no such demonic monsters in the land of Shinjo. They are undoubtedly great demons from the Western Demon Realm. Each of them has a strength not weaker than the 3rd level, and should not be underestimated. At the same time, a voice came from the front. Enough. Duguninka appeared among the big demons. Princess Ninka's image has changed a lot now. Although her appearance is still delicate and beautiful, many magic patterns appear on her body, her eyes have turned red, and a pair of blood-red wings extend from her back. Less noble. More charming. After the Shinjo barrier was destroyed, she is no longer suppressed, and can use all her power without limit. This female demon with an unknown name can become the pioneer selected by the Western Demon Realm. Naturally, she has extremely good strength. Her current cultivation has reached the 4th level 3 stars, and the big demons accompanying her are also the top demon generals in the Western Demon Realm. The red spider lily had murderous intent in her eyes. Princess Ninka? Well, I didn't go looking for you, but you came out on your own, and I just happened to avenge your... Duguninka sneered. Since this princess dared to appear here, she naturally has the confidence to stop you. My Lord Satan is about to come through the Babel Road, and the land of Shinjo will eventually fall under the rule of Satan and the Western demons. Yuantua retorted, the Western demon kings know nothing about the foundation of Shinjo. Provoking a war between gods and demons is to destroy themselves. Duguninka's face was full of disdain. Of course, she knew that there were still a group of hidden gods and ancient gods in Shinjo. But she also believed that the ancient demons sealed by the Red Star were enough to fight these ancient beings to a draw, and the Western demon world could easily occupy this land as long as it came at the right time. She's stalling for time. Zhang Lai raised the demon-slaying stick in his hand. Don't fall into the trap. Fight quickly and decisively. Then it depends on whether you have the ability to do it. Duguninka ordered, kill. The big demon screamed and turned into black mist, gathering together, and finally turned into a terrifying abyss mouth, releasing a huge attraction, as if to swallow everything in the tower. The abyss giant monster formed by the fusion of this big demon has at least the strength of the 4th level and 2 or 3 stars. Humph, jumping clown, break them all. The flower raised the Xianyuan sword and suddenly burst into golden light, instantly dispelling the black mist from all directions. A sword light hit the abyss mouth, and a huge golden sword mark was created on the invisible huge face on the spot. In the shrill and sad wailing, this huge demon was quickly covered by golden cracks, and countless golden Xianyuan sword chi bloomed like thousands of swords piercing the heart, and then exploded on the spot, crushing it into powder on the spot. Not only that, the aftermath of the sword chi spread also affected Princess Ninka. This scene was so exciting that the flower holding the Xianyuan sword was so excited. The adventurers watching the battle in Miracle City all cheered loudly. Good. Too powerful. It's so exciting no matter how many times you watch it. The Xianyuan sword is so powerful. It is simply invincible. The Lich Vizeros felt a hint of the pressure of the Xianyuan sword through the secret crystal. Even as powerful as he was, he felt a sense of creepiness and even fear. The Xianyuan sword is not just powerful, the properties of this sword can restrain the dark species, the undead species, demons, and devils. Vizeros has been walking on the continent for many years, and has never seen such a powerful weapon. The aura alone has made him feel daunted, and the red spider lily has obviously only exerted a very small part of its power. No doubt, this sword is a rare legendary treasure on the continent. It can definitely become the signboard of a top dungeon. It will definitely attract a large number of top adventurers to come and pursue it in the future. Pig King, it would be great if this sword could be exploded. It would definitely be awesome if it was used. Lone Wolf, haha, don't even think about it. This kind of treasure that can destroy a city with one sword is impossible for ordinary adventurers to brush out. Meng Yinqiu also sighed. Indeed, I estimate that most of the 10 great artifacts are of 5th level rare quality. With the current situation of the territory, we can only watch and drool. Adventurers are unlikely to explode equipment or skill stones that exceed their own level. If you want to explode 5th level items, unless you are an adventurer of 5th level or above. The problem is that 5th level adventurers are too rare. Qishan City is already a fairly large adventurer city. But there are only a few 4th level adventurers, and there has not been a 5th level in about 100 years. Although Duganinka was injured by the aftermath of the Xianyuan sword, she was not in a fatal threat. She flew into the air immediately to avoid potential pursuit. It's not over yet. She took out an ugly and strange fruit. This is a Demon King fruit that has been nurtured in the Western Demon Realm for 10,000 years. If you swallow this fruit at this moment, you can transform into a terrifying and ferocious Demon King, at least in a short period of time to increase your strength by dozens or even hundreds of times, even if the opponent holds the Xianyuan sword. This is Duganinka's biggest trump card. It is also the real confidence that she dared to stop several people. But when she took out the fruit and prepared to swallow it, she hesitated. Because swallowing the fruit can certainly greatly increase your strength in a short period of time, but once you transform into a ferocious Demon King, there is no way to change back to your current appearance. Baihajusher, Higanbana. Hurry up. Don't give her a chance. Understood. Higanbana immediately used a move called Dragon Soaring to the Sky. Xianyuan sword released a dragon-shaped sword energy. The golden dragon pierced through Duganinka's body in an instant with lightning speed. Even a 4th level demon with strong vitality could not survive this sword. Duganinka fell without any suspense, and when she realized that her death was imminent, her eyes quickly became dim. She finally said to Yuantuo self-deprecatingly, I really can't turn myself into an ugly monster in front of you. I failed my master's responsibility. This scene left the adventurers confused. Iron-mouthed cockroach, what is she talking about? She should have a trump card, right? Why doesn't she use it? Mingwei Xiaoxue analyzed. Although this strange fruit will give her powerful strength, it should also make her ugly, and she doesn't want to become like this in front of Master Yuan. Cat Mingming, ah? So this female devil also has feelings? White Fawn, Princess Ninka has been with Yuantuo for many years, and Yuantuo is not only powerful but also handsome and mysterious. It is not surprising that she has some feelings for him after such a long time. Feng Zhongyan, this can also explain why Yuantuo was subdued, but only sealed in the tower. I see. This should be another interesting hidden story. A female devil, who was ordered to lurk in Shinzhou as an insider actually fell in love with an opponent who wanted to seal the Red Star and save the land of Shinzhou, TSK. I don't know what Yuantuo thinks of Princess Ningku. With Master Yuan's character, it is impossible for him to affect the overall situation for his children's personal feelings. Look, he didn't even frown. Killing Duganinku did not stop. Everyone immediately climbed to the top of the Tower of Babel. The immortal Guyu has set up a lost array here again. Finally, everything is ready. As long as the array is activated, this catastrophe can be reversed. Come on, Mr. Higanbana, climb up to the Red Star to seal the demons, then repair the cracks in the sky and save the land of China. Repairing the sky and saving the world. Just thinking about this kind of thing makes me feel so cool. The adventurers are all looking forward to it. Bianhua said quickly, Master Guyu, the 5 artifacts have been gathered. Let's start the formation without delay. Guyu Weisheng said, Miss Xiaoxue is the reincarnation of Niwa Stone, and Master Yuan is the reincarnation of Kunlun Mirror. The two have already transformed into human beings, so there is no need to set up guardians, but the other 3 artifacts need a guardian each to activate. About the lost formation. Bianhua had heard the immortal mention it before. The guardian is not only the person who activates the formation, but also the sacrifice for activating the formation. To become a guardian, at least 3 conditions must be met. First, be willing to accept the sacrifice without any hesitation, otherwise it will fail. Second, each person can only activate the lost formation once, and it will be invalid if it is entered repeatedly. Third, this person must have a willpower far beyond that of ordinary people. Ordinary people cannot become the guardian of artifacts, and those who meet the conditions are 1 in a million. The lost formation. As the name suggests, the guardian needs to give up the most important and persistent thing in his heart. It may be some kind of lifelong obsession or dream, or it may be family affection or love, or a most precious memory. The conditions are not harsh. There are 5 people on the scene now. Bianhua, Chen Jingqiu, Zhang Lai, Guyu Weisheng, Yuan Tuo, Yu Xiaoxue. It is reasonable to activate the lost array once, but the problem is that once is far from enough, because this activation of the array only reverses time to before the red star toward the sky. After returning, everyone has to activate the Babel Road to enter the red star. Then activate the lost array again to completely seal the red star and repair the scar of the sky. The ancient sage said, because we need to activate the lost array twice, the 3 of us cannot activate it at this moment, so we must find 3 more people who are willing to be guardians. I am so anxious. The situation is so critical. Every minute and every second may change. How to quickly find 3 guardians who meet the requirements and are willing to sacrifice. Just when Higanbana and the adventurers had no idea, suddenly a clear and firm voice came from the Tower of Babel, which cheered everyone up. I am willing to do it for you. A young man in blue strode out. It was no one else. It was Li Shimin. Count me in. Of course, I can't be left out. 2 more people came out. It was Qin Qiong and Cheng Yaojin. These are the other 2 good brothers and friends that Higanbana met on this journey. Immortal One had already arrived at the Tower of Babel and blocked the demons at the bottom. After the 3 learned about the situation of the lost array, they took advantage of Immortal One's cover to climb to the top of the tower and decided to participate in the formation. Brother Li, Brother Qin, Brother Cheng. The flower was moved. If you participate in the lost array, you will pay a great price. Don't worry. We know. And it's voluntary. Cheng Yaojin's biggest obsession is his mother. And Qin Qiong misses his deceased wife the most. Although it is a pity to lose related feelings and memories. But at this time, in order to save the world of China, he can't care so much. Li Shimin said firmly, Brother Chen, you know, my biggest obsession and concern in my heart is my father and brother. As long as they are safe, I am willing to die. Today's world is like a prison, and the world is full of blood. My father and brother are also in danger. How can I, Li Shimin, sit idly by? As long as they can get through this disaster safely, giving up this life is nothing, and just giving up personal affection is even less. That's right. The flower thought about it. Even if Li Shimin loses his family affection, aren't he and his father and brother still a family? With Li Shimin's righteous character, even if there is no emotion, he will not kill his brothers. Now is not the time to be fussy. Since everyone has the idea of sacrifice, there is no need to hesitate. Under the arrangement of Guyu Weisheng, everyone immediately set up the formation. Bianhua, Zhang Lai, and Guyu Weisheng stood in the formation. Only in this way can they be protected by the formation, and not have their memories erased in the process of reversing time. Li Shimin stood in the east to guard Fushi Qin, Cheng Yaojin was in the south to guard Shenong Ding, Qin Qiong was in the west to guard Kantong Seal, and Yu Xiaoxue stood at the position of Niwa Stone. Finally, Yuan Tuo, as Kunlun Mirror, stood at the center of the formation to play a core role. Everything is ready. Officially start the formation. When Guyu Weisheng activated the formation, Bianhua felt that she suddenly fell into a black hole, and time and space were distorted, as if she had surpassed the current dimension and briefly jumped to a higher dimension. Various complex lights and distorted images flashed by. It seemed that a long time had passed. It seemed like just a blink of an eye. When she reacted again, the sky was blue and cloudless, and the huge crack torn by the red demon star disappeared. Everything returned to the time before the disaster. The 5 people were still on the tower, but Li Shimin, Cheng Yaojin, Qin Qiong and others were no longer around. According to Gu Yuexing's explanation, the effect of the lost formation is not crossing. This is a true time reversal. Just because there is no parallel time and space, it is impossible for 2 Qin Jingqiu and 2 Li Shimin to appear. Among them, Li Shimin, Cheng Yaojin, and Qin Qiong were not protected by the formation. They have returned to where they should be at this time. At the same time, because of the time reversal, this memory has been erased. Although they will not remember that they participated in the lost array. But they have lost the most important belief and obsession in their hearts forever. As for the 5 people of Higanbana, they returned here through the array. They retained their memories, and covered their selves in this timeline, which is also the basis for further actions. In this timeline, the pseudo-void array created by the 6 blood beads of the 10,000 spirits is still there. Yuan Tuo said, the eclipse of the sun is about to happen, and the red demon star is about to appear. We must act immediately. We can't let the disaster happen again this time. At this moment, his mana has been partially restored. He did not waste time, and activated the formation immediately. The 6 blood beads of the Wanling released scarlet energy, forming a blood-colored hexagram under his feet. This hexagram is the Western equivalent of the Void Formation Road to Babel. It can be a bridge to enter the Red Star. It can also be a portal for the invasion of the Western Demon Realm. This time, no one interfered with Master Yuan, so after the formation was activated, a blood-colored beam of light was immediately formed, like a sharp sword directly piercing into the sky tens of thousands of feet high. At this time, the eclipse moon began to emerge. The Red Star is about to arrive over Shenzhou. The adventurers in Miracle City were all excited. Come on, big brother Higanbana. Turn the situation around. Enter the heavenly realm, block the Red Star, and repair the scars in the sky. It really flew beyond the 9 heavens. The next step is to repair the broken sky. Oh my god, my scalp is tingling. This super god development is too imaginative and grand. Miracle City has created an adventure to a romantic height. Yes. Too powerful. This adventure is not over after running around, going up to the sky and into the sea. In the end, they even came up with a sky repair. The means of the old thief Qi are so terrifying. The adventurers in Miracle City all realized. This journey to repair the sky is the end of the adventure. Everyone was amazed by such a plot design. Vizeros has lived for so many years, and has heard countless imaginative stories. But now, he finds that the stories circulating on the mainland are simply tacky children's books compared to the stories of Miracle City. The most important thing is, it's not just telling stories. The Lord of Miracle City is creating the world. This Lord not only created a world with such a unique style, but also turned such crazy fantasies and imaginations into reality, and presented it to everyone in such a dramatic way. Chapter 210. Miracle City. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the adventurer finally started the sky repairing operation. Higanbana found herself in a bronze palace. This palace was simple and majestic, with a huge bagua in the center, and a blood-red hexagram in the southeast corner. The Xianyuan sword was inserted in the center of the formation as the eye of the formation, and the 5 people appeared in this formation. Yuan Tuo judged, this is Fuxi Palace, the place where Fuxi and Nuo lived in the past. Higanbana wondered, aren't we going to Qigwangsing? Why are we in Fuxi Palace? Yuan Tuo explained, the time and space of the heavenly world are not continuous. The formation, I said, is aimed at the road that Qigwangsing must pass through. As for where it will appear in the heavenly world, it is unpredictable. Gu Shengwa said, the hexagram technique of the great god Fuxi is the best in the ages. I think he had calculated the catastrophe of Shenzhou 10,000 years ago, so he just built the palace here, giving us a stable foothold, which can be regarded as a helping hand. Hearing the conversation of several people, the adventurers in Miracle City talked a lot. Feng Zhongyan, Fuxi and Nuo are actually the same name? Mao Mingmeng couldn't help but say, Fuxi Qin, Nuo Stone, Pangu Axe. Could it be that the 10 ancient artifacts of Shenzhou all correspond to a powerful ancient Shenzhou god? Blackstone Hammer King. I think Fuxi's ability is very abnormal. He lived in the ancient times thousands of years ago, or even longer. Even so, he can accurately calculate the great catastrophe of Shenzhou. Such means are beyond my understanding. Huashan Guhong said excitedly, this land, this world has a much deeper hidden background than I imagined. Meng Yinxue, yes, although we have explored for so long, this world is still extremely mysterious. What we can see may be just the tip of the iceberg. There is a bigger world view hidden under the water. Pig King, old thief Qi is really good at hiding. Only he has this ability. I have to admit it. When Higanbana came to Fushi Palace and saw the giant Bagua formation, she immediately received a prompt from the secret realm. You have activated the Fushi Palace Reincarnation Ancient Formation. The remaining number of uses of the Reincarnation Ancient Formation, 1/1. What's the situation? After understanding it, Higanbana learned. The function of this object is a save point. The Miracle City Sway and Tang's secret realm can of course be saved. However, most saves are automatically saved. For example, every time you enter an important area, or complete an important plot, and defeat an important boss, the progress will be automatically saved and the previous progress will be overwritten. Adventurers cannot actively read the file. Only when you die or lose synchronization will you return to the nearest save point. In the first round of the Adventurer Sway and Tang Dynasty chapter, manual save points are very scarce, so basically one-way advancement cannot be turned back, which can increase the sense of reality and immersion. After all, once the adventurer can save and read the file repeatedly. Although it can make a lot of big things with show effects, it will also make the adventurer lose respect for the plot. In the future, if there are adventurers who want to challenge the second and third rounds, the number of Fushi Reincarnation Ancient Formation will increase, allowing adventurers to establish many save points, so as to have the opportunity to repeatedly hunt boss and increase the probability of exploding spirits. Of course, Chi-Ji will not miss the opportunity to harvest adventurers. Each save point has a limit on the number of times to read the file. Can adventurers increase the number of times they can read the game? Of course they can. As long as they pay contribution points, they can get new times of reading the game. Boss G has made the save and read function a service. For example, if adventurers are eager to obtain the Xingtian spirit, they need to activate the ancient reincarnation array near the Queen Mother Peak. If it doesn't pop up once, try it twice. If it doesn't pop up twice, try it 3 times. Generally, as long as you have perseverance and willpower, although the explosion rate of the 4th level rare spirit is low, you will definitely get one after fighting dozens or hundreds of times with the explosion rate of Miracle City. It's just that in this process, adventurers will consume a huge amount of energy, and at the same time, they also need a lot of contribution points as support. From the perspective of Miracle City, it is definitely not a loss. However, after understanding the function, adventurers don't think that Chi Lao is black-hearted. Instead, everyone's eyes lit up, and they felt that Boss Chi had a great conscience. Other lords were afraid that adventurers would brush out precious spirits of high rank, but Miracle City was just the opposite. It was open to adventurers to brush. Although it also had to pay some costs, it was nothing compared to the benefits. According to Gui Wuxian and Yuan Taisher, the place where you are now is no longer in the human world. Can you use the power of Nuwa Stone to revive you? Yes. I almost forgot about this. Boss Bianhua, try it quickly. Several fans of Yu made suggestions. Bianhua didn't realize this at first, but after being reminded by other adventurers, she immediately consulted Gui Wuxian about resurrection. Although it is indeed possible, I don't recommend doing this. Why? The power of Nuwa Stone can indeed revive the dead, but at this critical moment of repairing the sky, if the power of Nuwa Stone is overconsumed, it will definitely have a very serious impact on Xiaoxue. The second lost array. It is centered on Nuwa Stone. Nuwa Stone can not only revive the dead. It is also the only material used to repair the scar of the sky. The burden that Yu Xiaoxue needs to bear in this operation is already very heavy. I am afraid that she will lose her cultivation and become an ordinary person for a long time. If she further overdraws the power of the artifact to revive Tuobayuer, she will completely lose the ability to maintain her human form. According to Gu Yuesheng's speculation, after Xiaoxue turns back into Nuwa Stone, it will take at least 60 years to restore her human form. The adventurers were immediately furious. A Jiazi? If I remember correctly, a Jiazi in Shinjo is equal to 60 years. This is equivalent to Xiaoxue turning into stone for 60 years. Not only that, didn't the immortal Guyu say that Xiaoxue will not fall into a deep sleep during these 60 years? Her thoughts and consciousness will remain clear, but she can't hear, see, or move. What? Can't hear, can't see, can't move, and endure 60 years of loneliness and torture. I think this is enough to drive any determined person crazy. I didn't expect the price to be so high. Yuan Tu immediately objected. Repairing the scar of the sky is more important than anything else. He absolutely does not agree to consume the Nuwa Stone at this time. Even Zhang Lai, as Yuer's brother-in-law, believes that the overall situation should be given priority, so he also firmly opposes it. As for what Chen Jingqiu thinks, of course, Bianhua can feel it. It is undeniable that Ah Cho misses Yer very much. If he can exchange his life for this companion, the young man will sacrifice himself without hesitation. But he is not a person who does not know the overall situation. He could not make the decision to sacrifice Xiaoxue. Higginban aside and said, "What you said makes a lot of sense. I think with Yuer's character and personality, she will never agree to us doing this. So it seems that we can only give up. Today is the 7th day since Yuer died. And the window period for Nuwa Stone to revive the dead is 7 days. Yuer will never come back." Everyone can't help but feel sad. Unexpectedly, just when Chen Jingqiu, Yuan Tua, Zhang Lai, and Gu Yuesheng decided to give up, Xiaoxue suddenly knelt in front of Gu Yuexian and asked Gu Yuexian to help her revive Yuer. This girl, who usually accepts everything and is very weak, showed an unusually firm attitude at this moment. No matter how several people persuaded her, she insisted to the end and firmly believed that it would not affect the plan to repair the sky. As for turning into her original form for 60 years, Xiaoxue was willing and prepared mentally. Gu Yuesheng saw Xiaoxue's persistence and finally had no choice but to agree to the request. Meng Yinxue couldn't help but say, "I didn't expect Xiaoxue to be so stubborn. This is too cruel for her." Mao Mingming was moved and said, "But this is Xiaoxue's character. She always sacrifices herself for others, and always cares about others." Feng Zhongmian, I think this plot has a different direction. It is because the boss of the flower proposed to revive Yuer that the relevant plot was triggered. Otherwise, Xiaoxue would not know about this at all, and the story might have a different ending. Does Xiaoxue have to be sacrificed to save Yuer? This is too distressing. Why treat Xiaoxue like this? Damn old Qi. Soon after, the resurrection ceremony was completed. Tuoba Yuer opened her eyes. When she saw the face of Bianhua, Chen Jingqiu, she immediately said, "Achu, be careful, Princess Ningke is actually..." Bianhua was full of sadness, we all know. Yuer only realized at this time that there were not only Bianhua and Gu Yuexinren, but also her brother-in-law Zhang Lai, and Yuan Tuo, who had lost one hand. What happened? Bianhua told the whole story. Yuer was struck by lightning and burst into tears. "Xiaoxue, why are you so stupid? This is so unfair to you." Xiaoxue was pale and lifeless at the moment, but she forced a smile. As long as Sister Yuer can come back, this price is nothing at all. It was too late to be sad. A loud noise shook the entire Fuxi Palace. Gu Yuesheng said solemnly, "Everyone, the red star has appeared, we should act now." At this moment, the team has increased from 5 to 6 people, but Yuan Tuo and Yu Xiaoxue are very weak, and Gu Yuexian also consumes a lot of true energy in the process of activating the formation, so only Bianhua, Zhang Lai, and Yuer can act as the main force in the battle. The most troublesome thing is, the Xianyuan sword must stay in Fuxi Palace. This sword will be used as the eye of the formation to nail the formation. Only in this way can the Babel Road be stabilized, and only in this way can everyone restart the formation and return to the human world smoothly after the matter is accomplished. Without the Xianyuan sword, several people are destined to face fierce battles. No time. Act now. Walk out of Fuxi Palace. Set foot on the Babel Road. Another great adventure beyond imagination. 6 blood beads of all spirits actually built a road made of gorgeous crystals in the void opened by the red star, like a huge corridor, which made the witnesses marvel at the expressiveness of the wild imagination. The crystal corridor appeared out of thin air in the endless void. The corridor is flanked by colorful abysses composed of billions of feet high, and it is like the vast and magnificent universe galaxy. Energy and vortexes of various gorgeous colors are bred from the void and constantly collide and bloom. Fantasy, magnificent, mysterious, it makes people feel awe and shock. The flower of the other shore couldn't help asking, "Is this the red star?" Yuan Tua, "No, this is just the void opened by the red star. We are now going to enter the red star through the Babel Road." The flower of the other shore walked along the crystal corridor above billions of feet of void, but after a few steps, it suddenly felt that the surrounding environment had changed drastically, and it fell into a paradise similar to the fairyland of the Fairy Mountain Island. What's going on? According to Gu Yuesheng's explanation, Qiguan star tears the sky and penetrates a large number of void dimensions. On the road to Babel on Qiguan star, there will naturally be many strange spaces. Only by breaking through all the strange spaces in time can you enter the interior of Qiguan star. This space, it is similar to Xianshan Island. It is obviously a secret realm of immortals. There are many earth immortals, sword immortals, fairies, heavenly generals, wind masters, rain masters, etc. In addition, there are various exotic beasts that only appear in legends, such as Shangliu, Dragon King, Xieji, Demon Subduing Stone Man, etc. At least they have the strength of 3rd level, 4th level, and 5th level stars. Many of them are 4th level existences. Most of them have been affected by the demonic energy and have fallen into madness. This strange and bizarre Babel Road is not only about the secret realm of the gods of Shinjo, but also many strange and bizarre scenes. Some scenes are as hot as purgatory, with boiling magma everywhere and filled with all kinds of fire demons. Some scenes are extremely cold, the whole world is frozen, and filled with all kinds of ice evil spirits. There is a place where all directions are made of flesh and blood, and everywhere you go is filled with mucus and pungent smells, like walking in the intestines of a giant beast that swallows the sky. There is also a place that is gloomy and weird, with bones everywhere and thousands of ghosts crying, like the underworld. Different scenes. There are different monsters. In addition to the gods and beasts of Shinjo, there are also Medusa, Sphinx, and Lamp God Giant, or demons, fallen angels, skeleton dragons, dead knights and other monsters that do not exist in the land of Shinjo, with completely different styles. What a great Babel Road! What a foreign world! This is a fantastic adventure road full of fantasy and legend. When the red spider lilies continue to shuttle through the void and space fragments, the adventurers of Miracle City can see all kinds of wonders and unheard of monsters. For a while, people were amazed. It made many people tremble with excitement and their blood boiled. The Babel Road is not short, but this road is so creative and imaginative. It is not only full of various visual wonders, but also fully demonstrates the elements of the exotic world of the 10 Kingdoms and the amazing heritage of Miracle City. The adventurers have never seen such a scene. This will also become the strongest fantasy road in the minds of adventurers. In fact, among the various spaces connected by the Babel Road, many are inhabited by characters, plots, hidden monsters, or bosses, such as the Taotai that was exiled by Gu Yueshun with Pengu Axe. Of course. Want to trigger. There is a certain degree of difficulty. Higanbana does not have the energy and time to explore carefully. She avoided all the battles that could be avoided to reduce the consumption during the exploration process. Even so, it is not so easy to pass through this extremely difficult road. After 8 failures, the team finally completed the Babel Road at the fastest speed and with as few battles as possible, and officially entered the Red Star. The first place to arrive is the Red Star Pillar. This is a pillar of heaven made of countless red crystals. If the pillar is destroyed, the Red Star can be completely destroyed, but it will also release all the demons sealed by the Red Star, and doing so will not benefit Shinjo. Go forward. Pass through the Red Star Labyrinth. Arrive at the core of the Red Star. This is the scheduled place for the formation. Shishua was directly supported and sat in the position of the formation center. Although she had rested all the way, she still looked sluggish, which made people feel worried. Higanbana, Xiaoxua, is your current condition really okay? Xiaoxua said in a weak but firm tone, Don't worry, Brother Chun, I will never let you down, and I will definitely complete the mission of repairing the scar of the sky. Higanbana couldn't help but feel distressed. She said, Xiaoxua, even if it takes 60 years, we will definitely wait for you to come back. Xiaoxua smiled. For her, as long as Brother Chun cares about her, it is the happiest thing in the world. Once this formation is completed, the plot will come to an end, but the story of Miracle City will not end so peacefully, so there will inevitably be 1 or 2 important boss battles at the last moment. Therefore, before the formation was set up, an uninvited guest appeared. It was Duganinka who caught up. She had no memory before the time reversal, so she naturally didn't know that her identity had been exposed, so she tried to pretend to help get close to the 5 people, but was forced back by Higanbana with a sword without hesitation. Oh, it's really a headache. You know the truth? Right? Duganinka's wounds healed quickly. If you continue to be stubborn and want to hinder my master's plan, I will have to do it myself and eliminate you damn troubles. Higanbana sneered. Come on, see if you have the ability. Another boss battle started. The heavenly world is not protected by the Shinjo formation. Duganinka can exert all his strength. Although Higanbana does not have the Xianyuan sword in his hand, he cannot win like last time in the Tower of Babel, but with his current strength and the help of his teammates, there is no suspense that he will defeat Duganinka. After dozens of rounds, the flower of the other shore used a move called Sword Aojo. It pierced through the heart of Duganinka and ended the battle. You evil witch, today I will sacrifice you with blood to comfort all living beings in the world. Wait a minute, Brother Zhonglai, don't kill her first. Yuan Tuo stepped forward to stop Zhonglai. Duganinka had a complicated expression. Lord Yuan. Yuintua said, "You almost completed your mission, but it must be a pity that you failed in the end." Ninka said dejectedly, "I have tried my best. I believe my lord will forgive me." Yuintua asked, "I only have one question. I have watched Ninka grow up since she was a child. When did you start to occupy Ninka's body?" Duganinka said, "In order to build the Babel Road. Use the Red Star to invade Shinjo. I left my homeland 18 years ago, and came to this strange land alone." Yuintua understood. When Janinka was just born, she had suffered a serious illness. I'm afraid she died at that time. Since then, the Western female devil has taken advantage of the situation and occupied the body, and grew up slowly, influencing him without anyone knowing and unfolding the layout. In other words, the person who has been with Yuintua all these years has never been a human being, and such an answer seems to make Yuintua feel a little relieved. Although Miss Dugu has committed heinous crimes, you are loyal to your master, and have been planning for many years. You have fought to the end as a woman. This is admirable. Haha, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Lord Yuan wants to kill you, so why bother saying these useless words? Although you must die, I owe you a favor in the world after the advent of the demon world, and I, Yuintua, will repay the favor, so I can help you do one thing within the scope of principle. Really? A glimmer of light appeared in Duganinka's scattered and dying eyes. Yuintua, speak, she said with difficulty. I really miss my hometown. I just hope I can go home after death. This is my last wish. Yuintua, okay, I promise you. Duganinka, thank you, Lord Yuan, thank you very much. If I have the opportunity to reincarnate, I hope I can become an ordinary girl. I can do what I really want to do, and be with the person I like. Gui Wisheng stepped forward. Miss Dugu, your soul is full of demonic energy. Even if you reincarnate, you can only enter the demon world again. Really? That's a pity. But Yuintua has made great contributions to Shinjo, so I can help him fulfill the girl's wish. Fushichin has the ability to purify the soul. Just seal your soul in it for 99 years to purify the filth, and make your wish come true. Gui Wisheng, when you reincarnate again, even if you come to the Western demon world, you will be as innocent and pure as a blank sheet of paper, and the power of Fushichin will protect you from any invasion of demonic forces. Thank you. Duganinka shed a tear. Grateful and full of regret, he died. Gui Wisheng sealed his soul into Fushichin as agreed. This is just a small episode. It didn't take up much time. But it also made the adventurers of Miracle City sigh. Duganinka is definitely the most insidious boss in the Sui and Tang dynasties. But even she has considerable complexity, enough to leave a deep impression on people, and from her identity and position, she has devoted herself to the devil and Satan until her death. Of course. What the adventurers don't know is, this plot is actually a major foreshadowing. Because the Scar of the Sky is the prequel to the other side of the clouds and mountains. If Sui and Tang are to have a sequel in the future, Yunshan will become the orthodox sequel to complete the story of Sui and Tang. This story of clouds and mountains takes place more than 100 years after the Scar of the Sky. In this story, the first male protagonist Seth is the descendant of Yuintua. The first female protagonist Nicole is the reincarnation of Duganinka. The main line of this story is that the French knight Seth was sent by King Pippin to the far east, to the other side of the clouds and mountains, to find the legendary prosperous Tang dynasty, in order to seek the way to be invincible in war. It is another epic journey that is magnificent, spanning a wide range, and crossing various countries. The adventurer witnessed the fall of the Sui dynasty, and the vibrant birth of the Tang dynasty in Tiantian. In Yunyushan, you can not only witness the customs of the Central Asian countries, but also experience the Ungshu rebellion of the Tang dynasty, thus witnessing the prosperity and decline of the Tang dynasty, which not only completes the Sui and Tang chapters, but also strengthens the sense of epic and destiny. Of course, in a short time, the clouds and mountains will not appear. This must be a long time ago. Higanbana and other adventurers did not realize that this episode was an important foreshadowing for the future sequel story. For them, the top priority is to complete the plan to repair the sky as soon as possible, so as to draw a soul-stirring and complete period for this great and fantastic Shinjo adventure. At this time, something happened again. The entire Chiguan star suddenly shook violently. Guyu Exenren immediately realized that the pillar of Chiguan star was under attack. If the other party was allowed to continue, the entire Chiguan star would be destroyed. Not only would a disaster break out at that time, several people would also lose their foothold, and could not return to the human world. Higanbana, John Lai, and Yura took action immediately. The three of them returned to the pillar of Chiguan star, only to see a figure with attributes appear there. When they saw the voice clearly, Higanbana was directly stunned. Master. The person who appeared on Chiguan Star at this moment was none other than Shinfu, who was both a master and a father to Achio. However, his current state was not quite right. He was surrounded by black air, and his eyes were as red as blood. Zhang Lai's expression was solemn. Master is possessed by a demon. Shinfu not only recovered all his skills at this moment, but also reached the 4th level and 1 star, surpassing his prime. Why did an old man who had lost all his skills suddenly recover his skills, and made a huge breakthrough? Ordinary possession of a demon could not have such an effect. There must be other reasons. This is indeed the case. It turned out that the scene of Higanbana following Yuantua to launch the formation was clearly seen by Shinfu, who climbed up the tower. He didn't understand why his disciple would help his enemy complete the 9-5 formation. But now that he has lost all his cultivation and his legs are seriously injured, what can he do? When Shinfu was furious, he happened to meet Ninka, who came over. Ninka gave Shinfu the Satan fruit on her body, and claimed that this fruit could help Shinfu recover his power, and even be dozens of times more powerful. Why did Ninka give the trump card to an old man? Because this fruit will make people completely and irreversibly demonized. Ninka never wanted to turn herself into an ugly monster. In addition, the effect of the Satan fruit is proportional to the hatred, resentment, and madness in people's hearts, and she felt that the old master's anger, resentment, and crazy obsession were rare in the world. Of course. Although Shinfu was angry, but he hadn't completely lost his mind. He was skeptical about Ninku, so he only ate half of it. Unexpectedly, his cultivation was restored, but he became the demonized state of neither human nor ghost. The flower shouted, Master, stop it, this is a misunderstanding. Master Yuan never wanted to be the emperor. Shinfu was already in a frenzy at this moment. He is the murderer of your father, and the greatest enemy of the Qin state. It is a great rebellion for you to stand with him. Master will give you one more chance. Kill Yuantu immediately, and follow me to recover the Qin state. This is impossible. Master, please wake up. Higanbana shouted. De Qin is dead, it is impossible to come back. Please don't be stubborn. Okay, since you are unwilling to do it, I will kill Yuantu myself, and use his head to sacrifice for De Qin. And it is not up to you whether to be the emperor or not. Now even if I break all your legs and feet, I will put you on the throne. Shinfu swallowed the remaining half of the Satan fruit directly. If Shinfu still looked like a human before, when he ate the whole Satan fruit, he turned into a demon king who was 3 feet tall, huge in size, and extremely hideous and terrifying in appearance. The peak of the 4th level 3-star, and not just an ordinary 4th level 3-star. The strength of the demon king Shinfu is not inferior to most of the 4th level 4-star and 5-star rare units. This is the ultimate boss in the main line of Tian's Haiyan. Its strength may be slightly inferior to the hidden boss such as Tao Thai, and it cannot be compared with Yuantu in his prime, but it is the strongest boss that adventurers must defeat personally. There is no doubt. This is an extremely difficult duel. It is also the final boss of the main line of Sui and Tang dynasties. He is both powerful Giga Taoism and various Western magic. He is very powerful and very difficult. Bianhua not only has to deal with the terrifying means of the demon King Shinfu, but also has to overcome Achio's various emotions towards his master. He has challenged 7 times and failed. But although the boss is difficult, but it is not unbeatable. In the 8th battle, Bianhua finally defeated the demon King Shinfu in one fell swoop with the cooperation of Zhang Lai, defeated the final boss of the main line, and completed all the challenges of the main plot.